Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to day 30 of Brighter Shore. So what, basically a month now? I don't know, what's considered a month? 30 days? 31 days? 28 days? But we are on the 30th day of Brighter Shores. So of course, as you can see, we are back to full uninterrupted, full screen Brighter Shores. Which means we can start to prioritize some things that we weren't quite doing when we were doing leagues. We were able to go and finish that out for Old School RuneScape Leagues 5 Raging Echoes thing. We were able to go get every single boss killed, every other similar thing to that. So now we can focus all in on Brighter Shores. Once again, during that time, we have, of course, lost our top 20 as we were skilling quite a bit less efficiently than normal. However, we only need 7 more. I don't think I put it in the title today. I was going to, but there's so many things I need to put in the title. But, yeah, we're only 7 levels away, so there's a good chance we reclaim our top 20 today. If we don't do it today, we will definitely do it tomorrow. Hey, Chino, you're in chat. There you are right there. Yeah, Chino super passes. He's like 60 levels up on us. We've been slacking. We need to go catch up since we haven't been playing as much. Obviously, we've been playing the whole time Brighter Shores, but we've been playing it, you know, slightly more AFK compared to normal. Biggest thing that's happened since we were gone is probably the knowledge system change. As some of you guys have probably seen, yeah, you can now bank your knowledge for later, and it goes up to 200%. Unfortunately, since it goes up an entire extra 100%, the same issue basically has arisen that already existed before, where you're going to be overfilling your knowledge constantly. The main reason for this is because, of course, the way that the knowledge system works is that you'll end up using it, you know, basically now that you have two full bars, it's basically the same issue as before, where now you just save to 200% instead of 100%. So there is a new way that you can use this, though. If you try to use your knowledge right before 100%, or, you know, right when you have 100%, you will no longer waste any knowledge points. So this is absolutely huge. The problem with this is if you want to maximize on potions, you normally want to wait until 200%, unless you're just chugging them every 2 minutes. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to be missing out on a little bit of, or basically you're going to consume twice as many potions. If you're using, you know, if you're only drinking a potion when you have a knowledge point ready, if you wait for 200%, you're getting twice as much. But then you have the same issue where you're still burning some of your percent of knowledge. So this is not ideal, personally. I'd prefer if it was like 150% or, you know, something similar. The issue with 200% is it basically makes it so it has the same issue as before. It's just at 200% instead of at 100%, basically. But I don't know. There's still ways that you can end up utilizing this pretty well. Like pre-drinking a potion once you're at like about 186, like we are right now and stuff like that. So still a lot of use cases for it. With that being said, we are currently on a cooking run. One other thing that happened while we were gone, of course, is we made a lot of gold. And I kind of want to go invest all this gold now. We have basically 25 gold or so, a little bit less than 25, but basically 25. And I am going to be dumping all of it into our pickaxe. If I did the math right earlier, we should be able to double our EXP gain on our pickaxe. Well, not counting the base 10% that it has. What I mean by that is we're going to go from 6% to 12%, as we are going to be able to go from 15 all the way to 30. It can go up to 45 in the current state of the game. However, the price to get it there is high. Very, very high. So we're probably going to do some mining today without that. Beyond that, we could finally get tier 4 armor from the final zone. So, or just in general. So we're going to finally go and do that some. Do a little bit of combat on all of the stuff that we weren't killing when we were doing AFK. Kill the 200, maybe kill the 218 if it seems doable. And get ourselves some tier 4 gear. I think the only thing I have in tier 4 is our plate body. Speaking about tier 4, or more so 4-star, which is not to be confused with tier 4, is, yeah, we're getting higher on 4-star. I've been going into bone right. I think my main goal for today is to get bone right to 84 so that we can AFK cement tonight and then kind of leave that as our AFK activity for a little while and start getting a bunch of cement for chapter 2. Chapter 5. How useful will it be for chapter 5? We currently do not know, but hey, it's better to have it than not have it. So, yeah, it's going to be our plan. And we also get to make a T-Rex. Might as well do that on stream, actually, because we will hit that milestone somewhat soonish. However, these initial knowledge points, due to having this potion, I need the one-time bonus for this, so I figured we use a 7% instead of a 5% for once. And, yeah, I'm probably going to plop this into alchemy. Let me just double-check what our run is right now, and go finish this cooking run. I've been doing some cooking here and there, some cooking contracts, stuff like that. Honestly, I might start, not like constantly, but if I plan not to do merchant in a given stream, I might start taking some of the cooking contracts every hour. They're honestly not that bad. At the lower level range, they seemed, whatever. But now that we're getting to a higher level range, especially in the gaps between like good EXP things, like right now when we were doing like all the stews and everything, you know, we're kind of close to where the good EXP ones are. But we don't get another good EXP method until like at our current level. Our next good EXP method, like really, really good, isn't until 120. So we have to go all the way currently from 74 to 120 without ever getting a better method. That is slow. Like from 80 to 120, we basically have to do purely contracts, cooking contracts. It's one of the reasons I've kind of been working on cooking, because the way that it's currently scaled, and if it's still scaled somewhat like that in the future, you basically have to do those cooking contracts. It's almost like merchant in that regard, though of course merchant you is contract only as far as training the skill, unless you're dumping knowledge points into or doing the AFK activities. But cooking is like half like that. So I'm going to start taking those occasionally if we're not doing merchant runs. I'm not sure if we're doing merchant runs today. I do need to get merchant up, but I don't believe today is the day that I'm going to be getting merchant up. But anyways, let's go from there. But yeah, I need 155 before I can even do leather work or any higher. I do want to get my base 200s there. But I do want to also focus on Mines of Matubin today. I think is going to be our main thing. I want to do a lot of Mines of Matubin. I want to get a lot of mining done, do a little bit of combat at Chronopolis now that we have it. Still waiting on special attacks. The video should be coming out this week, supposedly. But we'll have to wait and see. But anyways, that's pretty much the game plan, and yeah, we're back. We're back to full screen, Brighter Shores. Hello everyone, hello Mark, hello Tipper, hello Stefan, hello Beast, hello Chino, hello Isabel, hello Stefan, hello everyone watching in the background. Also, I posted it in the thing, but we do finally have new emotes, if any of you got the member thing, you want to utilize it. Otherwise, it's $2 a month only here on YouTube to have access to all the emotes, a little icon next to your name, all that kind of stuff. There's basically everything that a Twitch sub does, except it's less than half the price. And also, it doesn't stop ads, though. YouTube is greedy with ads. It unfortunately does not stop ads. I wish it did. If it had a function to do so, if I could click a button to make that happen, I would. However, yeah, YouTube's greedy. They want their ad money. I have no way of disabling it. You know why they do that? They want people to buy YouTube Premium or whatever it's called. That stops ads, but subbing to someone's channel, unlike on Twitch, does not stop ads. Because YouTube wants everyone to buy premium, which is so much money. I think it's like $15 a month or something. But just for the premium for it. I don't even have it, and I do YouTube like every day. But anyways, all right, what are we doing now? What are we doing? I'm trying to figure out what our path is. Who am I turning into, and what am I doing immediately after? So we are turning in our vegetable stews and our... What is the other one? Vegetable stews. Where's the other little Lucy? I know I have a double here. Or is it not a double? Wait, do I only have a single turn in that the little Lucy? Yeah, apparently I only have veggie stew. It's Big Sheen that has the double. And then Sneaky Brian. Wait, where's Sneaky Brian? Sneaky Brian. Wait, are those both in the same Thieves Den? No, that's a different one. Never mind. The hooked hand. Okay, I see the path. Alright, so it's one here. Then Big Sheen with the double. Also, thank you for the continued support, Isabel. So welcome. Your new Steam Deck is so amazing. Nice. I gotta buy one. I've still been considering it. I'm not sure yet. I might be. We'll see. Interesting. I thought I had a double turn in here. Let's see. I'm just trying to see everything we have. Okay, so this could be fine. Into stew. Okay. Let's go do our run. Oh gosh, I already forgot what was it going to do. Use item on. Stew. Yes, stew. We're literally on first step. Already forgot what it was. Alright. Let's go do our run. I don't think I'll be able to turn in all 6. But we should be able to do all but guard as long as I don't mess up here. So next is Big Sheen with the chicken. And then the stew. Chicken stew. Big Sheen. Use item on. Chicken. Alright. Use item on. Stew. That's not stew. What are you doing? Oh no. No, our overdraft. I forgot. Let's see. Put down alchemy. Put down alchemy again. It's weird that doesn't let you double use your point. Okay. Put down alchemy. 52 alchemy. Nice. Alright, now let's go to the thieves. Let's see. Sneaky Brian. Where was Sneaky? Oh yeah, Sneaky Brian, and then Hairdresser, and that's probably all we can get in within this potion. I don't think we can get to the North Falls in time, but that's fine. We could try though. Also, hello, Stress. Welcome. Yep, let the Brighter Shores grind re-begin. Obviously, we've never stopped, but now we're back to full screen, full attention Brighter Shores. So, obviously, we'll be way more efficient than AFKing it the last week. But yeah, luckily, Leagues didn't take me as long as I thought it would. It only took me 6 days. I didn't bother getting Dragon rank yet, but I'm AFKing it right now, so it's not that big a deal. I'm going to do an omelet to you. Because I'm still doing it, I'm just not showing on screen. It's also only 1 click every 25 minutes, because we're to the point where we can just AFK everything, which is nice. Like I literally just click once and then boom, it's good for the next 25 minutes. There we go. Don't need to click it until like 20 minutes from now. Alright, let me go, hairdresser. I think it's the last one we could turn in on this potion. No! No! You're wasting my XP pot! No! I didn't account for that. No! I'm not gonna get it in time now. No! He wasted 7% XP. I would normally use 5%, but I needed one for the one-time bonus. Aw, sad. We got sniped by a thief. Oh, my XP rate. Ow! It doesn't really matter. But, hey. 7%, 7%. I said, hello, Sonny. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Thuli. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Sheen is pronounced as Sean? I keep forgetting that. Yeah, Sheen, Sean. I always pronounce it differently. I tend to pronounce things based on how they look. Soon you're going to have all the quest requirements? Nice. That's huge. Yeah, we finished that actually on Thanksgiving. On Thanksgiving Day, we ended up finally finishing every quest in the game. It was a pretty short stream. I'm not sure if as many people caught it. But, yeah, we actually finished all quests. For any of you who don't know, we actually did that before we even did the other thing. We did it on Thanksgiving Day, which was the day before we did, like, the week of the other game for a little bit. But, yeah, we actually have that done as well. It's nice to have done. So now whenever a new quest goes out, we just be like, boom, go straight for it. What are we doing right now? Is my contract ready? 3 minutes. You know what? I need to mine some granite anyways to go get a level. So I'm going to mine granite until this is ready, and this should push me over to my mining level. Because I need 124 to be able to do the next mining thing. Oh yeah, you know what? I should go back to Hopeport. What am I doing? Let me go upgrade my pickaxe. Duh, that was one of the whole things we were grinding during leagues. So when we were doing Old School RuneScape's Leagues 5 Raging Echoes, one of the main things we were AFKing was money. You may notice we have the most money we've ever had, basically 25 Gs right now. Technically not 25 Gs, I wish that was. I almost want to go make a little bit of money real quick. Hold up. But, I don't know, should we? Should we? The problem is I would have to go cash out like some material or something. Oh no, it's fine. We can pretend it's 25 Gs, it's close enough. Use your imagination. We're at 24.8 Gs, and yeah, we're gonna upgrade our pickaxe by double. It's not doubling the amount of XP we're going to be getting, but it's doubling our enchant from 6% to 12%, bringing us from 16% to 22% extra mining XP. This is of course not max; it goes to 45 currently. However, it says max as I'm willing to get it at the moment because gosh, does the price start to increase like crazy. So that's currently the game plan, and yeah, let's go enchant it right now. And then we can actually do some mining without feeling like we're burning as much XP, but still realizing that we're still burning some XP. We're burning 6% every single time we hit a rock that we could have if we just grinded money more. Should we go grind money more? Probably, but am I going to bother doing that right now? No. We could do some mining with a non-max pickaxe. We do it with every other skill. Wait, 45 is not max, is it not? I thought it was this chapter. Wait, what's current max then? People were saying 45 earlier. Is it 50? Like, what's the number that's max based on 4 chapters? Because I know it scales based on how many chapters you have. Wait, there is no known max? Oh. Wait, there's no known max? Wait, that's kind of crazy. I thought people were saying like 45 or 50 earlier. No one has gotten enough gold to get higher than 51? Really? That's kind of surprising. Yeah, some people have made like hundreds of golds. And it's only 158 to get that. Though I guess all the people who are loaded on gold are probably doing combat, so they don't care about a max tool. Oh, that might be the thing. I think all the people who are most loaded are doing combat. But people who are doing combat don't care about a max tool, so they're not dumping it into a tool. That makes sense now. I was like, wait, how does someone not have a higher tool than that? But it's probably because unless you're just doing leatherworker only all day, every day, like merchant leatherworker, and then upgrading a tool with it, combat people aren't really interested probably in upgrading a tool that far. Like, they probably don't want to dump like 300 gold into a tool. They probably want to save it for when trading comes out and buy better armor and gear. So that makes sense. Because I'm pretty sure they're some of the most loaded people in the game right now. But they're probably saving for trading so that they can actually buy gear with it rather than enchanting tools. As one guy who keeps going forward, keeps updating as he goes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 2 best moneymakers are just do combat at level like 400 plus. And do merchant leatherworker till like 500. Until you max. Those are the two best ways to make money right now, I'm pretty sure. I wish there was an enchant all button. The fact you have to do this one at a time is so slow. It's like they never expected someone to do like 10 or 20 levels at a time. Unless there's a button I'm missing somewhere on the screen. Do you really have to do this one at a time? For like dozens of levels? Because I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. There's no like mass enchant button. Something in the quality of life thing that definitely needs to be added at some point. I guess to some degree they don't want to add that. Or if they do, they need to add like a warning. Like, hey, you're about to spend like this much gold. Are you sure? Like, they should add it, but it should have a warning menu. Being like, are you sure you want to dump like 50 gold to upgrade this tool? But one at a time is just so slow. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, we're only going for 30 for now. We will get there, though. We're almost there. So close, yet so far. Burning all of our money. Poor money stack. It's the longest it ever survived, just because we weren't technically playing. It's the only reason it survived that long, I assure you. But yeah, it was like 1 week's worth of gold, basically. Which honestly, that's a pretty good metric of how much we can make then, in the current state of the game. Obviously, it keeps going higher as our skills go higher, though. But I made like 25 gold in a week. Like, nearly entirely AFK. Doing things like leatherworker, cooking. Honestly, a little mix of everything. Maybe not everything. But it was mostly from AFK merchant, AFK leatherworker, and AFK cooking. There's also how we have 74 cooking. That in the contracts. I needed 61 for the quest. But honestly, I just kept going. I honestly really enjoy cooking. I enjoy fishing too, but the reason I'm investing a little bit more into cooking is I feel like cooking will be less useless in the future. Right now, cooking is really bad value. But, and so is fishing. But I feel like between the two of them, cooking is more likely to be viable than fishing. Similar to how all of them are. Like, alchemy is more likely to be more viable than forager. Carpenter is more likely to be viable than woodcutter, so on and so forth. Like the processing skills kind of thing. Alright. So, game plan. We need to go to, the mines. We gotta do our 2 dailies now. Let me go do the other one first, so I can just go start mining immediately. So I'm gonna go do the Chronopolis one, and then we'll go do the mining, daily. And then at 124, we can start mining our next rock, which is pretty much immediately. The mining daily, twice a day daily, whatever you want to call it. The bi-daily. Actually, does bi-daily mean every other day or 2 times a day? I don't remember. Bi-daily, oh no. It means one or the other. But 2 times a day, daily. Whatever you want to call that. AFK merchant as an offline AFK? No. When I meant AFK merchant, I meant stand at the board every 2 minutes, only grabbing the good tasks, and then doing a run once we have like 4 to 6 good tasks. Ideally 6. But no, I was literally standing at the board for like 8 to 10 minutes straight, waiting until we had a perfect merchant run, and then doing a perfect merchant run. Was that efficient? No. But, it was pretty AFK. Yeah, we were doing that some during leagues. And, it honestly worked out pretty well. It's definitely one way you could do merchant. Stand at the board for like 6 to 10 minutes straight until you have a perfect run, and then do a perfect run. It's way worse than just doing the runs as they come. At most, you only ever want to wait 1 board. But yeah, we were waiting like 3, 4, 5 boards. And then doing an absolutely perfect merchant run. With all the really high tasks, all the good synergy and everything. There's definitely a strategy you could do if you're just doing things around the house or something. But you still want to do merchant. Or something similar. Because you only have to check it once every 2 minutes. And then spend like about 2 minutes doing a merchant run once you have a set of 6. Alright, I still need to go do granite a little bit. I need 124 mining to be able to do these green rocks. So we'll do granite until we can do the green ones, and then we'll start doing the green ones for a little bit. Because I do want to start getting to the point where we can make, one of my goals I still have is be able to craft my own handcrafted 200 gear. I still want to do this before PvP in case there's full loop PvP or something similar, or any kind of system where gear could be destroyed as a result of combat. So, yeah, I want to be able to get to the point where we get base 200s, or in the case of how the rarity curve goes, base 199s. Normally when I say base 200, I actually mean 199s, because apparently it drops off a cliff, the rarity rate, as soon as you hit exactly 200. So the 199 strategy is going to be the way. Also, from all the AFK over the last week, we have banked 168 explosives. What level can I use this at again? I use these at 158 mining. So whenever we hit 158 mining, we're not going to need to spend anything on explosives. Because by the time we hit it, honestly, we're going to have like 200 explosives. Or at least 180 if nothing else. So, yeah, we're good to go there. So as far as mining, of course, I'm trying to get mining to get stonemason and smithing up. More so smithing, but as a result, we will also get stonemason up. Which we need up anyways, to some degree. But, oh yeah, I forgot the mining, or XP pots. I'll get it after I do the granite. I won't bring them out until after granite, I guess. And to save the knowledge until then. Because I shouldn't need that many to go do this. We're currently at, yeah, we're pretty much there already. But yeah, let's go do our granite. I need to do granite until we have 124, then I can do the green rocks. But before I do the green rocks, I'll go get my XP pots. When we were doing the alchemy grind to 50 for that one quest, I made a lot of the XP pots. Those little things that drop the tooth in the room right next to us. I ended up grinding those like crazy high amount. That's how we got our 59 Minefighter. Like almost 50 to 59 was entirely on them. And during that process, one thing that we gained that was really good was, what do you call it? A bunch of those teeth. And I made like 800 mining potions when we were doing that. It wasn't the best XP, but it's gonna be very beneficial now. Because whenever we do anything in Mines of Matubin, I have like 805% boost potions. All of which I basically spent nothing on, in a sense. Because we got almost all the supplies just from doing Minefighter. So we're in a pretty good position to just spam those, just chug them. Anytime we ever want to do anything in this area, which is exactly what we're going to do today to help speed up our mining, I guess. Maybe not fully chug them, but definitely, you know, here and there. Take a pot, definitely for every boost, or, you know, for every level up, of course. But if we're in a level range where it's worth kind of just, like, chugging it along a little bit. Right now, we're at a pretty good place. We're actually Flint. Is Flint worth doing at 124, 29? It might be. One issue with my stonemason level right now is my stonemason is actually starting to fall behind my, my level of stonemason is falling behind my supply of rocks to level it. Is the situation we are in stonemason right now. So I might have to start dumping some knowledge here and there. Because obviously I try to prioritize ores a bit more rather than stones when I can. But if the XP rate is really good for them, such as flint, such as basalt into flint, it is better to actually do the rocks, or, you know, at any given time. Because obviously we mostly want the best XP rate for mining, not necessarily the best supplies. Like, I need all the supplies regardless. But we have some weird gaps in our stonemason skill. Like, for example, I definitely can't use this right now. If I go check info, it's 118 to be able to use this right now. I can assure you, our 65 stonemason is not 118. But things like that where it's like, there's like a big gap between like what we're mining and what we can actually use. I do have quite a bit banked, but some of it's at like weird levels where I'd still have to dump some amount of knowledge into it in order to still be able to use it. For example, I think I need 69, nice, in order to use my next one. Because I believe those moderate clubs are the next object that uses a different material that I do have. But the problem is I've ran out of material right now, I believe, unless I want to use like a really downgraded one. But I believe I'm out of material right now if I wanted to go and make stuff for stonemason. I can go double check when we go there later though. But we will definitely sometime to stream. Anyways, hello Helvy Crypto. Hello Moose. Hello Fluffy. Hello Ka-chow. Welcome. Oh, what was the question there? Gosh, I'm behind on chat. Let's see. Oh, I've skipped the rock again. I'm not sure what it is with this rock. I do it every time. This one rock right here, I always skip. I don't know why. Like every 5 runs, I skip it at 100% consistency. It doesn't matter how much I mention it. My brain just forgets it's there like every 5th run. I don't know why. Anyways. There's this one guy going for it. You run into the problem yet of gearing your alts for AFK? A little bit. I had that in Zone 1. But right now I'm currently moving them to Chapter 4 so they could do trading once trading comes out. So yeah, I'm currently moving them to Chapter 4. They are currently, I think, a few days away from being able to do the Spider Nest quest. The only thing they're missing right now as far as requirement is the ability to kill the spiders. They currently have every other requirement other than the ability to kill the spider. So I can actually... Wait, I just realized. I can get them storage rift right now. Oh, maybe do that this stream. I didn't even think about that. I can actually get them both storage rift right now. Because I finished the woodcutting grind last night on them. And they already AFK'd the carpentry grind because obviously I wasn't going to train that manually beyond doing it to level 20. So, yeah, I can actually do that right now if I wanted to. They both actually have access to storage drift. I just haven't done it yet. Because they both have 32 carpentry and they both have 20 woodcutting. And that's all you need for storage drift. The other EXP drops and everything are just for completing the quest. But you don't need to complete the quest to get storage drift. Oh, that's huge. I need to go do that later. Or even during the stream, we'll see. I don't know, do you guys want to see the alts every single day? Like a little bit of the alts? Actually, maybe that's the poll for today. Let me go poll it. Let's see. Engage your audience. How do I make a poll thingy real quick? I want to go poll this. Start a poll. Are you interested, let's see, in seeing our other two Brighter Shore slots? Guardian, Hammer, Mage, every day. Are you interested in seeing our other two Brighter Shore slots, Guardian, Hammer, Mage, every day? Yes, every day. Sometimes, but not every day. Stick to just the main Cryonite. There we go. I'll still be progressing them, obviously. But I mean this as in, on stream. But yeah, there's the poll. Yeah, I'll see what that comes out to. Because I'm curious, are you guys actually interested in seeing them? Like, occasionally, every day? I'm progressing them every day. It's just a matter if we stream it or not. Because they both need to go do Spider Nest quests today. Or at least up to the point where they get storage drift. They can't actually complete it because they don't have the combat or gear. Oh, there we go. We're out of here. Let's go do the good rock. Oh yeah, let me go get my potions too. Alright, let's see. We'll throw that over there. Let's go head over to... Where am I even going to right now? I'm going to potions. Let me just go to Hopeport for that, I guess. Actually, you know what? I'll take the scenic route. I want to see if we have any armor upgrades. Because I'm going to be doing some combat in Chronopolis today, so I might need an upgrade or two. Because I want to go kill the 200s and possibly the 218s today. 200s are definitely doable. The 218s are questionable. But I want to start getting some tier 4 armor. These tier 4 Cryonite armor looks really, really cool. And the only tier 4 armor I currently have is my plate body, I believe. This plate body right here with the elaborate like shoulder plates and everything. This, I believe, is my only tier 4. It's hard to tell because the item itself doesn't actually say. I said, hello, Kuchao. Oh, I said earlier. Are you concerned with the decline of the players? Honestly, I haven't been really concerned with player base number for the most part. Like, obviously, it'd be beneficial if number higher. But, oh, we got a helm. We got a helm. Oh, it's probably not better than my 4-star, though. It's a 235. Is it better than my 4-star? Let me go check. Info. It is. Oh, gosh, 4-star equipment does not last that long. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Ooh. Ooh. Gimme. I gotta recolor it. Up, our second piece of tier 4. Oh, that's so much better. Obviously, I gotta go recolor it, though. Oh, that's so nice. Let me go put this away. But yeah, as far as player base number, honestly, it hasn't really concerned me much. I mentioned many times, I'd be playing this game regardless of its player number. It's still in early access and everything, as well. So that's another thing. As long as Andrew Gower is still keeping the servers up and is committed to supporting the game into the future, I really don't care what the number is for the most part. Like, obviously, bigger number better. Especially when it comes to streaming and everything, as, you know, because the ad revenue and everything, it makes it easier to keep doing it as much as we do. As, you know, we do this, like, almost every second, every day lately. So, obviously, bigger number also means generally more people watching the stream, which also means more ad revenue, which also means I could do this, you know, longer every single day and not need to worry about money as much. But, as far as, like, the actual game health and everything, honestly, if it goes under 1,000, I'd still be playing. As long as Andrew Gower is still supporting it into the future. And keeping the servers up and everything else. Oh, that is so much cleaner. Oh, I'm so glad we got rid of that bucket helm. Oh, this isn't full tier 4 yet, but by the end of the stream, I want to be in full tier 4 Cryonite armor. We're one step closer. Anyways, I completely forgot the reason I actually went there. And now I need to go teleport to Hopeport. Because the whole reason I went there was not to get armor. I just got distracted by it. But the main reason I went there was to go get mining potions. I forgot to go grab the mining potion. Oh, that helm looks so much better. Oh, we're looking like a real cryo knight right now. With our little Inferno keep smithing keep on. Oh, so we still need 200 smithing. Gotta make that longer. Starting to look a little wimpy still having 100 keep now. There's nothing wrong with it, but, you know, for how high our total is to not be wearing a 200 keep right now when we literally have level 200s, it's a little unfortunate. But, yeah, we really need to get one. It's definitely going to be smithing. And after that, it's probably going to be 500 watch person, though I don't plan to get that anytime soon. Yeah, the game itself likely has a lot of subscribers who are still paying every single month. Which helps keep the servers running and everything. Because concurrent doesn't mean total player base. You could have a 1,000 concurrent, but still have, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of players. It just depends on, you know, how often people are checking in and everything. Because I know, I've been playing for 10 years a game called Gems of War. And if you check their Steam concurrent, it's normally around, like, 1,000-ish at any given time. Yet the player base numbers are, like, over 100,000 a month. You could tell based on some of the leaderboards that are in the game, like the PvP leaderboards and such. But yeah, it only averages like 1,000 players, give or take like several hundred. Yet, there's over 100,000 people playing PvP every week. Let's see, what am I doing? I'm going to mine deep so I can go get those things. Hey, there's Melodiff, or Melodiff. Oh, Unbi was there too. Unbi's doing alchemy. Oh, you saw that? Is that the highest level in the game? Wait, Unbi. Which one is Unbi? Is that second place or first place? Which one is Unbi? That's second place. Second place doing alchemy right now. Ooh. That's, I think, the first time I've ever seen him in the wild. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool indeed. Anyways, let me go back to our mining. Yeah, that's interesting. Alright, I'm getting my inventory over there. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We could do double tab now. I wasn't able to do this during leagues because the screen was too small. But I keep forgetting. We can have, like, all the info now. Actually, let me have it like this. Let's see. How do I get back to? There we go. Alright, I don't need teleporters during this. I want to move my inventory over here or something. Yeah, something like that. And then move this down. Alright, we should be good now. Alright, anyways. You're over 280 watch person, back to the grind. Nice. Alright, how are we going to be juggling this potion? Actually, let me go open up the thingy. So we don't need that. I was checking the price on the thingy earlier, so I'd have enough. Back to our 9-minute timer for the refresh. There we go. Just to make sure whenever we drop our potion, we know. Let's see. Drink. Drop. Drop. There we go. First time bonus. So the ore I'm currently mining right now, this is used for our best in slot bow. Our only way of doing green damage, which is quite fitting because the thing is green. And what else? For, I think, our best shield, or at least our highest level shield that we can make at any given time, based on the tier of material. So it's pretty nice overall. Smithing's going to be the most profitable skill, is it? I've been kind of prioritized mining smithing, but it's more so because we're a cryo knight. A lot of my stuff I haven't actually been selling from it, though. A lot of the things I've been earning from mining smithing I have not been selling. Because I just do it whenever I need to make a weapon or a shield. I haven't actually been selling it. The other reason I've been trying to save some of the material is Armor Maker. Armor Maker is almost guaranteed going to need the material you'll get from the Chapter 3 things. It isn't confirmed, but you're almost guaranteed going to need Dunked Bones for Guardian Armor. Smith Bars for Cryonite Armor, and Etch Stones for Hammer Mage Armor. This isn't confirmed, but based on how the armor looks, it is very exceedingly likely that you will need both leather and the processed material from, hey, hello. Up. I didn't mean to do that symbol, but sure. We got a plush-shaped nose. Instead of a mouth. I forgot, this is a weird cycle, this area. Do I do this and then 4 granite? Wait. Is that the play? I haven't been doing it like that. Wait. Especially at this level range. Ooh. That might be the play. That might be a play. What if I do that into 4 granite? Isn't 4 granite just along the path here? Because you get 20 every single time, and then we can get 4 granite on our way over there. Ooh, I like this angle. I like where this is going. But yeah, do 20 green into 4 granite. And then bank here. And then repeat. One thing that's also interesting about this is I believe doing mine deep teleport is actually worth it here. Which means I need teleporter. Alright, so I bank all, teleport mine deep, and repeat. Yeah, I think this will work. Then we go right over here and head right back. Any guide on how to level mining, please? Generally speaking, do the highest level activity regardless if you need the material or not. Most skills are basically this way. And mining is honestly not too much different. The only one that you might want to skip is blast mining. Blast mining's in a weird in-between where it might not be as worth it. But, also, if I make sure to do this every inventory, we should be fine on the potion. Do I even need a timer? Let me go check. Yeah, never mind. We don't even need the timer. Perfect. But generally speaking, that's the way you do almost every skill. But mining is very much that way. You just do the highest level activity you can. One thing to keep in mind if you want to try to get a little bit of XP is think of what your banking route is and try to get synergy on it. Some of them don't really have a good banking route. However, 2 that are really noteworthy are these green adder into granite that we're doing, as well as what's it called? Basalt? What's that one? A B1 called? Basalt. Basalt into flint, and then bank, as well as adder into granite into bank, are pretty nice. In the case of flint and in the case of basalt and flint, you do 18, or basically 3 sets of basalt, then end on 1 set of flint, and this will get you already on path to your bank. And similar to what we're doing right now, we do 2 sets of adder, which is 20, and then just grab the 4 granite rocks on your way to the bank. I'm trying to think of any other synergies with mining, but those are the big 2. Some people like to do the minecart system as well. The minecart system eventually becomes not as good, I believe like a rock or 2 after the fact. Some people like to do it for a little bit longer though, because it's just more chill compared to normal mining for them. However, I personally enjoy normal mining more, so I tend to only do the minecart right when you get them, and then move on to the next rock immediately once I have a better rock. But long story short, the answer to almost any skill in Brighter Shores is do your highest level method. This is slightly different for processing skills, but when it comes to gathering skills, this is almost always the case, unless you really want a particular material, or if something just happened to be like a better XP rate. Like I believe for woodcutting, for example, I believe you skip Jupiter trees and even yew trees. It's because they're not as worth doing compared to doing the overgrowns. So you tend to not do it exactly with that skill. But with most skills, particularly gathering ones, it's unless they're like a billion miles from a bank, or just really weirdly positioned, it's almost always just better to just do whatever your highest method is. Most of the time. There are exceptions to that though. But if you're ever in doubt of what to do, just do the highest level method you have for a skill and you're probably fine. At least when it comes to gathering skills. Foraging is also a bit different because you tend to like grab like almost everything when you do foraging. I guess there's a lot of exceptions, but at least for mining. Basically just do highest tier rock and you'll be fine. The rest of it just comes down to the time of actually grinding it. But I've been meaning to cover more videos on Brighter Shores. I might do one tonight. Or tomorrow morning more so. Now that we're at the 1 month mark. I was considering doing like a priority tier list for all the skills in the game. For anyone that doesn't know what they necessarily want to go for. That or instead of just oh, what am I doing? I guess I'll walk there, that's fine. But, or even if not a tier list, almost like builds that you can go for that are good to do in the current state of the game. Like, what should you be prioritizing after you finish chapter 4, basically? Like, that kind of video. Like, 3 to 5 different paths that you could do, like, as soon as you finish out chapter 4. Because there's a few builds you can go for. You can go down the questing route, where you get the requirement for every quest. You can go down the, you know, detective, merchant, leatherworker route and print money for when trading comes out. There's things like the Mines of Matubin route, where you basically just focus on only the Mines of Matubin skills so that you can make really good 4-star gear. There's a lot of routes like that you can do. Probably a few others as well, depending on what you're doing. There's the free-to-play route, of course, as well, where you go almost entirely into guard and alchemy. But there's quite a few paths. It really depends on what you want to prioritize. Some routes for gathering. I'm not sure all the gathering paths as far as like actual routing for skilling. I know a lot of the routing for mining, just because we do a lot of mining. But I'm not too familiar with the foraging, gather, and woodcutting routes. I know of a couple woodcutting routes because we had to get to 45 for that one quest. But I feel like when it comes to foraging and gathering, I'm not too familiar with all the like most efficient, max efficiency pathing that you could do. Just because I haven't done the skills as much compared to some other ones. Mining is pretty much the only gathering skill I've done to like an exceedingly high degree. At least you count merchant as a gathering skill, though. I wouldn't really consider it under that category. It's in a bit of a like weird category. Banking time for mining impacts the knowledge rate. Yes. There is one rock that is like 1 billion miles away that is technically worth dropping. I do bank some of it just because I want the material. But there is one rock called Kabistite or whatever it is. The 1C1. That is in the absolute middle of nowhere. It has 3 ways to bank. One is 9 rooms away. Another one is 9 rooms away. And one is 10 rooms away. It is so far from any bank ever. It is so bad. It's the issue that Gatherer has. Gatherer has a lot of resources that are just 1 billion miles away from a bank. And mining only has that issue for one very specific rock. The rest aren't that bad as far as their distance. Yeah, you can tell you to bank for that one. Oops, I forgot to grab my granite. Oh well. I'll grab 2. I forgot the granite in the other room. Gatherers' resources are quite close to bank. Are they all? I could have sworn some of them are like 5 rooms away or something. Like the ones that you do in the town square, for example. Isn't that like so far away? Like you gather them in this room over here and this room over here. Okay, I guess it's only 3 rooms. It's not that bad. Oh no, they feel a lot further away than they actually are, I guess. Because that's only 3 rooms. This one's, I believe, like 4 rooms. No, it's also only 3 rooms. Okay, I guess they're not too bad. I guess the really weird one is this ram horn. Like, what's your closest way to bank ram horn? The closest ram horn is like telly over there, then walk back. Which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms, but you have to go through 2 combat rooms. Like, some of them are a little awkward. But yeah, they're not the worst in the world, though. Go inside the cave. Isn't the cave even further? Isn't that even further than 5 rooms? Because you're doing it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, they're both exactly 5 rooms. Okay, I guess it's about the same distance. Which that one's probably a bit quicker because you don't have to go through combat rooms. Yeah, going through the mines is slightly quicker. They're both 5 rooms, but that's a quicker 5 room. For sure. Alright, where am I? This is not that bad. Honestly, that's the problem. I haven't done gathering skills enough, like foraging and gatherer. I haven't done them enough to really know their routing and everything. Is the problem. I will at some point, of course. We can only focus on so many skills at once. And right now our priority is basically Mines of Matubin and Chronopolis. Well, there are a few things I've been doing in Chapter 1 and 2. They were mostly for quests or just for the fun of it. Like, I find cooking really chill in this game, so I actually do like doing cooking here and there. Which is why our cooking is at 74. I also need to get alchemy up at some point because it's just so useful. Yeah, what are you guys currently grinding? Haven't really had the chance to talk with you guys since we were doing the other game for like a week. But what are you guys' current goals in Brighter Shores right now? Because we finished ours before we started the league, which was, you know, do all quests. That was a goal of ours pretty much since day one. And we finished it on Thanksgiving, which was on, what, the 28th or whatever it was of last month? Like about a week ago. And now, yeah, we're really going heavy on 200 all Chronopolis, finishing that out. As well as, of course, being able to craft better tier 4 armor. Actually, what is our current tier 4? Let me go see. Because that might be a goal for tomorrow. Try to reach craftable tier 100. 4-star. Let me see. Let me go to the calculator real quick. I need 65 plus 151 plus 78 divided by 3. Yeah, I'm almost there. 98. I'll have it, what, this stream? I might have that this stream. Yeah, by the end of this stream, it's not in my title right now, but by the end of this stream, we will be able to make, level 100 4-star weapons and shields. That's not bad. Still need to get that to 200, so we're only halfway there. But, yeah, as of today, we'll be halfway to our goal. Or one of our goals. Yeah, it's not bad at all. We're pretty much there. You're almost done with base 45s? Oh, nice! That's huge. Yeah, I'm only at base 30 right now. I'm kind of holding off on going any further on them until I have some upgraded tools. Which is why we're doing, we're probably going to be doing so much mining in the near future. Because I really want to utilize the fact that we have a 30 tool right now. Honestly, it's not worth getting them beyond like 25, but I know I'm going to be doing so much mining that I kind of want to get to like 50-ish or something. We'll see. I can only get them so far. Unless you're going to go grind 500 merchant and 500 leatherworker before you do anything in the entire game. And that would just take too long. I don't think anyone has even done one or the other, let alone both. That would take like literal months if you wanted to stack up that much gold through those two skills. Plus, we don't know if there's going to be gold power creep at some point. Like, what happens when they finally add the first boss? Will it be like the most profitable thing to ever grind in the game? We don't currently know that. Because right now, the gold economy is going to be like completely nuked the second trading comes out. So we don't really know how it's going to affect everything currently. But then beyond that, we don't know how new methods will affect anything. Alright, right into bone rate you go. But yeah, bone rate I'm starting to get up with the XP if you guys haven't noticed as well. One goal, I think I mentioned it at some point in the stream. But one of our main goals this stream is to get to 84 bone rate through knowledge points. As well as get the AFK up to that point. Because then I can start AFK in cement. And that'll be tier 2 cement. Not only will that be bone rate XP, but I need the cement for builder for next chapter. So I want to start stacking up so we have the supplies already good to go. We don't know, obviously we don't know what cement will be used for, but we do know it'll be used for the builder profession. How useful it is for the builder profession is still to be determined. But it's definitely used for it, and it'll save a lot of money in the long run. As well also giving us bone rate XP that we desperately need. So it'll definitely work out. Alright, what do I need right now? Let me go back to the other ore. Good morning, Reptile! Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. I'm gonna grab the potion. I want to go chest something real quick. I want to go smith this bar. I want to see how much smithing XP are we getting per. I wanted to grab that potion so it doesn't accidentally despawn. I'm gonna go grab these last little bit of rocks. And then go check how much XP, because obviously we know we're getting 789 smithing per. I mean mining per. But I want to see what our mining XP to smithing ratio is right now. I'm pretty sure it's on the wiki somewhere. I just want to see it in game. Okay, so we're getting 789 per rock. And now what I want to see is what is the bar rate right now? So while we're here, I might as well see what our current stock is of ores and everything as well. I need to do that for stone at some point in the stream too, just to see what our stock is at. Let's see. What is our current inventory over here? Okay. Oh, I still have a lot of the previous one I didn't process yet. Some of the next tier one. Some lower tier for that. But I'm saving a lot of these bars for armor making. If you're wondering why I'm hoarding all these, other than that, probably for some tools as well. But a lot of these I'm saving for specifically armor making down the line. Alright, so that's all the ones we've mined so far. Makes sense. Alright, let me go get my tier 3 bar and just see what this XP is. Drop wise. Wait, how much gas do I have? Oh, we have plenty. Gosh, I have like never ran out of gas here. I filled it all the way to max, and at 151 smithing, we've still never ran out. It uses so much less gas compared to stonemason, because stonemason uses it for everything, whereas of course smithing only uses it for half the rocks. And one of the two rocks aren't even as good. It's only this one that's the good rock that you use here. Alright, how much XP we're getting? 3,726. 3,726 divided by 6. We are getting 621 plus whatever we get for processing. Let me go check. 621 divided by, or plus, let's see, if we were to do it purely for XP, which one of these is a better XP ratio? Gotta do some math real quick. Let's say hypothetically we were cashing these in purely for XP. 3,548 divided by 4 compared to 4,385 divided by 6. Oh, the shield is better XP than the bow. Interesting. So let me add this up. 887 plus 2. Wait, where's the other number? Yeah, so 621 plus 887. So we're getting 1,508 smithing XP per thing, assuming we're making shields out of them and not bows, which would be our best XP rate relative per bar. That's interesting. So what number did I just say again? Yeah, 1,508 is what we're getting per green ore. Or we're getting like 800 something mining, even with a 21% boost. That's interesting. Oh yeah, plus that's a 5% too. We were using the potion earlier too. I wasn't using the potion when we were doing smithing. The main reason why that's so much higher is because, of course, mining is split between both stonemason and smithing. It's not like we're only getting smithing supplies. So that's why that number is so much higher. But yeah, that's interesting. Alright, well, while I'm here, I might as well do the rest of the bars in my inventory right now. Alrighty here. It could be weird if we just do partial. We don't have that many, though. No worries, I'm not going to do all of them right now. At some point, we might need to this stream, but... going back to mining in a little bit. Just want to do this one inventory since we're already here testing the numbers. Yeah, that's interesting. But that makes sense. We're gaining about twice as much smithing XP than we are mining XP. But it's because it's split between stonemason and blacksmith. So even though it seems like it's a lot more, it actually comes out to be even. It just seems weird like that because of that. Oh, so you can move before that door goes, by the way. You only have to wait for the loading bar, not for the other thing. And we're out of here. 1 out of 2 foraging also costs gas. Yeah. The gas isn't too big of a deal to go get, though, overall. Like, it's a factor, but it's not too big of a factor. I'm still not sure if going to mine deep is quicker than just walking there. I still never timed that yet, like exactly tile-wise. Because both ways you have to go through one combat room. So it's more so which one gets there quicker, ignoring if you get caught in combat. It's not like one side has combat and one side doesn't. Though this one's less likely to get caught, I feel like. Compared to the other room. I say as we get caught, probably. No. Could you imagine? That'd be funny. Alright, where's my potion? Drink, drink, drink. And back to the mines. I'm gonna go drop this as well. Just keep refreshing it on the ground over and over again. I'm gonna go move this over. Why is this in the way? Why is my whole interface being weird right now? There we go. I think I fixed everything. You can finally hit 200 foraging. Now you have enough reagents. You think for 200 alch? Nice, that's huge. Honestly, I feel like I'm slightly slacking on some of the gathering skills. This is why I'm going so heavy in the mining. I feel like I've not been prioritizing gathering skills as hard as I should be. The main reason being is gathering skills can be boosted by gold. So I feel like every time I touch a gathering node right now, I'm just burning XP. Because I don't have a max tool. So every time I touch one, it's like, oh no! XP wasted. But, I don't know, I need to just do them. I don't know, I feel like on a macro efficiency level, something hurts when I keep going for, any gathering skill. Because I know we're getting less XP than we could be. But technically every skill is like that. Like when trading comes out, you can just buy all the material for every processing skill. And then your XP just skyrockets because you don't have to keep going to a shop or gathering it yourself. Which both waste time. But I am curious to see how trading kind of changes things. Like what are going to be the value of gathered resources? Like how much more expensive are they going to be compared to the shop? Or are they going to be cheaper than the shops? They should be more expensive. If not, then every gathering skill is dead. Like, literally all of them. But they should be more expensive than how much they cost at the shop, at least initially. Because otherwise, processing skills are already better than gathering right now. So if there was no need to ever gather, then you just literally just do processing then. But I'm pretty sure most materials are probably going to be anywhere from 10 to 25% more than the shop. Except for potions that are probably going to be even more than that if they're like really high level potions. Like if you're at like 300, 400 plus alchemy. Like those potions will probably go for a pretty penny. The same won't apply to gear though. High level gear is going to be weird. Because when trading first comes out, no one will be able to afford the actual value of how good the gear is. That's one thing that would technically be worth investing in. Is really, really high 4-star 400 gear. Because it should be really, really cheap to buy early on. But very, very valuable later on. The only problem with that is we don't really know for sure. But if you were to make any speculative investments, I feel like 4-star gear that's 450 or higher, the closer to 500 the better. Regardless how good the weapon is in the current state of the game, because the special attacks might change that. Those special attacks are likely going to come before trading, so maybe not. These special attacks are almost guaranteed coming before trading does. If that is the case, then we're already going to know if the weapons are good or not. So you can't like speculate on if it will or won't be based on its special attack. It simply will be, we will know if it is or isn't. Do you regret getting the Branolf Inheritance completed before grinding out your weapon crafting skills? Well, it didn't exist at the time, so I don't necessarily regret it, because it wasn't possible. All the smithing, stonemason, and bonewright grind I did was before before the quest got buffed. And the second it got buffed, I literally rushed the quest in a day. So I did it immediately the second it had the reward. So I didn't actually do any skilling without it, technically. Like, I did in the sense it didn't exist at the time. But since it has exist, 100% of my smithing, stonemason, and bone right has been utilizing it. I haven't done any amount of those 3 skills when the buff existed. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence. So I was going to go further, but that's the end of the sentence. I haven't done any of those 3 skills prior to finishing the quest when the buff existed. So technically I didn't train any of them without it. I did in the sense it didn't exist at the time, but since it has existed, I haven't trained any of them without it. The extra storage. And the only reason I trained it without it before is because it wasn't in the game yet. But once it was, we immediately got it. Oh yeah, that's something else that happened while we were gone. I'm pretty sure you guys already know by now, but for any of you that don't, the first people finally got 490 forging. We finally know what the tower does. And you guessed it, nothing! It's just cosmetic at the moment. He did say he's going to add some kind of reward to it. Though I hope it's nothing too important, because I'll probably feel the need to go get 490 forging if it was like something insanely good. But that's like a month-long grind as well. It's a grind I will eventually do, but I have no intentions of doing anytime soon, I assure you. But yeah, the first people have finally gotten 490 forging. Actually, how many people have done it now? Looks like 2 people, soon to be 3. Unless they're hiding on leaderboard or something. But yeah, looks like 2.5 people have done it so far. These guys basically gonna have it done in the next 2 days or so. So yeah, 2.5 people have done it so far. Currently, there's no reward for it though, because he never expected anyone to actually grind it out immediately in under a month. Better be something with stopping the storm. I feel like the storm stopping will be related to the story, not related to the tower. Given that the game is called Brighter Shores, I'm pretty sure the conclusion of Chapter 1 will be like Mario Sunshine, where you make all the shores bright. Except when sun shines, it's going to be with something that happens during the lore. But, yeah, something like that I feel like is what's going to happen. I definitely feel like it's storyline related. The storm. That won't get resolved until like Chapter 8 or 10 or something. And then that would conclude basically the first set of chapters. I'm willing to make a bet that's how the first set of chapters conclude. Is with the storm being lifted and a bunch of other stuff. And then as soon as we get to the next set of chapters, we will be in sailing. We'll get the sailing skill. But I believe that's how he's probably going to do it. He's going to do it episodically, but in like whatever you'd call them, in categories. So we're going to get like something like 8 to 10 chapters for, you know, the first section. And then we'll have like a second section, and, you know, that will get like anywhere from like 5 to 10 chapters and so on and so forth. I feel like that's the way he's going to divide it. Is there's going to be like a conclusive end to every single storyline, and he'll just start another storyline and just keep adding more areas. It isn't confirmed, but it seems like how he'll do it. I don't feel like he's just going to keep adding chapters indefinitely, because at some point the storyline would have to end, and another one would have to start. So he's likely going to divide it like that. But who knows, maybe he just keeps going until we have like chapter 30 something. But I feel like they're going to be divided into like subsections, which we might even have on the leaderboard as well. Like we'll have the hope section. Like the first one will be hope. And then the next one would be like, which will include like the first 8 to 10 chapters or whatever it is. And the next section will be, you know, something else, so on and so forth. Like each category. And then in hope there would be like, you know, anywhere from like 8 to 10 chapters. And then in the next category there'd be like 8 to 10, so on and so forth. I don't feel like we're going to have like a chapter 20 something. We will in like a literal sense, where the game might eventually have 20 something chapters. But I feel like they'll be divided every like 8 to 10-ish. We don't really know currently. The tower might be a Tears of Guthix thing. Honestly, I would love that. Though that's a really, really absurdly high requirement for Tears of Guthix, though. For any of you that don't know what Tears of Guthix is, it's basically, you know how you keep putting knowledge points into your least favorite skill? Well, Tears of Guthix is basically a mechanic he added in his past game, his past MMO, that when you do it, it puts XP into your lowest level skill. You can only do it as like a weekly in that game, though they eventually added a way that you could get them constantly. But It's basically an activity that lowers your lowest level skill regardless what it is. So if you really hate one skill, it was a way to basically train it without training it. Obviously, Brighter Shores kind of already solves that with knowledge points and AFK activities. So that technically is already solved. You could already train your least favorite skill like carpentry or bone right by simply, you know, using knowledge on it. Like we will be today on bone right in order to get 84 for AFK cement. But which means we're doing a method to not train the skill into another method to not train the skill. Which I'm currently doing with bone right now, so I'd have to not train the skill. But that was his solution for his other game, was Tears of Guthix, and eventually Guthix Butterflies. I'm not sure if Guthix Butterflies were added during his lifespan. They're not in old school, but they are in RS3, I believe. Not sure how they work, but I believe they work like little mini Tears of Guthix, where they just give you XP for your lowest skill. But of course, Knowledge Point already kind of solves that in Brighter Shores, so I feel like it wouldn't be a mechanic like that. I wouldn't mind seeing that, but Brighter Shores already solves that issue. The knowledge system in its entirety already solves that. They might add more skills to previous chapters. I don't feel like they will. I feel like they'll add more methods for previous chapters. Like, obviously, Alchemy, as every chapter comes out, is going to be, like, the most bloated skill in existence. Unless we get Alchemy 2, Electric Boogaloo. But if every single thing for Alchemy is going to be put into Alchemy, like everything with potions, Alchemy is going to be the most bloated skill in the entire game. But I feel like we'll get more methods in the future. Like, I feel like we'll get something for cooking and fishing that will make them actually viable in the future. Like some kind of hourly buff or some kind of similar thing. Obviously, foraging has the tower, which is probably its most noteworthy extra thing. But I feel like every single skill will eventually have something like that. Where they get more and more content added to it. Because right now, the tower, even though it's there, the content that is getting added to it doesn't even exist there yet. So technically when they do that, the 490 completion on the tower will be, you know, its own unique thing. Like, it'll be added content in the future to a previous chapter. But I don't feel like we're going to get a new skill, but I do feel like we're going to get added content to every skill. Either through quest lines, or through just updates, or any number of things. But I do feel like every skill in previous chapters will get more content. It simply won't get more skills, though. Because I feel like he's going to leave new skills exclusively to new chapters. To make every single chapter feel nice and fresh. Oh yeah, I would love to see a fun minigame. I've mentioned it a billion times. I want to see him redo Stealing Creations in Brighter Shores. There's a minigame he made back in 2008. And in his other MMO. And basically what it was, is it combined nearly every skill in the entire game in a PvP skilling minigame. They gave you both cool combat stuff for extra XP, cool tools for XP, as well as, it was just a really fun minigame. But it combined nearly every skill in the entire game, while still also incorporating PvP for people who like PvP. Though you could play it without doing any PvP, but it was pretty PvP based if you wanted to play it that way. It was definitely the funnest minigame he has ever made. There's been a lot of bangers like Castle Wars and stuff. Not sure how much he specifically worked on it himself or his team, you know. But, yeah, there's been quite a few really good ones he's done in the past. I'm really curious to see what minigames are. Honestly, that's the thing I'm most curious about more than anything. Like, trading is kind of like, okay, I don't really mind one way or another. Or things like PvP, I don't really care one way or another. Like, I'll be still interacting with them and doing them. But, you know, if they're both bad, if they're good, they don't really change how I'm going to play the game for the most part. Well, maybe trading will, but actually, technically both of them will, but you know what I mean. Like, regardless if they're good or bad, I don't really care too much. But I'm really, really curious what he's going to do for minigames in Brighter Shores. I want them so badly. Because I know he's done it so good in the past. Between Fun Orb when he worked on that with his team, as well as just minigames he's done in past games. He's really good at making minigames. He really likes making games, so he's really good at making minigames in games. And I'm really, really curious what he's going to do for Brighter Shores with that angle. The first one might not hit it on the mark, but I'm really curious by like the second or third minigame, like what the state of minigames are in Brighter Shores. When we get like skilling minigames, PvP minigames, stuff like that. Like what's the reward system going to be? What's the incentive structure going to be? How fun is it? How long do we have to stay on these adder throws for? I think at 130 we moved to different rock, right? What are we at? We're at 129. We can move to a different rock. I'm not sure if I want to, though. Flint? Oh, no. Flint is really good for a lot of stonemason XP. The problem is Flint is going to be like 120-something stonemason. It's quite a bit out of our range right now. Honestly, I need to start lamping that up to its next goal or something. Yeah, trading unlocks in episode 4, so free-to-play will never get trading. The way the game is structured, free-to-play will never get trading, and they will also currently never get the ability to make 4-star gear. They can still get it from drops, but they can't make it themselves. It's one of the reasons why doing guard as free-to-play is actually really absurdly good. Because it's actually your only way to get 4-star gear. You can't craft it like members can. You're thirsty for new content? Yeah, I think a lot of people with Brighter Shores are kind of thirsty for new content. But all he's really doing right now is quality of life. But honestly, I'm perfectly fine with that. This is early access. Now's the time to do quality of life like crazy. But honestly, I don't mind if he spends like the next month only adding quality of life. Like, I'll probably be adding special attacks and possibly trading within that time. But if this entire next month was only quality of life, I'd honestly be fine with it. Just do a few months of just like overkilling quality of life until like nearly all of it's in the game that you could possibly ever want. And then start adding content to it. But a mix of both still works as well. I'm pretty sure special attacks are the next content that's coming. He should have a video going up this week covering it. Who knows, maybe even today. Whatever day it happens, we will go watch it on stream. I'm normally not a big fan of watching videos on stream. Because I don't want to like steal content or anything like that in that sense. However, I do have a little bit of a different policy to that when it comes to like video games or, you know, like trailers for games or, you know, other things. Like actual content related to what we're doing as far as like from the publisher itself, or in this case, Andrew Gower and his team. But, yeah, like if, you know, a special text video, obviously we're going to watch that Andrew Gower will release at some point in the next week or so. Like that will show on stream and give our opinions and everything else on. I try not to do that, though. But that's like one of the rare exceptions where I will, because it's really relevant to what we're actually doing. Because special attacks are basically half of combat in this game. Like, we're missing the whole entire other half that the game is intended to have. You can see every time you go in combat, you have 3 little special attack bars that are just doing nothing there. Oh no, I would never get bored of this grind. I mentioned it a couple times. If the game stayed exactly like this for 2 years, I'd still be playing. Because honestly, that's about how long it would take to max all that. I'm really good at doing like super tedious things for long periods of time. I can do pretty much anything and not like truly get bored. Like obviously doing funner things are more interesting. But honestly, I could do anything for like 12 hours straight and be fine. We will be doing other things this stream, by the way. I do plan to do combat and a few other things. I just never know how to balance it as far as like time frame. Because I still want the viewing experience to have a little bit more variety. But if I was doing this off stream, honestly, I would literally be mining until we have like 200 mining. We're not doing that today, I assure you. But if we were completely off stream, I honestly would do this for like a week straight until we have 200 or however long it would take. Obviously, we'll have more variety than that, though. Because I do want to get to combat in Chronopolis and get full tier 4 gear. That's one goal I have for today. I don't want to end this stream without full tier 4 if we can help it. Currently, we have 2 pieces of tier 4. Our body and our, oh gosh, the auto-retaliate thing. I still hate that. They did that on, like, Thanksgiving. Like, on the 27th of last month, 28th, around there. It makes it so you auto-retaliate, which is really annoying. There's no auto-retaliate off button, currently. It's really annoying when you're doing skilling or just walking by or anything. But anyways, but yeah, the only two pieces of tier 4 we have right now is our helmet and our body. Everything else that we're wearing right now is tier 3. And I kind of want to go grind Chronopolis a little bit combat-wise just so we can get full tier 4. Not tier 4 as in 4-star, but tier 4 as in tier 4 appearance of all of our armor. Because honestly, this is looking pretty clean already. The helmet with the body are only 2 tier 4s. I'm really liking the appearance of Cryonite armor. I was mentioning this the other day too. Though of course we were doing the mix of both. But now that we have more people here because of the just Braider Shores. One thing that I really like is, or one thing that I feel like is the case for the classes, is Guardian has the best looking ranged weapons. Cryonite has the best looking armor. And Hammer Mage has the best looking weapons. I feel like that's the case overall between the 3 of them. Also, I gotta be really careful that this potion doesn't despawn. I have so many in this stack. I should just grab 100 just in case this thing actually despawns, because there's nowhere reason 288 more to stream. What is tier 4? Basically, there's 6 tiers of armor and weapons in the game. Currently, the only difference they have is visual and level range. They don't actually give you any extra power. We don't know if they're going to have any kind of different special attack as far as how it scales or anything. But currently, the tier of your armor and weapons only affects the visual and the level range. It does not give them any extra power. I checked because I had like an 87 and an 88 at 2 different tiers, and they both had the same stats, like power-wise. So you're not actually getting extra power from a higher tier, you're simply getting a higher level range and a better appearance. Or at least in theory, better appearance. Where the armor and weapons keep getting more and more elaborate as they go higher tier. Which is why I want that, because we're generally visually walking around in this setup. So just have a little bit of a higher tier visual when we walk around, which is kind of nice to have. Definitely not required, it's just an upgrade to our cosmetics. And we need that with how few cosmetics there are in this game right now. What are the tier levels? It differs per weapon and armor. They're all over the place. There's no like set level range. Every single weapon has a different range. Every single armor has a different range. But yeah, there's no set this is the exact level range of something. Generally speaking though it's not perfectly so. Tier 1 is around 0 to 60, 0 to 70-ish. Tier 2 I think is around like 80 to like 140-ish, 130-ish. Tier 3 is around like 140, 150-ish to about like 200-ish, like low 200-ish. Or I mean low like high 190-ish, like around there. Tier 4 starts at around like 200-ish, though some of it starts even lower at like 180-ish and goes to I think like 240-ish or 250-ish. But it's hard to say definitively because every single piece of equipment has a different range. Like my rapier has a different range from my longsword, which has a different range from my shield, which has a different range from my plate body. So there's no definitive like here's the level range. Because every single piece of equipment is completely different. And that's per class as well. Though actually, it might be consistent between the classes. I haven't actually checked that. Like, my one-hand initial weapon might be the same range as Guardian's one-hand initial weapon. I haven't actually checked it. You saw Patisto's armor last night at Leatherworker? His armor looks so awesome. Yeah, he was probably in tier 5 or tier 6 or something. But yeah, some of the really high tier armor looks absurdly elaborate. I've really seen tier 5 or 6 yet. I've only seen tier 4. Tier 4 is the highest I've seen. And the main reason for this is not too many people have gone higher unless they're going for a 500 combat. Because a lot of people who are just getting base 200s, who are getting like high total and everything, they only have tier 4 armor. If you see someone in base 200 combats, they're just wearing tier 4 currently, most likely. They're not wearing tier 5 or tier 6. The only people with tier 5 or tier 6 are basically the people who are going for 500 combat in any given skill or multiple skills. Hello, Grumpskin! Welcome, welcome! Hello, Rico. Who nice hello to? Hello, Arsolin. Hello, everyone else. Hello, everyone lurking and watching after the fact. Welcome, welcome. We calculated this out earlier. How much smithing XP we're getting per again? We're getting 1,508 smithing XP per rock that we mine here. It's not too bad. It's actually pretty solid. It's assuming we also use the bar, though. Otherwise, it was like 800 something. That's hello, Lost Skill. Welcome, welcome. Although with the big hello. Oh, yeah, we got a bunch of new emotes today, by the way. That's hello, Gray. Welcome, welcome. I added 5 Brighter Shores emotes, as well as some that I commissioned a while back from a friend that I been meaning to put in. I finally got in there. But we have a lot of new emotes. I think we have like 19 or 20 now, thanks to the generosity of the Brighter Shores community, as they gave us quite a bit of those joins earlier. Unfortunately, a lot of those are about to expire soon, so I'm not sure what happens with the emotes. I might have to organize them some, because I'm not sure if they get deleted, or if I just can't edit them, or if it goes based on your highest number ever. I have no clue. Because we're about to lose like about 100 subs soon. Or 100 joins, whatever it is, like the $2 join thingy. Because whenever someone gifts like 20 of them, or 50 of them, or 10 of them, or 5 of them, you know, those all go away instantly, generally, after a month. Because most people don't bother renewing. So, yeah, that number is going to tank soon. So I'm not sure what happens with our emotes, because I've never lost that many at one time. Because normally it just like hovers at like a 20-ish range, I would say, like 20, 30. For most of my lifespan on this channel. But this is the first time we've ever been this high at like 220 of them, I think. But most of the like 200 or so are going to expire in like the next week. So I'm not sure what happens to the emotes at that point. Regardless, I got to figure out how to put the Brighter Shores one in there. So I'll have to get rid of some of the other ones and just keep the Brighter Shores ones. Because I do want to keep the 5 Brighter Shores ones. I have the gold and silver for trading and the 3 class symbols, which can also help with trading when trading comes out. Like if you have like a cryonite piece of equipment, you could put the cryonite symbol and how much silver and or gold you want for it. I just figured if we have any trading going on in chat or something, those would be probably some of the more useful ones to have around. As it makes it visually more evident. Let's see. So I wonder if there'll be a clan system by the time trading comes out. Probably not. Because I do want to start one in the game, just as like a chill, just kind of gathering clan. I'll still partake in everything, like PvP, skilling, group skilling, bossing, group bossing, you know, other stuff like that. But, you know, just like kind of just a chill place, just to kind of hang. You just want like a really casual guild for just grouping up and everything. Or trading. No real goals with the clan other than just a, you know, just a pretty chill, just gathering place. No real commitment or anything, just if anyone ever wants to pop by, say hi, kind of clan. Where on earth is the chef in episode 4? Oh yeah, he's in the Goose Inn. It's southeast of the hub area. But yeah, it's right over here. Let's see. But yeah, Goose Inn right there. It's southeast of the main road from the detective office. But you use it a lot during investigations. Not sure if you're doing it with that. But investigations go there quite a lot. You eventually go there for merchant as well, but investigations bring you there a huge, huge amount. Keep getting paranoid if I've actually picked up my potion or not, as I literally have a potion buff. Or should I go put some of those away? Because if that was only like an 80 stack right now, I wouldn't feel as paranoid. But the fact that it's a 286 stack, I'm like, ooh, is it going to despawn yet? Is it going to despawn? I think the only way it despawns is if I forget to pot up like 3 times in a row. Or if I get distracted and go do something and completely forget to go set it up. Which reminds me, I forgot to go reset my... Wait, I forgot to set my mining venture? Wait, I claimed it but forgot to reset it. Oh no! What am I doing? I wonder why the drill is still here. I claimed the loot but forgot to reset the daily. Oh, we wasted a whole hour on that. Unfortunate. Mistakes have been made. Good thing I checked, gosh. I forgot to reset the drill. I was wondering, like, wait, why is the drill still here? For a second, I thought it was a visual glitch, and I was looking. It's like, wait, I forgot to reset the drill. I claimed the loop, but forgot to reset it. Oh, I forgot to go do the granite. That's fine, though. I meant to grab the granite rocks on my way back. For the extra XP and for the stonemason eventually. Don't worry, granite rocks will be back for you. I'll remember you next trip. Hey, what level do we have to do this to right now? If we're doing this to a rock upgrade? I think it's 129 when we get flint. Yeah, 129 at flint. And of course, every level up we're putting into Bonerite for this stream. I want to get to 84 AFK for cement by the end of the stream, which should be really doable. Because I only need, I believe, 2 knowledge points to put into it. As well as, 2 knowledge points for the AFK thing. And then if every 4, how many is that then? 1 more, let's ignore the 1, so ignore the 3. That's 79, which is 5 times 4 is 20, ignore the 3, 23. I need 23 knowledge points to stream. This should be very doable. And even if we don't get it by the end of stream, I'll easily be able to finish off whatever's left that night. But yeah, we need 23 knowledge points to stream. Through any means necessary. It doesn't matter what they're sourced from. And that will allow us to AFK cement tonight and have 84 Bonerite. Which is what we need to AFK tier 2 cement. The moderate bone meal. And then I'm going to stop dumping it into Bonerite and just let the cement run for like a week. And get like a week worth of cement for the builder skill for chapter 5. Is that worth doing? We don't currently know, but that's what I'm going to do. We don't know how viable that is yet, since obviously the builder skill we know pretty much nothing about. But we do know cement will be used, so might as well gather it. It's actually currently the only building material you can gain right now. It's kind of weird. Every other building material you can't. Like, you can't do a merchant contract for bricks or stones or anything right now. Or, like, tiles or whatever they are, like bricks and tiles. However, yeah, we know cement will be used for building in some way, shape, or form. So I might as well stock up now. We just don't know how viable it is to be stocking up right now. But hey, Bonerite XP is Bonerite XP. I'll take it. I'm not too picky with how I get my Bonerite XP as long as we're getting Bonerite XP. Speaking of which, Bonerite XP. Level 79! Yeah, there's a lot of ways to do merchant easily. We were actually doing that some when we were doing leagues. We were just AFKing the board for like 6 to 8 minutes. Or 6 to 10 minutes sometimes. We were getting really unlucky. And just do a perfect merchant run. Though normally I was doing it with the clockwork thingies because they were giving so much. Like those clockwork watch things. I was mostly doing candle into clockwork. Or candle into soap into clockwork. Or some combination of such. Like basically the whole circle. Starting from candle and circling around. Was my main route. At least at my current level range. Could change at higher level range. That's the interesting thing about merchant. The route that you have to take that's like most optimal keeps changing over time. I feel like it drip feeds content at the perfect speed. Unlike some other skills, like mining. No, I was kidding. That mining scaled pretty well as well. Honestly, I've really enjoyed mining. It's one of the reasons I went Cryo Knight, is I love mining and smithing in like pretty much any game. So it just made sense to pick Cryo Knight. Plus they get the coolest looking armor, which is a huge plus. Let's see. How are we doing on trying to reclaim? Oh wait, we're already 20 again? Really? Aww. I can't set my title to tomorrow being reclaiming top 20. Unless we fall. I might still be able to. But yeah, we already reclaimed top 20. After basically barely playing for a week. We still were. We were just AFKing very hard. But, or, you know, active AFK. But yeah, we already reclaimed top 20. That's lame. Well, we did it. Achieved. Mission accomplished. That didn't take long. It's like we start power grinding again. It's like, oh, we're already back at top 20. We're gonna be able to queue skills. Wait, are we? Did you see the post about the skill action queue? Oh gosh, they're really gonna make this game like The Sims, aren't they? I've heard some people mention that the player characters in this game looks like sim characters. And honestly, I somewhat see it. But that's gonna be really funny, because when I think of queuable actions, obviously it's not exclusive to Sims. But whenever I think of any game where you can queue multiple actions, I can't not think of the Sims series. Is that for anyone else as well? I know other games exist. But I can't think of, like, any other game where that's, like, a core mechanic other than Sims. Like, obviously there are games that are like that. I've just never played any of them. I guess technically, actually, there is another game. Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 has queuable actions. But you don't use them for, like, a ton. Like, normally you'd only queue up, like, 2 or 3. It's not like Sims where you'd queue up one character to go do, like, 10. But that's pretty interesting. I don't think that would be useful for that many skills, though. Because you can't currently click on resources in the next area. So I can't queue, like, these 4 granite rocks into storage right now. If that's possible in the future, then that's a different story. But, I don't know. What is even useful? I guess for woodcutting? That's pretty good for woodcutting. I'm trying to think of, like, what skills that'd be useful for. Because they'd all have to be in the same room. It'd be really good for... Oh! That might be a make all option. That might be a make all option without a make all option. You might be able to queue up multiple shields. Or, you know, multiple of whatever you're crafting. That'd be huge if so. I'm trying to think of what else you could multi-queue. Woodcutting would benefit a lot from it. Fishing would benefit a lot from it. Basically, any room where all the nodes are in one room. Any that it takes place in 2 rooms is kind of clunky. Because the game doesn't currently function in that way. Unless he changes it. But, yeah, that would only be useful if every node that you need for a given skill is in one room. Without ever needing transition rooms. Cooking would benefit a lot from it. Though I'm not sure if you could queue a resource that you currently don't own. Which is probably not possible. But you could still queue the sell action. Like, for example, if you were doing cooking, you can queue up, like, a second you get in there, you would, no, you would have to grab the supplies first. But once you have the supplies, no, actually, how would that work for cooking? I'm not sure if you could queue it, because you'd have to queue for an item that doesn't exist yet. And I'm not sure if he's going to code in a way that that would function. Because when cooking, you don't currently own the item of your next step. So you can't queue, like, one step, then the next, and sell. Because you don't currently have it in your inventory. And then again, you don't have it in your inventory. And then again, you don't have the object that you're selling. So, I'm not sure if it'd be able to, like, in the future queue. Like, basically predictive queuing. In that it knows that you're doing one step, so it's like, okay, it'll queue up the other one as well. I don't know, there's definitely a lot of things it could be used for. I can't think of too many things in Brighter Shores where multi-queue would be that useful, though. Just because of how the room system works. It's only particularly beneficial if a lot of things are in one room. Like in this room, if you could queue every single rock at once, that'd be nice. But can you queue something that's currently, like, dead? Like right now, this vein is dead. Could I, like, queue it and my character will wait there and then immediately mine it? Like, we don't know how the queue system is necessarily going to work in that regard. Because even in this room, queuing is basically pointless. Because if you were to queue these rocks, that doesn't exist. It really depends if he codes in a way where you can queue on something that doesn't exist. Because then you can use it for cooking. You can use it for most gathering skills that have a cycle that don't respawn immediately. And similar things. But there's a lot of ways that that system could be made that would do almost nothing. Where you'd almost never even use the queue system. Also, what's going to happen when you queue combat? Like, let's say you queue 3 combat fights. What if someone kills one of them? Will it queue a new one? Will it queue it when it respawns? Like, there's a lot of things we don't know about it. It would definitely make things more AFK, though. So that's a huge plus. Regardless of how he codes it, it'll definitely make things slightly more AFK. Like, I could queue both these rocks and then queue a walk. And that would have been like 5 to 10 seconds where we didn't need to click compared to having to constantly click. It'd still be the same number of clicks. You just have more downtime. Yes, hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Oh yeah, Isabel, I finally fixed the emotes, by the way. So your Isabot emote has been fixed. As well as all of them, of course. But he finally sent me the PNGs. He accidentally saved it as JPEGs the first time around. But they're all PNGs, so they don't have the weird white background anymore. I also reorganized them so they're all in their own category. We have the ancient ones on the channel from like 8 years ago. We have the ones I commissioned from a friend a couple months ago. And then we have the Brighter Shores ones, of course. Oh, you didn't go anywhere? Oh, my bad. I never know sometimes if you have it on in the background or if you actually go and go into like a chat for what's it called? For what's it even called? Palia. Have you still been doing Palia? Because at this point, Palia has a bigger player base than Brighter Shores. They're both still in early access right now. I find that kind of funny. Though I'm definitely way addicted to Brighter Shores. I don't know, Palia never really caught me in that way. Like, I did enjoy Palia, and still wouldn't mind doing co-op occasionally. It's just the gameplay loop doesn't really hook me as much as Brighter Shores does. Like, even though that game also has an infinite grind system, I much prefer how it is in this game, personally. Oh, even when you do it, you're still in stream chat? Okay. But yeah, how's that game been doing with their updates and everything? Because for any of you who don't know, Palia is a cozy MMO. Same genre as Brighter Shores, though definitely different gameplay. Though anyone who's into playing a lot of MMOs may have tried it. It's definitely quite a different game. It was enjoyable, though. The gameplay loop just didn't hook me, though. It's also still in early access. Probably releasing in the next year or two. Whereas Brighter Shores is technically releasing in a couple months. Brighter Shores is releasing probably as soon as Chapter 5 comes out, basically. Like, all it needs is trading, PvP, and Chapter 5, and it's basically going to release. Obviously, he's doing some other things between them. Oh, and special attacks, but that's the next thing he's doing anyways. Obviously, he's going to be doing some other updates beyond that. But, yeah, Brighter Shores is probably releasing by, like, before summer. Like, sometime in spring. Like, probably by Q2 next year. Anywhere from, like, April to June. We'll be in version 1.0 for Brighter Shores. No official date, obviously. But sometime around there is the likely 1.0 launch. That or I might just save it for the summer. Depending if he wants more time to develop some things. Because, of course, Brighter Shores got delayed by a couple months. It was originally supposed to be in Q3. But then got delayed to, like, Q4. All the way at the beginning of November. So I could see that, where he's aiming for maybe by, like, Q2, but then ends up doing it sometime in the summer. Oh, there's Petrium, getting his Mind Fighter up. Hey, he's around the same level we are. I can't wait till potions have a slot. I can't wait until the day I no longer need to drop a potion on the ground and keep juggling it. Honestly, if he wants to keep doing quality of life updates, I want all hands on deck for that feature so badly. Equipable potions are so badly needed right now. As well as a slight rebalance to XP potions in general. But equipable ones are just so required in the current state of the game. Like, I'm gonna keep juggling them because the 5% is 5%. And I have like 1 billion of that potion. Like almost 1,000 of them. Maybe like 800. Excuse me. But, gosh, it is so annoying having to constantly keep picking it up and worrying if it's gonna despawn or something. Just have it in our inventory, ready to drink. Just look at how small that is. It's like microscopic. Make it a little bit bigger. There we go. I think the weirdest thing that throws me off is like there's literally room there for 3 potion slots. It looks like it was made for 3, yet he only did the 2. That's the main thing that throws me off with it. Obviously it's in early access, so maybe you just plan to develop it later, since it's harder to code that specifically. Just because of how many potions go there. But, it definitely looks like it's coming at some point, hopefully. I know it's definitely something the community definitely wants, so we'll get around to it eventually. Yeah, the tool belt does have like 1 billion slots, though they seem to just be for quest items. I don't think he would put a potion thingy there. It seems like it's just gonna be utility tools for various things. I don't think he's ever gonna put like a potion slot there or something similar. Alright, so far on the poll, it looks like sometimes, but not every day, people want to see my alt accounts. Though there is about 24% that say, don't do it at all. That's interesting. Who's in the don't do it at all category? He's about 1/4 of you. Because the plan was to do it sometimes. And that's actually what's winning the poll right now, so that works out. For example, I need to do the spider nest quest on both of them. Though I might just do it on one. Because the only problem with doing both of them is they're both generally doing the same thing. So if we were to do both, a lot of times they'd be doing the exact same thing twice. Which if it's combat, that's not too big a deal. But when it comes to like doing a quest twice in a row or doing, you know, something like that twice in a row, that's probably not worth watching. So I should probably only do it once in a row. Or, you know, once. And then do the other one off stream. Because that's how we've been doing it for some things already. Like the woodcutting grind. We did it on one but didn't do it on the other. Or the carpentry grind, we did it on one, but then didn't do it on the other. Like, I still did it, I just did it off stream. Like, I didn't stream both of their grinds back to back. Because right now, they both need to do the spider nest quest. So I guess that comes to the question. If we were to do the spider nest quest, which one do you think you would prefer to see it on? A hammer mage or a guardian? If we were to do the spider. Because I'll have to do both, but, oh wait, I just forgot. I can't do the combat, though. Never mind, it won't matter. I forgot. I just want to go do combat on both of them. I forgot. If I do the spider quest on them, I can only go up to the unlocking of the rift. Maybe I should hold off on them today, then. I'm not sure. Because I forgot. I can't actually finish the quest yet. They got to AFK combat for a few more days. And then also gear up slightly. Because their gear is like level 10 right now. About to fight a level 30, 35 spider, whatever it was. Yeah, currently they have about level 10 gear at level 22 or 23 combat. Which is not strong enough to take out the spiders. They also only have 20% heal pots, not 28%. I feel like at like 25 to 30 they could take it. Definitely at 30. 30 would be free. But 25 and then try getting them gear upgrades I think would be the angle. But they're not going to AFK until like this weekend. Like they won't be there until like Saturday or Sunday. It would probably make more sense to do the entire spider quest in one go. But I don't know, I still want to get them storage rift though. But there's nothing I would need them to use storage rift for in the next few days. Because the only thing they need right now is combat. And you don't really need storage rift for combat for the most part. There's a few resource drops you can use the rift for. But for the most part you don't really need it for combat. Compared to like gathering skills where you need it constantly. But yeah, what was mentioned earlier, being able to queue up a lot of actions at once is going to be interesting. Also, hello, Land back if I didn't say hi earlier. But yeah, being able to queue all in one room for a gathering skill would also be interesting. If there's like literally a queue all button. Could you imagine? Just completely wipe an entire room of every resource and your character just efficiently paths to every single one. There's all things that he could do with it that would be interesting. That and like a make all option with the multi-queue, which I want so badly. That's probably the thing I'll use most with multi-queue. There's a lot of things I'll probably still do manually, especially if the queue thing makes your character go a little bit slower or stalls them occasionally. But one thing I would definitely 100% use it for is if you can make multiple objects at once. Like if you can make like 6 shields at once rather than have to do them one at a time every 30 seconds. That would be so good. You know how much more I would train bone smithing and stonemason if that happened? Get ready for 500 all on them. Currently working towards 200 all, but at this point I almost want to wait for that feature. And just etch the stones, dunk the bones that I don't have, as well as smith the bars. Because those aren't probably going to get that much efficient. I guess technically you could do it in 4 sets. I wonder if that would have a multi-thing. Imagine if you could smith or etch an entire set of inventory with 1 click. You know how AFK that is? I didn't even think about that. That's actually a huge buff. But yeah, imagine if with 1 click, or 4 clicks, however you need to do it. Regardless, it'd be way less than now. You could queue up your entire inventory to auto-process. Like every single one of your stones, every single one of your ores. That you're smithing, that you're etching. That'd be so nice. You know how AFK that is? It's like a 1.5 to 2 minute AFK. With potentially 1 to 4 clicks. And also, of course, to compare it to something like his other MMO, Old School RuneScape actually did that to the Ectofunctus. You used to have to do 3 manual steps that you had to keep doing over and over again. And now with 1 click, it'll do your whole inventory and auto do all 3 steps. I'm hoping that's what it will do in Brighter Shores. Where basically you go with a full inventory of ore, tell your character to smith, and he simply just does your entire inventory automatically if you don't prompt him to do something else. He'll literally just auto do the whole inventory. That'd be so nice. Or if you make a shield, it'll just keep making that shield. Or if you make a weapon, it'll just keep making that weapon for your whole inventory. I want that so badly. I don't feel like I would use it as much for gathering, though. I feel like due to how the room system works, it won't work as good for gathering. But it'll work really absurdly good for the processing skills. Particularly bone right, blacksmith, stonemason, and eventually armor maker. I know, we're not top 20 anymore. We're tied, though. Oh, we already lost top 20. I can still make tomorrow's video reclaiming top 20. I do need to go reclaim top 20, though. Just for the fun of it. Though I feel like our natural grinding, now that we're playing full attention again, will just naturally get us back to top 20, regardless of what we do. Even if we're not trying to push it. If we were trying to push it, what we should go do is just spam merchant. Oh no, I'm kind of burnt out on merchant a little bit. It's a really good skill. It's still my favorite in the game. It just requires a lot of mental capacity compared to the average skill. And right now I'm really in the mood for brain off activities. Merchant just requires too much effort when doing it at max speed. Like, you can do merchant chilly if you want. But to get best XP rates and the best knowledge rate and best everything, you require so much brain power constantly. And I'm just not in the mood to do it at the moment. Not that efficiently. But as far as the alt accounts, I think the next time we'll do them is this weekend then. Since currently winning the poll is sometimes, but not every day. I think sometime this weekend. Either Saturday or Sunday. Actually, what's today again? Today is Thursday. Yeah, Saturday or Sunday. I'm not sure when they'll AFK to the combat level. Definitely by Sunday. Probably Sunday. I'll probably go do Spider Nest quest on one, if not both of them. Because they both gotta go and get geared up and do combat to go get the gear to kill the spider. And then we can actually go kill the spider. I think what I'll do is off stream, I'll do the Spider Nest on one of them. Up to the boss fight. Then on stream, we do the Spider Nest on one of them to full completion. And then do back-to-back boss fight on the spiders. We'll show the full process for one, and then on the other one, we simply just fight the spiders immediately because I already off-stream did the quest. I think that'll probably be our game plan then. Do the full quest on one, and then just the boss fight on the other. By having pre-done the rest of the quest up to that point, prior to the stream. And then the only thing we'd have to do on stream beyond that would be gearing them up. They'll have the combat for it, they just won't have the gear. So we can do combat for a little bit on both of them until they get at least like a good weapon or something. Oh, so we'll be doing some combat this stream. I want to get full tier 4 armor, so we get the full tier 4 experience visually. Ooh, look at him. Speaking of tier 4 armor, this is what we're going to look like by the end of the stream. Look at him. With his non-trimmed armor, because he's playing too efficiently to care about trimming it. I don't know, do you guys trim your armor? Oh jeez, I'm doing an AFK activity, I just realized. Yeah, that's what full tier 4 likely looks like. I assume all that's tier 4. I don't see anything that isn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's full tier 4. Tier 4 mace, tier 4 shield, tier 4 helm and body. The only thing I'm not sure is the legs and the boots, but they're probably tier 4 as well. That's what we'll look like by the end of stream. Obviously, we're already halfway there. But that'll be us. At some point before the end of stream, that will be us, except trimmed. But do you guys actually bother trimming your armor? I feel like a lot of people at a high level range don't bother because it's inefficient. But, I don't know. I keep doing it. I don't care how far I have to go out of my way. I'll waste like 3 minutes just to go trim all my armor. Even if I just get one single piece, I'll go out of my way to go trim my armor. I play very inefficiently that way. But I always make sure my armor's trimmed. Guess I'm doing a lot of combat back to back to back, which means I'll trim it after the combat session. Yeah, the trim on low tier armor does look kind of lame, is the only problem. It doesn't start looking really good until about tier 3. Tier 3, I think, is the lowest level where trim starts to actually be meaningful. Like tier 3 and beyond. Tier 1 and 2 don't get much from trimming them. So you gotta get a combat skill to like the mid 100s before you can really start getting cool trimmed armor. Also, the longer I look at this cape, the longer I realize we really need a level 200 smithing cape. I don't want to rush it, though. I think that was a mistake I made earlier. I should have prioritized mining way more than I did. Now we're having to spend so much time catching up mining to our smithing. Because I still haven't caught it up, by the way. We are still not caught up. I have to get, like, to catch it up completely to where I am for smithing. I think I need to get to my next tier of iron. Which is at, 141. I believe I need 141 mining before it has caught up with my smithing level right now. That's how far behind it's been. I just realized, how much money do I have right now? Didn't we spend it all on our pickaxe? I have 1 gold right now. Because I forgot, I'm going to need to afford that pickaxe. I'm not sure how much it costs. I wonder if the wiki has the number right now. The guy's still here. I wonder why he hasn't logged out yet. Or maybe he has and his body's still here. I'm gonna go check something real quick. Wiki, where are you? Wiki. Web browser. Mining. Maybe even just pickaxe. I wanna check something. How much do I need for the tier 4 pickaxe? How much is it? 1 point... okay, we have enough pretty much. Let me go double check. But yeah, that's how much we need for our next pickaxe. 142. I need to have the money for that if we do get to that today. I'm not sure if we will. But even if it's not today, it's going to be very, very, very soon. So what was it? 120 was the extra scraps? How much are we at? Oh yeah, I can afford that. Nice. I kept just enough to get my next pickaxe upgrade. Perfect. Yeah, that's the other reason why minecarts kind of fall off as well. You can't get XP bonus for minecarts like you can your pickaxe. Yeah, at 129, we can finally move to a new rock. Though we won't be banking smithing XP anymore, we'll be banking stonemason, but it's fine. Much closer to a bank, which is nice. The XP that we get from this are much more needed. But we still need all of it eventually, so it works out in the end. I'm trying to double check. What else do we need then? What do we have between then and then? Other than iron. We get flint. Then we get basalt flint, which is some of the best XP I believe mining can get. Haven't actually calculated it out, but it sure feels like the best mining XP. 3 sets of basalt into a flint bank is really good XP. And then we get our iron. Alright, nice. So we're getting into all huge XP method then. At 134 skyrockets, and then 141 we get the iron we need. And then we can actually upgrade our weapon even further. Because that iron that I'll be able to get would be able to make the highest tier weapons I can make at the moment. As far as level range. At least in the immediate future. So if we wanted to go rapier for something or shield for something, we can. And make our first tier 4 handcrafted shield and weapon. Because that's why I need to fully from scratch our first tier 4. Is 141 mining. And that would give me a tier 4 shield and a tier 4 rapier. Handcrafted. You tried Palia ages ago. It was nice and chill. Yeah, it's a really cozy game. I only play it co-op with friends these days. Because I still have a couple friends very addicted to the game. The gameplay loop hasn't hooked me like Brighter Shores has though. Because all you really grind for in that game are like plushies and furniture and stuff like that. Like the level grind doesn't feel as significant as it does in Brighter Shores, where you get an upgrade like every several levels. In that game, you basically stopped getting upgrades after like level 10 or something, for the most part. And then it was just a furniture and plushie grind at that point. Because the whole thing is like decorating your house and everything. It's one of those kind of games. But yeah, plushies are the big sell for that game, as far as endgame grinds. Is to get like the biggest plushie collection ever. I do like that mechanic though. Like the mechanic of when you're doing a skilling activity, there's just a chance you get some kind of really rare good item. Because Brighter Shores needs that. Like, when I mine these rocks, there's no small % chance I just magically get, like, something insane. Like, something really, really, really good. Like some kind of gem or some kind of unique resource or some kind of pet or some kind of anything. Like, there's no % chance when I'm mining these rocks, like at a 1 in 1,000, I just randomly get something absurdly good. Brighter Shores definitely needs us a few mechanics like that. What exactly it's used for is to be determined. But I would love there to be a small chance for something amazing. Of course, in his previous MMO, what he did for that was initially gemstones. Whenever you'd mine any rock, there was a chance you would get a valuable gem. Those gems aren't that valuable these days, but, you know, back when they were first added, they were pretty valuable. Though the scaling of them in Brighter Swords would probably be a lot better. And then later down the line, you would also get clue scrolls. So occasionally you'd get a thing that you'd eventually get a treasure chest for by the end of it. And that gave a lot of cosmetic loot as well as just general loot of various things. Which I really hope this game eventually gets an equivalent of that. Of treasure clues, or treasure trails, or whatever they're called. Because those are honestly some of my favorite content. When you have to go around the world, do a bunch of stuff, and get like a loot box worth of a bunch of cosmetics. Some of it was useful gear as well, but most of it was a cosmetic stuff. Also, I believe he's adding transmogs to this game. I'm not sure how I feel about that. How do you guys feel about transmogs? There's one thing with the multi-skilling thing, I think was mentioned, was also transmogs. And I'm not sure how I feel about transmogs. I hate when I can't tell what someone's gear is. Like, if someone has a transmog for Santa hat when they have, like, a tier 4 4-star helmet on, like, I don't like that. If it's just them, like, skilling or something, it's fine. But if they're in combat, I want to see what they're wearing. Like, if we're doing PvP or we're doing, you know, anything like that. If it's PvP or if it's, you know, just, like, PVM, and you're, like, raiding with a team or doing any kind of group content with them, I want to know, like, what everyone is wearing. And the problem with transmogs is you don't know. There's just a way to, you know, check it in some way. I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of them. Like, I would definitely utilize them. But when it comes to combat stuff, I want to see, like, what someone's wearing. I want to easily be able to look at them and be like, immediately, within seconds, know, okay, I know exactly everything about their stats. Like, I look at him, I know everything already. I look at him, we know everything. We looked at the Cryonet already. We already know he was all in tier 4. Like, you can tell instantly just by looking at them for a few seconds, like, okay, that's what you're in. That's what your stats are, approximately. Like, we already know within seconds. Transmogs make it so you can't do that anymore. Like, you can't just look at someone and in 3 seconds know exactly what all their stats are just by looking at them. Like, we already know what his stats are approximately. Just by looking at his gear and everything. Like, what tier it is, the visual of it, everything. But if he's in, like, full transmogs, we don't have any clue. Like, I don't mind them. I just wish they would never work in combat. I don't mind them cosmetically for everything else. Like, if we're doing mining right now. But if one of these worms was to attack us when we have transmogs on, I wish it would immediately untransmog us. Almost as if they took off our disguise. Like, I like transmogs, I just don't like transmogs in combat. But when skilling, I would love to be in a completely different outfit right now. But when it comes to combat, I wish transmog would just, like, auto-disable. Alright, 1.5 more levels and we move to a different rock. And an actual rock and not a vein on the wall. Though we are going to be pivoting over to, I guess, Stonemason then. The only problem is our Stonemason level is so far behind. One thing I actually want to do before I go head over there after we get 129 mining is I want to go check my stock on Stonemason. Because after I get to 84 bone right, I get the AFK activity running for tonight. I'm not sure at what point in the stream that will happen. Or, you know, getting all that knowledge. But after that, honestly, I might start dumping into Stonemason. Because my Stonemason's in a really awkward spot. Where I got a ton of stone banked. but I have no good stone for my current level range. It's either all way lower or way higher tier. I don't have any for the exact tier I'm at right now. So I kind of need to go and just throw it on stonemason until I hit like level 69 or something. Nice. Oh wait, I just realized I accidentally went with 1 inventory instead of 2. No! I meant to do it after 2. It's the first time I made that mistake. Oh, level 1-3-1-1. In tier 1 armor for some reason. Like tier 1, tier 2. I'm pretty sure mostly tier 1. That's a weird setup. Yeah, look at that. Interesting. Looks like he's mining the blue ore based on his pathing right now. Which means he's around level 100 something mining. Like 114 around there. Which makes sense based on his level range. Treasure tutorials could actually work great for multi-chapter content. Oh yeah, it would bring you all over the place too. It's basically a good... the main thing I like about treasure trails is it basically just makes you explore the world. That's one thing I always liked about it. It brings you to like such obscure locations that you normally wouldn't go to. And actually gives them purpose beyond just, hey, this is one place you go to for a quest one time and then never revisit again. It's really good at basically bringing life to dead areas in a game. While also rewarding you with a treasure chest at the end that gives you a bunch of random loot. So hello Stefan, if I didn't say hello earlier, welcome, welcome. And steps can be behind quest areas, yeah. That's one thing that I really like about treasure trails as well. Especially on like Iron Man restricted accounts. Is it gets you to do grinds you would put off until the clue scroll basically forces you to. Like various quests, getting specific pieces of gear, stuff like that. Where you need it for the clue step. But otherwise you wouldn't do it. But because the clue step is so valuable, you want to go get it so you can do the clue step. Not just your current clue, but for all clues in the future. It's really good at encouraging you to go do content. Like for example, one place that they could put it is one of the steps could be to search the chest in the Brandolph Inheritance quest. That would require 61 cooking, 50 alchemy, and the ability to kill that level 50 something, which you can easily do at like level 20 or 30 or so. But, yeah, it would require that. And that might sound like a high requirement, but that's kind of the point of clue scrolls. Or at least the way he implemented in his other game. As it basically encourages you to take on grinds that you may not have taken on in the past. And then once you have it done, you will always be able to do that clue step very easily. Because obviously once that quest is done, that clue step takes like 30 seconds. Also because of how far the teleport is away from it. Maybe a minute, because the teleport's actually a mile and a half away. However, you know, once you have it done, you just always do it. But prior to that, it's like, oh gosh, I got this big quest. I guess I'll do it. Like you wouldn't do it because of necessarily the quest reward. Though in that case, you probably would. But the whole point of clue scrolls is basically to make it so the clue scroll is basically the reward. Like the ability to do the clue step is the reward of the quest in a sense. So even if the content of the quest is it's completely outdated, like let's for example say the Thief Den that you do with 25 fishing in chapter 1, you get like what is it, a 4-star or sorry 3-star range weapon that's level 30. Like, if you were a level 100 guard, you don't care about that at all. Even at 50 guard, you might not care about that at all by that point. However, if there's a clue step there that's in the Thieves' Den, then that kind of changes things. Because now, if you didn't already do that quest and you know the reward is kind of pointless to you, and you just were putting off the 25 fishing and only did the combat, and you were like, oh, this weapon's useless to me. Why am I going to bother doing this quest? But now, if there's a clue step there, it's like, oh, well, I kind of have to do it now for this clue step. I don't know. It basically is just a way that kind of encourages you to do all content in the game. And it rewards people that basically do. As they generally require a wide range of skills as well as a wide range of quests. Which really benefits people who go for a little bit of everything. Which is exactly our playstyle. So I guess I'm biased because it does help me the most. But it basically encourages a playstyle of try everything in the game. which is basically my natural gameplay anyways, as far as how I play the game. So it works out perfectly. But it's basically a system that rewards people for doing a little bit of everything, as well as encourages people to try to do a little bit of everything, and not just camp only combat or only skilling or only any one specific thing. As it forces you to do bossing, it forces you to do skilling, forces you to do quests, forces you to do combat. So anything that you weren't already doing, it basically greatly encourages you to do so while giving you a treasure chest at the end with various loot. I don't know. Not sure if he's going to do it. He did in the past. I think they came out in 2005, so he did it 4 years after launch. Not sure if he'll get around to it in Brighter Shores, but I would love to see the mechanic. We definitely need bossing first, though. This game desperately needs combat. That is an actual boss that you can camp. Even if it's like the simplest boss ever. We need something. Especially to go with the combat attacks. Now that he's going to be adding special attacks. We need something to go use the special attacks on. Oh, I wonder if they ever add queuable actions. If you can queue to a certain tile. Like, can I queue here and then queue to rock? So it doesn't go right over there. Because that'd actually be nice. That'd be something I would use the queue system for. To make sure it doesn't drag you to the east or west tile. Because you have to manually click for south or north. And there's quite a few skilling activities where that wastes 2 tiles every time you do that. If you click on the node rather than walk to the right tile first. Luckily, with veins on the wall, we don't have to ever worry about that. These other rocks, you have to worry about that. If you don't manually click to the right tile, you waste 2 tiles every time you click on it. I'll be able to show that a bit better when we move to our next rock. I can't remember if Flint has any situations like that, though. I don't think it does. I think it's angled in a way where that doesn't happen. But we'll figure it out when we get to Flint. Because I haven't done Flint in a while. It's been a good, like, 2 weeks since I've touched Flint. Oh, a treasure trail skill? Oh, I would love that so much. If he does that, I will get 500 treasure trail. I will literally grind it to the ends of the earth. Oh, that is so good. Wait, that would be amazing. Like a treasure hunter skill? I would grind that to 500. I would almost drop every grind I have to grind that to 500. As long as the rewards were worth it. I'm like a clue scroll addict when it comes to his other MMO. Or, you know, old school RuneScape. I'm definitely a clue scroll addict. Oddly enough, not top 25 for hardcores. I think top 25 is like 3,000 something clues. I'm at like 2,000 something. Within a little over a year. The issue is a lot of those other people have been doing it for like years upon years. You get a lot more clues naturally over time. But I've done thousands in the other game. And I would easily do tens of thousands in Brighter Shores if the mechanic existed. Easily. Especially since you don't need to worry about teleport runes or teleport jewelry or anything. You simply use the teleport spell and you're good to go. You don't need to worry about like a billion things in your inventory. I'm curious what tools he'll end up incorporating with it though. Because I know a lot of people don't bother using them these days because of plugins, but he used a lot of tools for it, like a sextant and compass, and what were the other ones? There's a lot of weird ones. A strange device they basically had to keep touching as a hot-cold device. There's a lot of weird tools they end up doing, and obviously since we have tools for like every skill, it makes sense that you do it like that again. Like for example, you know, like if we go to fishing, there's like 5 different tools. But yeah, I would love to see a treasure hunter skill. That'd be so much fun. Because you can incorporate every chapter with it too. The turn-in location would always be in, you know, whatever chapter it gets added to, like let's say chapter 7 or chapter 6. But that would be so much fun. But you could incorporate every chapter with it. Kind of like how alchemy pulls from every chapter. The locations you have to go for treasure trails could easily be everywhere. You would turn them in at a specific chapter. Almost like a treasure hunting guild. Kind of like how there's almost like a leatherworking guild in chapter 4. Or a merchant guild in chapter 4, in a sense. Basically a treasure hunter guild where you just always turn in all your objectives, all your bounties, all your treasure bounties, or however they're going to be doing it. But yeah, you can still have them in every location, like every single chapter in the entire game. It's just the turn-in point would be in whatever chapter the skill is in. Oh, I just realized we hit level 1,550. Nice. We're almost at 1,555. I mean, 1,555. However many 3 is. I feel like I keep saying an extra 5. You know what I'm trying to say. 1 with all 5s. That's funny. I have so many people trying to add me that it doesn't even say a number anymore. It just says an exclamation point. That's funny. How many people is that? Yeah, we have 10. Instead of a number, it just says exclamation point. Also, is anyone here who's on this list, by the way? Who's trying to add me right now? I still need to go clear my list for active people. There's still like 40, 50 people I need to kick. I've just been too lazy to bother to figure out who they are. Because the process takes too long right now. But I need to at some point. So because of that, I have like a whole queue going. But yeah, 200 isn't enough. You did forever ago? Oh yeah, there you are, Greybeard. I'll get you in, Greybeard. I just want to make sure anyone who's trying to add me is like actually going to be like active. Because the whole reason why I'm doing this whole ad thing is so we can see each other in game, you know. We'll just randomly come across each other due to the auto queue system and everything. But that's one of the reasons I've been adding everyone. So I can see you guys in game, say hi. We just randomly find each other. Easier to group in the future for other things as well. But I can go get you in. I just got to figure out which one of these on this list is inactive. Time to play Who's Not on Leaderboard. Let's start all the way from the bottom and just go to Deredick or Deredrick with the dash through it. It's going to go all the way to the bottom and just do it this way. Alright, are you on leaderboard? I wish you could compare on friends list directly. Like, I wish I could click this name and be like, look up on leaderboard. There's no way to do that. Oh, I just realized, how am I going to type a D in there? I have no way of doing his D. I would have to manually check to see if it's anywhere on my list. Because I have no way of typing that D that's in his name. Alright, weird D. Deredrick. Is there any Deredricks on here? Deredrick with a weird dash. Nope, he might be inactive. Word dash D might be inactive. Yep, alright, you're in. You successfully gotten on it. There we go. Also, anyone I ever add, do make sure you're on leaderboard, because the only way I can check to see if someone's inactive at the current state of the game is if they're on leaderboard or not. Oh yeah, I forgot I still have to go kick him, don't I? I'll go do that. Alright, you're out. You're in. There we go. It has been fixed. There you go. Welcome to the friend list, the 200 exclusive club. Wish I could add everyone. It's really getting annoying juggling 200. Yeah, the only way I could check to see if someone's inactive is they haven't added themselves to the leaderboard in the last like week or two. As I just assume anyone who hasn't probably just only played in the first week of the game and then probably stopped. Well, that's perfectly fine. I mostly just want to keep the list of people who, you know, are currently playing, so I can see you guys in game. So we can just come across each other randomly. as the auto queuing system makes it more likely for added. Yeah, no problem, no problem. You do want to add you eventually, but you don't want to burn you with it. Oh, you can, Kachal, don't worry. Yeah, if any of you guys want to add me right now, let me know. Just let me know what your name is in game. I don't really mind. And you do it eventually. Zerite Jewel. Yep, there you are. Like, Kachal, what's yours? Try to get both of you in. I'm just gonna check them one at a time alphabetically, starting from Z. Just start clearing my list from Z to A. Recognize a lot of names in this game. RuneScape Classic days feel. I know, right? Yeah, I feel like almost everyone knows everyone in this game. It's still, honestly, this whole game feels like RuneScape Classic. Like, I played in like the early 2003, 2004 years as far as starting. Technically late 2003, early 2004. But because it's when RS2 came out. So I never really got to experience the true classic experience. Though I have played the game when it was still had official servers, as well as, you know, kind of understanding, like, what the community was kind of like back then. Because it was pretty similar to what the community was like in, like, you know, 2004. But yeah, it's really, I feel like it's kind of just happening again. We're just, like, a close-knit community before the game has really taken off. And just everyone kind of knows everyone. Like, I've seen every single person who was on, like, top end of the leaderboard. I've seen people who've already hit, like, the top 500 in a skill. I've seen people who are, like, rank 1, 2, 3 kind of people. Alright, Mystery Cookie. Okay, Mystery Cookie and Zerite Jewel. We'll go get both of you in right now, then. Let me just go grab my potion so I don't forget it, though. So I'm gonna go grab my potion on next cycle, and then I'll go get both of you guys in. Now I'll start checking 2 names at a time. Starting from Z. Hopefully within 2 checks we can get 2 people kicked. Let's see. I'll throw that in there, put that in there. Let me go grab my potion so it doesn't despawn. Oh, we got a third. Who's the third person? I can't tell which one is being added. There's too many names here. I should go clear like all these names at some point. Alright, Viral Flow. Which one are you on this list? Because your name in game is not Viral Flow. So I don't know which one you are in all this. Or somewhere's in there. Just not sure which. Alright, let's go play, are they on leaderboard roulette? Never ending? Okay. Alright. Let me start from the bottom. We're gonna look for Zol and Zapera, the 2 Z ones. Zol and Zapera. Let's see. Zol and Zapera. Basically any Z name. If we see a Z or not. Zapera, you're safe. How about Zol? I'm not seeing a Zol. Unless I went past the Zol. I see a lack of Zol. Nope, Zol's on there too. Never mind. Zol, you're also safe. Alright, let's go do another 2. Gosh, I almost need like an AFK activity while we do this. That's the only problem with this. This takes forever. Because there's no way to just click on a name. Why don't they have it like this? Why can't I just click on a name and check them on leaderboard? Like, why can't I just click this person and be like, check on leaderboard? There's no way you can just click on someone and check. Okay, let's go do the young bruh and the 2 X names. So any name that begins with X or Y, basically. I'm looking for, Za with A, Za with R, and Young. Zaza. Alright, let's see. Let me go check the other thing. We're looking for X name and Y name. Let's see. X names, Y names, X names, Y names. X names, Y names. X and Y. We're doing all the Pokemon ones. Z to A and X and Y. Let's see. They ran out of jewels, so they're just doing random letters now. Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure the next big Pokemon game is called Pokemon ZA. Though it's Legends game, so it hopefully will be good. Alright, I think all three of these are a kick. Unless I'm blind. No, Zarina. Zarina is safe. Zarina is safe. Yeah, I gotta be careful with this. Yeah, Youngbrow's safe as well. So it's only the other X name then? The Zay one. X-A-E. That's a problem too. I could just not notice them on the thing. I wish you could just click someone's name and it auto brings it up. It's really annoying to have to manually check. Yeah, they're all there. Ah. Oh no, we're getting unlucky. Yeah, we're getting really unlucky. Alright, let me go do another triple. What's the next letter? On the friend roulette. Let's see. All the W's. WD I know for sure. Will Lil Seal and Will the Conqueror. So we and Will are what we're looking for here. We and Will. 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 I'm not seeing the W's. This might be a double kick. All of our W's are gone. Nope, there's Will, the Conqueror. How about the we? Oh, I'm not seeing a we. Did anyone see a we? I don't think I saw a we. I'll double check though. Also, if I ever do kick any of you guys, do let me know. I can get you back in. I'm mostly just doing this to try to kick inactive people. If I ever kick you, just let me know and I'll re-add you. Let's see. Okay, it looks like the Wii one is a kick. We finally got one. We got him. Yeah, this one's... okay, let's go add someone then. So we'll get Zerite Jewel. Alright, 2 more to go. Alright. What letter are we down to now? We're down to V's. Oh gosh, there's so many V names. Oh, this is gonna be hard. I can't do all V's at once. How do I do this? Why is there so many V names? I'm gonna just skip V's for now. Valen, Van, Varen, Vita, VK. Gosh, there's too many. Let me just type into chat here. Val, Van. Where's my thing? Val, Van. Var. Var, Vita. Vita. And what's the other one? VK. Alright. Pretty sure VK's on it. But let me go check. It's gonna be hard because we gotta do 5 at once. But basically, I'm gonna just delete it once I find the V name, the corresponding V name. Until we only have the ones that aren't there. Alright, Valen, you're safe. Val, you're off the kick list. Boom. Alright, 1 V is safe. Let's keep going down, make sure we don't skip any Vs. And then we can get back to mining already. Because I feel like our guy's just XP wasting right now. Alright, Vita, you are safe. Let's see. Any other Vs? Any other Vs out there? Any other big Vs? Is that all the Vs? That's a triple kick then. Let me just double check. Did I miss any? I think those were the only 2. Let's double check on all my Vs. Varen? Oh yeah, Varen. Varen, you're safe. Good thing I double checked. Is VK not on there? I could have sworn there was a VK at one point. But yeah, Varen's there. Varen's there. Just missed them. Looking for the V's. The problem is some are capitalized. Vita, I already got you all off the list. You're good. Or on the list. I'm not sure which way to mention it, but that's fine. It's fine. Alright. Okay, I don't think I missed any other ones. I think the other 2 aren't here. Just double checking. Valen? No, I already got Valen off the list. Or, you know, off the kick list. Okay, I think we're good to go then. Alright, what are the other 2 names I was supposed to add? Alright, let me go kick these 2. So, Van and VK. Under 2, I gotta get rid of it, looks like. Alright. We're almost done. We go back to playing. Alright, where are they? Van and VK. Where are they? V's, VK. And Van. This one. Why don't you type their name into compare? Yeah, I could do it that way as well. I could do it one at a time compare and it'll show it. It's just a lot more annoying than just be able to click on it. And it's easier just to do it one letter at a time. Anyways, what were the 2 I was supposed to add then? It was a mysterious cookie and something else. I think never ending. Yeah, never ending. Alright. Oh, so who just tried adding me? Oh yeah, let me go use my boost potion. And drop my boost potion. Alright, let's go get our mining level up already. Yep, no problem. Yeah, anyone else? Anyone else, I guess. I should go clear this whole list, though. He's starting to get cluttered. Because I'm not sure who the rest of the people are. Like, sometimes people add us from leaderboard or something else. But then I have no clue of knowing, like, who they are. We're part of the Cool Kids Club now. The exclusive 200 friend club. But yeah, if I could add everyone, I would. Game won't let me, though. He's added me. What's your name? Blue Turtles? Oh, Blue Turtles. I found it. Yeah, we're currently at max. We keep having to juggle people. But thank you, though. But yeah, I think for now, I might just clear this whole list. Just so I have a nice clean list, because I hate the notification symbol. Are any of you guys like that? Oops, I hope I didn't just click block on you. Did I just click block? Where do you see people who you blocked in game? I think I just accidentally clicked block instead of decline. I think I might have just blocked you. Oh no. I meant to click decline. Is there anywhere you can see your block list in this game? Because I need to go unblock you if I click block. Oh no. Oh no. Where's my block list? Oh, good, good. I didn't block anyone. 0 entries. As it should be. Alright, I only clicked, okay, I clicked the right one. There's no one on my block list. We're safe. Still 0 blocks. Alright, half a mining level and you can move to a new rock. A shiny new rock. That should be way more XP than what we're doing now. Both because it's right next to a bank, but also because it gives more XP per node. Yeah, Viral Flow, I just added you. I got you added. You, Greybeard, and Kachal. Hey, what was your name in game, Kachal? I know I added you. It was like Cookie something, wasn't it? Yeah, Mr. Cookie. I like how only one thing can grab aggro on you. That's nice because if they're out of range, they're never going to aggro you. Like, they're never going to get a hit off. But one of the reasons I really want to prioritize mining, I'm not sure if I really mentioned it. There's a lot of reasons why we're doing it. But of course, special attack weapons are like the next big thing coming to the game. As far as like features, like beefy features. Like I would say the only beefy feature we've gotten so far is leaderboard. But the next really beefy one is likely going to be special attacks. Probably by the end of the year, probably even sooner. Probably even before the holiday. And because of that, I want to be able to make my own special attack weapons. In case any of them are viable, I want to have them handcraftable. Because trying to get them as a random drop is going to be too annoying. Like, getting a 4-star weapon is already hard enough. Getting a 4-star of a very specific one is even harder. So, it's going to be way better to be able to craft them. But to be able to handcraft them before trading, you would need 200 smithing, 200 stonemason, and 200 bonerite, regardless of your class. And that's what we're slowly working on. Are they coming with Chapter 5? I thought that initially. However, they might be coming before then. I thought that for the longest time, that they would be added with Chapter 5. But there's a non-zero chance they'll be unlocked from a quest in Chapter 1. Where the guards teach you about special attack weapons and everything. And teach you how to do special attacks. That way free-to-play players can actually use them. It really depends if he's adding it to free-to-play or not. If he's not adding it to free-to-play, it's 100% Chapter 5. If he is adding it to free-to-play, it's going to be a quest in Chapter 1, most likely. That the guards teach you how to do special attacks and go through a whole quest where you learn it. As well as the game basically tutorialing you. Like how the obelisk is a tutorial on how the obelisks work. Because regardless, it's probably going to be locked behind a quest that tutorials you how they work. Just to explain that they are only usable on 4 stars. And the reason why I feel like it could potentially be Chapter 1 is if all the guard weapons get special attacks, the reward would likely be a low-level 4-star guard weapon. Like a level 40, level 50. I just realized, though, I wonder if you would actually need a guard level to get it. Wouldn't that be funny? If special attacks come out and you need level 50 guard to get them. And I'm at 31. Luckily, my 2 alts are at like 48, 49, so if that was to be the case, they're basically already there. That would be funny, though. Because I would have to trade guard for an entire day to get access to special attacks if that was the case. But yeah, we don't currently know. The 2 most likely scenarios is it's either Chapter 5 or it's a Chapter 1 quest that the guards teach you at some point. And you go do the quest and then you get special attacks. It's one or the other. We don't really know which, though. Obviously, it could be anything, but those are the 2 most likely scenarios. Is it's either a Chapter 1 quest or it's a Chapter 5 thing. You're either going to learn it during the storyline of Chapter 5 or during the quest in Chapter 1. It really depends if you want to make special attacks free to play or not. For it to be free to play, it would have to basically be in Chapter 1. Technically Chapter 2, but I don't think they would put it there. Yes, you need Monument built to get special attacks. I wonder what they will do with the Monument. They said they are going to add a reward to it. But they didn't specify what. I hope whatever it is, it's like a tiered amulet or something. So you can still get it at a lower level. Like a 6-tier amulet where you get tier 1 at like 50-something foraging. I really hope it's something like that. Because I'd go for the tier 1 amulet at least. Like an amulet, but at tier, you get tier 1 at 53. That way you can still get it if you want it. Because 53 is not that much of an ask. 490? A bit of a small ask. Just slightly. But I would love if they did like a 6-tiered amulet. And you got tier 1 at 53. Like, that's still a high level, but it's not like 490 high. Yeah, it could be the second Hope Port teleport. I wouldn't be surprised. That's an absurdly high requirement, though. The highest requirement on any portal like that currently is, Chapter 2. As I believe it requires quest completion. which is 45 wood cutting, 50 carpentry, and the ability to kill level 60. Which, if you don't cheese it, is actually the hardest quest boss in the game right now. With no cheese. With cheese, you could do it at level 30. Even lower than that, probably. But, if you were to not cheese it, it's actually the hardest boss in the entire game right now. If you were to play it legitimately with no cheese methods at all. It works the same way that the hags do, though. His entire attack system is literally just a reskinned hag from Chapter 4. Which means he has really bursty damage. I wonder which one came first, though. The hag or the quest boss? Because Chapter 2 is before Chapter 4. So there's technically a chance that the hags are actually a reskinned of the boss, rather than the boss being a reskin of the hags. We don't really know which one was developed in what order. But I'm willing to make a bet it's actually the boss that came first. And then they were trying to think of unique enemies for Chapter 4, and it was like, yeah, let's just reuse this boss. And make it an enemy. Yeah, once you get to the top, that could be the portal. It's still a pretty high level, isn't it? I don't think you get to the top until level 100 something. Which would still put it at the highest requirement of any portal in the game. Is the current highest is kill level 60 with 45 woodcutting and 50 carpentry. Which is high, but it's not like 100 plus high. Yeah, Christmas transmogs will be interesting. I'm definitely going to be wearing the Santa hat all year. Or not all year, but I mean, you know, all winter season. I'm not sure what else is going to come out with it. Could you imagine if he does party hats? I was joking earlier. Someone was mentioning as a new skill when we were talking about new skills, like some kind of like handcrafting skill where you make stuff out of clothing, like basically a clothing making skill, like where you like stitch and stuff like that. And basically for a bunch of cosmetic clothing, almost like cosmetic clothing skill. And one joke I made is they should make the party hat require 490 in that skill. If they ever make like a tailor skill, for example, like where you make your own cosmetics and clothes, party hat should be locked behind 490 in a tailoring skill. But yeah, we don't currently know if he's going to add party hats. They currently exist in the game, but they are unobtainable. They exist in the sense that they are spoilers during some cutscenes. Most notably the AFK activities, particularly in Zone 4. They pop up a couple times. However, there is currently no obtainable party hat. So we'll see if he makes them in a true transmog or not. But they're already hinted at in the game. There's just no way to get one currently. So he might do party hats again. However, they won't be like they were before, like rares that you're never going to be able to get again. You'll likely be able to get them next Christmas. Or even next holiday, who knows. You might just do them every holiday. But it's likely not going to be like a one-off thing. Like they were back in the day. Well, technically even back then they weren't a one-off thing, but at a certain point you stopped handing out any. No, they won't be tradable. They're going to be transmogs. So you either have them or you don't. They're not going to be tradable in any way. So even if they added party hats, they're never tradable. And you'd likely be able to get them every holiday season or something. And I'll just add more transmogs in the future. But every season you'll probably be able to get all the old transmogs. Max Monument should put a permanent gamma increase on all the coast zones. All of the shores are now brighter. Do you think he said they'll only be obtainable this Christmas? Did he? I thought he meant that as in they'll only be available during Christmas. Oh no, we need to go recheck the wording. But the way that I read it earlier is it seemed like every Christmas you'd be able to get them. You'd only be able to get them at Christmas time. But it seemed like it was a Christmas exclusive. But it'd be any Christmas, not just this Christmas. But no, I could have read it wrong. I need to go check it later. Because I only skimmed it. I didn't actually, like, read, like, every fine detail. I was just skimming over it. Because we're still doing the double game at the time. But now we're back to full, genuine, brighter shores. I'm still AFK in the other game, but, you know, it's like one click every, like, 20 minutes right now. I just did the click right now. It's already good for the next 25 minutes. You prefer unique transmogs? Every year. Little transmog thing for us early veterans. I'll make sure to get it on every account then. But I'm not sure if he's going to do exclusives like that. I know in past interviews he's mentioned he wanted to not do that. But maybe he meant that with tradable items. Maybe he's still going to do it, but only with non-tradables. Everything that's ever going to be tradable will probably be reobtainable at some point. But maybe he's going to make some exclusive non-tradables, I guess. I don't know, I'm personally not a fan of it, but I'll be here for the long haul, so I guess I don't really care too much about it. But generally speaking, I prefer a game where if you come into it like 5 years later, you can still get everything. Because I feel like that's really just discouraging to new player base. Is if you weren't there at launch and you come like 3 years later. Like let's say someone playing Brighter Shores 2 years from now who just heard of the game. And then they find out there's like all these cool cosmetics they can never get ever. Like, I don't like that in games. It really discourages new players. Like, let's say some of the coolest looking cosmetics ever to exist that you see constantly people wearing. Or from, like, an event a year ago you didn't get to do. And you're never going to be able to get it. Like, I feel like that's really discouraging in any game. So I like when they rotate, at least occasionally. Even if it's not that often. Even if it's only, like, once a year, once every few years. But I really hate when something is completely unobtainable ever again in any game. Because it really discourages new players from ever interacting with it. If they find out, like, the coolest thing, cosmetic in the whole game is something they'll never be able to have. Like, it's not going to make them immediately quit, but at some point, they'll think, like, you know. They'll definitely go through some kind of process where it's like, you know, where they'd want that, but know they can never have it. And it can be very discouraging to keep going. Knowing that, like, the best in slot cosmetic is never obtainable again. Which you will be able to collect this Christmas only. Wait, did he really say that? Oh. Oh gosh, he's doing it again. Oh no. He's doing it again. Okay, if he's doing it, it has to be party hats, please. If it's going to be this Christmas only, it has to be party hats. He's doing party hats again, isn't he? Well, I'll finally be able to have a blue party hat. I can in old school RuneScape. It doesn't count. Everyone has it. But I guess they'll be somewhat unique in this game still. Time to get the blue party hat. Our childhood dream. It doesn't mean as much in old school RuneScape because you get them every year. But we're here for the long haul, Brighter Shores. So, you know, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I guess if we have the party hat. I'm still against that, but if he actually does do blue party hat, you know how much I'm going to be wearing blue party hat in this game? Our character model is literally just blue party hat. I'm not sure if I would ever take it off. Yeah, best in slot cosmetic is pretty subjective. But that's almost makes it even worse. Because then even a cosmetic that you think is like really low tier could be someone's favorite. Like it could be like a cosmetic that, you know, the community at whole was like, okay, yeah, it's not that big a deal if people can't get that in the future. It's a pretty like underwhelming cosmetic. But to some person, that might be their favorite thing in the game and then they won't be able to get it. I'm still against the concept. But if he is going to do it, then we're wearing a blue party hat for the rest of the time. That's just what our character's gonna be known as. The blue party hat guy. I thought we'll just wear the Santa hat. I'm not sure if he's actually gonna add party hats. Could you imagine though? If he actually does it again. Because I never got to do one in his original game. Because by that point they were worth like my entire bank account and some. Because I was only a kid at the time. Honestly, they're probably almost still worth my entire bank account. How much is a blue party hat in RuneScape 3? Like several $1,000s or something? I would never get it. It's not worth it. But they're like absurd. Like a blue party hat I think is worth like every single drop in old school RuneScape combined. Including Third Age. Which is like basically old school RuneScape's version of party hats, except you can still earn them. They're just absurdly rare, like winning the lottery. Maybe not that rare, but they're absurdly rare. No one in the entire game has ever obtained one of each. They're that rare. Even people who grind like 10 plus hours a day at doing it for years. They're like $2,000? That's insane. That's still insane. $2,000 for some pixels on your head. That do nothing. It's a purely cosmetic item. Yeah, they're probably worth more at some point. The RS3 gold is in a weird state right now because the player base keeps declining for the most part. So RS3 gold keeps getting worth less and less. Which also makes the items in the game worth less and less. I wouldn't be surprised that at its peak it was like 5 to 10,000 though. I just realized I already hit 129. Let me go back for my potion. I'll do one last inventory, then go back for my potion this trip. And then we'll go over to Flint. I didn't even realize we already hit the milestone. I'm like so in the zone right now that I didn't even realize we hit our milestone already. We can move to the next rock. It's right next to a bank too, which is really chill. We don't have to walk a mile away to bank anymore. Alright, there's something else I want to go do. I said it earlier, but I've been waiting until we teleport over there, and we're about to right now. I want to check how many stones I have in the bank. Not just of the granite I've been getting, but of every stone. I want to see how much knowledge I need to put into stonemason before I can use my next stone. I believe it's 69. The only problem is I don't think I have that much stone of it. I think I only have a couple hundred of the 69 one. Which is not going to get me to the next threshold either. But I want to at least get to that next threshold, use all that material, and then see where we are. So this will be our last trip at the Green Rocks, and then we'll move on to Flint. And then eventually into Basalt, into Flint. I won't drop the potion this time. You bought it for 3 bill and it's still roughly 3 bill? That's kind of crazy. Oh, I forgot, you guys could trade over 2.1 bill. You still can't do that in old school. I think there's only like 5 items in that game worth more than that though. It's all the Druidic robe pieces. as well as third age bow, third age axe, and third age pickaxe. So those 5-ish items, or whatever that many that is, are all worth more than max cash. Anywhere from 3 bill to like 10 bill. Not sure how much money that comes out to be. Not sure what the dark market sells for these days. Actually, let me see. Let's say it's 12 bill right now for a pickaxe. How much is 1 mil? 1 mil, let's say it's 10 cents if you were to sell it. It's more expensive if you buy, but let's say we're selling it illegally. Hypothetically. Let's say it's 10 cents to a seller. Because they sell it for like 20 or whatever they do. 15, whatever it's at right now. Let's say it's 10 cents to sell. I'll do it based on that price. I'm trying to do all the zeros. Isn't that $1,400? Or 1,200 then? I think a third age pickaxe is $1,200 then. On the black market. And it's still obtainable to this day. You can literally go into Old School RuneScape right now and get that item. The problem, though, is it is so absurdly rare. You could try for 1,000 hours and still not get it. You could try for 1,000 hours and have 0 third age, let alone the third age you're looking for. Alright, let's see. Which is why it's worth so much. Yeah, I think it's worth $1,200 in the dark market. It's illegal to sell it or buy it. But it's, you know, people still do. Because someone sees they could cash it out for like over $1,000 and they're like, oh, gotta do it. Because otherwise it's a purely cosmetic pickaxe. It has the same... It's actually worse than the best in slot pickaxe right now. In that game. So some people get it and they're like... You know, they'll never like sell anything. And then they get that pickaxe and it's like... $1,000 bucks, $1,000 bucks. Let's see. Alright, what do we have here? Can I use this granite yet? This is my low tier granite. Yeah, this is the 69 I keep thinking of. I can use my lower tier granite as 69. The problem is, I believe rugged flint. No, it's the one that begins with A. Where is it? Yeah, this is the one I can currently use. This is the 58 to that range. Okay. So I can use up the rest of this and then dump everything into stonemason. Alright. I just wanted to check that. That's good to know. Oh, I did it wrong. No! I feel like a lot of people who real world trade, like in games like this, they're doing it because their financial situation is really bad. I feel like that's why most people real world trade in MMOs. Is either the currency in their area is just really bad, or, you know, they're just in a really desperate pinch for money. So it's like, might as well just sell all this stuff in a video game that I don't need. Of course, it's against game rules, and I highly advise never doing that in Brighter Shores. But, you know, there's always going to be some amount of people that do. It's just a fact of life. I'm definitely against it because of how it hurts the economy and everything, but, you know, some people are obviously in situations where they kind of have to. Like, they literally don't have a choice. Alright, the only problem with Flint is it takes 10 years for it to respawn. I already found a bot farm doing bones. Oh gosh, they're already trying to cash in on the Guardian economy. They know. The bots already know. They're trying to get their bone right up and or get all the bones to sell to people when trading comes out. Because they can gather it in free to play and then sell it in members because no one's doing it. Honestly, that's a really good strategy. If you were to bot any one resource, you would definitely want to do bones for gathering. As it's the one that people are ignoring the most. And you can train it completely in free to play. And then just cash out when trading comes out. Hopefully Andrew Gower's aware of it though. Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of the most botted things in the entire game. As they already have to become members in order to cash out anyways. And bones would be the best thing to cash out on any free-to-play skill currently. The other one would be foraging. But I feel like enough people are doing foraging because of Monument that it won't be as good. Technically alchemy as well, but you lose a lot of money doing alchemy training. So it wouldn't be worth it in the short term. And the bot would likely be banned before it can really cash out on alchemy. No, everyone needs bones. Not only do you need it to train bone rate, which most people just do with knowledge points, but the main reason you need bones is to make 4-star equipment. You need it for 4-star weapons, you need it for 4-star shields. You also need it for 4-star armor, eventually, most likely. That one's not confirmed, but it's very likely given that bones are literally on the armor. But you'll need it for all 4-star equipment. If anything, every class that isn't Guardians need even more than Guardians. Because Guardians can kill for their armor. Every other class can't. You have to either make it yourself or buy it from other people. And because so few people pick Guardian, it'll be the most in-demand resource in the game. Are bones and Guardian armor. Specifically 3-star Guardian armor, not 4-star. 4-star is worth less than 3-star for Guardians. But specifically 3-star Guardian armor and weapons and everything is some of the most valuable things in the entire game. Because that's how you make 4-star equipment for Cryo Knights and Hammer Mages. And almost the entire player base is Cryo Knight and Hammer Mages. Be a 3-star Guardian. I keep making the joke, but it's almost guaranteed to be true. 3-star Guardian equipment is going to be more expensive than 4-star Guardian equipment. Because the only people who can use 4-star Guardian equipment are Guardians. Whereas the rest of the 70-80% of the player base can use their 3-star stuff to make their own 4-star. So 3-star Guardian is going to be more expensive than 4-star most likely. Just due to the lower number of Guardians in the game. When trading is there those botted bones that can be traded. You can also just buy the epic weapons instead. Yes. That would be something that would be done as well. Most people, I'm pretty sure, are just going to be buying. Honestly, I think the entire economy of this game, like 70% of the economy is just going to be trading gear for gear. Or just trading for gear. Like the final product of it. But this economy is likely going to be very gear-to-gear based heavy initially. Because a lot of people won't have the gold or silver to really afford the price of how much things cost. So I feel like a lot of the economy is going to be gear for gear trades initially. Because the way that the crafting system works, you constantly need gear from the other two classes in order to upgrade your own gear. And the easiest way to do that is just to trade your high-level gear for other classes' high-level gear. Like, you know, you're a high level 3-star for your class, for other people's high level 3-star for their class. Hey, that's going to be most of the economy of the game. Just trading 3 stars for other classes 3 stars. Instead of necessarily even buying it with gold or silver. But I'll find out. The only things that will most likely be gold and silver trades are more so actual resources, like, you know, like this flint or something. Let's see. Hello. Oh, I did it wrong again. I can't type hello well today. I'm really bad at typing hello today. I think I've mistyped hello every single time this stream. I just realized we're getting over 1k per rock. That's some juicy XP right there. Wish there wasn't as a billion hours of downtime over here, though. That's still pretty good. What's the value of this flint? Training stonemason. I'm not sure if it's used for any best in slot on hammer mage. Hammer mages would probably know that. Any hammer mages in chat? Is flint useful? Otherwise, it's needed for XP for stonemason. Literally just to train the skill. But it might be good use for something good. I'm not sure. I'm not a hammer mage. I'm not too familiar with best in slot for every other class that isn't Crown Knight. It makes the best one-hand weapon for hammer mages. There we go. Because I know which ones are the best for Cryo Knight. Iron makes our best one-hand cryo. The green one that we just were mining earlier makes our best bow, or our best range weapon, as well as our only way to do green damage, where applicable. And our best two-hand is from, gosh, what was the other material called? That one blue one. Whatever the blue rock is. So green rock is range, blue rock is two-hand, and iron is one-hand. The other one doesn't really get used for too much. Luckily, it's in the middle of nowhere, so it's kind of convenient that that one is useless. It's our best physical range weapon, but very rarely is that useful unless you just want, like, a generic weapon. Maybe once his special attack is good, it might be different. That's the thing, too. Like, anything that's good or bad now could completely change the second special attacks come out. Something that could be considered underwhelming now could be, like, the best in slot as, like, a special attack switch. Because realistically, when special attacks come out, depending on how the system works, and how quickly you can get your special attack recharged to actually use everything, there's a good chance you're only going to use one DPS weapon, and your other two weapons are literally just going to be spec weapons. Where you run a DPS two-hand or a DPS one-hand. Probably two-hand, most likely. And then your other two, your one-hand and your range weapon, are literally just for the special attack and nothing else. Where you spec with your one-hand, you spec with your bow, or, you know, your range weapon. You spec with your two-hand, and then you just keep using your two-hand. Is likely going to be the game plan if they can cycle like that. We don't really know how special attack meter or anything like that's going to work, though. Like how spammable they're going to be. But that would likely be the play. You start a fight with spec range, assuming you can start a fight with it. But if you could, you start a fight with spec range. You go into spec one-hand. And then you DPS with two-hand, while also speccing if you can do back to back to back. I highly doubt you could do that, though. Because the amount of DPS would, like, kill almost any standard unit if you could do that. If you could triple spec at the start of every fight, any unit in the entire game will die so quickly. So I'm pretty sure it's going to be a slightly different system than that. Because that's going to be so broken if you could spec like that. Every fight will take, like, 10 seconds. Or less. If you could just spec, and then DPS it out with your main DPS weapon. Yeah, it could be a spec bar, but of course you full regen everything after every fight. So I'm not sure how a spec bar situation would work. Unless you build it up as the fight goes. But then special attacks are going to be really, really, really weak if that's the case. Because on average, you'll probably have enough time to get one special attack per fight. Which is not a lot. But yeah, we don't really know what kind of system he's going to do for it, but he's doing a trailer supposedly sometime this week, so we'll have a lot of information by that point. Because he might not show the specifics of all the weapons. He likely won't. That'd be too many weapons to show. There's at least 36, plus the guard weapons if he's going to add it for them as well. So he's probably just going to show it off on like 1 or 2 and mention how the core mechanic works. He says probably the main thing he'll show in a spec video. Is like, how's it going to work from battle to battle is the main thing we don't know. Do you have to build it up during the fight? Do you just get it at the start of fight? Are the cooldowns shared amongst them? Like, if you spec once, are all your spec weapons going to be on cooldown for a while? Or can you do a spec into a spec if you build it up? There's a lot of things about it we just don't know. But we should know, hopefully, by the next week. It won't be implemented within the next week, but we'll know likely how it works within the next week. Well, you could definitely do it multiple times for a fight. What I mean by that is a fight would be so short. Like, let's say, for example, there's a meter that builds up after... Like, you're definitely going to be able to do multiple specs. That's not what I meant. What I meant is the average fight duration is short enough that, let's say, it builds up per attack or something. And, like, every attack, 5 attacks, you can do a spec. The average fight is short enough that you're only going to be able to get 1 or 2 specs off before the fight would have ended. In PvP, it'll be a way longer because both sides are healing. So you'll be able to get, like, you know, like 10, 20, 30 specs off. But the average unit will die so quick that the average fight, you're probably only getting 1 or 2 specs if it's a, if you can't just immediately use all 3. Is what I more so meant about it. Not in PvP, but I meant that in the sense of enemies. Like, the average enemy, you'd be lucky if you even get 1 spec before they die. If it's going to be that kind of system. But we don't know. And if it is a recharge system, we don't know, like, how it will recharge. Could be based on attack, could be based on time in fight. So that's slower weapons are still good. It could just be that you have all 3 at the start and you just have a shared cooldown. I don't know. It's all speculation until it happens, so we don't really know. It could be any number of ways. I think that's one of the reasons he wants to, like, announce it to the community before, you know, it gets released. Is, you know, he wants to see community feedback on the way it's set up. There's at least like 10 different ways you could do it. And we don't really know which. I'm not sure what my most ideal one would be. I like the idea of all 3 having a cooldown that are separate from each other with no meter. So every weapon has a certain cooldown. Let's say 8 seconds, 10 seconds, 12, 20 seconds, whatever it is based on how good the special is. Like, every weapon has its own individual cooldown. But you have all of them at the start of fight. The only problem with that is every fight would be so quick. Because you would just spec. But that would be so much fun. I want it for the fun factor, not for the balance. Who cares about balance? That would be my ideal situation. Is every single thing has its own separate cooldown for however many several seconds. You get all of them immediately at the start of fight. And then you just spec into bow, spec into 1 hand, spec into 2 hands, spam your best DPS weapon, and, yeah, and then they just die. And, of course, all of them have a cooldown, so you'll be able to use it again if the cooldowns come back by the time they die. On a normal enemy, they will probably be way dead before you have your next line of special attacks. Yeah, seeing Gower make a game in real time is pretty fun. That's how it was back in the day, too. Like, around 2004 to 2007 or so. Like, when people, like, reference, like, the golden years of RuneScape. That's what it is. It was when Andrew Gower was cooking. When he was actually developing the game and, you know, had really high influence and everything. It was actually, like, a part of the community and, you know, taking feedback, everything else. Like, the peak RuneScape people generally refer to is basically when Andrew Gower ran it. Obviously, him and his team. He never ran it solo at any point. Even when he started Classic, he did it with his two brothers, of course. And he still did it with this one, too. His two brothers also did Brighter Shores. Andrew Gower, or not Andrew Gower, the other one. Paul Gowler did, I believe, all the dialogue in this game. At least for the quests, if nothing else. So if you ever see a joke in the quests, it is probably Paul Gower. I'm not quite sure what the other Gower did. I always kind of forget what he does. But he does something. He does something that's probably pretty important, but doesn't get enough credit. I don't know what that is, though. No, I don't think the other Gower did the music. That was someone else. I don't think any of the Gowers did the music. Or the audio. Though they did in the original game. But I don't think they did for Brighter Shores. Yeah, Ian Gower got credited for tools and something else. He got credited twice in the credits. But I don't quite understand what tools means. Because I'm not sure if he worked on the game engine. Because Andrew Gower wasn't credited under the game engine, or under tools. And he did most of the work on the game engine, to my understanding. I just realized, are my legs the wrong color blue? I did two different blues and my legs are the wrong color. How did I just now notice that? Did any of you see that? My legs have been the wrong color this whole time. There's like 3 different blues. This is like the slightly other weird blue. But yeah, I just now noticed my legs are the wrong color. Everything else is the same. But my legs are the other blue. I didn't make them the right blue earlier. That's funny. They've been like that for like a while now. Like a week or two. And I'm just now noticing. These are still my tier 3 legs, right? Yeah, those are still my, where are they? Are they here? Yeah, they've been like that for a good week or so. week and a half, and I'm just now noticing. That's funny. Whoops. Oh, I'm not going to change it right now. It's fine. It's close enough. Close enough. Yeah, getting geared for Chronopolis is kind of rough. We are going to be going there and trying to get some gear as well. I want to get full tier 4 before the end of stream there, if we can. So we can walk around in cool tier 4 armor. We're already mostly there because I'm wearing the tier 4 helm and tier 4 body right now. But my legs, boots, gloves, and, well, those 3 are not yet. Which probably won't make as big of a difference, but, like, the most important one's the body and helm, which we already have. That's why we look like we're pretty much in full tier 4 right now. Because the most important ones are already tier 4. But I still want to tier 4 the rest of it. So hello, Luke! Yep, we're back to full screen Brighter Shores content. And we'll be staying like that for quite a while. Because I can't think of the next game that's really going to diverge me. Definitely not the rest of this year. There are a few things coming out next year that I do want to do, but I'll probably do them as separate streams. because I'm not sure exactly yet, but we'll see. But a couple things that I do want to do next year are maybe Xenoblade Chronicles X. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that off stream or on stream. But that's like an 80 to 100 hour RPG without doing any side content. Aside from that, I definitely want to do Slay the Spire 2. As Slay the Spire 1 is one of my favorite games of all time. Definitely top 10. And hoping Slay the Spire 2 is way better than what Darkest Dungeon 2 was, because gosh, Darkest Dungeon 2 really missed. It missed hard. Darkest Dungeon 1 is still way better. But, yeah, Slay the Spire 2, Xenoblade Chronicles X, and maybe one other game I'm trying to think. Then whatever Nintendo releases, because I do normally play Nintendo stuff. I wouldn't really say this is like a quote-unquote Nintendo channel, but some of my most viewed stuff ever on this channel has actually been Nintendo content, oddly enough. Just because the Nintendo community is pretty, like, massive. So if YouTube algorithm picks up on the video, it just goes crazy. The problem is getting YouTube to recognize that the video exists. Well, when it does, gosh, does it exist. You're exploring episode 4 for the first time today? Nice, good luck. I would say it's the best chapter. Based on polls we've done in the past, I would say other people generally say that as well. We even had to ban it from the best chapter quiz or best chapter poll at one point. Because it was so overwhelmingly the best option that I had to ban it from the poll. So that the other options would get picked. But, because it was just so overwhelmingly chapter 4. But chapter 4, I would say, is like the chapter that like defines what Brighter Shore should be. Because it's really unique. It's not something you would find in other games. Chapter 1, 2, and 3. Like, they're good, but they're things you can find in other games. You're not finding a Chapter 4 Brighter Shores in your average MMO. Or your average game in general. The way that these skills work, what you have to do for them. How good they are. Their synergy together. Is quite unique compared to any other game. And we need more things like Chapter 4. We need every chapter to be like Chapter 4 or better. I'm gonna go drop this potion. I just realized it's still in my inventory. I'm just so paranoid about it despawning. I can't wait till we have a tool belt for that. Or potion slot for that. Anything. Just please stop having to drop it. I can't bear to see them get despawned. Yeah, they did make the free-to-play chapters a little bit lamer. Like, they're not bad. But they're a lot more bare bones compared to what you could do in Chapter 3 and 4. And I feel like they did that slightly deliberately since, you know, 3 and onwards is paywalled. Which, you know, it makes sense. They obviously want people buying membership. Hopeport is really good. I just feel like they kind of missed the mark a bit on Hope Forest. I feel like Hope Forest could have been way, way better. Hopeport, I feel like, is fine, honestly. Like, Hopeport is actually really good. But Hope Forest needs a bit of re-examining. I'm not sure what you need to do to fix Hope Forest, but you definitely got to fix Hope Forest. Lower the carpentry grind on the one quest. Make woodcutting... No, the stream just died. Come back, stream. Come back. Are we back? Alright, give it a second. We should be back. Hello? Hello, hello? YouTube, stop disconnecting me. Anyways, what was I saying? But I mentioned it quite a few times, but the boss in chapter 2, the raft one, like they can instantly turn carpentry from like the worst skill in the game to the best. If that was a repeatable boss where you use the planks from carpentry, like specifically the planks that you needed during the quest, but you know, the 6 tiers of planks that you can do, use that for 6 different tiers of the boss in order to repair the raft while you're doing the boss fight. Obviously make the boss harder and everything, but give it a drop table and something else. But you'd be able to gain carpentry XP, you'd be able to gain scout XP, you'd be able to get whatever boss loot will be like in this game, as well as still needing to use the carpentry skill. Both in the fact that you need to make the planks, and in the fact that you gain carpentry XP while repairing the boat during the boss fight. It just works so perfectly. It would basically completely fix carpentry instantly. Are they going to do that or not? Who knows? But half the structure is already there. Just got to make the boss fight harder. And make it so it uses every plank rather than just during the quest where it only uses, what you call it. Yeah, I'm not sure why my connection is so bad right now. It's definitely my end. It's been doing that occasionally. It's really weird because I haven't had that happen, I don't think, a single time in the last 6 days when we were doing the other game. And Brighter Shores simultaneously. Yeah, the second we come to Brighter Shores only, it's like, oh, time to start disconnecting again. It's really weird. Because I don't think I've had that happen a single time in the last 6 days. Or last week. But yeah, it's definitely on my end, whatever it is. Alright, it seems like it went away at this point, though. Should be good now. I can tell because the YouTube thingy's like, okay, all good. It literally has like a little meter thingy. When your connection's like getting slightly worse or something. Seems to be repaired now, though. Will I let carpentry more if you need it for building in Chapter 5? No. Probably not. Like, I would do it more. My enjoyment of it would not increase, though. The amount I would do it would increase, though. Out of necessity rather than wanting to. The biggest issue with carpentry right now is the main way that you train it is the same action over and over again forever. Like, you can say that about a lot of things in this game. But the thing with carpentry is there's no variance. At least leatherworker, there's variance. But gathering things like this, there's variance. The way that you do basically every material for carpentry is the exact same. The only difference being planks compared to the non-planks. Like, you know, the ones you can do in one go compared to having to put on the thing on the side. But all of it is so absurdly samey. The biggest issue the skill has is more so the lack of variance between the different logs. Like, nearly every log is the exact same process. There's like maybe 2 different categories, both of which are basically still the same exact process. Very similar anyways. It's not like at least leatherworker where, yeah, it's the same process, but it's the same process for like 6 different hides or however many there are. Like 6 or 8 hides. I forget how many there were. Like, you're doing the same things, but at least you're still doing them differently. Which is like just the right amount of variance. Like, just enough that's not like... enough that it doesn't feel like carpentry. Like, it's still... Even a leatherworker could use more variance. But you can kind of get over it because it prints money. But, it has just enough variance that's fine. Like, I wouldn't say leatherworker is bad, but I wouldn't say it's good either. But, I would say carpentry is bad. Like, leatherworker got beyond the variance enough where, you know, it's not like the best skill in the game, but, you know, it's doable. It has enough variety and everything. It's fine. It's adequate compared to the other 3 that are really amazing. But, carpentry doesn't have that at all. That's the big issue with it. But there's a lot they could do to fix it. And they definitely will at some point. Probably do something with it. Beyond what currently exists as the gameplay loop. Because every single skill will have more ways to train it in the future. The way we train, like, fishing right now could be completely different compared to how we train fishing in, like, a year or two from now. And every other skill for that matter. Because there'll be more quest unlocks, unlocking more areas. But in an area, that will give us more options. Different methods could be tweaked. Any number of things. Obviously, various methods being added. And by methods, I mean, like, completely different things than what currently exists as far as gameplay loops. Beyond what is already there. Like, not just more of the same, but, you know, more of something completely different. You got your 100 Carpenter Cape today? Nice. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a Carpenter Cape a single time in this game yet. I think it's the only cape type I have not seen. Like, physically in-game. I'm pretty sure I've seen every other cape but carpentry. At most, I've seen a level 50 carpentry cape and I just didn't really pay much attention to it at the time. But I don't think I've ever seen a 100 plus. And I know for sure I've never seen a 200 plus in it. Like, they do exist, I just haven't seen anyone wearing it. Oh, good, we hit 1555. Oh, so I said the right number of 5s this time, for once. I feel like I keep adding an extra 4 or 5. Oh, stretch. Oh my gosh, Bone Ride still got a ways to go. How long have we gone? Oh, we got plenty of time, though. We've only been going for like 3.5 hours. Oh, we got plenty of time. But I'm trying to get... for any of you that don't know, I mentioned it earlier. But I'm trying to get Bone Ride to 84 so I can AFK cement for a while. And then probably start dumping our knowledge into stonemason so I can start doing stonemason again. Also to catch stonemason up with my Bone Ride and smithing. Because we're kind of going to back to the tier 4 pivot. Or 4-star pivot, I mean. In that we are trying to get base 200 armor handcrafted 4-star. And after that we focus a lot more on mining smithing. Well, it was also mining, but you know, but mining always. But more so smithing, I mean, specifically. But I want to have that base 200 good to go. For any content I might need it in the future. Also just to get base 200 combat for everything. This makes it easier. Lag! No! Lag! This is definitely my end, right? Like, your stream's about to die any second now. Oh gosh, I lagged so hard I got disconnected. Oh no. Oh no! My potions! Oh no! My potions on the ground! My 251 potions! Oh no! How bad is my connection right now? Chat, are you there? Potions, are you there? Anyways, I'm keeping these potions in my inventory now. In other news, I'm going to be turning in 1 less rock every rotation. And those potions are not touching the ground for the rest of the stream. Nope. That's weird. The stream didn't die, but the game did. Doesn't make any sense. Like, how does the stream not go down, but the game did? Because there's definitely lag on my end. But only one thing went down. It's really weird. Because that was definitely my end lag. But, only the game went down and not the stream that time. Can you make the cement? Yes, you can make cement. Yes, you do need something from Chapter 5, but you buy it from the shop. Your shop stocks it. Kind of like a lot of other AFK activities. You just buy it from the shop. The only thing you can't get from Chapter 5 right now are all the merchant ones. So you can't get bricks, you can't get tiles, stuff like that. Cement is the only one material you can get preemptively for Chapter 5 right now. Every other material for Chapter 5 currently doesn't work. But yeah, bricks and tiles are the ones. So all of them associated to the merchant you can't do currently, unfortunately. But all cements you can currently make, to my understanding. Or at least tier 1. I did tier 1 already. Pretty sure tier 2. I'm pretty sure they show up in the shop. We'll find out when we have 84. As long as the shop stocks it. I assume it would, just like any other AFK activity. But you buy it from the shop in the next room right over there. That one that sells bones. The Jangle Bone Shop. She sells them. You have to have the respective level to be able to buy it though. So 46 for tier 1. 84 for tier 2. Which is what we're trying to get this stream. It's like a side goal. Obviously it's not our primary goal. We're just going to get it purely off of knowledge. But all my knowledge is trying to get 84 bone right for the AFK cement. For tier 2 cement. We don't know how useful it is, but I'd rather preemptively get some. And worst comes to worst, it's free bone rate XP. Even if the cement isn't that useful down the line. Also, oddly enough, I'm not sure if all cements are like that. But tier 1 cement actually profited. Even if you buy it from the shop, it was actually still a profit. I think it cost like 3.8 gold to buy it from the shop. But it was like 5 gold if you sold it. Or sorry, I mean 3.8 silver. And like 5 silver if you sold it. Selling the cement, that is. I'm saving all my cement. But if you were to sell it, it's actually profit. Not much profit, but it's actually a profit. Unlike some other AFK activities where you actually lose money. If you were to buy it from the shop and then use the AFK activity respective to it. You're a farm to trade crafter. I don't mind using the shops. I know some people hate that there's like shops that you could buy everything from. It personally hasn't really fazed me. Mostly because it becomes unviable to do it at the higher level range. I feel like most people's complaints with it is they think it's going to be the entire time. But after you get a skill to like 100 plus, 200 plus, the cost of the shops become too high to really bother using them. Like, they're still there if you want to use them. But you start to get priced out of the shops at a certain point. But I feel like a lot of players don't get to that point quite yet. Like the people who may have quit the game because you can just buy every single resource from a shop. I feel like a lot of them haven't gotten to like 150, 200 plus kind of levels. Because I cannot be buying my ores for smithing. Like, you can. But we definitely won't be. It gets so pricey so quick. Like, so absurdly quick. Like, if you needed it for like one weapon, it'd be fine. But if you were like training the skill with it, it's really absurd how much you'd burn through. Relative to how little XP you would get in return. It feels weird not taking a rock every time, but I think it's worth it. Yeah, what level do we need before we can get the really juicy XP? 134. I almost feel like boosting to it, to be honest. Because then we really start getting the XP in. The other reason I want to do it is I know last time I had too much of this ore when I was doing the grind. Like, if I go check my flint stash, I'm willing to make a bet I have like 300 spare flint of the tier below this one. Because I got just slightly too much of it. Because I grabbed some of it while I also do basalt. So, at 132, we might have to pivot to anything else. Doesn't matter what. But I might have to knowledge point it up. The only problem with that is that I probably won't get bone right to 84 if I do that, which is really important. So I'm not sure. Like, I need to be training mining. But I need to be training mining on something that isn't flint. I guess I could go back to the green ores. To get more granite as well, because we 4 granite it. I'm not sure what our XP rate difference really is, though. But that might be the play. Because the issue with how I'm currently mining is I'm once again going to have way too much flint that I'm just not going to use. Like, I need flint to get stonemason up, but the amount that we're going to get is going to be too much. Yeah, that might be the play then. I think we go to 132 and start acknowledging it to 134. Trying to think of anything I can process in this region though. I guess I could technically do the bars. I really want to do Minefighter, to be honest. The problem of why I don't want to do Minefighter though is I'm trying to wait till I do special attacks before I do too much combat. As I say, as I'll still do some combat today in Chronopolis. But Chronopolis is a little bit different because it has the AFK activities. Chronopolis is a bit of an exception due to how that place works. There's too much thought in what you need to mine or not enough trading. I don't know, would trading really change how you would mine, though? It would change how you would do blacksmithing and stonemason for sure. But I'm not sure a trading system would change the way you would currently mine in the current state of the game. Or the only exception, I guess, being if Death Stone is like absurdly expensive to buy from players. Like 50% markup over shops or something. But nothing can ever be too much more valuable than a shop if the shops are going to be around. They kind of make a baseline for what a cost can be. Like, let's say tier 1 Deathstone is, what, 2.8 silver? The highest you could ever sell it for is, like, maybe 4 silver. Even close to, like, 3.5. You just mostly the transport fee that you're paying for by that point. But because you could buy from the shop, there's a cap to how high anything could ever go. Regardless of its demand. Because you can never go too much higher, otherwise people will just buy it from the shop. There's only one downside to the shops, I guess. Is they're capped out. They basically set a cap price. Where like 20% above whatever their shop is the highest a item can ever be. Like any one material can ever only cap out at about 10 to 20% higher than their shop price. Which is fine. And the lowest they could ever go is the exact sell to a shop. Or maybe slightly lower than the sell to a shop since you can't mass sell them currently. Like basically the price range due to the shops is the lowest an item will ever go is probably about 20% less than the sell value. So the lowest this thing can ever go is about like 800. And the highest it could ever go is about, I'm not sure how much it costs from the shop, but let's say it costs 3 from the shop. The highest it could ever go is about 3.5. Where at the high end, it's mostly the transport fee that you're paying for. Like the time to actually move it from place to place. Like, you'll likely be able to trade all at once. I'm assuming you could trade all at once, but still have to gather like 24 at a time, or buy 24 at a time from a shop. That's the assumption here. But if that stays the case, the highest any resource will ever be is 20% above its buy price at a shop. And the lowest it'll ever be is about 20% lower than the sell price. Because at that point, you're just paying for the transport fee of selling them, or for the transport fee of buying them, essentially. Or like the 2 highest ranges you could ever have. But that's what the assumption that you could trade infinite at once. That's like assuming you could trade like 1,000 of these in an instance. Just from bank to bank. Because I feel like that's the way it would work. Is shops you would have to buy 24 at a time. Gathering you'd have to do 24 at a time. But trading player to player you could do from storage to storage. is my assumption. But obviously might not be how it is. Why flint? Why not flint? I need some flint for stonemason. I do need to stop them soon though, because I'm going to get to a point where I get too much flint. Because I also do flint in my basalt runs. I'm basically going until we have 132, I think. And then pivoting over to... I have no clue what. Honestly, I might do some stonemason just to see where my stonemason level is at. Because I need to start boosting my stonemason to 69. But before I do that, I want to use up all my material. I might even go use up my old flint. The only problem with that is it gives a lot less XP. I was going to kind of save that for when I need a hammer mage weapon. If I need to make like a tier 51 or something. Oh yeah, that's an interesting mechanic that I just realized. Oh, that's going to be interesting. I just realized something. If you have a very, very, very high production level in a skill, but then low in the other two. But let's say, for example, you want a 50 weapon. One of the best ways to make a 50 weapon would be to make 2 of them a very absurdly low level, and then make the other one the difference. So to make a 50 weapon, you could make a 3-star level 0 or level 1, and another 3-star level 1, which I guess you can make level 0, so... Yeah, you know, you can make 2 that are really low level so they have a high rarity chance. And then just make your main skill some level below 199. So let's say we wanted a level 50 weapon. The best way to go about making a level 50 weapon would be to make a smithing one for us at level 150. And then make 2 level 0s in the other 2. Or something along those lines. And then we'd have a level 50 of the weapon for, you know, one of the other chapters or something. If we're at that level range at the time. Which means one of the best strategies... Actually, what is that then? Let me go do some math real quick. What is 19 plus 19 plus 199? Because that's basically the... like, the cutoff of the ultra easy 4-star. So anything below that's going to be worth almost nothing. That's the cutoff for the super easy 4-star stuff. So if you have any 4-star equipment below this, it is probably worthless. Let me see. I didn't think about that just now. 199... plus 19, plus 19, divided by 3. So 79. So everything 80 and above is good 4-stars, potentially. Because that's the lowest you can do at, like, max high rarity. Is a 79 4-star. Everything beyond that starts getting slightly harder to craft. With it starting to peak after 199. But 79 is the cutoff for, like, ultra easy crafting. Everything 80 plus starts getting slightly harder. And everything 199 plus, like 200 plus, starts to get a lot harder. So if you have any 4-stars below that, they're probably just worth selling prior to trading. It's probably not going to be worth it for how easy they're going to be to craft. Fred Flintstone over here? Ah, it's a funny joke. Because that's what would happen if you combine a 19, and a 199. You would get a level 79. And the reason for that is everything under 20 is easier to craft. So like a 19s is easier to get a high rarity for. And then the other cutoff is at 200. Everything after 200 starts to get way harder rarity-wise. So doing a 199 with 2 19s, or doing 2 199s with 119 are some of the easiest ways to craft. Actually, what's the double 199? Let me see. What is a 199 plus 199? And then bone right is probably level 19. Let's see. And then a 19 bone right. And then divide that by 3. So the other easy cutoff is a 139. Interesting. So 79 and 139 and 199 are the big ones. 79, 139, and 199 are like the rarity thresholds, where after that, there's a huge rarity increase to how much harder it is. That's interesting. I never bothered doing the math on that until just now. But yeah, I might as well put that into chat, just for reference. 79, just so it's easier to say. Let's see. Or reference. Let's see. What is it again? Calculator. 1, 79, 139, and 199. There we go. Yeah, those are the numbers I'm saying. I know I'm saying it already just for reference, though. But yeah, 79 is when you do 2 19s with a 199. 139 is when you do two 199s with a 119. And then 199 is obviously 3 199s. And those are all the easier to craft 4 stars. Anything within those ranges. Like anything below 79 is the easiest. Anything below 139 is mid-tier. Anything at 199 is, or just slightly below, is still somewhat easy. And then 200 plus is where it falls off a cliff. Those are all the rarity ranges. Not sure if there's ones above even that, but those are like all the main thresholds. So if you're looking to craft 4 stars for next chapter, those are the big rarity thresholds that are worth keeping note of. 79 and below being the easiest, 139 and below being middle tier, and 199 being like the last before it just falls off a cliff in rarity range. Am I putting this into mining? I feel like I am. I am. I'll finish this flint run though. Alright, now we need to do something that isn't mining until our mining is level 134. Doesn't matter what that is, just has to not be mining. And honestly, I'm considering stonemason just so I could cash out all my ore, or all my stone, just to see what level I'm at. Because I need 69 stonemason. And I don't believe I have 69 banked. So it makes sense to use everything I have banked and then worry about it. You got all your skills evenly leveled. Honestly, that's a pretty fun way to go about it. Do weapons need to be the same weapon tier to merge? Oddly enough, no. We were merging like bows with 2 hands and 1 hands. One other thing that's actually really broken is you can use low tier armor to upgrade high tier armor. What I mean by this is you can use gloves to upgrade a plate body. Obviously, something like a plate body requires way more material once armor making comes out, as well as has a higher cost in general compared to gloves. So you can use things like gloves, boots, and helm in order to upgrade things that cost more material, like your plate body and legs. This isn't too relevant right now because obviously armor making isn't out, but something to consider if they don't rework it by then. Because you can currently use like you can use like 3-star gloves to upgrade your 3-star plate body currently. Like, getting all the material to do that is pretty luck-based, but it is possible in the current state of the game. It doesn't have to be plate body to plate body. You can use, like, your boots to upgrade it, your gloves to upgrade it, your helm to upgrade it. The ones that gain the most amount of benefit are body and legs. They also cost the most amount of material once armor making exists. This will require way more than just, like, a basic glove. So you can use the easier to obtain ones to upgrade the harder to obtain ones. You can do somewhat similar with crafting right now as well. Alright, how are we going to do this? What does this even make? Not even sure. Problem with this is we're only going to get it for 3. Is it even worth drinking a potion here? I don't feel like it is. I also don't feel like dropping it. Alright, I don't know. Do I bother 5% boosting this? I feel like the answer is no. Obviously I will for knowledge, but I mostly just want to keep the potion on me so it doesn't despawn. I'm getting so paranoid about it. Oh yeah, this is also the first time we get to do crafting since the inheritance quest. So remember when we did that quest the other week and we grinded for it like crazy just to get it done? Well, this is the exact moment that we did it for. Of course, that quest required the ability to kill level 55, 61 chef, and 50 alchemy. And with it, the Baronet's inheritance. Where is it? I'm trying to click on it. There it is. But yeah, it's from the Branoff inheritance quest. And, yeah, we now got to expand our storage from the quartermaster, which even says it right there. But, yeah, it doubles your amount of storage that you have. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You have to do this one at a time. Every 30 seconds. Can't wait till you can multi-queue this or something. These guys are just gonna be so good. But, yeah, this is the first time we ever get to utilize it. So it basically doubles your amount of untuned storage, which, of course, is every single thing that you're crafting. So how much knowledge are we getting per thing? Is it a lot? Every 30 seconds, I think we're getting like 1 knowledge point. No, I mean 3, which is like 1 every 10 seconds. Oh no, is that even good for knowledge? 1 knowledge every 10 seconds? Technically, it's closer to like once every 12 or 15 if you count banking time and everything. But at least while you're doing this, it's about 1 every like 11 with the downtime of having to click. Do carpentry? We're not going to go do carpentry. I just want to use up all my stonemason stuff so I know what level I'm at. Because I want to use all my banked stones except for like a little bit just for crafting one-off stuff. I want to use most of my stone right now. Just to see where we're at. And I had to guess, if I had to guess, we're at like 66. Which means I would have to go and get to 69 off of just knowledge. But I'm going to do Bonewright first because I want that activity. First I'm going to do mining so we can get to 134. Then I'm going to do Bonewright to 84 so I can AFK tonight. And then going into tomorrow, I gotta go get Stonemason to 69 so we can actually start using our ore again, or stone, I mean. And then once we finish all that stone, we do it to the next threshold and so on and so forth. You just keep getting our stone to each threshold that we have mined already from training mining. Yeah, we could do 200 and then use the potion. I was doing that some earlier, but I haven't been doing it as much lately. Because as long as we're still doing an activity that's utilizing the potion, it doesn't really matter as much. Because we're still getting the extra XP out of it. In one way or another. Like, if it was for a different chapter, like if I was boosting something in chapter 4 while doing this, then yeah, I probably wouldn't, you know, you'd want to probably double dip it. But if I'm training something in chapter, I don't really mind doing it every knowledge point. Just so I don't lose any of the knowledge at all. Are we done with leagues? We're done in the sense that, if you call it yesterday's stream, we finished every boss in our region. We got Inferno Cape, we did Quiver, we did Solo Theater of Blood, we did Nightmare Solo. Basically every hard thing we could possibly do, we did. And got full best in slot. So I'm not done with leagues, I'm literally AFKing it right now. It's doing 1 click every 25 minutes fishing currently. To go get 50 mil fishing. But, yeah, I'm done with it in the sense I'm done streaming it, because we did all, like, the main goals we could do. At this point, I'm just AFKing to Dragon Rank. I think we're at, like, 33,000 points. We're doing, like, 6,000 points a day. And at that rate, we would have finished that within under 2 weeks. But I'm just AFKing the rest, because we have, like, a whole month and a half to finish it, so I'm just AFKing its way to Dragon Rank. I just streamed it for the first 6 days just to do all content, basically. But I already have all the masteries, I already have all the skill tree things, I already have basically everything we could have done. Aside from just get Dragon Rank and Max. I'm just AFKing them to Max. But yeah, we're done with it now. So every stream is just going to be full screen Brighter Shores for a good while now. Let's see, deposit all backpack. There we go. Alright, grab all that. But yeah, we really sped run it this time around. Last year when I did it for the first time ever, I think it took me like 10 days to basically be like done with like max and everything. This time it took 6 days. So I did almost half the time. It's mostly because we kind of knew what we were doing this time around, which makes a big difference. Like, imagine how efficiently you could play a Brighter Shores account if you made one right now, compared to, like, at launch. Actually, you don't even need to guess if you haven't done your alt accounts yet. Actually, we've pulled this in the past, but have you guys done... Are you guys playing your alts at all? We have a poll for it kind of right now, too. We're, currently sometimes doing our alts on stream is winning. Because I'm still doing my alts. I guess this Sunday I'll probably get them both through the Spider Quest. I was mentioning it earlier. They both have the carpentry level, they both have the woodcutting level. I just need to AFK them to combat. And then on stream, we'll get them geared, get them into the fight, and be good to go. That's pretty much the game plan at the moment. But yeah, that should be on Sunday, most likely. By that point, they should be able to obliterate the spiders. They're currently level, like, 23 combat, 22, 23. They're gaining, like, what, a level and a half a day or so? So by Sunday, that's like, let's say 6-ish levels. So yeah, they're like at 28. Plus we'll get them geared. That will get them to 29 or 30. You're bad at alts. Obviously, you're not allowed to multi-box in this game, but of course, it does give you 3 profiles, which is meant to be one of every class, assumably, given that there are 3 classes. Also, if they ever do add another class, I hope they give another slot. That'd be kind of annoying if they don't. I assume they would. Like, if we ever get, like, a Pyromay class or a Necromay class, they better give us 2 more slots to go with it. That'd be really annoying if they don't. I assume they would. Though I highly doubt they would do something like that anytime soon. I feel like in the super long term, they would add more classes. But I don't think that's within the plan for even the first year of the game. But I feel like at some point they would definitely would. It's more so a matter of when and if. It just won't be anytime even remotely soon. Maybe by like chapter 7 or 8. Yeah, Necromay class would be pretty cool. Actually, if you guys had to choose, if you had to do Necromay or Pyromay class between only those two, which one would you pick? Based on just the fact that it's fire or necromancy. Because honestly, I'm not sure which one I would go for. Necromay sounds fun if you could do it with ice, but since we already have an ice class, like if you could ever dual class, ice plus Necromay seems like it would be so much fun. But I'm not sure how I would feel about just Necromay, though. I was like, gosh, look how much storage we have. I'm going to go show it real quick. Look at this. Look at all that storage. If I didn't have the Baronoff inheritance quest done, we'd have to go and fill up our inventory twice and then go bank right now. But right now, I can go like 2 more whole inventory of these and still go fill up my inventory. Oh, that is so nice. But this is the first time we actually get to utilize it. The next storage rift I do. It's the first time since we got the Baronoff inheritance quest done that we're actually using the extra storage to make it so we don't have to bank as much. Yeah, it's really nice quality of life. Honestly, he's been doing great on quality of life updates so far. I know some people want content more than quality of life, but honestly, I'm perfectly fine if he does like a whole nother month of quality of life if he keeps up at this rate. Because all of it's been really, really good. Like yesterday, we got the quality of life at 200% knowledge. Of course, we were doing the other game while doing this, but now that we're just doing this, yeah, any of you that haven't seen it, yesterday's patch, the biggest thing that it did, one of the only things it did, was knowledge now goes to 200%. So you no longer ever lose knowledge points if you don't want to. You'll still lose some if you try to double stack the knowledge. But if you're only using the knowledge one at a time, you will never lose any knowledge percent ever. So if you're doing an activity where you're getting like 10% at a time or 7% at a time or something similar, there's never going to be a situation where you just simply lose knowledge now. Which is really nice. So no more wasted XP anymore. Yeah, there's resource queuing on the way. I'm not sure if I would use that for gathering as much. But I would definitely queue up like a whole inventory of these. And just AFK for like 4 minutes. The only reason I want to use these now and not wait for queuing is I gotta cash out all my stonemason XP. So when I use knowledge on it later, it'll get better value. Since it's based on what your level is currently at. It doesn't take into account what you have banked. So we gotta use all of our banked XP and then we can knowledge it. Right now, my current knowledge goal is to get mining to 34, or sorry, 134. Then get bone right to 84, and then get stonemason to 69. I need to get bone right up for AFK and cement. I need to get mining up, so it would first, because I need to go and move on to our next rock for better XP, as well as a bit better rock for stonemason XP. And then get to stonemason up, so I can actually use the rocks I have banked. So I currently have a bit of a gap between what I have banked and what I can actually use. Because I have plenty of stone banked, I just don't have any within my level range other than what I'm processing right now. This is the problem. So yeah, what do you guys think will be the Christmas transmogs? Do you think I'll actually do a party hat? Or is it just going to be like Santa themed? Or do you think it's going to be something completely out of left field? Like, you know, just like normal like Christmas thematic stuff. It could be any number of things. Santa hat would be fun. You go over 200% and lose knowledge. Yeah, that was one thing I had a complaint with. I mentioned it a lot yesterday. I know not everyone was watching it when we were doing like 2 streams at once, but you know what I mean. But one thing I mentioned a lot with the 200% when it came in yesterday was they didn't actually fix the issue at all. All they did was delay the issue. I kind of wish they would have done like 150% as your cap or something. Because the issue with 200% is it encourages you to double save your bar and just use a big potion. So it didn't actually fix the issue of saving knowledge. Like, yeah, you can play in a way that it does. But there's a lot of situations where the meta now is to save like let's say a 10% boost potion, or, you know, some high percent one. Let's even just say a 7% one. And save it for when you double knowledge. Instead of, you know, single knowledging. Like, they didn't fix the issue. All they did was move the goalpost of the issue. That's the only problem with the double bar. Like, yeah, you can play in a way where it seems like it's fixed. But it hasn't actually been fixed. In a sense. Because now you just get locked out at 200,000. Because if it was 150,000, you wouldn't be able to double claim your knowledge bar. But you'd still have a lot of leeway. Like, you'd have enough leeway where it wouldn't matter. Like, you would never be wasting your knowledge ever, under any circumstance, pretty much. Even with the, like, the biggest misclick. Even if you go to, like, 40%, you know, it'd still go to 150. But the problem with it going all the way to 200% is you just move the goalpost. Now people are just going to stall until 200% and just get a double boost off their potion. But at 150%, you couldn't do that. You'd still be able to keep all your knowledge, but it basically just moved the problem. The problem is still there. I'm not sure if he's ever going to change that in the future. Maybe make it 250%. Like, 250% would be a nice in-between compromise. As it lets you stack 2 points. And makes it so it's not going to, like, completely ruin that system. I don't know. I still would have preferred a percent that wasn't 200. It's a very problematic number. Because it lets you double bar your knowledge. Which in itself isn't necessarily a problem. But the problem is that it's not 210% or 220% or 250%. Because now all you're going to do is just get a wall right at 200% now. Like, people will save all the way to 200% and then waste, like, you know, 3% or 2% or 1%. You know, the same system as the 100% system. That's the biggest issue with it right now. It fixes it as long as you're not greedy, pretty much. But the best way to use a 7% or 10% potion or something similar is just to use a double pot now. Or, you know, to one pot instead of having to use double, I mean. Is to save for 200 knowledge and then using them both. I don't know. I do like the change. But I don't feel like it fixed the issue. It just moved the goalpost of the issue, is the problem. I do like it, though. Both my 2 alt accounts actually are stacking knowledge right now, like, as we speak. Like, one of them has 160%, the other one has 180%, literally as we speak. Which is really nice. I love that. It's really great for the AFK activities, because now you can queue up 2 points and already be 2 ahead of time. So, like, that kind of feature I love. I just feel like with the current potion economy, it's really awkward. But maybe once the potion economy is kind of fixed a bit, it won't feel as weird. So maybe that's his hindsight, is he's going to fix potions later, but just add the knowledge system now. Because the knowledge system that's currently in place would be perfectly fine if the potion system was reworked. There are so many things wrong with how potions currently work, the EXP potions. The biggest one is you have to keep them in your inventory. But they don't auto-pot. There's no way to like, use it only when you use your knowledge point. They last for only 2 minutes, even the higher tier ones. Like, the higher tier ones don't have higher duration. They still only have 2 minutes, which is also weird. That the higher ones don't have, like, an extra minute each or something. Like, you know, 6% having 3 minutes, say 7% having 4 minutes, so on and so forth. They are almost at the potion point. We can kind of do it whenever, though, since we can stall to 200% now. Just because we're getting close to 1, we don't actually have to use it quite yet. But yeah, we'll be putting into mining. Gotta get that 134 mining so we can go back to mining. I'm just doing my stonemason right now, hopefully to 67, so that we can get all of our stuff banked. Or all of our stuff that's in the bank processed, I mean. What's the benefit of saving all the way to 200% though? You can use 1 potion to double boost. Whereas right now, if you do it, you're using 1 to 1. If you do it at any number below 200%. But if you save to 200%, you can use 1 potion to cover 2. Oops, someone's trying to add us. Oh gosh, do I have to process all those? I just realized I gotta etch a bunch of stones. Wait. I have 69 banked? Wait. I think I have 69 banked. I forgot to account for... Interesting. Wait. Are these basalts? Yeah, they're tiered down if I want to go use them. Oh, is the basalt I had a lot of spears of. Where's my flint then? Where's my flint stacks? Yeah, I got a lot of spear... Oh, no, these are higher tier ones. Oh, no, I actually did use all my flint. Wait, maybe I should be doing flint then. My only spare flint is this flint. But I could just process stuff with it. Interesting, okay. Wait, so do I have spear basalt or not? Yeah, I do. Interesting. But wait, I already have 69 banks. It's just in weird pockets. 69 is our next one. I don't think that gets us all the way, though. How do I have so little granite? How many granite did I get this cycle? Where's my granite stack? Yeah, how do I have more granite this cycle than last cycle? I don't understand that. I guess because the level ranges are different as far as when you move on to the next rock, so it's not always consistent. Because, yeah, I have more granite this time than last time. Not by much, only like 100 something. Alright, what am I doing? Oh yeah, we're finishing these stones so I can go bank them. Alright, let me do one last inventory. Let me go pot up here. And dump this into mining. Not sure if it's worth doing into mining right now, but that's only 1.5 levels. It's fine for a better XP rate. It feels weird doing flint when I'm going to be doing triple basalt into flint. So I don't want to get as much flint because as we can see, we already have like excess flint and basalt. So I'd prefer not to if we can help it. Just because of how long you have to do it at that level range. And the fact that every 3 sets of basalt we're getting a flint stack anyways. So I want to try not to do it as much. But then we'll go back into bone rate to get our 84 because I need that before I go to bed. 84 bone rate and the 2 knowledge points to get the AFK activity. Worst comes to worst, I guess I could do the T-Rex, but T-Rex doesn't give us cement. Whereas cement gives us cement. But yeah, personally, I think the new knowledge system is good. It's just a little bit weird the way that it's set up. At least with how potions currently work. Obviously, this is more so a potion issue than necessarily a knowledge issue, though. Like, the current knowledge system is fine if potions were just completely overhauled and reworked how they work. Because the issue isn't really the knowledge system now, it's the potion system. That's the problem. Like, the knowledge system is clunky with the current potion system, but it's the potions that's the problem, not the knowledge system that's the problem now. So, he'll fix that at some point. There's a lot of things that need to be changed with them. And what a number of them he implements is to be determined. It definitely seems like they'll be equipable in the future, so you don't have to keep a dead slot in your inventory, which would be great. Beyond that, we don't really know if you're going to be able to auto-pot them, or if you're going to change the durations on them, or change how they work when it comes to knowledge points. But I don't know, we'll find out in time. I think this is the last time I could store these as well. Before my inventory starts to get over encumbered. Even with the Baronoff Inheritance quest. Unfortunately, it's not infinite storage. It's just a lot more storage than normal. The only thing that's going to be annoying is there's no way to withdraw all. So I'm going to need to get every single item one at a time when I go get them later. Also, since we're not taking any bounties, you know what I should go do while I'm over there? I should go take my cooking bounties. I have no bounties going. So we can go get 75 cooking. Keep wanting to chip cooking up. Originally, I wasn't going to do it that much. But I have a feeling cooking is going to be really viable at some point. Something in the back of my head's like, go train cooking some. Even though it's really useless right now. I feel like it won't be useless later. The only problem is I won't have the fish, but hopefully it's not too expensive to get whatever fish we need. By then, trading would exist anyway, so hopefully we can just trade for it. I feel like there's not many people going crazy on fishing, though. Though there's some guy who got 500, so there's at least one of them. Yeah, a third slot and auto drink are definitely the big two. But I also hope they fix duration and the way they interact with knowledge points. Honestly, I wouldn't even be against them making it so they don't work on knowledge points. Which I'm not sure if that's controversial or not, but honestly, I almost wish they wouldn't work on knowledge. I wish they would only work while you're actually doing activity. And not work on knowledge or anything else like that. I would actually prefer it that way. But if you are going to make it on knowledge, you got to kind of tweak how it currently works currently. Because right now with the knowledge system, you're encouraging saving a double bar each time. And wait until you have 200% before you use a potion. Yes, hello, Dragon Nest. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you've been watching us in the background? Nice. Yeah, I can get you added. Is this you trying to add us right now? I'll get you added. Might take me a little bit later down the stream. I'll remember to add you later. Because I gotta go clear someone from my list, and it's quite the process. I can try to see one real quick, though. But yeah, nice, nice. Hope you've been doing well. Let me see. Let's go play friendless roulette. Because I keep kicking based on people who are on leaderboard, because it's my only way of really telling. I got too many team names here. I feel like T-Win isn't one of them. Let's do Yuri and T-Win. Yuri and T-Win. Alright, let me just do them one at a time and check this way. Yuri. Compare. Yuri. Yep, Yuri's there. How do I get out of this page? Let's see, T-Win. Yep, T-Win is there. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Let's see. Wait, how do I, There's too many menus. There's too many menus and menus. I had a whole conversation on this a while back. I hate any game that has menus and menus and menus and you can't tell how deep in a menu you are. I hate that mechanic. Obviously, you kind of have to do it at some point. But I really hate that whenever it is on a website or in a game or in anything. I know in some situations you really don't have a choice. But it drives me crazy. It's more so a personal thing. But I hate when a menu is inside of a menu, inside of a menu, inside of a menu, and you can't tell how deep in the menu you are. It drives me insane. That's not a Brighter Shores thing. That's like a everything thing at some point. But it drives me crazy. I can't figure out the wording of this name. I keep looking at it and my brain keeps failing at how to spell it. Troy Ann with 2 N's. Troy Ann. And oh, not send invitation. Whoops. Wait, Troy. Gosh, why is this so annoying? I can't tell how many things deep I am. Yeah, he's on leaderboard. All right. Let's see. Let's keep looking. All right. Tree trunks. I got another one. I will find someone. Let's try someone from the middle. Let's go for like a... Oh no, we keep doing it this way just so it's easy to keep track. I know for sure Tipper is. I see him all the time. Okay, Thule. Thule with 2 L's. Thule. Yep. We will get there. Let's see. Thomas. Oh, they actually got the name Thomas? That's a good get. They actually got the OG Thomas. Yeah, they might not be around anymore. Is that how you spell Thomas? Thomas? How do you spell Thomas? Wait, how did he spell Thomas? Ah, my brain. I'm so bad at remembering things from literal seconds ago. How do you spell Thomas? Yeah, it's Thomas. Okay, I see. I was just doing it right. My brain just second guessing myself. What level stone is this? Actually, no, I need to go, well, let me go do at least 1 or 2 sets, I guess. This is the tier 58 one, right? Which one is this? This is what I was just running. Oh, no, it's not. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so that's all that I have banked then, unless I want to run some flint real quick. Like some low-level flint. What's this basalt? That's my low basalt, right? Oh, wait, that's my really low basalt. What's my other basalt, then? Wait, what is this? Oh, this is my next best one, I guess. Alright, what do you do this on? What does this even make? Frost ring? Sure. Alright, anyways, what was I doing? Yeah. We're trying to type the word Thomas incorrectly, so I can add someone to our list. Thomas. Oh, Thomas isn't on the leaderboard. We found him. I had a feeling. That's a really good name, which means they were here week 1. We found him. Alright, sorry, Thomas. You got a good name get, but, you're not around. So if you are Thomas, let me know. Any Thomases out there. Or if you're that specific Thomas that we just kicked off, let me know. Oh yeah, let me go add the person. Oh, never mind, I already did. Alright, we're good to go. Nice. Yeah, Dragoness, we got you in. I think we've done like 5 so far to stream. I still have like 30, 40 more people we can still kick off, I think. Until we've gotten rid of every inactive person that I can tell. I have no way of knowing otherwise. Other than if they're on leaderboard or not. But I think that's like 150 on leaderboard out of 200 though. Still gotta figure out where the other 50 is and all that mess. But that's a later issue. One name at a time. But honestly, this isn't too bad. I have like 67 banked or so. We'll do one more inventory of these thingies, I guess. Of the rings. I did like an inventory after that. And that should get us to 67, and then they'll just knowledge the last 4 levels. Or 2 levels, I mean. Not right now, but later down the line. I think we bank after this. It's time to sell out everything. We should be good to go. Yeah, the leaderboard thing will eventually stop. Because in like a month from now, like half those people could be inactive even if they're on leaderboard. But it's my only way of telling in the current state of the game. It's the only way I could divide the people who've been here a couple weeks ago from the people who left like after 1 week. But yeah, eventually I will not be able to kick based on that anymore. Because it won't be an indication anymore. But at least in the short term it'll work. In the long term, I have no clue what the plan is. But for the short term of the next like 40 people, yeah, it'll work this way. Beyond that, I have no clue what the plan is. I think the easiest way is I might just start kicking people who I don't recognize the name of. And then if they come to me and be like, hey, you kicked me, can I get re-added? I'll be like, yeah, I'll go re-add you. Because I know your guys' names in chat, but the problem is a lot of you guys obviously don't have the same name in chat as you do in game. So I might know you by one name in chat and then actually kick you from the list if I did it that way. Not realizing that your name in game is something drastically different. Alright, there's only one problem with this new storage system. This is how we sell it. There's no one-click option for it. You gotta click these one at a time. They need a solution to this. I don't care what it is, but it needs to not be this way. I just realized there's also so much storage now, you can't even do them all in one inventory, which is kind of funny. Alright, there we go. We've now successfully sold everything. A little bit of effort, but we got there. The system definitely has to change, but for now it's fine. Like, there's definitely something that needs to be reworked, but isn't like on the ultra high priority, I guess. But definitely something they need to look into. Because that is not how that should stay. That is not ideal. But for now, it's fine. Alright, we're going to just do one more inventory. And I should get us to level 67. And then I'll just knowledge the rest. I just want to use everything we have banked right now. I just want to double check. The only other thing we have banked, I guess, is, yeah, basalt. I think basalt's the only thing left. Deathstone. Wait, what level was Deathstone? No, this is a high level Deathstone. Ooh, that's going to be a problem. We might be able to do 69 to 79. But at 79, I have like 0 Deathstone. That's going to be a problem. From 81 to whatever the next threshold is. Wait, what's after Deathstone? That would be tier 3 Flint. What is tier 3 Flint? What level is tier 3 Flint? Wait, wasn't I getting tier 3 Flint earlier? Isn't this tier 3 Flint? No. This one's tier 3 Flint, the other one. The one to the left. This one's tier 3 Flint. Ooh, I gotta go from 79? Well, yeah, 81 to 86, basically. Because I only have enough Deathstone to get me to about... Deathstone starts at 79. And the amount I have will get me to 80 or 81. Which means I would then need a knowledge all the way to 87. In order to use my current available Flint of the previous tier. Interesting. Alright, let me go to the rings. I'm just double checking if we have anything else blanked. I have some Flint from earlier, but it's not worth doing. I'll save it for crafting stuff. So yeah, this is the last of the ones that are worth doing then. So I'm just going to do whatever this basalt is. Tier 2 basalt. Rugged basalt. I'm going to do rugged basalt until we get to 67 then. Assuming it gets us to 67. And then honestly, I might just mine the rest to 134. Because right now what we're trying to do is get 134 mining by doing not mining. I just figured we'd do some stonemason so we can figure out where our stonemason is before we boost it as well. I also technically never dunked all my bones for bone right, but at this point, honestly, I'm probably not going to bother. I'm just going to wait for trading and just train my bone spikes. The problem is I don't feel like they would trade too well. Because that's like the easiest bone to get of any of the bones. And it's not worth dunking them at my level at this point. Because I keep acknowledging it up. I guess I could still make gear out of it, so maybe I'll still keep them around. Because it'll still be good for making level 19s, if nothing else. So yeah, I'll keep it around for that, I guess. As would be my 19 bone rate supply. Which we will need at some point. We're going to need a lot of 19 bone rate supply. So we can actually make stuff out of. Having a streamer say Dragon Nest is the most activity the game has had in 3 years? Oh gosh. What game is that? I've actually never heard of it. I played a couple of various Dragon games over the years. I know there was like a Dragon Racing one from like a few years ago. Like, what was it called? It was called like Age of Ashes or something? Can't remember the full name. I played the beta, and it was a lot of fun. But it had like a big like clan issue already. And then it became even more of an issue at launch. It reminds me a lot of Albion Online in that regard. Where basically it was a game that got overran by mega clans. Where you were either in the clans or you just didn't play the game. Like you basically couldn't really do it as a solo player. Oh yeah, Century Age of Ashes, I believe, was the one. But I think I finished within the top 5 during the beta. It was like an open beta. I'm pretty sure I had like the top 5 level in the entire game as a solo player. Despite it being almost entirely group content. But when it launched, I basically didn't even touch it because all the clans were still in place and everything. Apparently some clans even still had beta access even when the beta was down somehow. Which is also like a whole thing. Yeah, there was a MOBA I played, gosh, like several years ago called Strife. And I don't understand why it really died out of nowhere. Because the community for that game was great. I think I had like 1,000-something hours in it. And it was one of those MOBAs that came around when MOBAs were like really, really huge. But it kind of died out of nowhere for some reason. Not because of the player base, but because the developers just kind of abandoning it. What I really liked about that game is it had really customizable items. Like, you know how in MOBAs where you normally gear up by buying like up to 6 items or something similar? Where it basically becomes all your gear. They had a system like that, but it was customizable before the battle even started, with easy to obtain material. You know, it wasn't like a super grind. But basically, you could customize everything to be something different. Like, you can make it a support item that you might need on something, but make it into a DPS weapon. So you still have the support effect, but you make it so it's more DPS related. Or even inversely, if you're playing on a tank, you could have went into a bunch more HP on like DPS items, or, you know, like steel items or similar things. And it was really customizable. Because basically every single tool, regardless if it's a support item or a offensive item or any other thing, you could use it on any hero, just because you'd be able to tune it to fit them better. So even something that would normally be on a support class, you could still have on a carry, and just make it more DPS oriented rather than, you know, tankiness or some other utility that you might need. It's a really cool system. But, yeah, the game never really took off. It still had, like, a player base, but the devs just kind of abandoned it at a certain point. It's kind of funny because the servers just turned back on pretty recently after, like, several years. But I think it's being community ran now or something. I don't think it's actually the developers from before. Because I saw a random notification on Steam. I don't even think it's on Steam anymore. But they still, like, got the servers back up recently. But I'm pretty sure it's just a community that was already there before, just running it again or something. Rather than the original devs. Was Strife based on the original MOBA? I'm not sure. Obviously, most MOBAs are based on Dota 1. I have so much time in Dota 1. I probably have over like 10,000 hours in Dota 1. I only put a few thousand in Dota 2 though. And haven't played it in like, gosh, almost a decade at this point. Actually, I think it might literally be a decade since I last played Dota 2. Like, I played Dota 1 more recently than Dota 2. It's been so long. But, yeah, I have way too much time in Dota 1. In Warcraft 3 in general. I think it's actually the most time I have in any game, other than maybe RuneScape if you count every version of RuneScape. Even the fact that we're AFK in RuneScape right now as we speak. But we're also streaming it in the last 6 days when they had the leagues. But yeah, pretty sure Warcraft 3 I have the second most amount of time in. My highest is RuneScape, if counting all versions. Second highest is Warcraft 3. At probably like 15,000 hours or somewhere around there. Between all the minigames in it. And then third would probably be Gems of War, at however many hours my Steam says, plus like 1,000, because of mobile version and everything else. And then, what would be after that? What have I not mentioned? But yeah, it's RuneScape, Warcraft 3, Gems of War, which we still cover to this day. And I'm not sure what comes in after that. But every single one of those is over 10,000 hours. I tend to play very few games, but I tend to play them to like an absurd amount. AKA, we are currently at 430 hours in Brighter Shores. It's been in 1 month. We have 430 hours in a month. The month's not even over yet. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I was gonna go bank these. What am I doing? Where's my inventory tab? I think that's what's throwing me off here. There we go. I saw Tyrion. You not see daily gem streams as an answer on the poll? That's funny. Yeah, we stopped doing daily Gems of War streams a couple months ago. We started doing it like 3 times a week, and now we do it only on Mondays. We did it daily for like 8 years straight or something. Or 7 years straight. We still cover every Monday, though. Actually, there's another video I want to cover on this Friday as well. Because they're getting a new mythic and everything. I also kind of want to cover... Honestly, I might cover 2 videos tomorrow. I might cover a Brighter Shores video tomorrow. If I have time. Because now that it's been 1 month, I kind of wanted to do, like, something for the 1 month mark. We did something for the week mark. I kind of want to do the 1 month mark as well. Also, is that tier 4 stonemason armor? Because that's pretty good. Or hammer mage, I mean. He has it, like, all red trimmed. It looks pretty cool. I'm not sure if that's tier 4 or not, though. It's harder to tell in other classes. It's really easy to tell in my own class. Because I'm so used to what everything looks like. Oh yeah, we'll go until we get to stonemason level, and then I think we're going back to mining until we get 134. I boosted it some so we can skip to flint, but we'll get a little bit more. Because every 3 sets of basalt, we got to grab more flint, so I was trying to not to do as much flint. Because I know last time we got way too much flint, by like 300. So I'm trying to do it this way just so we don't over-encumber it even more than last time. It's mostly because I do flint and basalt at the same time. So if I do all flint all the way to basalt and then do basalt and flint, I have way too much flint. That's the only problem with them being back-to-back like that. With how you bank them. Because we get way, way too much flint. And now we know, so we're kind of adjusting. That's why I keep putting so much knowledge into mining right now. Even though I actually need it in bone rate. But yeah, I can't wait till the make all function comes out. I will use it on this thing so hard. Because there's some items that only need 3. Which means if you had no potion in your inventory, that's 7 of them. That is 3.5 minutes AFK. You know how juicy that is? I want that so bad. Imagine 3.5 minute AFK production. At least for that one item. But even 4, that's what? That's still 6 of them. That's 3 minutes AFK if you're doing something that needs 4. Which a lot of them need 4 exactly. Alright, running low on basalt, but I just need level 67. And I'll save whatever's left for later. For if I need a certain weapon or something for upgrading my own stuff. Because I don't want to use all of it, but I do want that level. One thing that's nice about this too is now that we're a higher stonemason level, even though I'm doing a lower tier thing, it'll actually sell for more. Because it sells based on the level that it is. So I'll actually make more than what we made from them before. Unfortunately, the XP is still the same though. But luckily the knowledge is also still the same, so it's not like we're getting less knowledge. Like some activities, like when you do combat at a lower level range. Or you know, when you're higher level range fighting something lower. Yeah, I can't wait till special attacks come out. I want to do so much combat once it does. I'm still going to do some combat today, and obviously combat prior. Because I'm going to go to Chronopolis for a little bit. I want to get full tier 4. That's still on the list of things I want to go do. I still want to go get full tier 4 today. Maybe not for a weapon, because I probably won't be able to get an upgrade from that, but who knows. If we get a 3-star, it probably would be. I kind of want to craft my own, but it's not required, of course. But, I want all full 4-star armor today, if we can get it. From killing stuff in Chronopolis. I'm not sure if I could take the 218s, though. And even if I can, I'm not going to have a high enough combat. The problem with the 200s is they'd have to high roll for it to be the higher tier armor. But then again, maybe not. Basic gloves and boots, you might be able to get at a lower level range. It doesn't have to be above 200. But I'm not sure the exact thresholds because armor maker doesn't exist. It's really easy to check weapon and shield threshold because the skill already exists that corresponds to it. But we can't quite do the same for armor at the moment. Which makes it a little bit harder to tell what level range each armor piece is. But I don't know, we'll find out when the armor maker comes out. Technically there's probably some data on it now, but you'd have to track a lot of data to figure it out right now. Whereas the second armor maker comes out, it will literally just tell you what the level range is every single time. So you don't really need to worry about it. But right now it'd be very, very hard to determine. But do you guys actually use everything you gather? Like anyone who's doing a bunch of gathering and then processing, do you use every single one of your stacks, or do you have like a couple hundred of some items that are just sitting there doing nothing? And I mean of like lower level stuff, not higher level stuff. Like obviously it makes sense if it's a higher level thing you can't process yet. But are any of you holding like hundreds of a resource that you can use but aren't using? That's like a lower level than what you can already do. I have that for smithing, mostly because I put so much knowledge points into it rather than training it through, you know, actually training it. Whereas stonemason I've done almost exclusively through, you know, training it up manually. Like, you know, through non-knowledge points. Let's see, which is kind of funny. Because at this point, I've actually done more stonemason than smithing and bonewright combined. Despite not being a hammer mage. My level looks way lower than both of them. Which is rather ironic. But the reason my stonemason is so much lower is 100% of my stonemason basically is actually training it. Like a good 90-95% of my current stonemason level is all trained through, you know, what we're doing right now, or etching stones. Whereas bonewright is like 98% like knowledge point. And blacksmith is probably like 75% knowledge point or something. So I've actually done more stonemason than any of the other two, oddly enough. Despite it being the lowest level of the three. Which to some degree doesn't make sense, but it's because of how the knowledge point system works. You have thousands? Really? Thousands? Are you doing gathering though? That makes sense if you're doing like forager and gatherer. But are you talking like mining supplies or something? Because I can see that happening for forager and gatherer. I don't really see that happening for mining though. And probably not for woodcutting either. Because for woodcutting, I don't know, do you bank as much for woodcutting? I guess you do. I feel like I process most of my stuff from woodcutting though. Except for a few stacks I do have a couple hundred of. But none 1,000. Like the 800 something stack of that one log, I actually processed myself. Though I did overestimate how much we needed. Though I need the woodcutting XP anyways. But I thought we'd use all 800 something, but I forgot about the double thing. So we only used like 400 out of the 800. Because I kind of forgot you would get 2 planks each time. Or, you know, 2 logs. Because I keep forgetting one. Yeah, every one is 2. So I only used about half as much as I expected. Because there was a whole extra XP drop I didn't account for. Because I completely forgot at the time that each log would turn into 2 processing things. Because I basically calculated out for 2 XP drops, but it gave me 3. So our 890 something only went down to like 300 something. Because there's a whole extra 30 XP drop I wasn't accounting for. Yeah, I do have a lot of bones banked. Mostly the bone spike, though. I have so much spare bone spike. Does anyone know? Can you make all 3 tools? Or can you make a shield out of bone spikes? Does anyone know? Or is it weapon only? Because I'll be able to do that whenever I make a weapon. I'm not sure if you can make a shield out of bone spikes, though. I think it's like the one bone you can't make a shield out of. Or maybe you can. Does anyone know? Any guardians out there? Can bone spikes be used for a shield? For shield crafting? Doesn't matter what shield, like literally any shield. Because I know you can make a weapon, so you can upgrade your 4-star, or you know, you can make 4-star weapons out of it. But I need to go check that. Actually, wait, I could figure it out possibly by looking at the menu too. Wait. Because I know that this is it right here. And I believe that's the last of the other one. See, I don't believe you can. Because I believe it's quarterstaff. Actually, let me see. It's every 3, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you might be able to make a shield then. You might be able to make a basic wooden shield out of it. That's huge if so. Because that will cover me for all one-handed, or, you know, all handed weapons. So we can upgrade everything. Because you don't need a ranged weapon to upgrade a ranged weapon. Currently, you can use a melee weapon to upgrade a ranged weapon. So it just matters if it's a shield or a weapon. And then armor is in its own category. Because for upgrading armor, it only checks to see if it's armor, not counting a shield. For shield, it only checks to see if it's another shield. And for weapon, it only checks to see if it's another weapon, at least in the current state of the game. So the only one that's really annoying is shield. Because you need a shield to make a shield. But you don't need like a bow to make a bow. Like you can make a one-hand weapon into a bow, or a bow into a one-hand weapon, so on and so forth. And for armor, you can literally just use like a glove or boots or something in order to upgrade your chest plate and vice versa. But shield is the weird one where you need a shield for a shield. It's the only one in the current state of the game that's actually kind of awkward in that way. Where you need the object itself to upgrade the object. Whereas every other one has multiple alternatives. You can't make shields with spikes? No! Okay, I gotta find... What is the easiest to obtain bone next to a bank that makes a shield? I need to figure that out at some point. Like, what is the easiest log bone combo for simply making a shield? It doesn't matter how good the shield is or anything. Simply obtaining it and getting one. So whenever we need like a 19 shield or some other number of shield, we can easily make one. Whenever we need it for a threshold. Are all the recipes on the wiki now? Yeah, the wiki's actually been updated a lot in the last week, hasn't it? I haven't really checked the wiki much in the last week. But they must have done a lot of progress in that time. I haven't actually been able to check yet. Yeah, 67 stone mason we stop. I want to get 67 though. But after that we should be good to go. Alright, where is, there it is. Basalt, thank you. Yeah, it should be our last inventory. And then we'll go and sell it all. And then from there, still got to figure out how to get the rest of the mining. Honestly, I might just train mining to get mining up at this point. I think this is the train mining to train mining angle. Because we need 134. I'm just hoping we don't have too much flint, but it's not that big a deal if we do. I guess it's better to have too much than not enough. Oh, it'd still be better to have just the right amount. The problem is I have no clue what just the right amount is. I'm just kind of guesstimating. I know before I had way too much. So I assume if I did the same thing as before, I would also have too much. Ooh, a 3-star. I will finish the rest of what I have on me, which should be 2 more of them. And we'll go sell all of our junk. Oh yeah, goat horns and ash trees are probably the way. You're right, because I know where goat horns are. They're pretty free. And ash trees are probably one of the freest logs in the game as well. Other than that one that's like right on the bank. Which is what I make my weapons out of. Because I think the freest weapon to make in stone I already know what the weapon is. It's the quarterstaff. The quarterstaff is the weapon you should be making. Most likely. Unless there's a one even better under that material. But one of the weapons that use spikes plus the suave tree is what you should do for when you make a bone right weapon for crafting. Like if you're a class that isn't guardian and you're trying to upgrade your weapon, it should be bone spikes plus suave. I'm not sure what it is for shield though, but yeah, it seems like it's probably that, what Stefan mentioned. Goat horn into ash, because they're both really close to a bank. You can't do them both at the same time like you can the other thing, but they're like so close together. Alright. Let me go teleport over to Hopeport, go sell all this junk. At some point in the future, I'm going to need to go knowledge stonemason to 69. Nice. Not just because it's the funny number. Double EXP week and this week? Wait, what do you mean double EXP week? Wait, what? Did you just announce double EXP week? Is that a thing? Or are you just saying that? Wait, what? Let me check his Twitter real quick. Or even is his Twitter? I mean, or X, whatever it's called these days. What? I'm so confused. I don't see anything on their thing. You're joking? I figured I'd still check. It seems like something he probably wouldn't do again. Though he did do it last time, so you never know. So I was like, well, he's dropping this now? Oh, speaking of high levels, gosh, look at this guy. Dominic. Level 1,861. Doing a bunch of combat. I mean, he's just selling out right now. You can tell, based on that level. Based on this level and the fact that he's here right now. Hello, Metal. Welcome, welcome. Alright. Oh, let's see. Deposit all. No, I'm trying to withdraw. Gosh, they really need a withdraw all thing here. Doing this one at a time is not ideal. As far as quality of life, it's definitely not on like the high priority list. But this needs to not stay like this, for sure. Because that is so clunky. I'm going to do this and then do the other thing and then sell all the epics at once. Not what I wanted. Go back to bank. Hello, Bonanza! Welcome, welcome. You're looking forward to see what this game will become? Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to the future of this game. We've been grinding it every single day since launch so far. Whole month at this point. This is what, the 30-day mark? Yeah, I've been still having just as much fun as day one. I know some people have kind of already burned out already. But honestly, I'm still having as much fun as the very first day still. As far as my excitement for everything we do. Alright, there we go. Alright, I do need to go on a quick bathroom break though. So let me go get a cooking thing. Read the rest of chat. And then I need to go for a minute or two. So let me go do a quick cook run. Plus I'll go grab the bounty board while we're here too. In case there's anything good on the bounty board right now. Might as well, we're already here. Yeah, we definitely need more things to grind towards, like bosses, various content, skilling things. I'm just gonna grab everything and I'll figure it out later. I'll be back in like a minute or two. Just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back, and then we'll go back to the mining grind probably. That one might do some combat, we'll see. But anyways, I'll be right back regardless. Sorry about that. We're back. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, as far as double XP weekends, he did technically do it in his last game. I don't feel like he would do it again though. I'm definitely not the biggest fan of them, like a limited time like double XP kind of thing. I feel like the best way to handle it in Brighter Shores would be like a small chapter buff. Like imagine if there's like a weekly event where there was like a 5 or 10% extra bonus if you did anything in like Hopeport or Hope Forest or something, and have some kind of event associated with it, potentially. Like that I wouldn't mind. 2 times the XP is just so broken though. For any amount of time. But I wouldn't mind like a small like, hey, it's Hope Forest week. If you go and do anything in Hope Forest, you get like 5% extra bonus XP or something. Like something like that would be kind of cool to kind of get everyone to gather. Because imagine when there's like 20 something chapters in the game. Like, you know, like way down the line. Let's say there's like 15 chapters. One good way to kind of get people to congregate to a certain chapter would be like, hey, if you go to these chapters, like a small extra benefit this week or something. Doesn't have to be anything huge. It better not be huge. But, you know, just like a small, like, extra little benefit. Like, hey, it's Hope Forest week. You get 5% extra if you go there. Just to encourage people to kind of go to the area, congregate together, do group activities there. Stuff like that. Like, something like that I would love. Especially once we start getting, like, way too many chapters. When everyone keeps thinning out. Because obviously, even if the player base was higher, like, more chapters means everyone's, you know, being spread further away. You know, like the density of any room is going to be worse once we have something like, you know, 8 chapters compared to 4. But it'd be a kind of good way to, you know, occasionally like make a certain chapter be more populated, essentially. Anyways, what were my tasks? Are any of these even good? Chicken and leek, oyster. I don't even think I've made that yet. That's a new one. I do have some guy for a 10 vegetable. I guess I could go bring it real quick. Where's the barracks? Yeah, I'll just go do that real quick. Then I'll go back to what we're doing. 1, 2, 3. Let's go bring this to him. I already have it on me, might as well. Honestly, just walking there probably would have been quicker. Let me just do it. I'm pretty sure it's literally quicker just to walk there than it is to tele. This is so close. Not quite. I'm not sure. We'll just walk there. Sell it to the guy, get a little bit extra. Okay, so game plan. What are we doing right now? There's a couple different ways. We could either go down to combat. Honestly, I think this is a combat angle. We've been so much non-combat. I think we need a combat brick. Wait, who do I need to turn into again? You said barracks, but I didn't see the name. I think it's you. Pretty sure it's you. Yeah, it is. Alright, I'll just give this to him real quick. Alright, anyways, we're out of here. So, oh gosh, we're right at the threshold too. Alright, yeah, I guess it's combat time. And I'll put it into mining. Yeah, I think mining. I still kind of want to put it into mining. Honestly, I should put it into bone right. Just do the rest of the mining manually, I think, at this point. Alright, anyways, I still got to keep them on me. Let's go do some combat. So, I'm not sure if I'm even geared enough for this, but we'll find out. I'm going to go to the market and see if I can kill level 200s in the corner. The biggest issue with this is, I am way under geared. It's one of the reasons I even want to fight them is hope for, like, a better weapon or better something. I'm using a handcrafted level 137 4-star, though. Beyond that, our armor is very far behind. Also, I have no ranged weapon on me. I should probably go grab that from our storage real quick. I have my 8th key set up right now. I don't actually have my actual gear. What's my current best in slot range weapon for this chapter right now? 160 bow that we got as a drop. Can't even smith it at the moment. Alright. Gosh, gotta get rid of the small little fire daggers. They're so weak. Our 2 handcrafted ones, our other handcrafted one. I just gotta start getting rid of some stuff. I don't need this. They were immune to ice, I believe. So I don't need the rapier. Honestly, I should probably get rid of that rapier. Gonna be able to smith a better one as soon as we get to 142 mining. Whatever the mining level was. What was it? 141. I can make a better rapier. That's the only thing stopping me is 141 mining. Which at this point, we're actually really close. Gosh, this place is so crowded. Gosh, is it kill sea urchin day? What is this? What? Why is everyone here? Oh, so I probably should have got more healing pots. Let me go switch server. Why is everyone here? I know these are good, but... Gosh, are they that good? Apparently. Oh, we're gonna lose already. Might be a retreat angle. Or a heal angle, I guess. Yeah, these are level 200. We're level 203, but our gear is like so under where it needs to be for this. That's one of the reasons we're killing them. Alright, should be good. Come on, I want to see a weapon upgrade. Weapon upgrade is the main thing that matters here. Next best would be a boot upgrade. Just because of how far our boot is behind compared to the rest. Alright, what am I putting this on? Metal buckler. That is probably not better. It looks cool though. Alright, what am I doing right now? We're potting, probably bone right. I gotta make sure I get enough before I go to bed. Oh, so he just took my thing. Let's see if I can find a server with, like, no one in it. I'll take his thing, then. Yeah, we're way under geared for this. I might need a heal pop per kill at this point. This is not ideal. Let's look at that guy. He just kind of rushed here, just did all combat. He is so leveled right now. He's like 200 something fighting these. I wonder if he did detective as well. I guess if he didn't do detective, that's not as high then. But if that's combat only, he's like 200 something right now. It definitely has to be to some degree because that's the level that you fight this at. But yeah, one heal pot each. This might not be cutting it. But I need a weapon upgrade somehow. Or weapon or gear. Obviously we can almost craft our own soon, but it's one of the reasons I want to wait for special attacks. Oh, is this the better pearl? Ooh, this is the better pearl. I actually will bank these. We're starting to get the higher tier pearl now. It's actually worth banking, I think. You do get a merchant discount on them. But they're still over a silver each, so it might be worth it. Use them at 137 alchemy. Which means we can get spears for down the line. Does anyone know how much this costs with the merchant discount at 160? Because I don't have the 160 merchant to know. Or maybe the card on it tells you. Oh, we got a person here. Hello. I did hello correctly for once. Alright, do we still die even with a heal pot? Let's see. Are we still on it? Let's see. Let's see. Also, are we gonna get anything other than shields? I just realized we got a shield drop into a shield drop. Do you think there will be armor crafting in the future? It's already confirmed. Chapter 5 has armor crafting. It's coming in the next few months. There's other things that are coming before it, like special attacks and other things like that. But, yeah, it's already confirmed for next chapter. You already used Leathermaker. It has the symbol of it as well. Like, the symbol's already in-game. But, yeah, it's coming next chapter. It's already confirmed, too. So that'll finally fix armor going forward. Because armor is so annoying right now. Because it's so luck-based. The armor is really annoying in the current state of the game. I just realized I'm gonna die here. I should actually retreat. There's no way I'm killing this without heal pots. I need to go get some. What am I doing? Telly to... Let me go over here. Let's go to Hope Port real quick. I forgot. We're definitely going to need heal pots for these if we're going to do this right now. I'll do however many kills a full inventory of heal pots gets us. That's how many kills I'll go to right now. Like however many 20 gets us. Which might be 20 kills. Because at this point we kind of need one each unless we get a huge upgrade out of nowhere. But I'll use 20 heals and see where that gets us. Let's see. Wow, these things sell for a lot. Gosh. Every single item is like 10 silver. That's some money right there. No wonder why everyone at 500 combat is rich. I'm at 200 combat doing some, and gosh, we're making bank. No wonder why everyone with that much combat is like at $1 billion money right now. 3 drops is like 30 silver, and it's all 1 star. Yeah, I'll go for however long this is. Which is probably 20 kills. If we get something, we get something. If we don't, we don't. Ideally, want to try to get full tier 4. Also, I probably should check that 199 shield. That actually potentially might have been better than what I have. I kind of want to hope for like a 2-star better, but honestly, now that we're hitting this higher range, rarity range, might not be that likely. Alright, this is the same room as before, but it's even more crowded. Gosh, this place. How do you get like any amount of kills here? I might just re-server. But yeah, this bow ain't cutting it. What is weak to? Did weak to Tempest stay? Technically, if we want to make a weapon for this, we could make the throwing hammers. And just whack it with his 2-hand. But yeah, I desperately need a weapon upgrade. If we're ever going to AFK to raid dens again. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to get the other production skills up too. Because this isn't cutting it. We're using a weapon almost half its level. Like, yeah, it's 4-star, but it's like half its level. Oh, we only got money. What will you say is the smartest to level right now? Actually, I was going to do a video on that. I was considering it for the 1 month mark. I would say basically anything that isn't combat. But there's some more nuance than just that, though. But combat's like the worst one to level right now. Because of lack of special attacks. I'm just doing it because it's fun. Because we might get a good drop. I was just wanting to see if we can get some tier 4 armor so we can wear it. I'm more so doing it for the cosmetic upgrade than the actual armor upgrade. Like, yeah, I do need the better armor, but honestly, I just want the cosmetic look at this point. We're in like half tier 4 and half tier 3, so I want to get up to tier 4. What do you think the average gold will be after 10 years? Or I mean, after a year, I mean? Or after you mean? But let me go reread that. Because I definitely read that wrong. Whatever my brain just processed is incorrectly what you said. After a year, what do you think the average gold will be? Oh, an upgrade. I'm not sure if this is tier 4, but it is an upgrade. Is that tier 4? It's hard to tell because I don't know the thresholds. Anyways, after a year, what do you think the average gold will be? I feel like 10 gold won't be high like it is now. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if anything less than a platinum is considered low. Or maybe not that high. Like 100 gold would definitely be the standard. Like you'd basically always keep at least 100 gold on you probably. Like if you're someone who's been playing all the way since launch. Like if you started like right now and we're still playing a year from now. Like you'd basically always be holding on to at least 100 gold. To have for trading and other things. Whereas right now the highest gold I ever hit was basically 25. It was slightly under, like 24 and a half. But 25 gold's like the highest I've ever had at one time. What do you say is the smartest to level right now? As far as the best skill to level, I would definitely work towards getting your weapon making up, but do it through your gathering skill. So, like, mining is insanely good right now. The main skills that are really good is merchant into leatherworker, mining into blacksmith, or mining into stonemason if you're a Cryon Knight or hammer mage. Or just living in Hope Forest if you're a guardian. Beyond that, forging and alchemy is a good alternative. Especially for free to play, since you have access to it. And alchemy is going to be pretty important when trading comes out, as well as just in general if you want to get a head start on all the boost potions. But those are pretty much the main ones. I would say combat is really bad to do in the current state of the game, due to how the current combat system works. More so the lack of special attacks. Hope Forest is your home. Nice. Yeah, if you're a guardian, you need to learn to live in Hope Forest. It doesn't matter what you do there, just do something there, and it will help you a lot. Yeah, personally, I've only been doing combat for fun, or for AFK. Otherwise, in all 3 of the other chapters, I've only done the bare minimum to get everything. I did all the quests by level 30 in Hopeport. In Hope Forest, I did them all by level 30. And the only reason I have 59 Mindfighter is because the quest requires 61, and you can +2 boost it. The only reason my Chronopolis is anything above, like, 40 is because you can AFK it like crazy. It's a very AFK-heavy region, due to how the raid dens work. And the only reason I've done any normal combat here is because you need gear upgrades for those raid dens. Like, if I went into the 219 raid den with my current gear, we'd be absolutely obliterated. You're going for 100 plus stonemason? Yeah. Going for 200 in your production skill is really, really good. I was doing it initially, but then realized my mining was too low, so I also put some mining into it. But having 200 in your main one, so in my case, blacksmithing is very, very useful. So you can keep making gear. That's what some people who rushed combat did. Is they got 200 in knowledge point up to their main production skill. Then they simply bought all the stuff and just made their own weapons for everything. Which to some degree is my plan. I just feel like I like doing combat occasionally though. Just for a change of pace. Right now I'm mostly looking just to get full tier 4 right now though. Which I think at this point, the only thing that isn't tier 4 are my boots and gloves. Everything else, oh, and my shield. Those are gonna be hard to replace a shield since it's a, alright, not. If I get a 2-star shield, I probably can. The 197 shield I had earlier wasn't a replacement though. Yeah, there's only 3 that aren't tier 4 right now. My shield, my gloves, and my feet. And the shield I can technically live without. Not only can we craft our own later down the line, but also it's not even visible. So it's mostly the feet and arms I care about, I guess, at this point. Oh, so I like how our legs look all mossy. Actually, honestly, I almost want to go for that kind of design. That actually looks kind of cool. I know it looks a bit mixed match, but having her lower body almost look like it's all mossy and like worn out, while having like higher tier upper body. I actually kind of like that appearance. Almost like an ancient warrior, but you're only your bottom side. The bottom side is all aged, whereas you actually replace your upper side. Because it makes the top look like new, fresh armor, and then the bottom look like it's been aged for decades. Honestly, I might do that. I like the angle of how that visual is. The only reason it's colored is because I found it on the ground like that. But honestly, it's kind of growing on me. Special attack, go, 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 go. Andrew Gower, code it right now. Go, 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 go. Hit him with your long sword. Go, go, go. I'm spam clicking. It doesn't look like I am, though. It's not doing anything. My special attack weapon's not working. Wait, how many potions do we have left? I said I would go until we use them all. We got 10 left. Whatever we have by 10 is what we're going to just end at then for now. It's a little bit of a combat break, so we're not just gathering the whole time and processing stuff. But I do think I kind of want to do the green thing. I know it might look a little bit weird, but I'm going to try it for a little bit and see if the aesthetic works. Change my boots and pants to a green. Maybe not the exact green. I'll try a couple of them and see. But to make it like all aged compared to like the top of our body. The aesthetic's actually really growing on me. What do I think about the upcoming update of queuing skills? I feel like it'll work really good for production skills. I don't think I would use it that much for gathering though. There's not too many gathering resources that are all in one room. Are these better? They are. You've been playing RuneScape since 2000? Nice. So it's nice to play something new and still have a good feeling. Yeah, honestly, he's been doing a great job on it so far. I've really been enjoying Brighter Shores. So far, we've streamed it every day since launch as well. I don't think I've ever streamed any new game this consistently. Of course, we're doing leaks for the last week, but I still had it on screen and everything. And the only days that are a little bit shorter were Thanksgiving, because it's the Thanksgiving holiday. And Mondays, because it's normally my catch-up day for the week. This guy might actually win. This guy just won. I need double potion just for one kill. It's such a waste. I need better armor just to kill these things for better armor. Which is obviously problematic. But I need better armor in order to kill these for better armor, which is a unfortunate situation to be in. Because my main method of gaining better armor is killing these for better armor. But I need to kill these for better armor to get better armor, to be able to kill them for better armor. Obviously, he's the quartermaster guy, but he's inconsistent. It could take days to gear up with that. How many potions are we down to? 6 left. That's about like, what, 4 more kills? 5 more kills? Maybe 6 if we get lucky. But whatever we have by the end of that potion stack, we'll go back to mining, I think. Get back to the mines. They beckon. Oh, wow, we are like mega losing this fight. I hope whenever the Tempest Day Mace gets a special attack, that it's actually viable to use against these things. Because right now our Tempest Day percent is too low to bother ever using it in combat. Ooh, that's the thing. Is that better in my bow right now? I know they're weak to Tempest Day as well. It is. Nice. Alright, this will be nice. Only has 3 ammo though, unfortunately. But they're weak to Tempest Day. Nice. Now, could you give me a DPS weapon increase? That'd be great. Instead of just a throwing axe. Like an actual one-hand or two-hand, ideally two-hand. Ideally of the non-frost variety. The frost variety would be good too. Just for these specifically, frost isn't good, but obviously in general it is. Given that we're Cryo Knight. But in this particular exact instance, it would be better if it wasn't. Alright, 3 left. Hopefully that's 3 more kills at least. I want at least 1 more upgrade if we can. And I'll go double check the quartermaster. Something I probably should have done before we came here. Rather than after. Oh, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, he did it. Gosh, maybe we're leaving now. I think that's a sign. I'll go check the quartermaster, see what he has, recolor whatever we have, and go from there. I think that's a sign. The mines beckon. Alright, let me go put these pearls away too when we go do that. Alright, let's see. Teleport to... where are we going? Chronopolis outskirts. Seeing as you played a lot, what would your guide be for new players? Or if you could start over, what would you do differently? I've kind of been doing one of my old accounts. And honestly, it's not too much different than what I did. For the most part. But it would be a little bit more refined. As far as some of the mistakes I made. But I've been meaning to cover a video on that. I might still, given that's the month mark. I'm just not sure how to organize it in a way that would make for a good video. I'm really bad at making videos. But, I would definitely say rush through all the chapters. Doing Spider Nest when you get to... basically, do all of Hopeport. Doing only the Obelisk quests. Like, doing the Obelisk quests and all bare requirements. Then, do Chapter 2. Doing Spider Nest before you finish Chapter 2. Then do Chapter 3, finishing Matubin's Legacy before you get out of Chapter 3. So you can get your first venture kind of rolling, as that's probably the first one you'll realistically have access to. It also gets you set up for whenever you want to do the Lost and Found quest down the line. But, at least Matubin's Legacy. Basically, we're trying to hit at least 1 quest each time. But for Chapter 1, it's Obelisk. For Chapter 2, it's Spider Nest. For the other one, it's Matubin's Legacy. And for Chapter 4, it's Spirit Essence. And basically just go through doing those quests before you finish out each chapter. And then finish all the way to Chapter 4. After that, you finish getting the 31 detective you did from Spirit Essence. I'm not sure what level that brings you to. I want to say 34, 35. You then do combat and everything to get that all the way up to 83. Doing ideally raid dens, so you could do it through any detective method you wish. But the main thing that matters is if you have 83 and the ability to at least kill the raid den once which means you'll need at least like 80 combat at least. So you might as well just do it through raid dens. That will then give you every shortcut in the area, so you can then go all in on merchant and then go all in on leatherworker. And then after you get tired of those two, you basically live in the mines of Matubin until you get all those up. But that's probably how I would do it if I were to restart. At least as far as the the early rush, is the one quest per area of the most useful one for every single area. Getting all the way to chapter 4 pretty much immediately. And then going all in on watch person detective until you can eventually go into all in merchant and then all in leatherworker. And then you're just loaded. You're set up to go craft your own armor as well. It just really sets up everything. Alright, what can I buy here? Ooh, what can I buy here? What can I buy here? Unfortunately, this one doesn't look as cool. Ew, I'm gonna have to downgrade my appearance. 231 silver is a pretty penny, too. How much of an upgrade is this? Is it even worth it? That's a lot of silver. 231? Gosh, that's expensive. That's highway robbery. That's an upgrade, though. Let me see. How much of an upgrade is it? The problem is the appearance is such a downgrade. That's the main thing that from keeping me from clicking that button. Is that is such an appearance downgrade. A 251? How much worse or better even is that? It's almost like 20. It's such a visual downgrade, though, that I kind of don't want to click it. Wish you could, like, compare them both at once. Like, obviously there is if I buy it, but, is that worth it? The problem is how much it cosmetically nerfs us. Like, yeah, it's stronger. How much money am I losing on it? It sells for 51. I'm losing, like, 180 silver when I get rid of this later. It's not worth it. I don't want my visual downgrade. Alright, let me go color these pants and head out of here. Yeah, high level gear starts getting a bit expensive, doesn't it? Yes, Lost and Found is very important to eventually get. Lost and Found is only good if you're going to really power grind the entirety of the chapter, though. Like, if you're doing that, you gotta, like, really, really commit all in to like, grinding up every skill there. Because you gotta get them really high for it to actually, like, give you value. Alright, there we go. That's our new appearance at the moment. Alright. Where are we heading to now? I guess back to the mines. Teleport to... Wait, where am I going? Oh yeah, I'm just mining in the mines. We need to go get 134 so we can go do the better rock. So we can then do another better rock. And the cycle continues. Yeah, that's basically what I did on my main account, or, you know, on this account. We, like, rushed all chapters pretty early. You know, pretty casually, but relative to, you know, no quest guides or anything. We kind of rushed it. And then we kind of just farmed chapter 4. And honestly, that's pretty much the way to go. There's two main routes as far as diverging. And it really depends on if you like combat or not. But the two non-combat related routes that are really big if you're not doing free-to-play is you either go all in on Mines of Matubin or you go all in on Chronopolis. Going all in on Chronopolis prints money. And going all in on Mines of Matubin gives you really high tier gear. So it really depends if you want to like combat pivot or just have a billion money for down the line before trading comes out. I'd say those are the two biggest ones right now. Is do all in Mines of Matubin if you want to get PV combat ready, or go in all in Chronopolis if you want to be trading ready. But yeah, wow, armor really starts to get expensive after 200, doesn't it? That shop is actually starting to become not worth it. I'd rather just do smithing and everything. Even more of a reason to be using smithing and everything. Mining. I want that level already. Next knowledge point we put in should be enough to get us where we need to be. Yeah, that's currently what I'm doing with my alts. I'm rushing them through the storyline by AFKing them at the slowest rate possible. But you know, I have them moving through, basically through the AFK methods. So I only have to train them to level 20 for any given thing. So for example, I got them 20 woodcutting, 20 scout, and 20 carpentry. I then AFK'd carpentry from 20 to 32 because they need it for spider nests. I'm currently AFKing their scout from 20 to about 30-ish. Or maybe 28-ish. And then I need to get them geared and then ready for the fight. And then, after that... What is my plan for Chapter 3 when I do for them? So when I get to Chapter 3 with them, mining is going to be the main thing you would want to get to level 20 first. The second you get here, you want to pick up this pickaxe. Use that remote storage that you got from completing out the spider nest quest. And just start rushing to 20 mining by doing the best method you have at any given time. So at level 0, it's the flint. At level 4, I believe it's basalt. I forget if there's another rock in between. Probably iron at some point. And then you go to level 10 mine carts. And honestly, you could probably do level 10 mine carts all the way to level 20 if you want to. And then once you have level 20, you can just complete out the entire quest. And then from there, you'd want to focus on probably just buying the materials that you need to go get smithing, stonemason, and bonerite to whatever level you want to get them to. The main ones that you would probably want to focus are the Mines of Matubin ones, which is mostly smithing, even if you're not a cryonite. But I'm trying to think, what would the level distribution be if we were to leave the... Because we need 60 total. 20 mining is required. What do my other 40 levels go into? You would definitely want to get at least 20 in whatever your weapon making skill is. Based on your class. I guess you would just put a little bit into everything. Because you mostly just care about rushing to Chapter 4 at that point. You could even skip the Chapter 3 quest there. Because I believe you can start it and still get most of the benefits. It's mostly if you want the venture and everything. For free mining XP down the line. Because ventures are hard to come by in early game. And the Mines of Matubin quest gives you a half-decent venture. For a really good mining XP that we currently have running right now, actually. It's one of the few ventures in the game that's, like, really worth it. Once the merchant, all the merchant ones work, that won't be as big a deal. But in the current state of the game, you can't just, like, double merchant. Because you can't currently buy building supplies for Chapter 5. Which is kind of unfortunate. But that would kind of change down the line. Compared to how it is now. That's the thing, too. Like, any advice you give now only affects now. Like, the strategy that you would use right now would probably change in, like, a month from now. Would gathering be smart for trading? Yes. Bones are probably going to be one of the most highly traded things. Or at least bone right gear in general. Which does require bones. But, yeah, bone right gear is by far the most expensive gear in the game. Particularly 3-star bone right gear. You could either get it through combat by picking Guardian class, or make it yourself through bone right skill. Though, of course, it's also fed heavily by Gatherer, Woodcutting, and Carpentry. You could even get it slightly from the Scout skill. Though it's a little bit more unpredictable from that. But I'm not really prepping for trading as much as I am probably for PvP. Like, my main goal initially was to do all quests, and we did. Like, first it was, like, the main storyline. Then it was all quests, which we finished on Thanksgiving. And then my main goal after that is basically be able to craft our own 200 gear. Technically 199 due to the rarity curve. But basically make full base 200 gear. Which realistically, to be able to do that, means we need level 200-ish in bone right, smithing, stonemason, leather maker, and in armor maker in Chapter 5 that doesn't exist yet. And if you were to gather all your own material, it would technically also mean 200 miner, 200 gatherer, 200 woodcutter, and 200 carpenter. Though of those, I'm only worrying about the mining one at the moment. The other ones we'll see down the line. But for now, we're focusing on mining. I might even just go all out on mining. And just do like a smithing pivot after I have 200 all. Hey, that was the plan currently, I think. Get really, really high mining, get really, really high smithing. And get Bonewright and Stonemason to 200 along the way. And Leathermaker. And eventually Armor Maker. And then focus very heavily on Armor Maker and smithing. And mining, of course, to support it. And the other worker would get up automatically. I just need to get Merchant a little bit higher to keep up with it. But Merchant's really quick, so that's not too big a deal. The only problem with Merchant is it requires a lot of brain power compared to every other skill in this game. That's the only thing keeping me from getting like 300 Merchant right now, or something similar. Is I can only take so much Merchant before my brain gives up. Like, I love this skill. It's probably my favorite skill in the entire game. But, I can only take so much before my brain just stops. Especially if I'm gonna be doing, like, 11, 12-hour streams. Like, I could definitely not do an entire stream where all I did was Merchant. I would go crazy. Like, my limit, I think, is, like, 3 hours. Oh, that was a lag spike. Whoa. I've been having some connection issues today. I'm pretty sure they're my end, not the game's end. Because the stream was also disconnecting earlier. Like once or twice. Yeah, we're currently going for, at this exact moment in time, I'm trying to get mining so I can get 200 smithing. So yes. The biggest issue I had is I was going all in on smithing, which was a huge mistake. I know some people did that who are rushing leaderboard. But I highly, highly, highly advise, if you're doing smithing or stonemason, that you get 200 mining first, before you get 200 in those skills. I was doing it the other way around initially, and a lot of people high on leaderboard are also doing it that way. However, long term, it's actually really, really bad to do. Because you're eventually going to need the mining to support your smithing level, or your stonemason level. It's unavoidable at a certain point. And I kind of realized that once I got to like 140, 150 smithing. I'm like, wait, I need to just go all in on mining. My mining's running so far behind. So I would say that's the biggest mistake of our playthrough so far. Out of like the first month. Is you should not dump all of your XP into your production skill unless your only goal is to literally do combat only. Like, you literally plan to do nothing but combat. That is the only exception. If you plan to do anything beyond that, you should be getting your gathering or gathering skills up before you do the production skill for the main one you need. With Bonewright definitely being the most annoying one to gear for. Just because it requires 3 skills, whereas for the most part, you can do blacksmith and stonemason just entirely off of mining. Bonewright's like the weird other one. That's something I'll probably regret now because I'm currently doing the exact mistake again. Because I'm currently knowledge boosting Bonewright. Well, technically I'm doing it into mining so I can move to the next rock. But then after that, we're doing into Bonewright. And one slight mistake of that is I'm going to have no way to gather bones, no way to get the logs or anything else unless we buy it from a shop. Or buy it from a player once trading is out. Which is really, really bad. I'm doing the exact same mistake again. But this one, it feels more justified. Because of just how absurdly annoying Bonewright is to level. Like, long term, it's bad. Short term, it's good. So really, I shouldn't be doing it, but I can't not do it. What I should really be doing is lamping Gathering. And play the ultra long game. And get, like, Gatherer up so we could do the better bones. So we could eventually do the better Bonewright. Oh no, is anyone actually training Bonewright by training Bonewright? Is that anything that someone is doing? Like, other than Guardians. I feel like 90% of people, even possibly Guardians, are training bone right by not training bone right. It is just so clunky to train right now because it requires so many skills. To efficiently train bone right, you basically have to get 200 gatherer, 200 woodcutter, and 200 carpenter, which very few people are doing prior to training bone right. It's macro efficient to do so, but gosh, does it take forever. Like with mining, you just have to train mining, and boom, you just train like 2 skills. For bone right, it's basically the opposite. You gotta train like 3 skills just to train 1 skill. Whereas mining, you train 1 skill and train 2 other skills. Like 1 skill that feeds into 2. Rather than the other way around where you need like 3 skills to feed into 1. Yeah, bone right isn't too bad at the lower level range. The problem is how much levels you need in all 3 of these other ones to keep it up. Like at my current bone right level, I believe I would need like 80, 90 in all of these other 3. And at the lower level range, it's not too bad to keep up. But it's going to get increasingly harder over time. I think that might be the pivot though once I get to cement. You just keep it on the 84 AFK cement for a little bit. And start working on gather, woodcutter, carpenter again. Because I'm making the same mistake again. I'm literally just making the same mistake I made with smithing. And then in the short term, because it's better to get bone right up in the short term, I'm just getting it up. Whereas in the long term, it is way, 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 way better to not do that. It'd be way better to be working on gatherer or woodcutter or carpenter. The problem is how many tools you need for that, and I don't have the XP tools currently for them. Though if I was to do one or the other, I kind of want to do gatherer. I hate how much you have to jump up and down for trees. You have to slightly for gatherer as well, but not as much. Most gather activities are a lot more flat compared to woodcutting. But I don't know, there are some pretty broken woodcutting methods though. Like the brambles. The brambles are nice and flat. Because I had to get 20 woodcutting on both the other 2 accounts, and honestly it wasn't that bad. It was kind of chill. The only problem is the only woodcutting I really like that's currently in the game are the brambles on the ground, or whatever they're called. Those like little thorn thingies. Just because it's all nice and flat and really easy to do. But I don't know, do we pivot? Do we ultra pivot? Time to drop bone right and start doing everything else. No, I still need to get bone right at least to 84 for cement AFK though. Beyond that, I might stop though. And just literally keep AFKing the cement. And the problem is it becomes worse in the next AFK activity already by like 88. Which is so bad. Like it lasts for like 4 levels before, which is like what, 4 days? Before it's already outclassed by the next one. And the worst part is, you know how much deeper you have to go to get to next cement? It's all the way at, wow, how far is it? When is the tier 3 cement? Because I'm not even seeing it. It's so far down. Where even is it? There's no way it's 180. There's no way you jump from 84 to 180. I'm not seeing one though. I don't know, do you guys see any cement in all this mess? I'm not seeing any. Oh, there it is. Fine cement, 128. It's still an 84 to 128 jump though. There's no way we're AFKing that from 84 to 128, I assure you. That'd be so inefficient. You know what? We might actually get our pickaxe upgrade today. We need 142 for the pickaxe upgrade. I already have the money for it. And 141 we get our next iron. Iron's actually pretty important because that will be the first resource that's tier 4 that we can mine. Which then gives us access to actually making our own tier 4 gear for the first time. I can make a rapier out of it. I can make, I believe, a throwing weapon? I can't remember which one. I don't think it was one of the better ones, but I can make one. And I can make a shield out of it. The rapier is the most relevant one, though. I guess a shield, too. Though for once, our smithing will almost start falling behind. All I have to do is just process the bars and it'll instantly fix itself. What do you think will be required for armor crafting? We pretty much already know. We know for sure we're going to need leather. That's 100% confirmed. But the speculation would be you would need stone to make hammer mage. You would need bars in order to make the cryonite because it's all metallic. And the guardians duct tape bones to their armor, so they probably need the bones. So you're going to need leather maker and the weapon making skill. Not to make the weapons, obviously, but to make the processed resource. You're going to need likely dunked bones, smith bars, and etched stones, as well as leather, and then the armor making skill. So it'll feed from those three, which feeds even further down if you count the gathering skill. So it's going to be a very long feed chain, because that means in total, to do armor making, you will need gatherer, woodcutter, not carpenter, oddly enough. Actually, no, you don't even need woodcutter, sorry. You would just need gatherer, mining, bonewright, blacksmith, stonemason, merchant, leatherworker, and an armor maker, which is like 7 skills. The only thing we know for sure is that you're going to need merchant plus leatherworker. Which pretty much assumed that the bars and stuff will also be needed. Just because of how the armor looks. Like, obviously, this is metallic armor. Those other ones are made of stone. The other ones literally have duct tape bones to them. It'd be very weird if they didn't use bones or didn't use metal bars and stuff. But yeah, that's like 8 skills. Just do armor making. But it makes sense, because obviously armor is pretty important. So, of course, it would feed from like 1 billion skills in total. Alright, as soon as we get this knowledge boost, we should be good to go. Like, one more rotation, we're already there. Then I head straight to Flint. I mean, not to Flint, straight to Basalt. I'll still be grabbing a case of Flint every time, though. Just because it's on route to banking. Is why I didn't want to do as much Flint. I wanted to boost it a little bit with knowledge points. Because I didn't want to get too much Flint by the end of all this. Because we are going to be so much Flint by the end of this. So much Flint. Alright, knowledge point. It's time. Alright, let's go to the basalts. Well, this will be the first time I get to see a resource upgrade in front of my eyes. Let's see. It's going to be hard to see because the menu blocks it, though. Let's see. Let's look at it really quickly. Boom. Oh, no! It upgraded too quickly. Yes, now it's a 134. It's hard to get it because the menu's blocking it. And now we grab pretty much 3 cycles of basalt into 1 cycle of flint. Just because the timer makes it so the flint is actually still worth taking. And technically I'll grab 5 flint instead of 6 because I'm just going to keep the potion in my inventory. That's fine. I'll just drop whichever one is furthest away, which I think is the one all the way to the bottom left corner of the one room. I'm not sure. Alright, now our goal... I don't know. Are we going to all the way to 142 today? I'm not against it. That'd be a nice end goal for mining today. Get to the next pickaxe upgrade. Which gives another 5%. So whenever we come back to mining again, we're already going to have the boost ready to go. It'll also give us enough iron that I can actually go craft a good rapier if I wanted to. Though based on my smithing level, I can only create a 151 rapier. And a 151 shield. Which oddly enough is not an upgrade. I have a 169 shield right now from a drop. The rapier would be, but it's barely. I don't have anything that's cryo weak that I need it for at the moment. And then at the end of the cycle, we just grab flint because the respawn timer is going to take too long. I might just grab 4 flint, I guess. It'll just be 1 inventory less each time. So I don't have to move to the other one. We just waste less tiles that way. It's not that big a deal. It would also allow me to have another potion, though. I don't think there's anything else I would need. There's no fear potion here, or no need to have one. I don't know. Is there anything else I could do with my 1 inventory? And then grab another flint, I guess. We'd have to go out of our way slightly. And by that, I mean a few tiles in the opposite direction. Oh no! Whatever shall we do? A few tiles in the wrong direction. Oh yeah, where does this one go auto you when you click on it? Is it gonna do left? Yeah, it does. Okay, I gotta manually click this every time. I knew there was one for basalt you have to manually click. It's this one. You lose 2 tiles every time you click on it because it has east-west priority. So since both are the same distance, it drags you to the west tile. But then you have to backtrack 2 tiles to go back. Here it doesn't matter as much because it's the same distance to get to the rock. You just gotta make sure you don't click on the other rock though. Otherwise you'll also waste 2 tiles. But yeah, so there's 2 on basalt you have to make sure you manually click on. That's my concern when auto pathing comes out, or when you can do multiple for gathering. This is one of the reasons I said I probably wouldn't use it for gathering. I mentioned it earlier but didn't like fully explain it. But when they have multiple queue for actions, they're likely not going to take the most optimal path. They're going to take east-west priority. And the problem with east-west priority when doing gathering is you waste 2 tiles every time it does the wrong tile. And there's probably not going to be any toggle to switch from northwest or north-south to east-west priority. Maybe if you did. There's still other rocks that it could ruin if you do that way. So, it's way better to manually gather, basically, is the bottom line. You're going to want to manually gather. As you'll waste so many tiles if you use the auto feature that they're probably going to add at some point. It's only really beneficial for production stuff, where you're like standing in one place where you can't lose tiles. But you're going to lose a lot of tiles when you do it automatically. Because I'm willing to make a bet it will always move you to that west tile when the auto thing comes out. Which means during a basalt run like we're doing right now, you would lose 4 tiles every run. If you did it automatically compared to manually. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're doing so many rotations, that adds up to be a lot of XP. Also, this is why we do flint. Because right now we're just waiting. And I'll just grab the flint real quick. Gosh, I hate that these things are here. They're in the way of my rock. You're in the way of my XP rock. Oh, that's a manual click you have to make sure it goes through as well. So you'll be over here. Taking a manual click over here. Because if I click on there, it'll move you there, but we want to move over there. So that's like 4 manual clicks we have to do per cycle then. That's not too bad though. I'll take even more if you count all the other cycles. How many is that per inventory then? Let me see. If you're doing 2 per, that's 6. So I think that's 9. That's 9 manual clicks we have to do that aren't just clicking on the resource. That's not too bad. But those are 9 clicks that the auto feature would not do, even if they added it. This is why even when you can do it, it probably won't be worth it for gathering. Only production skills like cooking, alchemy, obviously bone right, blacksmith, stonemason, stuff like that are going to be the main ones that would be useful on. Or if you just really want to AFK. Like you just AFK and do all 4 of these rocks over and over again, I guess, technically. Or something that's like really close to a bank. That's still good XP. Like iron, for example. That one room with like 8 iron in it could be a good AFK spot. If you could queue up all the iron and just bank it after you do 3 times. Because assuming potion is equipable by then, you can get just 3 sets of 8 and just AFK them that way. And that'd be really good. Because if you can one-click do an entire room, that's actually going to be really, really good for AFK. Particularly in any room that has like 8 rocks or something. Like the iron. I can't think of what other one was good. I think the green ones also have 8. The problem is the green ones aren't particularly close to a bank if you're going like ultra AFK. Because you have to walk through a combat room that is extremely non-AFK if you're somewhat AFK. But the iron would work really well. It's 2 rooms from a bank. Barely. It's more like 1 room from a bank with how close they are. And it's also 8 ores in a room. So if you could one-click, just grab them all. Plus, there's no other resource that your guy could get confused on as well. It's all iron. I don't know, it really depends how it works. Do you think they'll be bad for the game to also have a mobile version? I think they're already guaranteed going to have one. The terms of service at one point had mention of it. I'm not sure if it still does. That they were going to have a mobile version. But no, I would love to see a mobile version for this game. It'd be so much more convenient. Obviously, I'd mostly play it on PC, obviously. But, you know, in the times when you can't play on PC, it'd be good for those instances. And even if I did get a Steam Deck, there are times where a Steam Deck is just way too bulky to get out compared to a phone. Oh, I canceled it too early. Hate when I do that. That's one weird feature I wish they would add that I'm pretty sure they never will. It is a lock in current action. So you can't accidentally misclick out of an action before it's done. I'm not sure if you guys have ever done that when doing something longer, like the 30-second ones when you're crafting something. But I wish there was a toggle to make it that if your character commits to an action, it will finish it. Not for combat or anything, but, you know, for gathering, for production. To make sure that whenever you have a loading bar like this, you don't accidentally cancel it early. Currently, you can cancel every single one of them early on accident. But I would love to see a toggle where you could make it so you will always be forced to have to finish the action. So you can never accidentally cancel it. You can't cancel mid-fishing? Oh, did they actually do that for fishing? It's weird they haven't done it for every other skill. Because I know most skills in this game you can cancel midway through. Like any of these circle loading bars, you can cancel like every single one of them pretty much. I would love to have like a lock-in feature so you can't cancel them on accident. It doesn't happen that often, but it happens often enough to be annoying. It's one of those really small things that's definitely not coming anytime soon. If even ever. But it's one of those small things that every time it happens, it's like, let me go do it again. It's not as bad when it comes to a rock, which takes like 2 or 3 seconds or whatever it is. But I've definitely done it with like the 30-second crafting before, which is so annoying. Like you're right at the end of the bar and you think it's done and you move away. And then you have to do the whole 30-second craft all over again. Also, I probably shouldn't drink the potion at the beginning. Because I noticed the timing on the previous one. I think the angle is to do the potion for the second set. Because it lasts all the way through to Flint. And the reason why the potion is good to wait on, potentially, is you're already going to be waiting for the flint to respawn anyways. So it's actually 0 time to drink the potion. The problem with starting with the potion is we have to waste several seconds to drink it. It's one of the issues that all the 5% potions have right now. Is that there's a delay in drinking it like every other potion in the game. Pretty much. And that delay means you're actually getting less than 5% in a way. Because you have to account for the time that you take to drink it. Which is not instantaneous. So unless you're drinking it during a downtime. So I gotta start drinking it after one set of basalt. And just drink it during the downtime. We're just standing there anyways. If I drank it before the first set, we're drinking it when we could be mining. Which is wasting mining XP. Which is almost nullifying our 5% that we would be getting. Not completely, but, you know, partially. I hope they had a name toggle. There's technically a way to toggle them off in a sense. It's something I've always wanted. Is a always on sense meter. Which would also technically toggle names off automatically. Well, other than your own, I guess, technically. But I want like an auto, like always sense on. I want this so badly. Pretty much since like a few days into the game, I've wanted this so badly. So you don't have to keep clicking this over and over again. There's some activities where it's really useful to always have sense on. I wouldn't keep it on by default, but there are definitely activities where I would keep it on the entire activity. Also, speaking of high priority things, we really need to deposit all. I can't wait till right-click deposit all comes out. Even if I have to drop my potion to make sure it doesn't go in or something, which would be slightly clunky until, you know, the potion equipped thing is out. I want deposit all so badly on the rifts. I know it's something he's eventually going to do. Once he can get it coded and everything. But gosh, it's getting so annoying to have to go in there every time. In that clunky menu. It's mostly annoying when you're doing multiple different ones. It's not as bad if you only have one material on you. But I can't imagine doing foraging in the current state of the game. How on earth do you bank when you have like 5 different items on you if you're doing like very wide foraging for knowledge points? That would take absolutely forever to keep putting them in over and over and over and over again. Alright, now is when we drink, because we're gonna have downtime anyways. So that's a 0 time potion right there. And it lasts all the way until we get the flint. I can even delay it slightly because the basalt takes 10 years to respawn, like every other rock here. There's something else I hope they tweak slightly, the like absurd downtime between the resources. I think the biggest issue is the inconsistency between them. Like if every skill was the same and every rock and everything was the same, it'd be like, okay. But, like it's different. And these are like annoyingly so. Honestly, just the rocks in general. The six sets on rocks. I guess there's a few other things like it with fishing and too as well. But there's just like a billion years of downtime. Like we're gonna stand here for like 8 seconds before this thing respawns. Doing absolutely nothing. That's why I keep cycling the flint. Because otherwise we gotta go wait another 8 seconds just for the basalt. Whereas the flint's already spawned and ready to go. And on the path to get back anyways. It's also why I didn't want to mine as much flint. Because we mine flint while we do basalt. Not as much, but you know, we're still getting some banked. Bone right angle, yeah. Gotta keep putting into bone right until 84. I need 84 before I go to bed at night, hopefully. Otherwise I gotta do the dinosaur. So I need 13 more knowledge points then. 12 to get it to 84, and then another one for the actual activity. Actually, I think I need 2 more, actually. 2 AFK points. So we need 12 more then. I mean, 14 more. Let's see, how much time do we have left? 6 hours-ish? Yeah, we can get that much in that much time. Even if we don't, it's easy to get off stream real quick. That would only be like 2 or 3 knowledge. I could do some merchant or something real quick for it. Yeah, the potions being every 2 minutes. Honestly, they gotta fix the potion system. I'm not sure what they are gonna do for it, like all the changes. Like obviously making it equipable, having like an auto feature. But they really gotta consider some kind of rebalance on how potions work in this game. The XP ones, that is. Because the way they currently work is very, very clunky. And there's a lot of things they can change. It really just happens to be like, what do they ultimately do with it? But yeah, having it equip is nice. Having it auto use as an option is nice. But they still gotta fix like the timers on it. The way that they interact with knowledge. And a few other things like that. Because I feel like the way that they currently interact with knowledge is not a healthy way to keep them. Personally. Like, I don't mind that they can boost knowledge. They just have to do it in a way that's more intuitive than the way it currently works. It just feels weird drinking a potion for a different chapter while in a completely different chapter. And a few other things like that. Also, the double stacking now is kind of weird for 10% pots. Because now you just want to double stack to 200% and then use a 10% or a 7% or, you know, any percent bigger. At least a 5%, but you know. Like, you can double stack them now and drink half as many potions. But then that's clunky because you waste some of your knowledge. Which defeats the whole point of this system because you are supposed to not waste your knowledge. But then ultimately you still waste your knowledge. It's just really weird. I feel like it's probably the clunkiest thing in the game right now when it comes to skilling. Is how do you handle the potion system? For combat, it's pretty easy to do. But for any activity where you need like a set number of things in your inventory, like merchant, most gathering, stuff like that, you either have to give up one material, which wastes a good majority of your potion by that point, especially if you're using a 5%. Because between the time that you have to use to consume the potion and the fact that you have to get one less material every single route, it just wastes so much. Like, you're wasting almost the entire potential of the potion within that time frame. Between getting one less loot as well as the like 2 seconds it takes to drink it. Because you're missing the whole XP drop of whatever you're not taking. Plus on top of that, also the slight delay. That could have been like a whole resource node in that time. So you're basically dropping 2 resource nodes to use a pot. In the current state of the game. Which is not only 2 less resources nodes, but in some situations, it could even be less XP. Depending on how you're cycling around. Like here, I don't think it matters. I'm pretty sure we're gaining more XP than we're losing. In most situations, you gain more XP than you lose. But it's hard to calculate out exactly. There's one thing I really wish this game had too. XP tracking. Because I'm not going to start a timer and check my XP before and after. That's too much effort. I probably should for some things, to be honest. But I wish the game just did it on its own. I really want an XP tracker. It's just really hard to test like slight nuances with skilling methods right now. Like things that are only like marginally better. Which is one of the main things that's kind of hard to test with XP pots right now as well. The wiki has most of it, yes, but the wiki might be using slightly different methods than what a player might be using. Is the only problem with that. Like, the wiki's definitely good for general knowledge, though. Use it, then drop it. I was doing that earlier. I was just disconnecting a lot and didn't want my 200-something pots to despawn. I was doing that a lot earlier. The only problem with that is it also has a delay between when you grab and drop it, though. But I was doing that a ton earlier on. But for now, I'm just keeping it in my inventory because this current cycle of what we're doing actually allows 2 free inventory spaces. Assuming we skip the other 2 flint. Unless we want to backtrack for the 2 flint, which isn't that big a deal, but I've just been dropping it so I can keep the thing in my inventory. So I don't have to keep juggling the potion. But I've done it a lot in the past. I'm just getting tired of juggling them. I've probably picked up potions from the ground over 1,000 times already now. If not more. Because you gotta reset them every 10 minutes or when you want to repot. Which means in a single hour you can pick them up as much as like 30 times. You lost 400 pots? Oh gosh. Yeah, I lost like an epic when I was making like level 30 epics, I think, at one point. And ever since I did, I lost like 5 items I crafted, and one of them was like a 3-star I needed. And ever since then, I was like, okay, I'm never dropping this stuff to the ground unless I set a timer. Anytime anything hits the ground, I start a 9-minute timer just to make sure the 10-minute timer doesn't land. That's what this little timer here is for. This one right over here. I do it whenever I drop something to the ground. Luckily, since then, I've never lost anything I've ever dropped on the ground. But that's one of the reasons I don't have these potions dropped. We were having some lag issues earlier. And I've kept them in my inventory every second since. Because if you disconnect for over... Oh no, I did that wrong. No, I wasted 2 tiles. The inefficiency. No, we haven't really been playing max efficiently quite yet. Now that's been like a month. I've been starting to here and there though. Whenever we can. The first like 2 to 3 weeks I've been just doing whatever though. But now that we're fully back and have nothing to distract us other than the holidays coming up. Yeah, we're gonna start doing some efficient stuff here and there. I think it's finally time. We've been going casually long enough. Time to get like every single route like as efficient, tile efficient as possible. Doesn't save that much time, but if you're doing it for hours, it starts to add up. Hey, did we ever retake top 20? We kind of accidentally had top 20 for a while, but then I did RuneScape Leagues, and then we dipped. But, what are we at right now? Where's leaderboard? Where even is leaderboard? Hey! Top 20 again. Nice. Barely. But, technically. Out of technicality, we are. But yeah, that's like barely though. Like the bareliest of barelies. Oh, sorry, Sanaka, I didn't see your other comment. But what I meant by duration on XP pots is basically higher tier pots don't have higher duration. Or I don't believe they do. I used the 7% earlier, and I'm pretty sure it was 2 minutes. That's the biggest issue with the XP pots as far as scaling right now. Is, they don't last any longer. So, like, 6% pots, 7% pots are kind of useless right now. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. These are basically only almost no difference for an absurdly higher cost. It's one of the reasons I feel like 10% won't even be used that much. The cost difference between 10% and 5 is astronomically high. To such a degree, you'd probably be better off putting all that silver into just weapons or, you know, tools. Even if your next tool upgrade's like 5+ gold or something, it's probably still worth it long term to put it into that than it is to actually use 10% pots. Unless you're using a skill that can't be boosted by a tool. It's the only time 10% pots are really going to come through, probably. That and double knowledge points, of course. But they're going to be way too expensive to use by anyone other than, like, people going for rank 1. If you're not someone going for, like, rank 1 total, I feel like almost no one's using 10% pots. They're like 20x the cost of, like, a 5% pot or something. Somewhere around there. Plus, some people don't even have the alchemy level right now to even make some of the endgame ones. Like the ones for chapter 3, 4, and 5. Or particularly 4 and 5. I don't think there's a single person who can make it the potion for 4 and chapter 4 or 5 right now. The 10% one. Like, literally 0 people in the whole game who can right now. Unless they're hidden on leaderboard. What's my smithing level at? We were like top 20 at one point, but then I proceeded to not do any smithing at all. And now we're 54. Yeah, that will happen if you don't do smithing for like 2 weeks straight. That's funny. I think when leaderboards came out, we were as high as like rank 10 smithing. And I haven't touched the skill in like 2 weeks, and now we're 54. Probably because all the people going for like 200. Particularly cryo knights, but even just people in general. It's pretty funny though. Oh, we're back down. Honestly, tomorrow's goal. One goal for tomorrow. We gotta reclaim our top 20. We got a power level in a way that we can actually legitimately retake our top 20 again. I think it's doable. We dipped a little bit in the last week because we weren't really playing as much. But, I kind of want to reclaim it. I'm just not sure if I'd really change up my gameplay much, though. Like, what would I farm if I really wanted to go all out? I guess merchant, but I'm not going to do merchant all stream. Oh, no. I am actually slightly considering the gatherer woodcutting carpentry pivot. The pivot of the pivot of the pivots. But no, honestly, mining, I don't know, I've really been enjoying mining smithing. I think there's a little bit of stonemason in there. I already knew before the game even came out that this was a route I wanted to go, which is why I picked Cryo Knight. Or one of the reasons I picked Cryo Knight. But, I don't know, I've just really been enjoying it. Just so chill. Compared to the other two productions, I even like it more as well. Not sure what it is about it, just with the animations and everything. It's so much more satisfying. I also like that it's flat. That's the main thing I hate with Woodcutter and some of the gathering skills as well. You gotta keep like doing a marathon with how much you have to jump up and down. But mining is nice and flat. Aside from blast mining, there's not a single mining in the entire game that you have to ever jump up and down for. Which of course stalls you every single time you do. Because your character just doesn't move through it like it does normal terrain. Because not only do you have to path correct routing, but you also have to path according to like the jumping. And sometimes it's just unavoidable, where you're forced to have to jump multiple times. With no pathing that could ever avoid it. Particularly for woodcutting. But their gathering skills do that quite a bit as well. Even fishing has it, which is kind of weird. Because whenever you go from like one fishing hole to the other, like let's say with the eels, you have to go up and down every time you go in and out of the water. For that, it doesn't matter as much because of the respawn timer. But for gathering and woodcutting, it does matter because you're not actually on a timer. There's enough trees and enough gathering spots normally for it that it's enough stall that you can still get in like cycle where you keep doing it over and over again. But it's mostly because the up and down keeps stalling you so much that there is enough time that it actually cycles properly. Like woodcutting, for example. Because I believe woodcutting, you can normally just camp 6 trees and be in perfect cycle. But it's mostly because the up-downs that stall it so much. As well as the distance between them. I feel like trees are a lot further spread compared to the rocks. Whereas a lot of rocks are literally 1 tile away from each other. Or in the case of these, like a few tiles away from each other. Whereas most trees are way further than like 3 tiles away. In Hope Forest. As well as the gathering spots. Though most gathering spots are like that though. Mining is actually rather unique in that way. Particularly with like iron ore and that blue ore and stuff like that. Where all the nodes are like literally 1 tile apart. Like right on top of each other. Which makes it just a lot more convenient to do compared to very spread around. Oh, we're about to get our next point. I'm pretty sure we're still putting this in a bone right? Pretty sure this is still bone right angle. Yeah, we got like another 5 hours. It's enough to get bone right up. Really? Saving for later stalls you? Really? I never noticed that till just now. Using save for later stalls you. Why? It's not even doing anything. You're just clicking a button. That's as weird as like the friends list stalling you. Why? I hope they change that eventually. Why would you do such a thing? I think the funnier one is the friends list though. Where if you try adding someone or deleting someone, it will actually stall your character. For seemingly no reason. Now, when can we move up to our next ore? I think it was 141, right? The next one's a beefy one. We get iron. Ooh, that's a good one. Iron's actually really important for us. For our one-handed rapier as well as our shield. It's the first tier 4 ore we can actually get as well. Right now we're getting tier 4 rocks, but iron will be our first tier 4 ore. Yeah, that one does stall you. Okay. I was just double checking on that one. Wait, are both of them like that? That's so lame. That's why I keep manually clicking. I was just double checking. See if I'm manually clicking because of just out of habit or because I actually need to. But yeah, I actually do need to. That's actually really clunky. Both of those rocks you have to manually click. Like, I've been doing it the whole time. It's not too big a deal. But, yeah, I actually do have to manually click. It's not me just doing out of habit. If you don't, you lose 2 tiles both times, which is kind of unfortunate. But I guess that's our goal at this point. Get 142 mining while getting bone right up. I wasn't planning on it being this heavily mining themed, but honestly, this is the start of our mining pivot. Got to utilize this gold invested level 30 tool. I don't think it's worth going beyond 30 though. Honestly, it's barely even worth going beyond 25. Though, what should I invest in next? The rake? Does anyone know? What is the sickle used for? What is the sickle for gatherer used for? Anything at all? Because aren't all bones rake? Does anyone know? Any guardians out there? Or free-to-play players who are going heavy on the game? Does rake work on every bone? That's the only thing I need to know. I don't even care what the sickle is used for necessarily. Can the rake be used for every bone in the game? Oh, wait, all bones are rake? Okay. I think I know the next tool I'm going for then. We're going for the rake pivot. Okay, I need to get... How much gold do you need for 25 tool? Let me go check that real quick. Enchantress, Enchantress. Web browser, where are you? Web browser. How much is a Enchantress, Enchantress, Enchantress? How much gold do we need to get a 25 rake? A 25 rake is basically 18 gold. Oh yeah, how am I going to make 18 gold? Is the next question. Yeah, I need enough to get this pickaxe and then 18 gold. And I guess a little bit more so I can keep upgrading my rake even further. With like the other little upgrades. So I need like 20 gold. From basically 0, because the rest of my golds, my 2 gold that I have right now is going almost entirely into the pickaxe. I think it was like 1.2 gold for the next pickaxe upgrade. What's the next rake upgrade? If we were to go down that route, hypothetically. That's not too hypothetical. What is the rake? Like, when's the next rake? How far is the next rake? How far? Gosh, you gotta go that far for tier 2 rake? Oh, fairness, I don't think I have the tier 1 one yet. So it's 111 for tier 2. Where's tier 1? I'm pretty sure I don't have the tier 1 upgrade. When do you get to tier 1? Oh, never mind. The first one is the tier 1. Well, you gotta go that far for an XP upgrade? Really? 110? Or 111, I mean? This seems deep. This seems really deep. Why is this so deep? That seems so absurdly deep. Just for the 2-star upgrade for it. Like, I'm pretty much that deep in mining right now, and we're already at 3-star, soon to be 4-star. But I gotta get to all the way to 111 just to get to 2-star. Yeah, gathering is scaled really roughly right now. That's not good. Oh, I didn't mean to drink it yet. Oh, that's interesting. It plays the animation, but doesn't do it. Oh, that's kind of cool. I never noticed that. You can cancel your potion into just doing the animation. If you ever want a cool animation around your character. I wonder if you could do it and cancel the bottle as well, so just as the glow. Let me see. Gotta see potion canceling tech. It doesn't actually use the potion or give you the effect, but it does the animation. Let me see. I wonder if you can cancel a potion into another potion. No, it seems like it always brings it up. What if you cancel it, like, really quickly? Ooh. Anyways, I need to actually drink it. But yeah, if you cancel very, very, very quickly, I think you can get the animation without the potion ever popping up. I wonder if they'll fix that in the future. But currently, you can make a glow around you without actually showing the potion. You just have to click very, very, very quickly. But yeah, I think this is my next upgrade pivot. I think we got a level 25 rake. Because I really need bones for our boosted up bone rate. The wooden carpenter I'll worry about a later time. But in the short term, I really need the bones. Because I need it for the armor. I am like 95% certain you will need bones to make bone rate armor. I'm not sure what gives that away other than the bones on the armor, though. But I feel like that's a bit of a tell. Just so slightly. The duct tape bones on the bone armor might be indication that they need bones. But assuming they are, I want to be able to dunk my own bones. I don't actually care about woodcutting carpentry as much. But I do need those bones, which means I do need gatherer. Woodcutting and carpentry I could still keep ignoring, though. The other reason why that will be useful is if that area ever gets another quest, you're going to need gatherer level like 40 or 50 probably. So I already have a head start on that and already have it done. The reason I say that is currently there's no gather requirement in that area. There's actually only 2 skills currently not needed for a quest, oddly enough. It is Forager and Gatherer. We figured this out like the other week, like 2 weeks ago, when we were messing with getting around all quests. There are 2 skills that are actually unused right now for any quest at all. And it is currently Gatherer and Forager. There is no quest requirement for either of them. Currently at least. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure why. Obviously, maybe down the line they'll get them. But the only 2 skills that do not have a quest requirement at all. I mean, you could theoretically keep them at level 0 in the current state of the game. If you really wanted to. There's currently no check in the game where you ever need either of them. And during the tutorial, you don't actually get enough XP to get level 1 foraging. I know I did it on 2 accounts. So, it is actually possible to go through the whole game right now with 0 Forager and 0 Gatherer. I would not advise doing so, but you can. There's actually no requirement at all for either of them at any point ever. At least currently. Unless I'm forgetting one. But last I recall, there is literally none for either. They both be kept at 0 forever. In the current state of the game anyways. But yeah, Gatherer is pretty rough then. That is so bad. I see why I keep putting off Gatherer, but honestly, I think it's finally time we pivot some to it at some point. It's definitely my next 25 tool for sure. Because I don't think getting any tool beyond 30 right now is worth it in the current economy of the game. Even 25 is a bit rough. Only reason I want to go a little bit further on the mining one is because we're going to be using it a lot. Like right now. But I don't think I'm getting any tool beyond 25 or 30 or so. The price increase just gets way too steep. At least prior to base 200s. After base 200s, we can start considering it. But prior to base 200, I don't think I'm getting any toll above 30. I really don't know what fishing tool to go upgrade, though. Like, when we do the 200 fishing grind, I guess it would be harpoon. But if you had someone the entire grind to do it with you, I'm pretty sure the co-op fishing is a little bit better. Though the problem is you can't do it the whole way, so probably not. Yeah, it's probably harpoon angle then. Because what's the main one for each skill? For fishing, it's harpoon. For forager is the biggest issue. Forager, you actually need 2 to 3 of them. You basically need the trowel and secateurs evenly. The only one that's kind of up in the air is how much you need net. Because some of them go into the water and it's kind of awkward. It's probably the one of the weirdest skills to do, Forager, right now. In that regard. Like, as far as tool. Because you actually do use all 3. To slightly different degrees, but you do use all 3. You're probably the ones I do absolute last unless they make the tower, like, absurdly good. For woodcutter, it's definitely hatchet. For gatherer, it's definitely rake. Mining is obviously the only one you have. And then detective is obviously handcuff, which we already did. But yeah, I think that's what we start working towards. Trying to get 25 with the best tool and everything. With the main one being ignore forager for now. I gotta see what the reward is for 490 forager before we do it. Like once he figures out what on earth he's doing for that. And see if there's any milestones prior to 490. If it's like a 6-tiered amulet or something. But, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So I want to say Forager for absolute last, oddly enough. Forager might actually be my, like, absurdly, like, absolute last 200. Actually, realistically, it's going to be carpentry, but... the one before then, as far as gathering skills, I think Forager's going to be my last 200 gatherer. Unless they do something really absurd with the monument. Is the only thing that would really change that. But otherwise, Gatherer is probably going to be my last 200 gathering skill. I mean, sorry, my foraging will be, I mean. I'll probably even 200 the gathering skill in Chapter 5 before I would do it in Chapter 1. Because by then, you know, by base 200, chapter 5 would definitely be out by then. We're not getting base 200 anytime soon. That is for sure. It's on the list of things to do, but obviously it's not particularly high priority. Like, obviously we're working towards it every day, but you know, it's not like we're rushing to base 200 or something. It's taking at our own pace. We'll get there when we get there. Because even though it's fun, like, keeping up with these leaderboards, I really don't care what rank we are. If we get there, like, a week later, it's not that big a deal. I guess when it comes to trading and stuff, it matters. But honestly, I don't plan to engage with trading that much. Other than with doing it with chat and stuff like that. Or getting a gear that I don't want to go make myself. Like a Guardian piece or a Hammer Mage piece or something. I don't really plan to use trading that much. I definitely will here and there. But the way I'll play the game when trading comes out is almost going to be unchanged compared to how I play it now. If I ever do trade, it'll probably just be mostly with chat. Like, I don't think I'll stand at the market for like half an hour trying to trade something. That just doesn't seem worth it. Like, sitting at the market for like 10 to 30 minutes trying to sell off like 1,000 ore or 1,000 whatever. Or like a piece of armor that's not worth selling to a shop, but it's probably more profitable just to sell it to a person. Like, a lot of that stuff I just wouldn't bother with. Like, I do like the whole kind of system of, you know, like, bartering and everything. But, it seems like a waste of time when you're getting, like, no XP doing that. Yeah, trading is good when you need something immediately. Or if it's for something that it's not really worth doing anymore. For example, let's say I need a bunch of tier 1 ore because I didn't have enough banked. And I'm at a level range where I have way too high of a mining that's definitely not worth doing the tier 1 ore. Like, in those situations, it would definitely be worth buying it. Like someone who just has like 500 sitting in their bank. Like, in those situations, that would be really worth it. Because at that point, I could pay like 50% more than whatever the shop is just to have it instantly. And it'd barely dent our stack. Probably not that much, but you know. Like, I would definitely pay whatever more than whatever the shop is selling it for. If it's like 1 silver each, I would definitely buy it for at least like 120. You know, 1 and 200 bronze, whatever you call it. 1.2. It's probably a better way of saying it. But potentially even up to 1.5. Or it depends how immediately I needed it. I'm not sure what the market will be for people selling stuff like that. Oh, let me go put this in the bone rate. Also, I was just talking about all the issues of putting this in the bone rate XP earlier, and we're still doing it. The main reason being is I want the cement at 84. I plan to do cement all the way probably to like 90 bone rate or something. Technically it becomes less efficient to do it after 88, but I don't know, at least to 88. 84 to 88 will be done literally just from cement. Beyond that will be within question. You finally remember to do your venture? Nice. Yeah, if you guys haven't been doing your 12-hour ventures, definitely make sure to do so. I almost forgot earlier to stream and delayed one of them by like an hour. Which is why their timers aren't currently correct. In all fairness, I did claim it. I just forgot to reset it. I did the bell to get my loot, but then forgot to re-ring the bell. Which was slightly problematic. Yeah, that's why my timers are not aligned. Speaking about timers, cooking bounties. And I've been starting to do cooking bounties here and there. They're actually not bad for XP rate at the higher level range, especially in the gaps when you can't do stew or eggs or something else like that. You should set an alarm for your ventures. Oh gosh. I haven't been that paranoid about it. I've definitely let them dip like 5 or 6 hours before. Normally while sleeping, obviously. But when I'm awake, I don't think I've ever let them go more than like 2 hours without claiming them. Normally even less than that. Unless I like really forget about them. Normally the only time I miss their cycle is if I'm sleeping. Because obviously sleep comes first. But sometimes they happen at like the dead of night. Depending on when I did them during the day. What are my ventures? I currently did the mining venture. As well as the detective venture. They're my 2 highest level ventures, so it just makes sense to do them. The actual material you get from them is not the greatest though. The mining one's a little bit better. Use it for blast mining. The blast mining is really bad knowledge per hour. It's good mining XP per hour at the level range that you unlock it. So normally I just dump everything I have and then do it only up to that point is my plan currently. Like when I hit blast mining, or you know, when I hit the mining level to do the next blast mining activity, which is like 170 something, whatever it is. I'm going to use all the dynamite I have and then stop doing blast mining. It's not really worth buying any beyond that. But, where am I going with this? Try to make some other point. But yeah, the detective one is pretty bad. It just gives you coins. It doesn't give you any unique resource. It'll be way better to do merchant bricks or tiles once you can, most likely. The biggest issue with this is even though it gives you pure cash, it doesn't give you anything unique. And some of these might have some pretty good trade value in the future. Like tiles, bricks, or anything that you can really only particularly conveniently get during merchant runs. Or not merchant runs, but during, what do you call it? During ventures. Like things that are pricey to buy if you got it from the shop. But the only other way that you would get them is through ventures. Anything that's like that, like this dynamite, will probably hold pretty good value. Worst comes to worst, you save the cost of having to buy it yourself from the shop. Because all those items will pretty much be whatever the shop value is. If you were to sell them. So even if you don't want to use them yourself. Like most dynamite will go for probably like 10% less than whatever the shop is. And I think this dynamite right here is like over 2 silver each. So it's like over 20 silver just in dynamite. But that's why I'm doing this other venture, because I believe I'm getting like 20 silver just from doing this venture every 12 hours as well. So both of these are saving me like 20 silver every 12 hours, while also giving mining and detective XP. The mining one definitely being a lot more useful. Detective XP being okay. If nothing else, it helps us get a little bit closer to our next raid then, which I believe is at 221. Or 219 actually. Are ventures for only certain professions? Yeah, currently every profession doesn't have it. I believe the only one you have access to for free to play is fishing. Otherwise, the lowest requirement is 21 merchant. If you're looking just to get your first venture going. I would say the 2 easiest is 21 merchants and doing the Mines of Metubin quest, the Metubin's Legacy. Those are probably the main 2 you'd want to go for if you just want to get to. Metubin's Legacy is about 30 Mine Fighter, or the ability to kill level 35. So around 25 or so. You need that, 29 mining, and 35 smithing. Which is really good if you're a Cryo Knight, but even if you're not, you need to get 20 mining anyways for the quest. And getting smithing you'll eventually need anyways for Lost and Found. Oh, what could Chala end up mentioning? You finally remember to do your venture, let's say a few days ago. You should get an alarm for it. What ventures, dailies? You got an epic shield drop? Nice! Huge congrats. That's what the congrats was for. Nice, nice. Very, very nice. I didn't get any luck on drops. Also, I saw that the 2-star... I had a 2-star armor in my shop earlier. And it made me realize we really, really need to be making our own stuff. Because that 2-star level 205 was 235 silver in the shop. That is so expensive for something that was barely even an upgrade. But yeah, it seems like the price hike after 200 just skyrockets like crazy. Like absurdly high. I see why people who keep doing combat only are like loaded. Because after 200, you start making bank from combat. Like prior to that, it's basically just pocket change. Which means mining and smithing would do the same. And stonemason, all those. Because it's the same equipment. So that's kind of interesting. I see why the rarity curves falls off a cliff as well. Because that equipment starts getting really expensive after 200. Compared to pre-200. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, the easiest ventures to get, actually I might as well just say all of them. Fishing is the easiest to get, or maybe not easiest, but it's in zone 1. It requires 39 fishing, which I currently don't have. You can do lobsters, which are used for some cooking dishes. It's probably one of the least useful ones. However, it is the only one I believe accessible to free-to-play right now. I believe you can also do oysters and a few other things down the line as well. But they're really only used for cooking, so they're not really too good. Next in line is mining. Mining has a venture where you can get blast mining material, which is the one I currently have running right here. This one is decent, mostly for the mining XP. The blast material is also nice, as it does save you quite a bit of silver when actually doing blast mining. The only problem is blast mining is scaled very badly right now. It's good mining XP, but it's very bad knowledge per hour. But it's still worth doing whatever dynamite you have, if nothing else. Beyond that, other ventures are all locked in Chapter 4. It's likely where you'll find your first ventures, because Merchant, you only need level 21 to start your first venture, which is the lowest level requirement of any of them. For every other one is really high. For fishing, you need 39. For mining, you need 29 and a quest completed. And it's by far the lowest requirement, requiring only 21 merchant. And then the other one is detective, where I forget what the first wanted poster is at, but it's pretty low. That one only gives you pure cash, but it gives it to you immediately, which is rather unique compared to any other venture. The whole gimmick with the venture for this, which I believe you can start doing at 43, unless I'm missing one. Yeah, 43. You can do your first venture for this at 43, which is the highest level we mentioned yet. But it does have a unique mechanic. Even though it only gives you silver, it gives you the loot immediately. Unlike every other venture where you have to wait, it actually says it right here. Reward already given. The slot will be cleared in that amount of time. It's currently the only venture in the game where you immediately get the loot. So if you're ever in a pinch for like some amount of silver and your venture is ready, you can kind of throw it in there. As it's the only venture currently that gives you the loot as you do it, rather than prior, or, you know, rather than after. Because every venture will give you normally the drop after. Like, for example, this mining venture, I don't get the drop until 6 hours and 33 minutes from now. But this venture will immediately give it to me whenever we go and click on it. Obviously, once you have ventures going, then, you know, they always technically give it to you whenever you go to them. However, it's a little bit unique in that regard. So if there was ever a lot of ventures in the game and you wanted, like, a pinch of just immediate cash, it does allow you to do that. It's a weird mechanic compared to some of the other ones. Like I said, we're trying to make them all a little bit more unique. But I would say if there's any two to run, it's likely going to be double merchant in the future. Though the XP that you get from it's not as good, the loot that you're going to be able to get from it's pretty nice. Like when you can do tiles and bricks for Chapter 5. Currently can't do that right at the moment though. Until Chapter 5 comes out. But right now I've just been doing mining and detective. Mining because of the XP and the blast mining material is not bad. And detective just because my detective level is so high and it's really free to get up compared to the other ones. Where you can just AFK it all the way up. But overall, they're not too useful in the current state of the game. But you should definitely be doing them, two of them every single 12 hours or 24, whatever you have the timer to. As you just free loot and free XP. For what is basically a 2 times a day daily. Or if you do merchant, a 1 times a day daily. Which is the other benefit of the merchant one. Unfortunately, there's not a double merchant one you can do at the moment for 24 hour only. It's really clunky right now and I stopped doing them. Because, the grape one that is. Because it's 24 hour when the other one's only 12 hours, so it makes your two like really out of sync. It's way better to do 2 12-hour ones or 2 24-hour ones. But unless I'm unaware of one, I don't believe there's a second 24-hour you can currently run. I don't think you can currently run 2 24s at the same time until they add like bricks and tiles and everything. Because I know you can get cinnamon sticks and grapes from the one guy, but I believe he leaves the second you go for one or the other. So you can't do both, I'm pretty sure. Does anyone actually know? I haven't actually tried. Can you do both cinnamon sticks and grapes? I assume it's one or the other. Has anyone actually tried to do both? Because I'm pretty sure you can't. Pretty sure you have to do one or the other. I mean, there's currently no double 24-hour venture. Which is unfortunate. Because that'd be good if you don't want to check it as often. Because every other venture seems to be 12 hours in the game right now. But yeah, I hope they add more in the future. Luckily, it's scaled in a way where they can add infinite and it won't even matter. In the sense that the amount of dailies you will ever have to do is capped at 6 with how the system works. Technically 2 at the moment because that's all you can unlock. But yeah, it's going to be a nice way to make sure they never overcrowd the game with dailies. They could have 200 dailies in the game and you still only have to do 6. Even once Chapter 10 is out or something. It's really nice. I feel like it's a really underrated system in this game. There's a lot of them that were made for like super future-proofing. And this is a great one because it doesn't matter how many dailies the game ever gets, you will only ever have to do 6 of them. Which, based on how much the current dailies take, it should only take about 5 minutes to do 6 dailies. Probably even less. Depends how far they are from a teleport. But on average, it should only take you 5 minutes to do 6 dailies. Even once they have like 1,000 dailies in the game. You only have to do 6 over the course of 5 minutes. Which is not that bad. Compared to some games, at least. But they did that so they don't overcrowd. Or, you know, even if they do overcrowd, it doesn't matter. You just take the 6 that you prioritize the most. Or in the current state of the game, 2 of them that you prioritize the most out of all of them. Or just basically based on preference or where your levels are at. Or the material that you need or whatever you want to do them based on. Because I keep doing the mining one almost entirely because of the XP that you get from it. It's just free mining XP every day. Which even when we're not training mining on a given day helps keep it a little bit more in line. Oh gosh, I did it again. I canceled it when I thought it was done. I heard the noise and immediately moved. Yeah, I definitely advise setting up ventures if you guys haven't done it yet. I think the really unfortunate part about it in the current state of the game is you don't get a tutorial tip for it until you start your first venture. So I feel like a lot of people don't even know ventures exist. I've had many people ask me like what this hourglass icon even is, which means they definitely haven't activated the ventures yet. It's kind of unfortunate because until you actually activate one, the game doesn't really make like any indication to what it is. Like when I first saw the hourglass symbol, I thought, oh, this is like a mid AFK activity. Like, you know, something almost like raid dens where you go and do it and, you know, it's like semi AFK. Or you might be able to do it like once a minute, once every few minutes for a click or something. But no, what they actually are ventures, which is basically the game's daily system. But it's handled in a way that's never too overwhelming, which is nice. Yeah, that's ventures. Definitely advise getting them rolling. It's free XP and loot every day. And even though it is a daily, which can get annoying in some games, it's scaled in a way where it's fine. You kind of just cycle it with other activities. A lot of them are kind of where you'd already do it anyways. Like, for example, the detective one is in the middle of the town square. You'd be doing detective. So unless you're just camping a raid den, you could be going by anyways. So you don't even need to go out of your way for it. Same as mining. If you ever go to mine deep and then go and walk through, you're going to go past the venture anyways. So it's one thing that's really nice about them. And fishing too. The fishing venture, if you're going to do any amount of fishing other than eel or pufferfish, you're going to have to walk past the fishing venture. So they're in locations where you're naturally going to go by them anyways when doing the skill. Which is one thing I really like about where they're placed at the moment. Hopefully all future chapters will be like that too. Like you basically pass them without even trying. So even if you forgot to set some ventures, your natural gameplay while training the skill will automatically make you go by the ventures as well. So you don't even need to go out of your way for them. At least once you have the levels and everything for them. But locationally, you don't have to go out of your way for them. Because you could pretty much just almost ignore ventures and just kind of do it whenever you're in the area. And it could just be like the big XP drop activity. If you really wanted to. Almost ignore that they're even dailies, and then when you're in an area where they are, it's like, okay, I'll just go take it real quick. I'm already here. Might as well. That's another way to go about it. You get a bit less value from them, but you would never need to worry about doing them as a quote-unquote daily. You just do them when you're crossing by them, and it's like, oh yeah, I have a venture slot open. Let me go click on that real quick for some free XP. And some loot. Because they're all in naturally occurring locations where you're going to pass like a billion times. From doing pretty much any gameplay. Like a lot of people probably already passed the fishing venture without even knowing it. It's right on the main street where you go during the tutorial. Like every single player has passed the fishing venture in the entire game. Because it's right over here. It's where it says lobster over here, as well as oyster. Even has a little icon on it, let's see. Where is it? Right there. During the tutorial, you pass the level 39 lobster venture. And anytime you ever cross that road to get to the west side, you have passed it. So it is so free just to grab while you're going by or something, if you wanted to. Because that's a road you go by like so many times. So even if you don't want to do it as a daily, you're probably going to like accidentally like take it. You might as well. You're going to pass it like 5 times if you're doing anything in Hopeport on a given day. If not more. This is on that major road that you cross constantly in that area. Wait, 200 plus Gatherer? That is insanely high. But yeah, I think that is our next tool pivot, though. Now that we have a level 30 pickaxe. I think we pivot to a 25 rake. So I can start getting Gather up to support our high level bone rate. Well, not high, but you know. Relatively high. High relative to everything else. Like compared to level 30s. Took you like 5 seconds to set up the ventures? No problem. Yeah, anyone who hasn't yet, highly advise. They're basically just free loot and XP every day. And they're very conveniently placed. You don't even need to go out of your way for them. Alright, quick snack time. I need to grab more quick, like, snackable foods. That's something I may need to pick up for Brighter Shores. Probably will next Monday. Or even one of these upcoming mornings if I have enough time, if I wake up early enough. Because a lot of streams I just keep going without ever eating anything. I just eat like a big midnight snack. And literally at like midnight or 1 a.m. just have dinner. Oh yeah, I really hope we get a guild system at some point soon. I hope they do it before they add like bosses or anything even. Just to make it so whenever they do add group content, it's way easier. I would even almost want it before trading, though I don't believe it is coming before trading. I wish it did though. Because it would also make it easier to trade. So thank you, Kachao. Honestly, the Brighter Shores community in general is just amazing. It's probably the main thing that will keep me going as well. Beyond our want to do so. Because the Brighter Shores community has been really, really great. Just the entirety of it. But yeah, I do plan to make a guild. It'll be a pretty casual one, though. It'll be a pretty casual one that just covers everything. It's the kind of place to chill, chat, trade, PVM, group skilling, literally everything. But it's going to be on the really casual end. Like, no need to sign up, anything like that. Just literally join whenever. Come say hi. It's going to be like a mega casual guild. Which is kind of ironic given how try-hard we're going to be at this game. But it's going to be like an ultra casual guild. Alright, 141 we get access to iron. Just never mind. Or never ending, I mean. Ooh. You got that Mind Fighter cape. Is that 100 Mind Fighter? Ooh. Yeah, Mind Fighter cape looks pretty good. I like how he colored it to look like a mining hat as well. Not sure if it came like that or if he deliberately colored it. But it actually matches really well with that cape. He looks like he's wearing one of those mining hard hats. You're not a fan of PvP? I'm generally not the biggest on PvP, but I will be trying in Brighter Shores. I want to give it a fair chance. It's one of the other reasons I want to be able to make base 200 gear. Is in case they have some kind of gear scrapping system for PvP. I want to make sure I can re-gear very easily. In like 199 gear. Because the rarity curve drops off a cliff after 200. I keep saying 200 just because it makes it easier to say. But I want to be able to make 199, 3-star, ideally even 4-star gear before PvP comes out. Just so if it does have an armor scrapping system, I can keep re-gearing over and over again really easily. Yeah, I'll be trying PvP. It depends what he does with it. Like, PvP minigames I feel like would be a lot of fun. 1 versus 1 PvP probably wouldn't be as interesting, though. Especially in Brighter Shores with how it works. 3 versus 3 PvP could be interesting, though. You know, one of each class. Because I'm not sure how they're going to balance PvP with the class system. It makes it almost impossible to do 1 versus 1 PvP. But I'm curious to see what kind of PvP minigames he would make. Because he's made a lot of really good ones in the past. Most notably Stealing Creations. Or probably most famously Castle Wars. Not that a capture a flag mode is anything different in the game. It's just the version that was in the OG game was pretty good. Actually, you know what is kind of funny? Old School RuneScape is actually doing a poll right now on restoring Castle Wars to what it was like back in 2008. AKA, like how Andrew Gower basically made it in his team at the time. They're basically restoring it back to its glory days because it has some changes since then. But they're basically doing a bunch of changes to revitalize it as well as bringing it back to what it was back in the day. Back at, like, it's pretty much its peak. Which is actually kind of cool. They're literally polling it right now. Or not polling it right now, but soon. I don't remember which. Something. I haven't been checking that much. I've barely been playing that game since we do Brighter Shores. But they're either polling it soon, or they're getting feedback on the poll or something. I don't remember. They're polling the poll, basically. They're either polling the poll, or they're doing a poll on the poll. I don't know which. They're either polling the poll, or doing the actual poll currently. But regardless which it is. But yeah, they're bringing back OG Castle Wars. And revitalizing it and kind of fixing it up. Restoring some of the qualities that it had back in the day, as well as restoring it for a modern audience. Which is pretty cool. So, hello, the Mad Hatter. Welcome, welcome. Because you keep looking at the armor every now and then that we're wearing. It feels so nice having higher tier Cryonite armor. I'm really curious what tier 5 and 6 looks like. The only problem is I'm not going to have it anytime soon. I think realistically to start getting our first tier 5, we'd probably need like 300 something combat. And I can assure you that's not happening anytime soon. Oops, I just realized I'm accidentally doing Basalt. Whoops. I'll do one more Basalt since we're already in cycle, I guess. I meant to do Flint. I think it's the first time I made that mistake. Coming back from the WM grinds? WM. I forget which one it is. Oh, Watchmen. That one threw me off because based on your gender, it has a different one. It could be either WP if you stay watch person, WM if you're doing Watchmen, or W if it's watch woman. But yeah, we were doing some watch person earlier as well. Or watchmen, I mean. But yeah, we were doing it to try to get some drops. We got a few. Not much, though. We're currently in full tier 4 other than boots and gloves, though, which don't really matter as much. But yeah, right now what we're wearing is full tier 4 minus boots and gloves. Looking decently clean. Really curious to see what tier 5 and 6 Cryonite armor looks like. I think I've seen some people briefly with it, but I've never gotten to like look at it. Or have it on our character, obviously. We're finally in full tier 4 pretty much. Not quite, but close enough. All the important pieces like the body, the head, and all that. I like the little wing flaps it has on his head. I wonder if those become more profound on the helm later down the line. It's like little dragon wings or something. I assume because it has a dragon symbol next to it. Don't see why it would be anything else. Yeah, like little dragon wings. Yeah, Cryonite armor looks so clean. It's actually insane how good their armor is. I mentioned it earlier. I feel like Cryonite has the best looking armor by far. Hammer Mages has the best looking weapons, melee weapons. And Guardians have the best looking range weapons. That's my verdict currently on all of them visually. But since you mostly just only see your armor, Cryonite definitely wins that fight. Since obviously most of the time you don't have your weapons and everything out. So the visual aesthetic to the Cryonite is just a little bit more profound in that regard. Because the best of their three is the one you're constantly looking at. You're trying to get to top 20 before the end of the night? Nice. Well, you'll probably be kicking me off then. Because we're at 21 right now. We're dipping somewhat into 20, but people keep passing us. I'm not too paranoid about keeping it, though. It's a fun challenge to go for. But if we keep getting kicked off at top 20, it doesn't really matter. It makes for a good title some days, though. Top 20 Cryonite. Actually, technically, we're even higher Cryonite, because not everyone there is a Cryonite. So technically, that would be true right now, even at rank 21. We're top 20 Cryonite right now. Actually, I wish it would show you what class everyone was. There's one thing that I'm actually surprised isn't on leaderboard that I thought would be. I thought there'd be a class divide. There's currently no class divide leaderboard. Like total level for class, or combats for class, or anything by class. I'm not sure why there isn't. Because there's not even a way to see what class everyone is. Like, I have no clue, let's say, like, Ratsplat's current class, for example. Could be anything. I haven't seen him in game. Oddly enough, I've seen him on the Steam forum. Though I haven't actually ever seen him in game. Though I've seen him post on the Steam forum occasionally. I don't normally check it, but the few times I have, I've actually seen his name come up, oddly enough. Oh yeah, Path of Exile 2, is that finally coming out tomorrow? Or are they just doing the beta or something? Yeah, I've had some people mention that if I'm going to try it or not. I don't plan to. We're sticking with all in Brighter Shores. The only thing I was doing recently is doing Ultimate RuneScape Leagues, which we just finished yesterday. So I have nothing to distract me from Brighter Shores now. Other than technically getting max rank in that league. We only got halfway there by finishing everything. Like right now, it's AFKing its way there, so it'll get there eventually. Not in a rush to get it there. The league still goes for like another month and a half. I'm just gonna have him AFK all the way there. If I actively played, I could get it done in a week, but no point when it goes on for like another month and a half. I'll just slowly get it there over time. I just wanted to do the initial part on stream when we were actively playing it, but now it's just gonna AFK for the next month. Until it gets dragon rank. I am curious if this game would ever implement something like that years down the line. Like a temporary game mode would boost the XP rates and special mechanics. It's a fun concept for MMOs. I know, I believe World of Warcraft has done it some as well. But I think they do it for like a year at a time. Whereas Old School normally does it for like 2 months at a time when they do it. If such a mode was to exist, would you even play it in Brighter Shores? Anyone in chat? Like, obviously the game still has a ways to go before it's developed enough. But let's say there was various bossing and other things and they wanted to, like, mess with other mechanics. Would you play, like, a 1-month temporary game mode where all your progress would be wiped? And the only thing you might get are, like, a few transmogs for your character, and that's it? Would you actually play something like that with, like, boosted XP rates, special mechanics, other similar things? With the only reward being, like, a few transmogs for your character that are unique only to the league or, you know, whatever they call it? Because I definitely would, obviously, but, and I do for Old School as well. But I'm not sure if I would do that for every game I would ever play. Like, if I ever got into World of Warcraft, I don't think I would ever play their temporary game mode. I would just try the main game. There's other games like that where I feel like I wouldn't play their temporary game mode. Like, if it's a game I'm playing an absurd amount, I'd be interested in it. But if it's a game I'm playing, like, pretty casually, I don't feel like I would ever even engage with that game's temporary game mode. And this was for, like, a really short duration. Like, if they did one that lasted for, like, you know, like 2 weeks. And they did it to try to, like, experiment with something and try to get new players in and be like, oh, maybe I'll try it then. Because that's basically what I did with Old School RuneScape's League. I finished the whole thing in 6 days. It lasts for longer than that, but I finished the whole thing in 6 days. Even though it goes for, like, 2 months. I feel like that's just like just the right amount of time for a temporary game mode like that. It's like a week or two. Anything beyond that starts to drag on. Oh, there's our cement. Look at that. There's our gold cement. Look at that. 8.6 silver per cement. I'm not sure how much the thing from the shop costs. I'll probably look it up when we get there. But I know the other one profited, so I'm curious if this one does too. Because the tier 1 cement actually makes you money. It's one of the few things you could buy from a shop and you still profit from it. Most of them are not set up that way. Oh, you got a top 3 pushing with you? Nice, that's funny. I just realized, where did the music go? There it goes. I was ominous for a moment, so the music just completely stopped. You waved excitedly, but no response. They're being too efficient to stop. Talking is XP waste. Emoting is even more XP waste. I was actually surprised that the rank 1 guard was actually talking with me when we were both doing combat earlier. We were both killing hags. They were just got there, so we were doing the low-level hags while I was doing the higher-level ones, or you know what we can currently do. It was like level 168. They were killing level 2s because they just got there. But yeah, we were talking some. I was actually surprised. I guess it's kind of like you're not wasting time by doing it that way. Like if I tried chatting while doing this mining, I would definitely lose ticks or lose you know, whatever it's called in this game, time. Like, you know, I'd lose tiles towards our next objective. Whereas you can talk pretty easily while doing combat and you still do it max efficiently. But how basic combat is right now. Yeah, the hags are really annoying. They're probably one of the most annoying enemies in the game. It is too sporadic with how the damage is. Sometimes they'll hit you for nothing. Other times they'll 3-shot you. You're back. Phone died. Welcome back. Hello, Graybeard. Hope all's been well today. Yeah, that's something I actually need to get. I only have one charger right now. It's actually kind of funny because I used my second Switch's charger, like for the Nintendo Switch. Because I got the normal one and then I got the OLED one, which they had the better screen for it. And I used one of the two chargers literally just to charge my phone. Because I've been too lazy to buy a proper phone charger. So I literally just charge it with the same USB-C or whatever that one port is called. That's on the Nintendo Switch charger. I literally just use my Nintendo Switch charger for them. Because I've been too lazy to go buy another one. But the problem is I have two phones. My old one and one that a friend gifted me. And the one I have service on. The other one I just use around the house because it's a better phone than what I have. But I basically use both, but I only have one charger. So I have to keep cycling them. So every single time I take one out of the charger, I just replace it with the other one. So I just have like an endless cycle of charging. Where I can't charge either, both of them at the same time, but I just keep cycling them whenever I grab one or the other. Because I use the better one around the house and the other one whenever I head out. You do that too? That's kind of funny. Hey, it's a good use for it. Gets your job done. Alright, what is this now? What is our end goal right now? I guess 142 is our end goal. At 141 we get iron and basically instantly get a level. And I guess our end goal for now is to hit 142 so I can get the better pickaxe. The rest of the time from there... Actually, what are we doing for the rest of the time from there? What's the goal after 142 mining? Obviously, I still need 84 bone, right? But that means knowledge. How much time would we have by then? Probably a good few hours. I don't know, what grind do we want to do after that? That takes a few hours long. I can't do stonemason because I need knowledge before I can continue it. And all my knowledge is going into bone right for the rest of the stream. So I can AFK it tonight for cement. I definitely would want to stop mining once we hit 142 because we've done it so much already today. I don't want to do gathering until we get the buff for it. Trying to think what we could pivot to. My mind's going to merchant, but I really don't want to end on doing merchant. Merchant's one of those activities we should do like during midday. When we still have a lot of energy. It's a really bad activity to do at night when I'm like done. Leaves leather. I would do leather. The problem is I need to train merchant before I can do leather. Unless I want to do lower tier leather. I'm currently merchanted out of leather right now. Where I have to train merchant to get the full discount right now. Otherwise I'll be doing a lower tier hide than what I could be doing. Otherwise, honestly, I probably would pivot to leather. But I gotta do merchant grind again before I do leather. I forget how many levels I need. We're at 148 right now. I need, what do we need? We need... Oh, gosh. Oh, I don't even have cinnamon sticks unlocked. I can't even test that if I wanted to, the thing I mentioned earlier. I thought I did already. It's at 149. But yeah, I need 155. That's actually quite a bit of a jump. That's like 7 levels. I need 7 merchant levels before I could do leather worker again. Which in 3 hours is easily doable, I'm pretty sure. The problem is, do we want to do that for the rest of the stream after that is the question. Because the answer is probably not. Oh, I did the wrong tile. No, 2 tiles got wasted again. But yeah, otherwise, if my merchant was high enough, I probably would do leather after we finish out mining. Because we still need to hit 200 for it. The only thing that's been stopping me is I gotta get 205 merchant. So I can get all the way to 200 leather maker. It's one of those things I was joking about a lot in the past that, honestly, we need to go do already. The 205 merchant grind. I haven't felt up to doing a lot of merchant lately. I still enjoy the skill. I would still say it's my favorite. It just requires so much mental capacity that I don't want to extend at the moment. You definitely got to be in a merchant mood. Like, I feel like on most of these skills, it'd be like, oh yeah, let's go do it. But you got to be like pre-ready for when you get into merchant. You got to have like the whole mindset ready to go. Especially if you want to do it efficiently. Alchemy? The problem is, what is a good potion to do at this level range that doesn't burn money? Because it feels like a waste. One thing I was going to do is boost it all the way to 62 with knowledge. Because what potion can I currently do at 52 that's worth it? Because I'm pretty sure the 51 burns money. I forget how much money, but I believe it's enough that it's not worth it. Unless you gather all the material yourself. And the best one I can make for XP is at like level 35, which seems so bad to do at 52. It's the same issue we had when we were doing the cooking grind to 61. Because we were making like level 25 stews all the way to 61. It's the same issue we'd have with alchemy to a lesser degree. It would be making a 35 potion all the way at level 52. Because I know for sure the 51 loses too much money to keep doing. I just did it for the one-time bonus. And we also used it for a little bit of cooking XP earlier when we used it for the consuming it because it was a 7% XP potion. But yeah, otherwise it would. But I'm pretty sure I'm knowledging all the way to 62 before I do it again. I can't remember if that potion starts to profit, but I think it does. I need to go double check. I forget all the potions that still profit. I know the last potion that profits is somewhere below 200. I think it was it was the mining potion. I think it was like the 7% mining potion which profits or something. Which is kind of convenient because I might just keep them. They're cheap enough that I might just keep the 7% mining potions. Potions. Gosh, I cannot speak. Every time it gets later in the day, I feel like my mouth just gives up sometimes. Either on the brain side or physical dexterity. I'm not sure what, but it just does not want to function. I pronounce some words sometimes. It's better knowledge points to get next potent. Yeah. So I'm probably just holding off on it. That was my plan for my next 10 levels. It's just alchemy all the way up. Or, you know, knowledge point all the way up on it. It's just not worth it to train it manually. Honestly, you tend to do that a lot with knowledge. We were doing that some for mining earlier. But, you should almost always be knowledge pointing up to your next XP threshold. Whenever your current XP threshold is really bad. Or you're just getting really close to the next, like, really big one. With that being said, I might even do one mining boost right before we get to iron. Our next knowledge will go to bone rate, but honestly, the next one after that might go to mining. Because that might be enough to almost push us over to 141. Because the XP rate we'd be getting once we hit that will be a lot better than what we're getting now. And to get it there slightly earlier is kind of nice. Right, we're almost at 139, 2 more to go. And yeah, the knowledge point after this one, I think we'll jump on it. Because by that point, that should bring us to 141. And then we'll do 141 to 142, just one single level on iron. And then we can grab our pickaxe, which was our end goal for today. Or, you know, end goal for mining. Not end goal for the entire stream. But for mining specifically. Oh, so hello, Shane. Welcome, welcome. You're here for the real grind. 200 carpentry cape. Gosh. Yeah, our next grind, we were mentioning the pivot next. Like our next pivot into our other pivot because we keep pivoting. But after I keep getting this bone right up and gets this cement, I really need to stop making the same mistake I made before. Where I just kept getting my smithing up. And go train Gatherer. I'm going to need it for armor making most likely anyways. Because you're most likely going to need the deep fried bones. In order to make your armor. So I really want to go and get Gatherer up. I'm not going to do woodcutting and carpentry. Mostly because of carpentry. However, also because you don't need it for armor most likely. I highly doubt it. You need it for shields, but not for armor. But most likely. That's not confirmed yet, though, but it doesn't seem like they have any wood in them. The Guardian armor. Though that'd be funny if they do. Could you imagine? That'd be so bad. But I'm very doubtful you'll need wood for Guardian armor. But you're almost guaranteed gonna need bones for Guardian armor. Worst comes to worst, I'll just buy the plank thingies or whatever you need for it. I highly doubt they're used for anything but weapons, though. But anyways, long story short, where am I going with this? Something. But anyways, yeah, we need Gatherer to be higher. I need to stop boosting bone rate once we get to the next cement. And just start actually training Gatherer. The only problem with that is that means we have to start training Gatherer. But I want to get my tool up, so I guess the main goal then is to make money. And that means we might have to go back to Merchant Leather Maker soon. I think it's almost time that we go back to it. Because I don't know any money printer better than Merchant Leather Worker right now, other than getting absurdly high combat. Which I don't want to do until special attacks come out. And even then, probably not going to rush it. Like, even if special attacks come out, I'm not just going to magically start working towards 500 combat in Watch Person. It'll make me more encouraged to, especially once we have armor and special attacks. But honestly, I kind of want both. Well, I'll still mess around with, obviously, every special attack weapon when it comes out. My plan is to mostly prioritize combat after both armor and special attacks are released. While special attacks will help with DPS, it will not help with surviving. Well, technically it will, because your enemy will die slightly quicker, but, you know. It won't help in surviving in the sense that, you know, your armor is still just as bad. It helps with surviving because you're taking less damage. The more damage you can... Like, the quicker you can kill your enemy, the less damage you're taking, technically. But it doesn't matter how much damage you're doing if your armor is so low tier that they can still kill you. I'm getting really tired of just using all 1 tier armor. I feel like I've just been perpetually in tier 1 armor at the higher combat range. And it drives me crazy, not seeing like straight 3 or 4 star. Is KP worth dumping into XP after 200? Yes. I'm not sure why people say no. But yes, it is just as worth it doing into it. The AFK activities are definitely a lot better after that point. But it is still worth doing after 200. I've heard a lot of people say it's not, and I don't understand why they say that. Because it's definitely still 100% worth it. Just because of how much more XP once you get to the next range, or, you know, the next XP method. Because that's where the real XP comes in once you do it post 200. It's not necessarily the XP that you're putting into the skill, but the XP that's getting you towards your next skill. Like, you know, your next node, or your next enemy, or your next whatever. That and your next AFK activity. AFK activities become a lot more broken after 200. And the knowledge points that you put into it, into XP, are more so to get you to your next activity. Like either your next AFK or your next anything. Because upgrading to your next activity is very, very important post 200. Even though they're 4 times less effective. But you also need 4 times less more XP, so it kind of makes sense. Why they're 4 times less effective. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, bone right. Do I still have it? I do. Alright, our next XP I think goes into mining. I'll say where we are by then, but it's probably going into mining. So we can get it over to iron for the last level. And we dump the rest into bone right. Well, yeah, you're getting 4 times less XP, basically, in a sense. The way that knowledge points work after that point is, you're getting like 6.25 instead of, like 25% or so. Like, you know, instead of like a 4 for your bar. But the big reason why you still want to keep dumping into them is because once you get to your next activity, it's worth it for how much extra you're getting from your next AFK system or from your next just combat system that you could do or next node. So it's still very worth it to keep going beyond 200 to put knowledge into it. It's just not as worth it as like a skill below 200. But it's still very worth it. But yeah, it's 4 times less effective, essentially. But 4 times less effective is still moving you closer to your goal. It's just 4 times less effective. But you're eventually going to need the XP anyway, so... Like, what are you supposed to do at base 200s? Put it into nothing? Like, in the long term, it still works out. Like, it doesn't change how you use knowledge. It just gets slower. But the way you use knowledge post 200 is the same way you use knowledge pre 200. It's just 4 times less effective. But the way you use it doesn't change. It's still very important to use it to get to your next objective. Because of how much more XP rate the next objective is. The only skills that are not worth putting knowledge into are the ones that are really quick XP. Most notably Merchant. Even though I've done it a few times just to speed something up. I would say Merchant is probably the only skill you should pretty much never knowledge. AFK activities is probably fine, maybe. But other than that, you should pretty much never ever ever be dumping knowledge into Merchant. It's just too quick of a skill to train. I can't think of any other one that's like that. I guess technically Combat, oddly enough. Combat's actually another really bad one to put it into. Especially if the XP curve isn't changed at all when special attacks come out. Because once you can make your own armor and have special attacks, and if XP is still the exact same curve for Combat that it is right now, your XP rate is going to be so much better later down the line compared to what it is right now. And it's already insanely good for most Combat. So I'd say those are the main two that you probably don't want to put knowledge into. Unless you just really need it in a pinch, because you have a goal for a current day that you just want to reach. But aside from that, you should pretty much never put your knowledge into Merchant or Combat. Everything else is pretty much fair game. As far as how you use it. It really just depends what your goal is at any given time. But I'd say those are the main two you would never want to use it on. Combat and Merchant. Everything else is fine. Detective seems bad to put knowledge points into. They're worth it if you can get to your next den. Because you gain a lot of combat XP trying to gear up. At least until they have Armor Maker in the game. I guess after that, it won't be as big a deal. But, I don't know. Having it so you can get to your next raid den is still good. Armor Maker will fix that a lot. Because not only do you not have to do combat for, what's it called? You don't need to do combat to get gear. But you're also going to be able to go and have, like, 4-star armor. And even if you're, like, 10 or 20 levels below, I think you can still kill it with 4-star armor. Like, at level 203, I think I could take out the 219 raid if I had full 4-star. If every single thing I had was a 199 4-star, I am pretty sure I could take out the raid at 203, the 219. Not 100% certain on that, but it sounds like something that would work. So once all that is in the game, like, having slightly higher detective is not as big a deal. As long as you spend more time doing the processing skills. Like making your armor, making your weapons. And skipping the RNG of having to do it through combat. Because that's the biggest issue of why you train both of them right now, simultaneously. Is, you eventually have to do some combat in order to upgrade your gear. But eventually, you're just going to be able to use Armor Maker to upgrade your gear. Or, your armor. You can already do weapon making to go to your weapon and shield. The main issue right now is just with the armor. Because right now, you're basically just stuck in like 1-star, occasionally 2-star armor. Which makes it really hard to have a big difference between your detective level and your watch person level. But once you can easily make 3-star, 4-star armor, the gap between how low your watch person can be compared to your detective will be a lot better. It's just really clunky right now, where you almost always have to keep your watch person higher just because of how armor works right now. But that will change in the future. But just because you're not tanky enough to really keep your watch person lower than your detective. But down the line, that could be the case. Where it's the other way around. Where you always want your detective to be higher than your watch person so you can get better raid XP. But right now, the player just isn't tanky enough to do that. due to low access of high tier armor. But yes, in the current state of the game, I would say don't put too much into detective. I personally did for the AFK activities. The main reason being is currently right now, you get a lot of watch person XP when you gear up for raids. And just put your watch person level way above your detective. And in order for your detective to catch up, I've been doing the AFK detective things whenever relevant. And the only reason I have so much knowledge in it is to make sure I can AFK detective to keep up with my watch person level. Are we still doing leagues? Yes, I'm AFKing it right now as we speak. He's currently AFKing 50 mil fishing with 1 click every 25 minutes. I just clicked. There we go. He's good for 25 minutes now. True active AFK right there. But he's just fishing infinitely. He said he's caught 30,000 fish today and counting. I have a little tracker for it. He's catching like 2,328 an hour. Which sounds really high, but that's because it's leagues rate, so he's catching them at like rapid speed. But I'm still doing it. It's just not on screen. And I'm also doing like the most AFK-able things ever, where I only have to click like a few times an hour, just so it just doesn't distract me from brighter shores. But yeah, we're still doing it all the way to dragon rank. It just could be off stream. I just did all the goals I wanted to on stream as far as like combat related stuff. We got best in slot gear. We did basically everything. Oh, come on! I did it again! No! Why can you cancel that? The biggest thing that's annoying to me is I sometimes do it based on the audio cue. And there's sometimes an audio cue of the pickaxe before it has actually processed the ore, or the rock in this case. And it makes it so I move before the rock processes. So you still hear the sound, but it doesn't actually give you the drop. I've done that at least like 30 times now. It's normally whenever I'm not looking directly at the screen or looking at chat or something. Because I'm doing it based on the sound then. But sometimes the sound is misleading because you can still cancel even after the sound. You have to wait like an extra like half a second once you hit the sound. How do you think gear system will work later on? Would players rely on high-level crafters? It depends how boss drops and everything work. If boss loot is going to be something like craftable material or just straight up drops. I'm hoping it's crafting material and not just straight up drops. But it really comes down to heavily on that. Like, how is 5-star gear going to be obtained? Basically determines the future of the game. Like, what on earth is the system for the non-existent 5-star gear? Because in theory, all 4-star... Like, everything that's 3-star is basically just for making 4 stars. And everything 4-star is basically, like, the lame stuff once 5-star comes out. Is basically what all the people who are just playing casually will end up using once 5-star comes out. 5-star will be, like, the real gear. There's currently no real gear in Brighter Shores. Because everything will be outclassed by the eventual 5-star. What we don't know is how on earth you're going to obtain any of that. So it's really hard to tell, because the future of gear is going to be whatever you do to obtain 5-star. But the process for that is not currently known, as no 5-star exists currently. No 5-star gear currently exists. Oh yeah, current Brighter Shores is very unfinished. It's in early access. People keep calling it alpha. Is it actually an alpha? It feels definitely like a beta, as far as like the current state of the game. I've seen alphas before. It just seems way further along than an alpha. But it's still very bare bones as far as the shell of what it is. It has all the essentials. But I've heard people call this an alpha. It sure seems like it's in beta, though, but I'm not sure what the terms even mean ultimately. Regardless, this is definitely an incomplete game. But by design, it's not meant to be complete yet. It's not meant to be complete right now. Yeah, early access is probably the easiest term for it. Like, this game is definitely not finished. But the shell of what's there is really good. And even once it releases 1.0, it's still not even close to finish. Yeah, they've been making great progress so far. We've still been getting an update like every few days. Obviously, sometimes it's smaller, but it's been very consistent so far. I'm not sure how much it's him doing it or his team helping. But gosh, if he's the one doing like 80% of the work, you know how hard he's working? I'm not sure how much is his contribution compared to the entire team that he has. As far as like coding, like, you know, the bug fixes and quality of life that everyone's been wanting and everything. But if it's like 90% Andrew Gower or more, gosh, he's been working hard. He must be working like as much as we've been playing this game. Like at least 12 hours a day on the game, if not more. If he's doing most of the work. Oh, did he end up getting an ad? Yeah. I do have to have them on just because of how YouTube's algorithm thing works. YouTube really hates any channels that don't have ads turned on. It'll deprioritize you like crazy because they make less money. Or technically they make no money. But yeah, it's a bit of an issue. I have it on like the lowest setting. But I do have the auto ads on. That's not me placing them there. I have the auto ads set by YouTube. It's because it deprioritizes your stream way too much if you don't have them on. Because YouTube doesn't make money from it, so they have no reason to promote the thing. So you kind of have to have it on, even if it's on like really low. It's an unfortunate evil. I think most people have kind of gotten used to YouTube ads by now. It's kind of something you expect whenever you click on a video at this point. As much as I would love to have them off, I do make money from them as well. It helps keep the channel afloat and everything. And YouTube just deprioritizes you way too hard if you turn them off. I know, I've tried. I've tested it. And they definitely do. But it's hard to really tell what the gear system for this game will be like. Because basically tier 3, like basically tier 1 is useless. Tier 2 is useless but slightly stronger. Tier 3 is used to make tier 4. Tier 4 is basically the base gear of everyone who can't afford tier 5. And then there's tier 5, which doesn't exist yet. So it really comes down to what is the system for tier 5 gonna be. Because that's basically what all armor is in this game. Tier 1 and 2 is useless. Tier 3 is just for making tier 4. Tier 4 is what most people will be using, depending on how hard tier 5 is to get. As well as mostly like what you would likely use for PvP. And tier 5 is like the real gear. Like the real gear. But we don't know currently how it's obtained at all because it's not in the game yet. I really hope it still requires crafting though. I really hope he doesn't go down the route of just, here's a boss and it drops like best in slot weapon. Or best in slot helm or best in slot whatever. I want it to drop the material so you still have to process it to some degree. That way if someone who's like level 500 combat who doesn't have the processing skill would have to trade it to someone else. And then still have to process it through. Otherwise you make a lot of skills really useless. If you don't have to process it at all. Or even a boss where at the end of it you have to like mine the resource from it or something similar. Like a 6-tiered boss. Also, I always keep mentioning the 6 tiers just because everything in this game is 6 tiers. I assume most bosses in this game will be 6-tiered. Where the first level will be something around like level 50 to 100 and just keep scaling up from there. Like the first tier of any boss would be close to like 40 to 80 level. With the highest tier being somewhere in like the high 400 something. But, you know, like some kind of boss, like let's say for mining, like some kind of mining boss. Where at the end of the fight, in order to loot part of your loot, like you would have to have a certain mining level to like mine it from it. And then you'd need a certain smithing or stonemason or something level in order to process it. Like stuff like that. Or like a boss that requires mine fighter of like, let's say 200. Might require like 150 mining to actually loot the boss that you just killed. Or at least fully loot it. You might be able to like partially loot it without it. but you wouldn't be able to get like the full like special loot or whatever it has. Who knows? But I don't know how they're gonna do it. I just really hope they incorporate all skills and don't just make all 5-star be like, just get all combat and then kill things. Because I feel like too many games do that. And Brighter Shores is in quite a unique position due to how the chapters are divided to make it so you actually need the other skills while bossing. Which I really, really hope they utilize. You don't have to make all of them used for every boss, obviously. But every boss should include at least one other skill, I feel like. There shouldn't be any boss that's just like scout only or guard only or something. It should be like scout plus carpenter or watch person plus detective or I don't know, something like that. I personally feel like all of them should at least double dip. Man, let me go use this knowledge point already. It keeps calling me. Keeps triggering every few seconds. I wish there was a way to click auto banking for that new knowledge system they added, so that it doesn't keep happening. Because the pop-up is so annoying when you keep clicking on a node. But unless you click to bank it, it doesn't actually bank it. Oh, I meant to put that into mining. Oh no, my habit just put it into bone rate. I meant to put that into mining so I can get to iron ore a bit quicker. We're at the level range, we're going straight to mining, straight to iron ore would be great right about now. Whoops. Alright, that's not too big a deal. But it does mean I have to be on this rock for a little bit longer than anticipated. Not that long though. These pieces going pretty quick. Need a way to change damage type? You've had 2 epic drops become unusable due to the next room of enemies were immune to it. I don't think they can do that because they're tied to the weapon. I don't think you're ever going to be able to change the damage type of a weapon. Because currently damage types are tied to the type of weapon that you're using. So you're likely never going to be able to change element on a weapon, as all of them already have a predetermined element. That's basically what the crafting system is for. You basically have to craft your own, unless you want to do the RNG of killing, or trade another player for them. How much trading exists. But there's currently probably never going to be a way to change elements on a weapon. Just because the current system of the game has every single weapon as a distinct type of damage. Like my rapier will only ever be frost. It won't be like a death rapier or a fire rapier or something. The rapier will always be frost 100% of the time. I wouldn't be surprised if they eventually add weapon types that can be different. But I believe due to how special attacks will likely work, that's likely not going to happen to most of them. Because most special attacks are probably tied to whatever element they are as well. Like my ice rapier will probably have like a slight ice effect of some kind. Either visually or potentially even in the mechanic that it does. And some other things like that. Which is one of the other reasons why most of them are elemental locked. Because they'll make a lot more sense why they're elemental locked when special attacks come out. As a lot of them will likely be tied to the special attack. Like if I use a death weapon, it'll probably have some kind of necromay effect. Potentially even as necromay damage that's guaranteed, as well as, you know, some kind of like dark effect around it or something. Like visually. And because of that, most of them have to be tied to a certain type. We'll probably say that a lot more once we actually see what special attacks do and everything. But like any ice weapon will likely have like a slight blue effect to it and all that, so on and so forth. So they're kind of tied already to their element. Like what the effect is, it will probably be related to it. In some way or some shape or form. And obviously you can't have like an ice effect when you have like a burning weapon or something. That'd be kind of weird. And it'd be too hard to code like 6 different ones for every weapon. Not to say that some weapons might be like that in the future. Potentially like boss weapons or something else. But I don't feel like the standard ones that he's initially going to release are going to have like any kind of capability of doing that. Because otherwise he'd have to have every weapon have like 6 different special attacks. Which sounds like way too much work. Which is why each one is tied to only one element. Yeah, player trading fixes a lot of things. You have to keep in mind, this game was originally supposed to release with trading, but it had to be delayed. This entire game was structured around day 1 having trading, but didn't have it day 1. So there's a lot of mechanics in this game that are basically tied entirely to the premise that you'd be able to trade the literal second you get in. Well, not literal second, I guess once you get to chapter 4, but you know. Like the whole game is balanced around trading, but trading does not exist. Which is also kind of weird with special attacks, because I do feel like the entire game is also balanced around special attacks without them existing. But particularly in the case of trading. Because even before the game was supposed to come out, one of the things that was in the member benefits was you'd be able to trade. But then right before launch, he was like, oh yeah, I probably won't be able to get trading out before launch, so it'll be a high priority to add it early on. And of course, still we don't have it after a month, but he's getting around to it probably by the end of the year. But yeah, the whole game was meant to have trading from day one. Like this whole Iron Man mode thing that we have going on right now, this was never supposed to exist. It was supposed to be like, you know, everyone being a main day one. No self-sufficiency. You still could have, obviously. But the whole game was balanced around trading day one and still doesn't have trading 1 month in. And likely won't by about 2 months in. Which is probably one of the weirdest things with the game right now. That might be throwing some people off. Is it so heavily balanced around it, yet it doesn't exist? Which is probably the weird... I think the weird thing that people come up with that the most is why do they get 3-star drops from other classes? Because I feel like that's really confusing if you haven't done the Lost and Found quest or read the text that I didn't see until like weeks after that tells you on the weapon that actually tells you like, hey, this is for the Lost and Found quest. Go use it for that. But I feel like it's really confusing without trading and everything. Like why on earth you're getting drops for other stuff. But then after Lost and Found and trading comes in, it makes a little bit more sense. Why it's like that, particularly Lost and Found. Lost and Found quest kind of makes it really obvious. Like, oh yeah, you're supposed to use these to craft better gear. Or, you know, 4-star gear specifically. But you can also just trade it, of course. But, you know, trading needs to be released before that can happen. But it's almost like a forced trading mechanic if you don't use it for the Lost and Found mechanic. Where you upgrade your gear. Because if you get a 3-star for a class that isn't your own, all you do right now is just sell it for, like, nothing. Whereas down the line, you'll be able to trade for it. Or, you know, trade it. And, of course, currently you can use it to upgrade your gear. But I feel like a lot of people haven't done Lost and Found. This is something I haven't actually polled on this channel, but I want to make a bet it's less than 20%. I don't know, have you guys done Lost and Found yet? The one for making 4-star gear? Because I'm willing to make a bet it's definitely under 50%, and it's probably even under 20%. It's the highest requirement quest in the whole game, despite it being very absurdly useful. But the requirement probably keeps a lot of people from doing it, at least immediately anyways. As there isn't anything in the entire game that's kind of expected to be done, but like as out of any requirement for anything, where the game basically expects you to have it done, is by far the highest. It's the highest quest requirement in the whole game, by quite a margin. And while technically 490 foraging to finish the monument is higher, it's kind of arbitrarily higher, in the sense that the game doesn't really expect you to go get 490 foraging, obviously. But it does kind of expect you to eventually get Lost and Found done, even if not immediately. As it's kind of a core mechanic of how the game works. Kind of like how the spider quest is a core mechanic to how the game works. I wouldn't even be surprised if the Chapter 5 quest forces you to complete Lost and Found. Kind of like how the Chapter 4 quest requires you to complete Spider Nest. I wouldn't be surprised. Just to make it so you'd have to be able to make 4-star armor and weapons before you get to Chapter 6. Just to make sure that the player 100% has the ability to do so. Because it would make sense, because by then you would have the armor making skill and the weapon making skill. So if there was any place for them to put a hard requirement to have it done, it would be to get from Chapter 5 to 6. That isn't confirmed, but it seems like something that could happen. Since they made Spider Nest a requirement. Though the main reason Spider Nest was a requirement was because the person got captured, though. But I feel like the main reason they would make the other one a requirement is just because of how vital of a mechanic it is. That they probably want players to have it before they move on. Because I know when I did Chapter 4, I basically had to backtrack to go upgrade Scout and Hope Forest. Because I didn't have the levels to finish this spider quest. Because I had it started, obviously, for the rifts, but I didn't have it completed. So I feel like they would kind of do something with Lost and Found with that. The only problem is Lost and Found's requirement is way higher than Spider Quest. Like, more than double. It is substantially higher than what you need for that quest. Well, you never know. It's just such a core mechanic to the game, yet it's something that you don't have automatically. Because otherwise you can't make your own 4-star gear. Which makes all the gear from other classes pointless. Because I feel like that's an opinion that a lot of people that play for a short duration have. especially if they ever see a drop on the ground that's related to it, is any gear that they have that isn't specifically for the class is completely useless. But in reality, it's actually used to make 4-star gear. But you don't get access to 4-star gear until way later in the game, due to how high the requirement of the quest is. Like, if you were to casually do it, I'm pretty sure if you played, like, 1 hour a day, like how I'm doing kind of almost the AFK accounts that we've been doing, they're basically, what, 3 weeks in? And they haven't even finished Spider Quest yet. You know how long it's going to take them to go do Lost and Found? I think it would take them playing, like, half an hour a day. Like, you know, half an hour on both. And doing, like, the daily 24-hour thing. I think it would take them, from this current moment in time, another 2 months before they have Lost and Found completed. If I was to rush Lost and Found. I'm not doing that, though. I'm rushing them to trading, which is a slightly different path. But if I was to rush them to Lost and Found, I'm pretty sure it would take 2 months from where they are currently at. And they're not even done with the free-to-play section yet. They're still in free-to-play. They're stuck trying to finish out Spider Quests by this weekend. But from that point, from this Sunday, I think it would take them 2 months if I was to pivot them just straight into Lost and Found the second they get into Chapter 3. It would take 2 months to AFK them do Lost and Found. Playing half an hour a day on them. That is a lot of time. That is like a lot of time. Obviously, you can rush it by playing more, but that is a long duration of time. What are the chances of early episodes, professions, to be used again later? I feel like they could. I don't feel like they're ever going to be used in an area directly. But I can see the resources being used for them. Or even new resources being added to them for something. Because we already pretty much know with Armor Maker that's likely going to happen to some degree. And that's going to pull from Chapter 2, 3, and 4 for Armor Maker, most likely. Because you'll need Gatherer, Bonewright, Miner, Blacksmith, Stonemason, Leathermaker, technically Merchant if you're getting the discount for Leathermaker, and then Armor from Chapter 5. Just to do Armor from Chapter 5. So there's definitely going to be a lot of tie-in kind of skills. We already know Builder requires quite a few too. Based on everything 100% confirmed for Builder, we know that you'll use Merchant. Actually, let me start from the top. Let me start all the way from the top then. We know that it's going to use technically Gatherer, because you need to get Bonewright up to some degree. So Gatherer, Bonewright, Merchant, and is that it? I'm trying to think of another one that's 100% confirmed. But yeah, those 3. So there's 2 skills in Chapter 5 that we already know of that are basically using 3 chapters skills from 2, 3, and 4. At least 1 from each. Poor Chapter 1. Maybe it's a Forager or something will get used. Obviously, Alchemy has tie into every chapter, but it has it in a bit of a different way than other skills do. Obviously, Alchemy goes without saying that it ties to every chapter that will ever exist, unless they make it like Alchemy Part 2 or something. Alchemy is probably going to be the most bloated skill to ever exist in this game, if they don't make like a second Alchemy skill or something. Oh yeah, base 200 is when the tutorial ends. There are a lot of points where the game begins. You could say it's after the actual tutorial. You could say it's after you do the storyline. You could say it's after base 20, when the XP curve starts to get like to the real number. But honestly, the true endgame starts at 200 all. That's when you're really starting to play the game. Base 200s. But no, I would say you're really starting to play the game after base 20. If you have the full storyline completed and are at base 20, that's basically when the game is starting. And not all side quests, just the main storyline. The main storyline plus base 20s is when the game is basically starting. Everything there prior is kind of just tutorialing you on how every skill works and everything. Like the gameplay loop for everything. But yeah, the main storyline with no side quests plus level 20 all, I would say, is where Brighter Shores starts. Anything prior to that is basically tutorialing you on how all the systems work in the game. But the true game starts at 200 all. But no, I would say 20 all and main storyline, no side quests is basically when the game starts. Or not no side quests, but you know, minimal side quests. Because you have to do spider quests in order to progress the storyline. Also because it's just so useful that you'd want to have it anyways, even if it wasn't required. Yeah, the game has a lot of directions it can go in. And honestly, I don't really care what direction it goes in. I have good confidence that whatever he does with it will be fine. Is what's already here is already amazing. As long as he doesn't ruin it somehow. I can't really imagine that happening. There's just so many things that he could add that when he adds, I wouldn't really care if it's even bad. Like, I really don't care if PvP is bad in this game. I don't really care if trading's bad in this game, other than, like, mostly for bots and stuff like that. That'd be an issue. But I don't really plan to engage with it too much. Same as PvP. Like, I do plan to do a bunch of PvP when it first comes out. But other than PvP minigames, I feel like 1 versus 1 PvP and stuff like that will probably get burnt out really quickly. We'll have to see. But there's a lot of systems where if they're not, like, ideal to me, I really don't care if they are. Like, trading and PvP. Like, he could do anything for either of them, and I won't really care one way or another. Like, obviously, if they are good, that's great. But they don't need to be good to keep me around. As neither will affect me particularly a high amount, even though I will engage with both to some degree. I remembered to put it into mining this time. There we go. We can finally stop these and go to iron. Alright, let's go get our level. Time to go do iron. And now we do iron until we do, what's it called? Oh, I forgot a rock. Oops. But now we do iron until, what you call it? Deposit that. There we go. Oh yeah, how are we going to do our iron cycle? I hate how these work. They're like in a 10-10 format. But there's no ores you can grab on the way back. Actually, before we do that, let me drink. Yeah, this is the real ore that we need. This is when we can actually start making stuff out of our gear. This is what we truly got our mining up for. Stuff like this. Like, if you're wondering, like, why on earth am I training my mining? This. This is one of the few things we're after. This right here. Getting these within seconds is so valuable. They say they're only 1 silver each, but I assure you they cost like 3 from the shop or something. And it's only going to keep getting higher from there. Look how quick. We just got like 30 silver worth of an iron in like a second. A few seconds. So nice. Compared to if we mass bought it from a shop. Plus the time of having to constantly keep going back and forth from the shop. Honestly, I might just keep turning in 20. I was doing like a drop method earlier where I kept turning in like 24 and everything. But I really can't be bothered right now. It's so inefficient turning in only 20, but I'm definitely turning in only 20. I only need 1 level. We'll get a little bit more serious like that if we do the 142 to something grind, I guess. But for now, I'm just here for my 1 level to get the better pickaxe. Because that was our end goal for today. Get this 4-star pickaxe. Or not for the whole stream, but for the mining grind, specifically. And then later we'll do this from 142 to 146, and then that, and then that. Where's our next, like, super big rock? 165 is the next AFK activity, and 163 is our next big rock. That's not bad. But 163 and 165 are the two big milestones from here. After we get 142. Not gonna do them immediately, obviously, but they are on our radar. Of things we do need to get around to. Also, why did I stop my pickaxe? I was like, ooh, potion, but honestly, the amount of time we just wasted doing that probably wasn't worth it. Alright, should I need, like, what? 10 inventories of iron? Somewhere around there? Honestly, I almost want to process it immediately. I can immediately make some upgrades out of it if I really, really want to. But I don't really need it in any section at the moment. Because my smithing level kind of needs to reach 200. Oh! Oh yeah, housing would be kind of interesting. I'm really curious to see what they'll do with player-owned housing. I'm almost guaranteed building will not be used for it. Or, building is not housing. Or, player-owned houses. However, there is a good chance that builder plus carpenter plus maybe some other skill will be used in the future to do player-owned houses. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to AFK to cement. Because while the cement itself will probably not be used for player-owned houses or something like that, the skill of builder likely will be. It's likely builder, carpenter, plus one other one or something. Player-owned houses probably aren't a ways away, though. Like, I'm pretty sure we'll almost have, like, 7 chapters by the time we get player-owned housing. But it's definitely something you will do. And obviously, you'll utilize the skills that already are in the game. And builder, carpenter, and one other one are likely what will be used for it. So if you really want, like, a massive player-owned house or something, might want to consider. It's really low priority because we don't really know. Well, I don't know if it could come. It could be years from now. Definitely builder and carpenter. It really just depends if he throws a third one in there. I'm not sure what else he could really do, though, beyond that. Because builder would be your planks. Carpenter would be your planks. Builder would be your cement. Would be your, like, tiles, your other things that were from it. So what else would you still need? And this is like a furniture making skill, but you technically do that during, oh, leather maker. Oh, you might use leather maker for it. Because you actually make furniture both during carpentry and leather maker. If you've ever done the AFK activities for either, you actually build furniture during both. Obviously, you're doing it for someone else. Because they're likely not going to add, like, a furniture making skill. Because they're already there. It's carpenter and leather maker. The AFK activity already does it. Obviously, there's no actual furniture you can make because there's no player-owned house, though. So it would likely, yeah, it would be carpenter, builder, and leather maker, oddly enough, then, probably. Unless they add even more that would be used for it. But those are the main 3. As well as the skills that feed those 3, of course. Which would be merchant, woodcutting, and, what was the other one I mentioned? Oh, wait, that's actually a lot of skills, then. Because that would also be gather and bone rate. Because that feeds into builder. Yeah, that covers, like, almost 6 or 7 skills. It's amazing when you keep going down the rabbit hole how many skills touch each other. Like, you can really see his vision down the line of, like, the amount of synergy. I feel like the reason why it doesn't seem like too much synergy for some things is because, a lot of it isn't in the game yet. But yeah, that's already touching, like, 6 or 7 skills then. Just to build your player-owned house if it was to exist. And that's not even counting any future skills that would get added that would also be used for it. You can make your own forges and alchemical labs in there as well. I'm not sure if he's going to go down that route. I'm not sure how I would feel about it because it is an MMO, so you generally want to do them in open spaces rather than in, like, an instance house. Because I would definitely prefer skilling be done in, like, an open area rather than everyone just hiding in their house. I don't mind some facilities being in the house, but it needs to be, like, temporary ones. Like some kind of venture or something similar that you can set up in your house. I do prefer them remaining mostly cosmetic, though. A clan house? Clan house would be kind of cool. Have a little party in your house. That's what originally his house system was for, hosting house parties. It wasn't used for anything efficient at all. It was simply just for having fun with people. That was literally what he did with his housing system when he made it in 2006 for his other game. It was literally just supposed to be like a fun place to gather for fun with other people. No other purpose other than like training up the skill for the level. But the actual end goal of the skill was just to have fun. Not training the skill, that wasn't fun. But afterwards, what you could do with it was just literally just to have fun with other people. That's what his housing system originally was. Like a gathering places to kind of gather and just mess around with mini games and stuff. So I assumed he would kind of go down the same route again. Where it's not meant to have any kind of facilities or anything like that. It's just, you know, kind of place to chill and gather. And have some kind of like mini games that you could do with other people there that you could build and stuff like that. Obviously furniture you can sit on. Maybe cooking some, but, you know, it wouldn't have too much of a purpose beyond, you know, just kind of cooking with people. Or maybe it will have a purpose, who knows. Group cooking. That'd be an interesting way to add co-op cooking. I know one MMO that's actually done this called Palia. That's the exact thing that came to mind when I thought of that, actually. But Palia actually has group cooking and housing. So, a lot of facilities just kind of auto-run themselves, like the Smither and a few other things in that game. But one active activity they actually have for housing is group cooking. Where basically you get together with a bunch of friends, you all cook together. Only one person has to supply the ingredients, so everyone will get the loot from it. I'm pretty sure he would have an even contribution system, though, so everyone would have to contribute something. I believe in Palia, you don't have to contribute anything if you don't want to. I think you only have to contribute one ingredient. And someone else could contribute, like, the other, like, several. But, you know, have it a little bit of a fairer system than that. But that's actually one of the things I really enjoyed with Palia. Is, they actually did group cooking really well. And they did it entirely through the player-owned house system. You didn't do it through any other way other than player-owned housing. Yeah, you have to supply at least one ingredient for your step. But you only have to supply one. Like, someone else could supply, like, the other 5 or 6 or whatever. So if you did it with, like, one person could do 1. The other could do, like, 5. And you'd both still get the same loot at the end. But yeah, you do have to contribute at least one ingredient. But it was pretty fun. I did enjoy it. It was mostly used for cake parties, though, because cakes were so broken. I think they even had to nerf cakes because too many people were abusing cakes. Even then, people still kept doing cakes. It's just a fun activity to mess around with. Just kind of gather, do a bunch of cooking, get a bunch of loot while doing so, while also getting cooking XP. Or in this case, chef XP. Yeah, I never played New World, so I'm not sure how they end up handling their housing system. What did they do for it? I'm trying to think of another MMO I played that had a housing system recently. I know when I did Albion Online during its launch, what did it have? It had things that you could use to get resources. It had a lot of production things you could do in your own house. But Brighter Shores doesn't really need the equivalence of what that had, though. Because the systems are quite a bit different in Brighter Shores. So a lot of the things that Albion Online did, you wouldn't really be able to do. And I'm trying to think of any one thing Albion Online did that would actually be good in Brighter Shores. I guess maybe be able to farm on your own plot. Because I wouldn't mind that. Palia also did that. Palia actually limited it really heavily as well. I think you're only allowed to have like 9 plots on your yard. So you couldn't just put every single tile as a plot. Just to stop people who want to play efficiently like me from doing so. Because that's why I do in Animal Crossing and stuff. If I ever like loaded up my Animal Crossing town and showed you, it is literally all loot piles and flowers. Because flowers are the highest profit per tile. So nearly my entire island is just gold roses and blue roses. Because they both have the highest value tied. And yeah, my entire island is nothing but the most profitable per tile unit you could possibly set. It is literally nothing but gold and blue roses, pretty much. Because that's the best profit per tile you can have. Because there's no limit to how many you can have. You can have 100, you can have 1,000, you can have literally every tile covered. So I do like when there's a slight limit. Because I will definitely go overboard. If they added player-owned housing in Brighter Shores and you could do like farming on your plot, and there was no limit to how much farming you could do other than how much space you had, my house would be completely covered with nothing but farmland. It would look like a plantation. I wouldn't even have a house. It would just all be farmland. That's what happened when I did Stardew Valley too. My Stardew Valley was literally nothing but that. Like, I had all the facilities I needed, and then the other 95% was nothing but farmland. And then eventually wine barrels, because wine barrels were like the best profit per tile as well. At least at the time. I'm pretty sure that's changed since launch. Different trophies at certain points. And the player with the most points house got put on display. Completely cosmetic. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I do hope houses are mostly visual in this game. I don't mind some activities being there. Even efficient activities. But I like when most activities take place in the open world. Like, look how many people are mining in this room. We got like 8 people here. Just rotating around. All mining in one location. Imagine if you could just do player-owned mining and then you don't have this experience. It kind of ruins that. And that's the problem with putting any kind of facility in a house. Is it takes people out of the main zones of the games. So you have to be really careful if you ever put anything efficient in a house. Because it basically drags people out in the main world into a bunch of cubby holes that are divided from everything else. Which is not ideal. You don't want that. Like, having it to some degree is okay. But not to a degree where it kills the MMO experience of the open world. Or, you know, of the actual, like, world environment. Like, if there was player-owned cooking, it couldn't be so good that no one would be in the mess hall in Hopeport. Like, they could still add it and make it decent. But it can't be so broken that everyone stops going to Hopeport to ever do cooking. And then you go into that room and it's like, where is everyone? Like, a new player will go there at like level 0 cooking and be like, wait, why is there no one here? Would you be happy if it's just passive skills in Player House? What do you mean by passive skills? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. If you could build your own passive skills there. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that. To make passives even more AFK, if you move every passive in some way to your house. I don't feel like that would work for a lot of them, though. Because they kind of take place in the environment. Like Merchant and Detective, for example. Like, that'd be impossible to move into your house. I wouldn't mind there being specific ventures and AFK activities you can do in your house, though. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to move them all to your house, though. But having specific ventures and AFK activities there would be cool. Just so you don't have to go like a mile every single time you want to use them. You could just have some right next to each other in your house. So when you're like ultra AFKing, you can just grab your ventures, grab your AFK activity, and check all your dailies within 10 seconds. That'd actually be really clean. Could you imagine? Imagine setting up your house so you have 2 to 6 ventures, like 1 tile away from you, while also having your AFK activity there. So you log in for like 30 seconds, and you trigger all 6 of your ventures, and go right back to your 24-hour AFK. That'd be so good. I would love that. Like, yeah, people wouldn't be walking around as much for the other ventures, if you could do that. But ventures are kind of supposed to be, you know, you just log in, log out kind of thing. Like both ventures and the AFK thingies. So they don't necessarily have to take place in the environment like active skills do. But that'd be really funny. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that at all. If you could set up like passive skills and ventures in your house. And then you could do the entire daily system within a single minute. Instead of what it currently takes, which is like 5 minutes. If there was 6 of them. Currently it takes like 1 minute as well if you just do these 2. Maybe closer to 2 minutes. I almost reached every goal we wanted this stream. We wanted 142 mining for the upgrade. We wanted 84 bone right. I just need to get the AFK activities rolling. Aside from that, it looks like 4 more points and we're good to go. Technically 6 because I need the AFK activity. And our next set of iron, I think we're good to go. All I need to do is grab one more cycle, and I think we're out of here. Alright, now we gotta figure out what we want to go do now, though. Unless we just want to do even more mining. No, we're gonna switch it up. The environment passives help the area feel alive, don't they? Wait, the environment passives. What do you mean by environment passives? Not sure what you mean by that. Would you be happy if it's just oh, never mind, I already answered that one. Oh, so hello, Alex. Welcome, welcome. Alright, level rolling in. Almost. Gosh, every single level, it's like almost there, almost there, almost there. Yeah, there's 142. Time to get our pickaxe. And we can immediately afford it as well. There it is. 1.2 gold. And I think we have like 2 gold on the dot right now. Alright. I'm gonna go bank these. And then go teleport over. And then figure out what on earth we're doing for 3 hours. Alright, there we go. Let's see. Grab that, grab that. Alright, let me go teleport over to our thingy. Teleport to mine. Alright, let's go grab our tool. I wonder if our pickaxe looks a little different now. You can see what the pickaxe looks like. I didn't get a good look at it earlier. You're told 208 to 224 gathering nets around 15 gold. Is it really? Per hour? Oh, so what do you mean by nets? Is that the foraging one or some other one? Ah, there it is. Our pickaxe. Nice. Alright. Now, what on earth are we doing? I'm tempted. You know what I'm tempted to do? The bars call for me. Just for whenever I need the iron. I kind of want to touch my iron bars. I'm probably not going to do all of them right now, but I just want to touch them a little. I got the iron. Now I want to touch the iron. We got 160. You know what? Maybe I will do them all. It's only 160. If that was a bigger number, I'd be like, maybe later. Oh, come on. It's only 160 bars. We could do that. That's like 0 compared to doing thousands. We could easily handle 160. I'll be doing most of the rest off stream, but... Come on, 160 is fine. But I really love this furnace. I love this one even more than the other furnace. Not sure what it is about this. It's just so satisfying to me. And the fact that it doesn't use gas is even better. I much prefer this over dunking bones. And look at that, 4.4k. Yeah, we're ranked 20 again. And we'll go back down to several seconds later. Gosh, there's like a whole war going for 20th place right now. There's an all-out war for 20th. And I am accidentally partaking in it. I'm not trying to partake in it, necessarily. But we seem to be a participant in the top 20 war that's currently going on. I was not sure I should just bank this bar or this potion. It's getting in the way of the thingies. You're currently gathering, storing at the moment, but your friend who's level 262 says he made some nice gold. Interesting. Gather leaks and selling them? Wow, they actually sell for that much? That's kind of insane. Imagine if you had to buy them for cooking, how expensive that would be, though. If they're selling for that much per hour. Because, yeah, you'd basically just sell them. Because what are you going to do with cooking? Cook them? Because you can't. Actually, yes, you can. Wait, no. The amount of ingredients you need to do for it's too slow. 1 leek is 1 silver, 710 copper. Wait, that's not that high. How's that 15 gold an hour? Because the ore I'm doing now is already like 1 silver each. And I'm not even at 200 yet. And that's if you sell it. That's not even counting processing it and everything. Like these right here are what? Yeah, 1 silver each. How much is the bar? Wow. What? It like doubles in price for the bar. They're literally more than the leak you just mentioned. And they're level 143. Oh, you meant from level 209 to 224. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say. I thought that was per hour. I was gonna say. That's like insane profit. Archer, what is the highest gold methods in the game right now? I still haven't bothered really looking into them. I know like generally what's good. But is there like a definitive highest? Because I assume it's either combat or leather worker. I haven't seen anything higher. Yep. Go back. Is it merchant? I feel like 500 merchant likes less than 500 leather worker though. Though 500 leather worker requires 500 merchant. But I feel like it makes less than 500 merchant when you're like processing it. Like I feel like you'd be making more at 450 leather maker than you would at 450 merchant. But I could be wrong. We don't know the price ranges around that time. Or you're not at that range. Like, don't get me wrong, you make a lot from merchant. But maybe it just scales in a way where it does get higher than leather maker scaling. You're at 230 fishing? Oh gosh, that's really high. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Our next pivot for what do you call it? I'm about to process words at some point. Oh yeah, for our next tool upgrade. Basically our cash stack, aka, is we're gonna be dumping it into Gatherer. I wanna go get the rake so I can start getting my own bones. Just in case we do need it for making Guardian armor, which I'm pretty certain we will. I wanna be able to get my own bones for it. This also still allows me to ignore woodcutting and carpenter as much as possible. And just go all in for the bone thing. So that's my current plan then, is our gold pivot. Is we got our 25 manacles for chapter 4. I got my 30 pickaxe for chapter 3. Our next pivot is to go get our 25 rake for chapter 2. And if I was to get one tool for chapter 1, honestly, it's probably the fishing spear. Oh yeah, by the way, you're 230 fishing. What did you do for fishing? Did you upgrade your harpoon or did you upgrade anything else tool-wise? Because when I do the fishing grind, I was considering just doing it off a harpoon only. Not sure if that's worth it though, or what like the fishing meta is. I just really like doing eel into pufferfish, and I know all that's harpoon. I just really like the loop between them, even if they're not the best XP at a given level range. I just find it so relaxing. Like, they're kind of like any other 6 node, but it just feels a bit different. It's so self-contained as well. You just automatically sell them immediately. But yeah, I think I would do that even over Forager. Unless they announce something insane for the tower. It'd have to be something really, really good though. The biggest issue with Forager though is you kind of need all 3 tools. Particularly the first and third one. Although I guess you would use the trowel probably the most. But you do use all 3 of them. It's one of the weird skills where you actually use all 3 tools pretty equally. Not perfectly equally, but more so than any other skill, comparatively. Like when it comes to fishing, I'm pretty sure we could easily do it in a way where we pretty much only use harpoon. And this is mostly just if we want to go and do co-op fishing. And this is for AFK. And I have no clue what these two are for. Actually, I don't even own the other two yet. Higher level fishing activities. That's interesting. I still don't even own every tool in the game. Once I do the gatherer grind, I'll have the sickle. But because I haven't finished the fishing grind, I actually don't even own every tool yet, even tier 1. I gotta double check. What is every tool I'm missing? I'm missing 2 from fishing. 1 from gatherer. And I think that's it. Yeah, I'm missing 2 fishing, 1 gatherer skills, or tools, I mean. Oh, the last 2 are for ventures. Oh, it's the lobster pot and the oyster net, probably. That makes sense. That's why I don't have them. Because the lobster pot's at 39, the oyster thing's at like 70 something, I believe. Wow, that's actually really high. I think that might be the highest you ever need to get every tool in any skill. Because yeah, if you said it's for the other venture, the oyster venture isn't until 73 fishing. Which means you need, yeah, that thing right there, the oyster net. You need 73 fishing to have every tool. That is absurdly high. I don't think there's any skill in the game that's higher than that. Oh, so we still need that 200 smithing keep, by the way. And once we get to 200 smithing keep, we're basically stuck with it forever. Because I'm not upgrading it until we get to 500 watch person. And I can assure you we're not getting that anytime soon. It might be almost like half a year from now by the time we have 500 watch person. So once I have the 200 smithing keep on my back, that's basically our permanent cape for a long time. Because I don't plan to change it until 500 watch person. And I don't plan to rush 500 watch person. If I did, we could have it in probably like a month. Probably less. I don't know. Would I eventually do it for the cape? I would definitely do it with detective. So I'd be getting 500 watch person and detective at the same time. That would be like a mega pivot though. That would be like a month-long pivot. The problem with that is, what would we do? Like on stream? Because it's literally like 2 minutes AFK over and over and over again. Unless we're gearing up, but well, by that point we'll be able to gear up hopefully with armor skill and stuff. That would be like a few month-long venture. I think that's too big of a commitment to take this early on in the game's life cycle. It's the same reason I haven't tried taking on the tower, the 490 forging tower. Even if it was something good, that's like a 1 month-long venture to go do that, realistically. Like an entire month of doing nothing but just that. It's too much of a time commitment for a game that's been out for 1 month. To go on a 1 to 3 month grind. It's still too early to do that. Don't get me wrong, we will be doing all of them. I just feel like it's a little too early to do that big of a grind. Like obviously some people already have. I don't feel like it's worth it when there's just so much other game in the game. We'd have to start really running out of content before we go do like a month-long, let's get 500 grind, or let's go do the entire monument grind. There are things we will be doing, though. And when we do monument, I will be doing it all in one go. I'm likely not going to split it up. We're just going to, like, no-life it for, like, 3 weeks until the monument's fully built. I would definitely want at least 25 all in the tools, though. If not higher, probably even 30 or 40 or 50. Because by then we'd probably be a lot more loaded on gold. But bare minimum, I would want to have 25 all 3 of those tools before I would even consider doing a monument grind. That's like the bare minimum. And even then I'd probably still want higher. Like 30s or 40s. Probably even the alchemy for 10% pots as well. So I need to get the alchemy grind done first. What level do you need for 10% hope port? Does anyone know? I know it's pretty low. Like, low relative to the other ones. Not low as in a low number. But low as in, compared to the other ones, it's not that bad. Yeah, it's a level 185. Like, obviously that's not low. But compared to some of the other ones that are like 400 something, that's pretty low. But yeah, that'd be my requirement for doing the monument grind. If we were to ever do the monument grind, I would want 10% hope port pots. Which I believe we get the supplies for it while we do the monument grind. Like, you know, during foraging or something. But, yeah, I'd want to have 10% hope port plus, bare minimum, like 30 all tools. Like all 3 of them. At that point, I would maybe consider spending a few weeks doing nothing but that grind. But we need to have the extra XP rate so it doesn't take forever. Yeah, we're almost done with our iron. We're actually getting a smithing level from this too. Come on, 48 levels to go. We're almost there. We're getting there. Oh, so what level does this bar go up to? 212. Okay, that's technically a lie. What level does the rapier go up to? Because that number is actually not accurate. I keep forgetting. That's not actually true. The actual number is, at least for the rapier anyways. Let me go check. Technically, the correct answer is 192. I can make a level 192 rapier if I had 192 smithing with this bar right now. I could also make a 195 throwing weapon and a 200 shield. Is that what it says, 200 on the bar? Or sorry, a 199 shield, I mean. Wait, does it go for another one? And maybe a superior mace, which would be 212. Does this bar say 212 on it? Okay, yes, you can also do the mace. Okay. So yeah, the reason it says 212 is the next mace up is 213, which you can make out of this. So yeah, that means I can make a 199 shield, which would be our best in slot shield. Because we don't plan to craft anything above 199 for a while. Because the rarity curve falls off a cliff after 200. So we'd want a 199 superior metal kite shield. We'd be able to make a, 199. A 194 throwing twin blades if they have a good spec. And a 192 rapier. One level lower than each of them. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's what this ore can do. This is why I really wanted to get to tier 4. As it gets you to 199. Unfortunately, the rapier's a little bit below, though. At a 192, but that's fine. Luckily, all the other material gets you to 199. Like our two-hand, our long sword, you know, everything else. Like everything else that you see here up to 294. Like all these on their tier 3s go to, on their tier 4s go to 199. So like the blue ore for this goes to 199. Or sorry, the blue ore for this, the blue ore for that. The green ore for something like the bow. They can all be 199s. Even though they also go up to that level if you do the next tier above. But anyways, let's go put this away. As every iron bar we mined earlier. But there we go, look, 4 bars, look at them. Ooh, it's getting so refined. But yeah, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. You might be wondering why am I keeping so many bars around. Armor making. There is a very, very, very good chance you'll need these for armor making, and I'm stockpiling some. Anything that I'm not needing for actual weapons, I'm stockpiling for armor making down the line. So if you're wondering why all these things are like weird numbers, like, you know, like hundreds of them, it's mostly armor making prep. And future weapon making prep, obviously. Well, I have a lot of these. What level is this one? 127. Oh, this is what we mined today. Wow, I mined 750 of those today? It had to have all been today as well, because I didn't have the mining level for this prior to today. Wow. I didn't feel like we did that much mining. Yeah, just the green ones alone, we did a 750. Interesting. A lot of lower tier ones I haven't processed yet. Because at this point it's kind of pointless too, but I probably still will just because why not? But they're a bit lower priority, of course. I just realized this is the goblin one. Yeah, the blue one's also the goblin one. What level is this one if I was to do it for smithing XP? It's the 116. Honestly, that still wouldn't be bad. And then do the green ones also. Everything else would only be on an as needed basis though, because we'd get so little XP from it. Interesting. Anyways, we're not going to do that right now though. But, I do want to put one more bone right into there though. Okay, I say that. Let me go get the good blue real quick. I just want to get enough knowledge to get... I'm not going to do all these, no worries. I just want to get enough knowledge to get 8% so I can go put my bone right XP in. And then after that, I can get rid of my potion from my inventory for a little bit. And figure out what on earth are we even doing next. Because I want to do something that isn't in Mines of Matubin. I don't care what it is. It needs to not physically be in the mines because we've been here like all day. I would say almost ideally not in Chapter 4 either. I wouldn't mind it. Realistically, I should go do Merchant. I don't think I feel like doing Merchant right now. I should do Merchant, but I'm probably not going to. It'd be very efficient to go do Merchant right now. Yeah, grinding 500 watch person takes forever. Good luck, Marty. Honestly, grinding any 500 in this game takes forever. Doesn't matter which one you pick, it will take a very, very, very long time. Like, we're talking hundreds upon hundreds of hours. For 190, for 500. I'll eventually say the right number. Alright, here we go. Final one. And then we'll put this into Bone Right. And then I just need to get 6 more knowledge points for Bone Right at some point in the stream. As well as before I go to bed. Which should be really free. We got like 3 hours. There's no way we don't do it before the end of the stream. Oh, oysters are 24 hours? Interesting. So there's another 24 hours. I was talking about that earlier. I didn't know if they were. Yeah, what do you guys think? What should we go do? Because I want to do something that isn't in this area for the rest of the stream. Doesn't matter what area. I just need it to not be here. I can put this in the Bone Right. Alright, while we have the XP boost, I might as well do a few more of them too. No worries, I'm not going to do them all. I just want to go and do it while we have the 2 minutes of XP real quick. And then we're out of here. It should be like 2 sets. I'll also probably be a smithing level, which is the other reason I want to do it. I can't just leave it that close to a level. Look at how close it is. It's like 2,000 away. One single set will get us there. Start the monument grind? No. I got to get these tools upgraded. Technically, I already did start the monument grind. I did the first 2 tiers, I think, or 3. I did the first 2 tiers of the monument. So technically, we already started the monument grind. One step ahead. We did 2 tiers out of 15. If only we were actually that far progressed, though. Because even though we've done 2 out of 15, we are not even, like, 1% the way there. Like, 2 out of 15 makes it seem like, oh, yeah, you actually kind of started it. But it is less than 1% the way there. Honestly, I do kind of want to visit Hopeport to go get some cooking bounties real quick, though. Alright, this will be the last set we do. And then we're out of the mines for the rest of the stream, hopefully. I only have to come back here to AFK Cement later. Oh yeah, I do have to come back to the cement, this area for one reason later. I want to see the price difference between cement and the cost of buying it. To see if we profit or not. I don't care if we do or don't. I just want to see if it does. Because the tier 1 actually did profit if you sold it. I wasn't going to. I want to use it for builder. But it actually profits making cement. Which surprised me because a lot of the ones you buy from shops don't actually profit at all. They normally burn you money. It was a rare situation where it actually profited. Alright, let me go see what our cooking contracts are. Because we can see right there that the cement is 8.6 silver. But what we don't know is how much does it cost to buy the thing that mixes cement. Let's go get some cooking bounties. What do we even have right now? Oyster with lemon juice. A bunch of omelets. Some chicken pie thingies. See if there's anything good on our message board. Honestly, I might just do them all. Oh, what do we have? Vegetable. Oyster, oyster. Gosh, they all want oyster. I've never even made this yet for the first time bonus. I want to try routing this in a way that's good, though. Big Sheen, Robin, Robin. Where's Robin? Big Sheen is in the shop south. This guy, I forget where he is. The ship in bottom right. So this is basically a bottom turn-in. I need 2 gloves. And then we do a triple on the other ones. Show on map. Yeah. And then I cook this one, but don't turn it in. Because yeah, this is going to be a 4 times into a 3 times here. I guess I'll just go again to rebuy the oyster. Did I just buy all the oysters now and bank them? How many oysters do I need? Chicken, chicken. I need 12 oyster. Double check the other one. Yeah, 12 oyster. Alright, we'll be back. Alright, let's do some cooking, I guess. Do every cooking bounty we have. Gain like a cooking level out of it. Alright, first things first, we need 15 oysters, apparently. Or sorry, 12 oysters, I mean. Already forgot the number. Honestly, I should have grabbed it so we wouldn't forget, but... yeah, it was another 5, so it should be 12. Let's see, anyone fishing on Eel Bridge? Yep, still got a few. Oh, we found the level 1067. That's a pretty high one. Interesting that they're training fishing. Interesting angle. Ew, oysters cost so much. I don't really have much of a choice, though. I wonder if you can cook them with nothing else. I wonder what the oyster recipe requires. Alright, let me go get the rest of them. Let me go get everything for the chicken and leek, because it fits into our inventory perfectly. And then we'll go pot up. Alright, what do I need for chicken and leek again? I need chicken. I need pastry dough. Whatever on earth that is. I need, yeah, it is pastry. And I need leek. Alright, do we bother prepping right now? The other thing I need is omelet, so yeah, probably. What do you need for the oyster thingy? Let me go check. It says lemon juice, so I assume I need lemon juice. Oyster, where is it? Oyster with lemon juice. Yeah, so you need oyster and lemon juice. Makes sense. Oyster with lemon juice requires oyster and lemon juice. That does make sense. A little bit too much sense. Alright, that means I need a lot of lemon juice then. Let's look at all 12 right now. Actually, let me just bank everything. Let me just bank everything. And now let me go grab every other thing we need. Which is 8 omelet. So 8 egg. 8, 6... oh gosh, I can't do all that right now, never mind. I need 15 and 8, and then I can grab the other things. Yeah, 15 and 8. 15, oh sorry, 12 lemon, 8 omelet, and I'll grab the rest on the next trip. But I need 12 lemon and 8 omelet. Let's see, lemon. I need 12. And I need 8 for the omelet. Alright, what other grocery shopping do we need to go do? Gosh, I'm pretty sure at this point, 70% of the skill is just grocery shopping. This isn't the chef skill, it's the grocery shopping skill. And then let me go get the last of the things I need for the grocery list. Which is 6 veggie and 555 for the leek. Alright, there's no buy 5 option anymore, is there? It kind of makes this harder, doesn't it? I wish there was like an auto buy to current contract thing. Though it wouldn't really help since you're currently on my message board. But still. What did I say? 6 of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. We are truly ready now. We have every ingredient stored. Now let me go grab EXP pot real quick. Just grab my whole stack. I just didn't want to do it while I'm shopping, otherwise it would have gotten in the way. Because we already used all 24 earlier. But I shouldn't need to use them all when I turn in. You know what, I'll use my 1.6%, why not? I'll bring that and, oh, then again, it's going to take up too much inventory, never mind. Deposit that. Give me, give me like 10 of them, doesn't really matter. Alright. Let's go and, yeah, let's get cooking. We got 2 orders we gotta go fulfill. One is a bottom sweep, and then the other one is an east sweep. Just gotta go grab all our supplies. Alright, first things first. Let's go make the 4 for 4. I need 4 of you, 4 of you, and 4 of you. Alright, let me go process this real quick before I use a pot. Let's just make sure we don't use up as much inventory. Alright, next. We need 7 lemon. And 7 oyster. I did that the wrong way. Alright, lastly, we need the omelets, but I need to process this first. Oh! I can grab the omelet after, I guess. Because that's everything but them, right? Yeah. I'm not sure at what process you get the EXP drop for this. Is the problem. Where's your shopping table? There it is. Alright, let me chop it here. Wait, is that the finished product? Let me just drink it just in case. Do you not need to do anything with the oyster? Yeah, it is. Okay. Interesting. I guess it's raw. Oh no, I don't eat that much raw fish, so I don't know. I'm not a fan of oysters in general. One of the few seafoods that normally not too big a fan of. Alright, now I need every egg I have. And we can also do the pies, and we should be good to go. Does he just throw the shell to the side? What is he doing? He's throwing it on the ground. Look at him go. He just tosses it into the abyss. There's a place must be littered with eggshells. Yeah, that should be everything then. And then we'll go and just do a round of another EXP pot then. I'll be good to go. And then we'll go do our second set of orders. It should almost get us 1 cooking level. Not quite. But a lot of EXP. Yeah, this skill is really relaxing. Just do a couple orders, cook a couple things, go grocery shopping. Honestly, I need to do that on Monday. There's a lot I need to go pick up. I might even do it one day before the stream, but I'll probably do it on Monday. Just so I have more time to do it. What am I doing? Oh yeah, what is my turn-in path? I know it's all bottom. Just want to double check how all bottom. Big Sheen, 2 gloves, Robin. Okay, I have a double Robin, so I should definitely start at Big Sheen then. Okay. So we do Big Sheen, then the bottom right, then top, bottom left. Should be able to get all those in. Alright, maybe I should do bottom left first, actually. That would be a little loosey. Because we're actually closer to it. We do have to backtrack a little, but the other way we'd have to backtrack way more. Let me just double check what we need for everything. Big Sheen wanted oyster. Then the other one we gotta go turn in is for oyster again. Okay, perfect. That's easy. Oyster, and then drop everything on the other guy. Alright, oyster. Nice, look at that cooking XP bump. That's why we do these. They scale based on your level as well. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. I use this on him. Alright, and then we do the other two. And then we go to clear out our measure board. Can you post links in here? I don't think YouTube, I think YouTube auto-blocks it. What do you want to show? You just want to check the wiki for a map location? And you found someone made an interactive map? Ooh! Yeah, I'll go check it later. I'll technically check it now. I just need to finish this merchant run. I mean, not merchant run. I mean, it feels like a merchant run. We gotta finish this cooking run real quick. Which is like a merchant run, but with extra steps. And it gives chef XP instead of merchant. Honestly, that's probably why I like this skill so much. Or not, you know, why I find cooking interesting. Is it's basically merchant light. It's like half merchant. This was some chill cooking in between. Any new update in the last 3 days for what? Brighter Shores? Yes. They made it so you can hold up to 200% knowledge. And a few other small changes. But, yeah, they made it so you can have 200% knowledge now. So you're never going to lose knowledge points or XP compared to before. You're preloading Path of Exile 2? Nice. Hope it goes well. That's lacking your game? Oh, no. But yeah, let me go check the interactive map. Someone just said there's an interactive map. Let me go check it. Or Kachow ended up mentioning it. Let's see. Let me go prep all these little food items. Oops, I meant to grab all of it, not just one. Wait, do I even have enough inventory for this? I guess if I do, if I condense it down. And let me go check the map. Where's the interactive map? The map interface, blah, 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 blah. It's not this, right? Is this the map? I'm not sure if this is the map you're talking about. I found a map. I'm not sure if this is the map, though, that you're referring to. It's not interactable, but it is viewable. Is that the map? Or is there a different map? Hey, what's our route here? Isn't it just east sweep? I'm pretty sure it is. Oh wait, I don't have any of the bounties. That's funny. Because I pre-looked at the bounties, but I didn't actually grab them for the board yet. Luckily, they still have plenty of time. I kind of forgot about that. I'm actually cooking for something I don't even have the bounty for. I technically do, though. It's just on the message board and not in my inventory. Let me go grab them so I can double check their location. Alright, then we just have to cook the other thing, and we should be good to go as long as I didn't get any of the numbers incorrectly. But it should be good. 6 stew, 5 and 5. We go to a hairdresser, then double enchantress. Oyster for the hairdresser, everything else to enchantress. And that's a cooking run right there. For almost a full level. We started like right at the low end of 75. We're going to end at like 3/4 of 75. For just one single turn-in. Or, you know, one set of turn-ins. Well, technically 2 sets of turn-in, depending on how you look at it. But it's not too bad. That's why I like doing these. I've been starting to do them lately. Not like religiously every hour, but like a few times a day. I'll check the chef board now. Not like every hour, but they're really good EXP at any range. And there's just some really dead at ranges during cooking. Where it's not worth spamming an ingredient. It's much better doing the cooking contract. Yeah, we're almost back to 1 gold. Not quite, though. We used so much gold today. This enchantress took like 25 gold from us today. Luckily, she's going to give us some of it back. Barely, though. Oh, it's a little short, but that's fine. Alright, let me go put away these potions and go figure out what we're doing now. Alright, what do we want to go mess with? Honestly, I almost want to try combat again, but my gear is like so bad. I'm needing a heal pot like every fight. I feel like I came here for something. Oh yeah, potion. Oh yeah, I'll go Google it later then. And try to find it. No worries. Do you think that episode 5 there will be animals that can kill to drop types of leather? I don't think so, though it's hard to tell. Though the environment does look a little bit like barren. Or not barren, but I'm not sure where to describe it. Like worn down, in a sense. That's why I think the building tool or the building skill might actually be used to like restructure some of the buildings and stuff. It definitely looks like it's going to be an area that's been torn down a bit. Based on the aesthetic already. Oh, I have a lot of cryopots. I got a lot of them. I think I did it for some combat and didn't do much beyond that. So we still have so much XP for mining. Even though I was chugging them today, we still have a billion of them. Alright, what do we want to go do? I gotta do something to go get bone right up a few times. Which means, honestly, I kind of want to go back to the mines. It beckons. Like, my brain is telling me, go back to mining. We never got to try our new pickaxe. I gotta do it. The mine calls for me. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm gonna do this. But I kind of want to do mining all the way to 200. Not right now, obviously. But the mines call for me. Oh, so I did the same mistake earlier. Not sure why. I keep crossing over one tile early. But yeah, I have this level 30 pickaxe. I'm going to be utilizing it some. Actually, you know what our XP rate's at right now? 26%. That's a nice looking number. 26% XP boost right now is what we're at. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Do they have a leak of what episode 5 looks like? No, I mostly meant that by like the dwarves and the gate and everything. I don't think we've seen like a screenshot other than like a loading screen thing. But beyond a loading screen, I don't think we've seen like the area directly. Oh, so we know it's also going to be dwarves. To some degree. I wonder if he's going to add another drunken dwarf quest like he did last time. Because the dwarf city was, the way he went for it last time around is quite a bit of a different angle than I feel like he's going this time around. I feel like the other dwarf city was really absurdly civilized. It was almost like its own trading district. But for like mining and smithing in a sense. It's such an underutilized area in the game because similar to Goblin City, it's like ultra dead content. There's one of those areas that in the other game they did. Or, you know, RuneScape. Good old RuneScape. It's one of those areas where so much effort went into it. Yeah, there was like nothing to do there. Hope this chapter doesn't turn like that. It really comes down to how viable Builder is. Obviously, Armor Maker is going to be amazing. The only big issue with next chapter is currently we only know 4 out of 5 skills. And 2 of them are just basic ones. We have a Gathering skill. You know, literally another Gathering skill, like Forager and Gatherer. We have that, but the 3rd version. And a Combat skill. The only thing we know that's unique there, because the 5th one hasn't been announced, or we don't know of yet, if there even is one, is Armor Maker, which is insanely good, and Builder, which we have no clue how it works. Other than that, you're going to need tiles, bricks, and cement. So does that potential to be a little bit on the weaker side? Armor Maker is obviously going to be absurdly good. It really comes down to how good is Builder. Because otherwise, it's literally just going to be the armor making district. With almost no other purpose. Because we already know one of the things we can gather is for Builder. So if Builder's not that useful, then that's also not as useful. Which means a lot of the things with Gatherer, other than just feeding into Apothecary, to Alchemy, is probably not going to really do that much. Making armor like almost the only good skill. Builder isn't good there. I don't know. There might be things you gather that are actually useful though. It's just the only thing we really know of. Like the 2 things that are there. One is the XP pot that we know of, which you know standard XP pot for any region. And the other is to make cement. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Here's all my cement, by the way. I don't think I've ever showed it. I have 11.7, so not that much. I think I only AFK'd it like 2 nights. Even less than that, because that only looks like a night and a half. Maybe I didn't sleep well one night. Oh, I think I did it like partially or something, because I woke up early that day. Because I think that was one day where Monday was one of the days. So I checked it a lot earlier than I normally would have. We only have 11.7 normal cement. I plan to get like over 100 of tier 2 cement though. I'm not sure how much tier 3 cement I'll get. You have like 40 or 50? I know, I haven't unlocked the next cement yet. I need 84. It was one of our side goals this entire stream. Was the knowledge up to the next tier cement. So I can AFK it tonight and for the next, like, probably week. Probably all the way to, like, 90-ish. It starts to get a lot worse after 88, though. So I might stop at 88. Which is, like, only 4 levels, unfortunately. But after that, it starts to become inefficient due to there being another activity that we could be doing that would be better XP for it. Which means I'd probably stop that as my AFK activity. Also, has anyone tested the new detective potions yet? Either on the wiki or even just in general. Because my current AFK for detective, after I do all the cement, will probably be detective. But my current AFK for it requires the forensic potion. And they changed it a couple days ago so you could buy it from the shop. I'm just not sure what the cost to ratio is for it. Because I assume you lose money like crazy doing it. But it would be slightly better detective XP. Because yeah, the main activity I could do right now is forensic. Which I haven't done any of. Otherwise I would have to go all the way to 209 before I get a normal one. Which I kind of want to go do so we can actually have a normal one again. But I might still do the forensic like for a few nights or something. Unless I want to go power grind from 204 to 209. Because that's likely going to be how I get most of my detective to 219. Because the raid den is starting to get way too little XP. And I need to gear up anyways through combat. So most of my watch person level would come from gearing up. And most of my detective level would come from AFKing it there. And the venture every single day. Yeah, there's 4 skills for Chapter 5 confirmed. And all of them have in-game references already. The only instances of guarantee things we've seen so far is the gathering skill gives you a cement for bone rate. You can make cement for builder. The other one that we can see is potions. Of course, the 5% potion, 8%, 7, you know, all the potion percents are made through the gathering skill. And beyond that, I think that's it as far as guaranteed, like, 100% confirmed things that are currently in game right now. Like, literally this thing right here for Chapter 5. But that's because of the cement in the other room. Oh, I just realized something. There's a tool there. Oh. I thought Gatherer would be the only tool one. I wonder if that actually does use a tool or not. Probably not. It's hard to tell. But yeah, there is a tool there. It could be a fake tool though. Like how you use a tool during Stonemason, but you know, you can't use a tool to actually get extra XP. But I never noticed that. There's actually a builder tool on the top. That doesn't mean it's confirmed that it has a tool though. There are definitely skills that technically should use a tool, but don't have a tool percent upgrade. Does it look like the Forager tool? I guess it kind of does to some degree. But no, I'm pretty sure Builder will not have a tool. The only thing that might have a tool next chapter is definitely the Gathering Profession. Beyond that, I'm not sure if anything else would have a tool for next chapter. Actually, has there been any chapter other than chapter 1? I guess chapter 2. There hasn't been a single member area with 2 skills having a tool, I just realized. That's interesting. I never noticed that till just now. But yeah, every single member region only has 1 tool skill. For chapter 3, it's minor. For chapter 4, it's detective. For chapter 5, it's almost guaranteed going to be the gathering skill. Chapter 1 and 2 are the only ones that double dip. Or chapter 1 has fishing and forager, and chapter 2 has woodcutter and gatherer. Guess I'm forgetting one somewheres. But every member area has only had 1 so far. Not to say that the pattern would go on forever, but yeah, builder likely doesn't have a tool. Because the foraging skill is almost guaranteed going to have tools. Especially with how the other 2 are structured. Or one has 2 tools and the other one has 3 tools. So it having at least 2 tools is very likely. Likely one for getting like the bone cement stuff. And then another one for like the herb like stuff. And maybe even a third for some other weird alternative. But it would definitely have at least 2 tools. One for the bone mail, and the second one for the whatever you call it. The, you know, herb-like objects. You know, the one actually used for alchemy. Or for the alchemist skill. Now, what's our mining level? What's our next big goal for mining if we were to keep mining? Obviously not to reach right now, but to work towards. Short term, 146 is the next rock. Slightly longer term, 165 is pretty nice. Not only do we get better mining XP per day by doing nothing, but we also get 163 for our next weapon upgrade, which can go all the way to 200. Iron ore can't. I can actually not make a single 200 weapon or even a 199 weapon out of my iron. But I can out of 163 blue ore. The Platinum. Platinum can make my Frost 2-hand and my longsword to 199. Or to any number around that area, but 199 for the higher rarity chance. And I'm not sure if I'm going to try doing it post 200. From what I've seen and heard, the rarity rate drops super off a cliff after 200. Like at least 4 times rarer, if not even more so. So we're sticking with 199s probably for a while. Let's see where we want to test our luck. Though doing higher would sell for more, so maybe it would be worth it to do higher. I don't know, we'll find out what we do with it. That's a later issue. Figure it out later. But yeah, we definitely gotta upgrade our cement stash. This is looking so lame right now. But it's mostly the higher tier stuff that I really want a lot of. Low tier shouldn't matter too much because you just buy from the shop pretty cheaply. The main reason I want to stock up at the higher tier ones is it's probably not viable to keep buying it from the shop. Like the price that it would get up to. Because if it's selling for that much, how much could it possibly be selling to from the shop? Like the next cement sells for 5.8. Which means if you buy from the shop, you're talking like 20 something silver. Like somewhere around there. And what if you need a lot of it? Actually, you know what? I wonder if it's used for the AFK Oh! I wonder if it's for the AFK activity where you pour cement over and over again and wait for it to dry. Oh, that makes too much sense. Oh. It's for the AFK activity in for Builder in Chapter 5. Is what the cement is for, most likely. Because you know how long it takes to pour cement? And wait for it to dry? It'd be the perfect AFK activity. Oh, that makes too much sense. I didn't realize that till literally just now. That's fine, though. That's perfectly fine. It would make sense the way that's stacked. Because the decimal system, because that's normally used for AFK activities as well. But yeah, an AFK activity in Chapter 5 is literally going to be you pouring cement and waiting for it to dry. Because it's one of those activities that takes forever, so... That's funny. But yeah, you're going to pour cement as one of the AFK things you could do for Builder. I'm pretty sure you also build something as one of the AFKs, of course, as well. That's funny. But yeah, one of the AFKs is literally going to be pouring cement. And doing that whole process. Do you think they'll have episodes without a combat profession? I was talking about that earlier. I was hoping that they would. The same way that they have areas that don't have gathering. Because the way that gathering works in Chapter 3 is you do it through Mindfighter. The way that gatherer works for Chapter 4 is you use the discounts from Merchant in order to buy secondaries. So, yeah, they could easily do an area without combat as well. Because they've already done areas without forging. Or, you know, a forging equivalent. Even though 3 out of 5 chapters will have a forging equivalent. 2 of them have gone without it. So I would love to see a chapter with no combat. It'd be pretty funny to do. It'd also be the perfect location to put a skilling boss in. Any chapter that has no combat directly. I feel like any area with no combat would have like a primary skill though. Like one skill that is used more than the others to some degree. What that would be, who knows? But I feel like they would have, like let's say if it's like a monk area. I feel like they would have some kind of worshipping skill or something. How exactly that would work, who knows? Almost like this game's equivalent to prayer, but without prayer. They call it something that isn't prayer. It wouldn't do what prayer did, but you know, like as a premise of a skill. Almost like a meditation skill in a sense. Or even literally just something called monk. Since they tend to be professions as far as, you know, they're called professions, not skills. So, you know, something like an actual, like, literal monk kind of thing. Mining equals foraging? I wouldn't say mining is foraging. Mining is gathering. I wouldn't say mining is foraging, though. Foraging in this game kind of implies you're getting ingredients for alchemy. Because that's how I view it. Like, obviously you can use all feeds. Oh, did the stream just cut? No, I don't know where it cut off, so I don't know where my conversation ended. No, is the stream back? Is it back now? I think we're back. Anyways. So what was I saying? But yeah, the difference. Oh no, I feel like all these skills have basically been like the pick thing up off a ground skill, basically. That also then eventually feeds into alchemy in some way. Even though they've had secondary purposes. Like forager feeding into cooking, gatherer feeding into cooking and bone right. As well as the other one in chapter 5 feeding into builder. Or technically feeding into bone right, which then feeds into builder. As well as feeding into alchemy, of course. But what I meant by that is mostly how they handle the alchemy supplies. Because chapter 3 does it through Minefighter, and chapter 4 does it through Merchant. Is how you get your supplies that you would otherwise have from those other skills. Is basically what I meant by that. Oh, one more and we're there. Oh, I might have to deep fry some bones. Because that looks like we're a little short right there. Might need to go deep fry some of them. Because I only want to put one more knowledge point into it today. Well, as far as XP. Worm Wrangler? That'd be really funny if that's what it's called. Yeah, for any of you that don't know, the icon that showed up for it earlier. Oh no, I'm out of cycle. I didn't realize I ran out of inventory. Whoops. But the icon that it shows is a hand reaching for a worm. So, so it would be really funny if it was called Worm Wrangler. That would be really, really funny. Oh yeah, here's the bone thing I was talking about earlier. This one I wanted to go show real quick. Can I grab only one? Since we're off cycle and I gotta wait for it, I might as well show this real quick. But this is what I meant with cement, and one of the reasons I kind of want to get it too for builder. To be able to buy tier 1 cement resource, if you're not going to gather it from chapter 3, through an AFK activity through the foraging bone wrangler. Oh, there it is. You can see the icon right there. There's a hand reaching for a worm. Can I see it better if I click on it? This doesn't buy it, right? Okay, good, it doesn't. There it is. But yeah, there's the hand reaching for the worm, the gathering skill for chapter 5. The worm wrangler, I guess we'll call it, based on reptiles saying it. That's kind of funny. But yeah, the worm wrangler gathering skill. It's a hand reaching for a worm. But anyways, if you were to sell this from gathering it, it'd be 2.6. If you were to buy it from a shop, it is 3.8. And if you make it into a cement, it actually profits. It becomes 5.4. Which is like double the gathering price. But if you were to sell this, aka gathering it, you're doubling its profit by making it into cement. Which is actually kind of interesting compared to some of them. Yeah, look at this. If you were to gather it in chapter 5 using the worm wrangler skill at level 43, apparently, you can start using it. But if you worm wrangle at 43, it doubles its profit for making it into cement if you were to sell it. Which means if you were to buy this from the shop, it'd probably be at least like, what, 50% more? Double? Like, this is at least 8 silver. Obviously, that's not that huge, but, you know, it adds up. And it's only tier 1 cement. That's not counting tier 2, tier 3 that would scale way higher. Anyways. Yeah, it's one of the few AFK activities that actually does profit when you buy it from a shop, which is interesting. But it profits even more, obviously, if you gather it. But you can't currently gather it until chapter 5, so you gotta buy it from the shop. What I want to see is when we hit level 84 bone right, how much the next one is. Obviously, we won't know how much the cement is, but we will know the price of the material, like the gather material. But it seems like you get that through the AFK activity. Because it has a basket, so that indicates it's AFK activity. Also, the way it stacks indicates AFK activity. Because they always have a decimal. Every stackable resource is always decimal. If the item card shows both skills that use the item, and another skill would use cement, wouldn't we see that on the cement card? Is it not? It should only be for builder, though. They shouldn't have any icon on it but builder. Oh wait, why does it have bone rate? I guess because you made it out of bone rate? It says bone meal cement with the AFK activity. For builder. Building material bank. But yeah, it says it's for builder. But it just says the level of the cement. I think the reason for that might be because it's not determined yet, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's weird that it only has the other number. It only has the bone rate number. It doesn't have the other one. But it literally says on it, it's for builder for passive activity. It just doesn't say what level the passive activity is. Possibly because it hasn't been determined yet. But I assume pretty low. Like 20, 30 range. I'd be like really early game builder. Oh, the steel drums. I forgot this area is actually a steel drum song. At least slightly. Gosh, they're so much fun to play. They're so sensitive, though. If they had a spell casting skill, I'm not sure if they ever will. I know some people have mentioned that. Like a magical skill, either for more skilling things or even combat. I'm not sure if this game would ever add magical combat. But then again, I did Classic... Yeah, Classic had it to some degree initially, I think. I know it came pretty early. I'm just not sure how you fit it in this game. As its system is based very heavily on limited ammo. And combat magic implies, like, infinite ranged ammo. You know, as magic, not as literal range, but you know what I mean. I do feel like we're going to get more than 8 spells, for sure. I'm just not sure if we'd ever get magic as a combat concept. With how the game is currently scaled. And if we ever did, it would be very elemental based. Like, I don't think he would ever do physical. It would only be, you know, all the elemental types. The 5 that are in the game. Pyromay, Necromay, you know, blue, yellow, green. I could see it being a good way if they ever did do magic like that to any degree, even if it's like melee magic somehow or something. I feel like the main thing that it would probably solve is doing damage for an element that you aren't. Because right now, every class does like abysmal damage for any element other than their primary element. And I feel like a magic skill could maybe imbue things a little bit better so they would actually do better damage in that way. Like for one attack or something. But I don't think they would have like a whole casting system. Because this game is very based on very limited range ammo, so you can't cheese things like that. There are a billion other ways you could cheese things. But this game has tried really hard to not be able to cheese things with like range-based attacks. Not in literal range sense, but you know, as in tile distance when I say range. Not the actual act of ranging something with a bow or something, but the actual like tile distance between you and the enemy. This is a very melee-heavy game. But it's kind of designed to be with how the systems are. They could have enemies that war in a different combat style. True. Though I'm not sure how they would tie it into too many other ones. Like, how on earth are they going to, like, to tie and detect aura to other areas? The only thing you could really do it for right now, for example, is, like, see the aura of various enemies. So you can tell, like, what kind of damage type they're going to do, but you can already check their Q card to know. You hope that the PvP's in an entire chapter map? It shouldn't be. I feel like minigames in this game are going to be a lot more PvP's going to be a lot more minigame based. He's probably still going to have his 1 versus 1 duels or something similar to that. But, I know he's made like a billion PvP minigames in the past. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes down that route again. Because they fend way better than just like, you know, 1 versus 1 kind of stuff. 1 versus 1 gets dry very quick. Compared to like team-based PvP or objective-based PvPs beyond just killing enemy. Where there's other objectives beyond just killing your enemy. Where PvP is a big component of it, but it's not like the only thing you're trying to do. So I like this new pickaxe. And the store didn't seem like it was that much different. But I like how much sturdier her top is. I just wish the rest of your shaft was a bit sturdier. An entire zone for PvP? I don't think they would. I wouldn't be surprised if they make an entire skill that helps with PvP. But I don't think they would dedicate a whole zone just to PvP. And by a whole skill for PvP, I mean you can still train it by not doing PvP. But the rewards for the skills, like the main reward, would be things that would help you in PvP. So you could train it without ever doing combat, you know, with another player. But the rewards for primarily training it would benefit PvP. Like PvP specific armors or whatever they end up doing with it. They kind of done that in the past. Ranger Gower did. That's what the Ancient Warrior armor was. Or it was meant to be. I just realized the icon for the iron here is actually max iron. I didn't notice that till just right now. That's the iron that you get at like 380 mining or whatever it is. Like absurdly high. I never noticed that till just now. Yeah, that's like the mega top tier iron. You don't get that until 372 mining. I didn't even notice that it was there this entire time. It's like looking at the icon, it's like, wait, what is that? And it's like, oh yeah, that's the max iron. What's that doing there? Yeah, the icon on the coal truck, or whatever you want to call it, I guess the iron truck, is, or the minecart system. That's max iron right there for 372 mining. Which is rather ironic because you do the iron truck at like level 45 or whatever it is, or 55. So you're delivering tier 372 mining ore at level 55 miner. But you're delivering 372s. Not like it matters much, but you know. It's kind of funny that that's what that is. Gotta work your way up. Yeah, 55, you're delivering 372. Oh, we got 69%. The funny number. After this, I might have to deep fry some bones. For like a minuscule amount of XP. Because I'm gonna have to deep fry them eventually anyways. As long as they don't give like 0 XP, we should be able to get there in like 5 minutes just from deep frying bones. Because I believe this level XP thing is going to be ever so slightly short, unfortunately. I saw that Chipmunk. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. How's your grinds been going? But yeah, I got myself stuck in a mining grind, apparently. I keep trying to think of what I want to do. And the mines keep beckoning for me. The mines call. That was mostly because I got a level 30 pickaxe and I want to utilize it. Hey, we paid a lot of gold for this pickaxe. I want to get my money's worth. A lot of gold was invested in this thing. But if you think about it, we basically have a perpetual 6% XP pot. Or sorry, I mean 11% XP pot. I just still feel like anything beyond max is just a waste though to some degree. It's just so hard to get a max tool. Like you can get a literal 500 and still not afford one. But I've mentioned it a couple times, before this game came out, I was always wondering, like, what would the money sink be? The answer is the Enchantress. She's like 99% the money sink in the entire game. It's actually insane. I'm not sure why they made her such an absurd money sink. It's not something you could have really predicted before the game came out. That a random Enchantress would cost you your entire life savings. In order to go and just enchant a few tools. I wonder what our max cost is for maxing every tool. I think it's more than what max cash even is in the game. To max enchant every tool by chapter 5. It is so expensive. Hard to put a sink somewhere when there's so many fountains around, I know, right? I just realized none of the fountains are interactable in this game. I don't think you can throw like a coin in them or anything like that. It's weird because you're allowed to like sit in the chairs and everything like that. But I'm pretty sure every fountain in this game is uninteractable. It's just there for decoration. Well, someone said earlier that there's no cap. I always thought there was like a 45 or 50 cap, but someone earlier said there's no cap. And I believe the wiki is updated to a higher number now as well if I go to Enchantress. It's updated to, some number. It's updated to 51 right now. Which implies someone has 51. Which means someone has spent 119 gold on one single what tool so far. And it still keeps going. Oh, so I heard from someone else that the max gold in this game is like 4 platinum. Like a little above 4 platinum for some reason. I'm not sure if that's actually the case because not a single person has actually gotten there. So there's no way to know like 100% for sure. Has anyone even reached 1 platinum yet? I don't think anyone has. I don't even think anyone has hit 1 platinum. Because that implies you would have to get 1,000 gold without spending it. I'm pretty sure no one has done that ever. Even people who've done like 2 500s probably have not earned that much gold yet. They've earned hundreds of gold, but not 1,000 gold. And the highest person to upgrade any tool has spent 118 gold towards one so far. I wonder what tool they're upgrading. Does anyone actually know? The person who has the level 51 tool, does anyone actually know what tool they're upgrading? Oh, nice. That is enough for 84. Alright, moment of truth. Let me use up this potion and then I'll check. How much does the AFK bone meal cost? I still need to go unlock it. But I believe I could buy it. Oh, wait. It actually says it right there. Wait. Is that the buy price? Let me see. Already here. It's 6.6 and it sells for 8 point something. Alright, that's the value of the thing. I'm pretty sure when you sell it. So yeah, it does still profit. Interesting. Also, you need 90 hand touching worm skill. Worm Wrangler. But you need 90 Worm Wrangler to get the tier 2 one. With the AFK Worm Wrangler. Whatever they're going to call it. I like that though. Worm Wrangler is really good. But, yeah, we don't know what it's actually going to be called. Great missed opportunity though. If it's called anything other than Worm Wrangler. Yes, hand touchy worm skill. You must pet the worm. The worm petting skill. Composter? Oh no. Is that considered composting? No, I'm pretty sure it's not. Like gathering bones and then putting it into like cement? I don't think that process would be under the category of composting. I'm not sure what that's called. Cementing? What is the act of like making cement called? Or gathering the supplies that you would use to make cement? I'm not even sure that has a word. Also, I just realized, did I ever sell all my other junk? Let me go grab some AFK cement. I'll even overbuy because I'll be using this for at least a few levels. You know, I'll even buy max. How about that? I'll buy max. I want to see, do I have any from before that I can go sell? Because I'll need this for my AFK activities tonight. And this should hold us over for a little while. But did I ever sell the previous batch? I did not. I still have 11.2 of the previous batch. Because I think I did the exact same thing where I bought like 23 or 24 at once. Oh, there's our bones we need to go deep fry. Deep fried bones. Gosh, I got like almost 1,000 of them. I was doing that on near the 30 gatherer grind. I tried a few others and was like, nope. But yeah, I guess this cement is useless to me now. Let me go sell it, I guess. I have no need to really hold on to it. We're going to lose money on it, but it's not that much money. We're losing like a silver each from selling it back. So we're missing on like 15 silver with the extra value there. Not too bad. But better than just keeping it there. Because I have no need to make tier 1 cement anymore. Now we're moved on to tier 2 cement. Anyways. Back to mining. How level are we at? When's our next upgrade? Our next upgrade is at 146. We were at about to hit 144. So we're probably not hitting it tonight. Or getting there. You got 4 million XP overnight? Nice. What skill are you doing it for? At what level? I haven't tried doing any of the, what's it called, skills. Or, you know, AFK after 200. My first one will probably be detective at like 219 or whatever it was. 2 something. 209 I could do my first one. Leatherworker? Nice. But yeah, 209 I could do my first one that isn't this weird forensic thing. The problem is I'm quite a bit away from 209. I definitely need it. I'm currently at 204.5, so 4.5 levels. I'm not sure when I'm going to bother grinding it, though. I would have to do investigations, most likely. But that'd be a lot of investigations. I don't know, maybe I could do some of that right now. Did I ever get the better investigation stick? Or hourglass? I mean, magnifying glass? I think I ever did. I go check. Can I currently buy the next magnifying glass tier? I currently have 2, which implies I could probably get 3 soon. If not already. Yes I can. At 198, and I never got it. I wonder how much it is, because I don't think I have enough money. Quick, how do I make a quick money? Go, go, go. But I need that before I go do those investigations. Because I could do these level 197 demanding investigations. I'm not sure what it added mechanic-wise. But it adds some kind of new mechanic. Wish you could check. Why doesn't it show me? Maybe after I get the card or something? Yeah, it doesn't tell me what the new, new thingy is. You're gonna go spend a bunch of XP on pots? Yeah, I know, right? I've been doing that a lot lately as well. Not sure how worth it is, but I keep doing it. It honestly doesn't feel that worth it. The amount of money you burn doing potions. Because it's just a perpetual cost. I could justify like the weapon ones, or the tool ones I mean. Because it's like, oh, this is a permanent upgrade that's going to last forever. For an infinite amount of time. But it just feels so weird drinking anything temporary when you can buy permanent. Obviously, those temporary ones, or the permanent ones, become so expensive that it's not viable to at a certain point. But it still feels like a waste to some degree. Is if you perpetually use 5% forever, you're only saving 1 hour every 20 hours. Even less because the inventory weirdness, as well as the fact that you have a drink animation. Yeah, there's no tools for leatherworker, so you have to just dump pots into it. I guess in a situation like that, for a processing skill, it makes a lot more sense. I just feel like for gathering skills like this, you're just kind of burning money. When that money could just be going towards upgrading the tool even further. It's still helping in the short term more, though. I feel like in the ultra long term, it's not as good. Even though it actually is, because 5% is quite a lot compared to 0.4%. But hey, that 0.4% is forever. The 5% is temporary. Unless you keep buying 5% forever. Or say in case the 5% is permanent, but keeps burning money. But honestly, I don't plan to train another marker too much beyond 200, I don't think. Most skills I don't really plan to get too much beyond 200. Can't really think of much exceptions. Except maybe bone rate for AFKing. And smithing because I need it for my main tools. And I guess mining because I need it for my main tool. And a bunch of other things because by the time we get 200 all, we'll need them all. But, I don't know, at least in the short term. Aside from, like, smithing, mining, and maybe bone rate, I don't plan to get too much beyond 200. And I guess watch purchase detective because I want 500 eventually. But, like, 205 merchant, 200 leather maker. Get 200 stonemason. Smithing will keep going. Mining will keep going. Bone rate will keep going. As far as chapter 2, I plan to do gatherer next. I want to eventually start to gather the funds to fund the gathering. I want at least a level 25 tool. I think it's my bare minimum before I go bother with gatherer. And then we go bone hunting. Lots and lots of bone hunting. Way too much bone hunting. You're gonna go for all 500 in episode 4? Wow, nice. I plan to do some of them, so I'm kind of working towards that. Honestly, after doing some, I might as well do them all. I'm just not sure if I can handle anytime soon doing 500 merchant. 500 leatherworker's pretty chill. I feel like 500 merchant would break me if I tried doing it in like a month. Like, try doing the whole grind in 1 month. Yeah, I'm getting the level 25 tool for Gatherer before I even start it. Well, anything beyond 30, I mean. Obviously, we started it, but you know what I mean. Honestly, I'm doing that for basically every gathering skill. It's why most of my gathering skills are so low. The only exception being woodcutter because I need it for a quest requirement. And mining because I already upgraded it. But the main reason all my gathering skills are so low, basically just base 30, was because I went for base 30 one stream. But also, I'm waiting until I get the tools upgraded. I want bare minimum 25 tool before I really do any gathering skill. We did 30 for miner and probably 25 for everything else. It's basically my bare minimum to really get into a gathering skill grind. Is at least a 25 tool. 30 if we plan on doing it like super long term. Anything beyond that starts to curve way too hard. I do plan to eventually get them higher, but I don't know, the curve line is vicious. The curve is very curvy. I think my next pickaxe upgrade's like over 3 to 4 gold or something. For 0.4%. Well, technically for 500 leatherworker, when armorer comes out, you're probably going to need 500 smithing, bone rate, and stonemason. It's not confirmed, but we mentioned it quite a few times that, of course, you can kind of tell by the aesthetic of the armors that cryonite armor will need bars, because it's made of metal. Bone rate, or, you know, guardian armor will need, bones, because they duct tape bones to their armor. And, hammer mages will need stone for their armor. Because there kind of has like a bit of a stone thing to it. That one probably looks the least the case for it, but there's still some stone on it. So this is definitely metal, and bone rate, hammer mages, gosh, I will eventually say the right words. Guardian armor is definitely bones. You can tell by the bones on their bones. The bones that are aligned with their bones on their bone armor. Yeah, you could just make one and one-to-one trade. Honestly, I feel like one-to-one tradings could be huge. I feel like most tradings literally just could be one-to-one for similar things. Because no one's going to have the money to afford anything when trading first comes out. Almost all of it's going to be one-to-one for useful items. I am going a bit wide on my grind, though. I do at least want 200 all for them. So I can self-sufficient 199 my armor. And my weapons. For 4-star. Beyond that, we'll definitely need a trade. Because beyond 200 all in chapter 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In chapter 3. Aside from 200 all. I'm mostly just going mining and smithing. Plus, I might even just ignore Minefighter. Until they had a reason to get it above 59, I probably won't get it up. As the case from Bo's combat other than Chronopolis. Chronopolis is basically just my combat region. Unless they add a boss or something else to another region or a quest with a higher requirement or anything like that, I'm pretty much saying Chronopolis is my only combat region for now. Though when I do get to all the other ones, we are going to be so geared. We are going to be so absurdly geared. Like every like 20, 30 levels, we just come in with like a whole set of 4-star. Particularly the weapons. I'll probably do 3-star armor, 4-star weapons. Because I don't think it's worth it to go make a 4-star for all the armor. Unless there's some kind of boss or something. 4 stars is overkill. For how much longer it'll probably take to make. Whereas for 4-star with spec weapons, it would matter a lot more. Because a lot of your DPS will be attached to if it's a 4-star or 3-star. But if it's 3-star, you can't use special attacks once they exist. Whereas 4-stars can, so it's really important. Whereas armor currently doesn't seem to get any extra attribute when it will be 4-star. Like wearing a full 4-star armor set doesn't seem like it'll have a set effect or something. Maybe down the line they'll add something like that. But currently there is very little benefit from 3-star to 4-star armor compared to when special attacks exist with 3-star to 4-star weapons. Your weapon jump will be gigantic compared to your armor jump. Like yeah, better armor will still be nice, but the amount of time relative to what it will give you is really bad. Unless there's like a really important like boss or something else that they add that requires it. Otherwise you'll never really need more than base 3-star armor for anything. At least in the current state of the game. You like the idea of having a stall? But for trading and stuff? I'm not sure exactly how they're going to do it. There's definitely a bunch of empty stalls there, so you never know. I do hope if you can sell stuff, you can sell 1-to-1 rather than just for money. Or you can put up like a piece of cryonite gear. And, you know, you can get one within like a certain level range. Like you basically set a level range, because that's what would be my most ideal thing. Like, let's say I put up a 200 cryonite weapon. Doesn't matter because all of them could be used for upgrading. There's any weapon. Doesn't matter which. I put up a 200 3-star cryonite weapon. And I hope they have like a toggle where you can like auto-trade it on a stall for someone else and just set like the range. Like, let's say I want either a Guardian or Hammer Mage. I don't really care which. I could set it to like Guardian and Hammer Mage and then set it to like the level range difference. So like, let's say 20 level range. So I could get a Hammer Mage or a Guardian weapon anywhere from 180 to 220. And it will like auto-trade it or something. Based on other people's stalls. I hope it works like that. As far as that system, like the stall system if they do it. Or you're not actually trading for money, but you're trading 1-to-1 gear. Because 1-to-1 gear trading seems really important in this game due to how the crafting system works. So I wouldn't be surprised if the stall system encourages that even further. But I really hope you could trade and just do it within a level range kind of thing. Instead of like a money range, you set a level range. And of course you would also set the type. Like maybe you want to trade your weapon for like an armor piece or something. Or your weapon for a shield. Instead of just a weapon for a weapon. So with weapon crafting, can you make weapons for episode 1 and 2? Yes. Once you reach chapter 3, you can make any piece of gear for any chapter. It's actually when the game really opens up because you can just make anything. Well, mostly just weapons and shields for chapter 3. But chapter 5 will have all armor as well. But yeah, you can make a weapon and shield for any chapter in the game. Armor will come in chapter 5, which isn't out yet, of course. But, yep. So right now I could go make a sword or something, or a rapier or anything else for like chapter 1, and I can make it exactly level 31, and we're good to go. I can make a 3-star, I can make a 4-star. You do need a quest to be able to make 4 stars though. But you can just make a basic 3-star without doing the quest and be good to go. Oh wait, I don't want XP actually. I need my AFK activity. Oh, the T-Rex. I gotta see this. Wait. I gotta see this. I want to see the T-Rex being built. I gotta do this on stream. Wait, hold. Before I get the other AFK activity. I gotta see us construct a T-Rex real quick. I know it's just gonna be like the other ones. But it is one of the better dinosaurs, so we must. Let's go construct a T-Rex. One of the few benefits of training bone rate is you get to make a bunch of dinosaur thingies over here. It's a completely AFK activity. But let's go do it real quick. Might as well. Actually, I might as well do all of them that I haven't already did the one-time bonus for. I'm pretty sure I skipped a couple. We'll end on T-Rex then. Let me do all the ones I haven't done for one-time bonus. Yeah, I haven't done the Triceratops either. So we'll do Triceratops into T-Rex then. Pass action. Triceratops. And then we'll do the T-Rex. And then, of course, tonight we'll be AFKing the bone mill. There we go, Triceratops. First time bonus. Alright, T-Rex time. How tall is this thing gonna be? Oh gosh, how tall? How much do I have to zoom out? This is max zoom, by the way. Yeah, max zoom and it barely fits. There we go. Headlight's a little small though. You gotta buff the head model. It really even stays there that long, but there we go. Alright, anyways, and now we go AFK cement later. But it's a T-Rex. Anyways, back to mining. I just wanted to get the one-time bonuses out of the way. And then we AFK bone meal later. Oh, that's the wrong way. Oh, big rats. Oh, you're still free to play at 250, but you didn't know if the premium was worth it. I would say it's definitely worth trying for a month. If you just do it once and then cancel it. There's only 6 months to try for a month. The game's basically been out to a month, so since launch. And I've already played like 400 something hours. But I would say it's worth it for like $6 to try it for a month. Chapter 4 is where it really starts to get put together. As far as like the really good skills. Like chapter 3 lets you make all the gear for other chapters, which really is great quality of life. And then chapter 4 is probably the funnest chapter in the game, both for usefulness and the diversity of the skills. It's quite a bit different as far as what other games have. It's like the main chapter that I would say is like the most brightest shores like. And that it's like really unique. Like the merchant skill and detective skill are a lot of fun. And the other worker is just a money printer. We gotta do merchant first. But merchant and detective are very, very, very unique compared to what you would see in like a standard MMO. So what is the benefit of grinding mining into weapon crafting? Can you make 3 and 4 star? Yes. Doing normal bone rate, blacksmith, and stonemason will naturally make you 3 stars. There is a relatively hard quest to do that will then allow you to make 4 stars called Lost and Found. I believe it's the highest quest requirement of any quest in the game right now. But it lets you turn one of 3 star from every class into a 4 star. Regardless if you craft it yourself or get it as a monster drop or trade for it down the line. It allows you to combine basically your own weapon with one from each of the classes that is a 3 star and turns it into a 4 star. And the level of the weapon is based on the average of all of them. So if they're all level 50, it'll come out as 50. But it don't have to be the same. Like if you do 100, a 30, and a 20, it would also come out as a 50. As it averages out to 50. But, yeah, it's pretty good. And it's really important, too, for when they add special attacks down the line. As they're going to be adding special attacks probably in the next few weeks. And only 4-star weapons will be able to have special attacks. And whatever 4-star weapons have good special attacks, you'll just be able to craft directly down the line. Or actually, technically craft them now, but, you know, they don't currently have special attacks right now. Until they add them later. So do you need to level up all 4 for a Cryonite, or just mining and weapon? For the most part, you only need mining and smithing to make 3 stars. But for eventual 4 stars, you will need to either trade people down the line, get them as monster drops, or train the other 2 skills. Mine are, of course, pretty low still right now. But you can make all your 3 stars just by doing blacksmith. Like, you can make your weapons for any of the weapons you have, as well as any shields. The only thing you can't do yet is armor, because it's coming in Chapter 5, but it will still likely use the blacksmith skill, in the sense that you'll need the bars. So you'll still need to mine the ore, smith the bars, and then use the bars with Leathermaker to make armor, most likely. So how does the other 2 skills affect getting a 4-star? Basically, when you make a 4-star, it combines every class's 3-star together to make a 4-star. So it combines the Cryonite weapon, or whatever you're crafting, but in this case, a weapon. But it combines the Cryonite weapon, the Guardian weapon, and the Hammer Mage weapon to make a 4-star for your class. So that's the way that it works. So you would need one of each. But the end result would be your weapon becoming a 4-star. It basically makes it so you would still need to like trade and other things with people. Trading's not out yet, but it is coming in the next few weeks. Obviously, it's in early access, so still a lot of development going on. But they've been doing updates like every few days or so. So it basically makes it so you always require trading with other classes. Like, you can still train only mining and blacksmithing. That's basically what I did for the most part, even as we speak. However, you'll just need to trade with other people that aren't doing that. Like, you'll need to train with guardians that are doing bone right. You'll need to train with hammer mages that are doing stonemason, so on and so forth. It basically encourages a trading system, essentially. Oh yeah, if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. We have way too much time in this game, so... and we're doing a pretty repetitive activity, so we have plenty of time as well to answer anything. So let me know. We know most of the things there is to know at this point. We have played way, way too much. Currently slowly grinding to 200 all. And eventually 500 all. That's way down the line, though. Right now, I'm just trying to get geared for PvP. I'm trying to get, like, all the weapon-making stuff and all the things that are useful to, like, 200. So when PvP comes out, we have at least base 200 gear. I've also been mostly ignoring combat just because I'm waiting until special attacks come out in the next few weeks. I think they're supposed to drop a video this week going over special attacks. Probably how it works, as well as getting community feedback on if they should change anything. Because I think that's one of the main reasons they actually want to do a video going over it. Because they probably want to take community feedback before they, like, fully flesh it out completely. Or, you know, before they, like, release it. Just to gauge what the community's thoughts are on the system that they came up with. And it should hopefully be out by this weekend. Not the actual feature, but, you know, the video going over it. That they'll probably post soon. Because right now, combat is very bare bones in this game. But that's because it's not fully developed yet. But that's why I've been focusing more on skilling. Oh yeah, this game is really good if you don't have that much time. I'm pretty sure you've already seen it, but you can AFK every skill in the entire game. You can also knowledge points whatever skills you just don't want to train as well. And just throw knowledge into it. That's actually the most recent update too. You can now stack 2 knowledge points. So on the 2 other accounts that I'm AFKing, because you get 3 slots that you can use. On my other 2 slots, I have them AFKing with like 180% knowledge. So whenever they go to their next AFK activity, I already gave them all the knowledge they need.
So I can AFK them for like an entire week, checking on them for only like a minute a day. It's really nice. Because I'm technically playing 3 accounts. Or, you know, 3 slots. 1 account, you know what I mean. You get 3 slots to try every single class. So I'm also doing a Hammer Mage and a Guardian. And I literally check up on them only like 1 minute a day. Just to see how they're doing. I might as well do that right now, honestly. See how they're doing. Because I forget how much time I have on their thingy. I might as well show it. I don't think I showed it at all this stream, them doing their thing. Do you think for PvP they will make you drop your gear like RuneScape? I'm preparing for that just in case. I'm not sure if they're gonna have full loot PvP or a way that like scraps your gear or something. But yeah, I'm not sure if you're gonna drop your gear on death. But I'm prepping as if you will. But we have no clue if they will or won't. They have never really indicated in either direction. Alright, let me go do the thingy real quick. Might as well go show the other 2. But we got the other 2 going right now. I wanted to show this because I was mentioning it earlier too, the stacking of knowledge. Is one thing that's really nice about the update they did the other day. Is you can stack up to 200% knowledge. So these guys are pretty much already there. Oh, I got lag. Oh no. But look, I have this guy stacking 160%. So the second he gets to 25 combat, I can literally just bring him to the next AFK activity. And if I stack 2 points, I could already bring him to the next 2 AFK activities. Which means I could AFK him all the way to like 36. Which is like over a week of AFK. I literally just have to check this guy like a minute a day. Not even. Like this was already checking him. Goodbye. And we're out of here. And then we do go do the other one. I think the other one has under 80% right now. So you can AFK them for over a week. Just checking in like a minute a day. And they're still in free-to-play as well. Even though I have access to member areas, they haven't even left free-to-play yet. I've been AFKing them all the way through the entire game, basically. And so far, they've AFK'd themselves to almost finishing the Spider Nest quest. Because that's what I'm currently moving them towards. We'll be doing it probably on stream on Sunday. But yeah, they're working towards Spider Nest quest. I'll get them geared on stream on Sunday. But they got the 32 carpentry, they got the 20 woodcutting. The only thing they need now is a little bit better combat and the gear. We'll get the gear on stream and then just wipe the spiders pretty much. And of course, this one's at 180% knowledge. So whenever it gets there, we're pretty much good to go. We just simply unlock the next activity. We can then unlock the next activity by doing barely anything. And yeah, you can AFK them for almost like a week now with this 200% knowledge system. It's really nice. I'm trying to get them up to the point where they can trade, which is in Chapter 4, you unlock trading. It's currently not in the game yet, but it will be added in the next few weeks, most likely, by the end of the year. Yeah, that's what they're currently working towards, and I'm just AFKing them all the way there. Slowly. Yeah, it's really good if you don't have that much time to play. Like, those accounts on average play for like 10 minutes a day, if you average out like all their playtime. I've been pretty much doing them since launch, and they're still in free-to-play with 10 minutes a day. But, yeah, they're almost the member area. They're getting there. Probably in about 5 days they'll be in member area, finally. After, like, almost like 4 weeks of AFK. Playing only like 10 minutes a day on average on them. But yeah, this game is really good if you don't have that much time. The only problem is the membership fee over time. Like, if you were only playing 10 minutes a day, paying like $6 for the game per month might get a little pricey over time. But of course, for me doing it this way, since we're playing the main game so much, it's perfectly fine. That's the only thing I could kind of see as a downside with the monthly cost. Because you're still paying the entire monthly fee regardless of how much you're playing. So I would definitely give the free-to-play section a good shout before you check. Oh, why is the lag still happening? Why has my connection been so bad today? Because I'm pretty sure this isn't the game. It's definitely my end. I don't know, did any of you guys just lag in game? I'm pretty sure it's my end. Because this happened to me a couple times today. But we've already known from the stream disconnecting that's definitely my end though. It's just weird that the game lags, but not my stream sometimes. It's normally not that big of an issue though. But my connection's been really particularly bad today for some reason. Yeah, you've been lag-free. Yeah, it's definitely my end. It's really weird because I've been like lag-free the last like 2 weeks. Today's just been a real oddity. That's like the 5th time that's happened today. But it's on my end for sure, not the game's end. What is the max stack of potions you can have in your inventory? I'm actually not sure. I think it's 500 or 1,000. I'm actually not sure. Maybe 200. I never tried. Oh no, it's definitely more than 200 because I brought 300 today. I want to say 1,000. I'm honestly not sure what the max is. I never actually tried just mass like depositing them or taking them out. I know the max you can wield is 20. But does anyone actually know the max stack you have in your inventory? I've never actually tried to cap it out. Because I use potions, but normally not that many potions. I want to say 500. 500 sounds correct for some reason. I know the most you can ever wield is 20, though. So, like, combat potions and stuff, they cap out at 20, like healing potions, power potions. But in your inventory, I'm pretty sure you can hold about 500 for a stack. So if you're ever doing, like, a really long combat session, you'd be able to stay there for, like, forever. Use 500 healing potions and 500 power potions would last a very, very long time. Because even though you can only wield 20 at one time, you can still keep equipping them over and over again from your inventory, of course. The 20 limit is for equipped, not for inventory. Do you think they will do player-to-player trading or market trading? We don't currently know. We do know that trading will likely take place at a market. It's one of the reasons why it's restricted to Chapter 4. Is the Chapter 4 Merchant Tower is surrounded by player markets. North Player Market, East Player Market, South Player Market, and West Player Market. How exactly trading will work there, we currently don't know. But I definitely have some kind of market system. As it seems like that market in Chapter 4, after completing the Chapter 4 quests, seems to be the only way you could trade. But it's currently not developed yet until a few weeks from now. The game was supposed to launch with it, but it had to get delayed. Just to make sure they didn't do a duplication glitch or something. But, yeah, it is still planned to come pretty soon. Probably by the end of the year. But we don't know exactly the details of how trading will work, other than that it will take place over there. And that it requires almost full completion of Chapter 4 quests. I think you have to finish like half of it before it lets you trade. Because it actually tells you during the storyline, like, when you get access to trading. Even though it's not actually out yet. It says you would now have access to trading if it was actually released yet or something along those lines. But it will be soon. It's not too hard to get there. I think my 2 AFK accounts are probably a few weeks away from getting there. If I really went all out on them, I could probably get them there in probably a few days. Because I think at launch it took us... How long did it take us? I actually don't remember. I think it took us only 3 to 4 days to reach Chapter 4. Though we were streaming like almost all day, every day. But still, that's under 40 hours. If you were just make a straight line to completing Chapter 4 to unlock trading and everything. I think it's like 40, 50 hours of gameplay. Depends how you go about it. Which honestly, that's not too bad. Because I think my 2 alt accounts will AFK there. Using only about like 10 hours of real time. Obviously the actual time that the account's been running is way longer than that. But I think with only 10 hours of real time, they're both going to reach Chapter 4 for trading. Why does this keep doing it? Gosh. Why is my connection so bad today? Before tomorrow, I'm going to reset my router and everything. Like, literally full reset everything. Because it has been so bad to stream. My connection. Oh yeah, we're only 1 level away from our next stone. Ooh, wait. Did I do the knowledge point yet? I didn't. Do I put it into mining? I'm so tempted. is that would get us immediately to next ore. Can I repeat the answer from your last question? Oh, I believe potions only stack to 500. You can wield up to 20, and I believe they stack up to 500 in your inventory. I never actually tried removing like 1 billion from the bank, so I'm not sure for sure. But I know you can equip up to 20, and I believe you can have up to a 500 stack. Though I'm not sure if you can go a little higher than that or not. I've just never really tried doing a lot. But yeah, it's quite a bit. It allows you to stay in combat for a very long time. Because even though you can only wield 20, you can keep, you know, re-equipping more from your inventory between the fights. So you can camp an area. You can literally just camp an area all day if you wanted to, with combat boost potions and healing boost potions. You'd eventually want to bank and stuff just to sell everything, though. Hey, we're up at top 20 still. Until we lose it in several seconds. There seems to be like a 4-person fight for top 20. I'm not even trying to partake in it, but apparently we are, indirectly. What do you think about the combat level being different for each chapter? Honestly, I've actually enjoyed it. Because it actually gives incentive to starting from scratch in every single area. So you basically get like a whole new experience every single time you go to a new area. I feel like the most interesting thing will be how will Chapter 5 launch go. Because when Chapter 5 launches, everyone's starting basically from nothing. Like, yeah, you can have a bunch of unattuned gear that's like 4-star and stuff ready to go, and stuff like that. But when Chapter 5 releases, everyone's going to be kind of going through the same motions. Some might be a little bit more pre-geared with untuned stuff for Chapter 5, but everyone's kind of starting from the same basis when it first comes out. And I really like that aspect. It makes every single time a new chapter comes out as this big event where everyone's kind of starting at the same exact position pretty much. Some will be slightly ahead because of some things you can do. Like in Chapter 3, you can just make a bunch of 4-star stuff ready to go for Chapter 5. But beyond that, you know, everyone's kind of starting pretty much exactly the same. All zeros, having to go through all the same skilling activities. What I really like about it is you can't skip early game content. You have to partake in all early game, mid game, so on and so forth kind of content. It's not like in some games where if you were to like max all your combats and then go to a new zone that just came out, you're just going to go straight to the end game content. But in Brighter Shores, you actually have to partake with everything. And everyone will be partaking in everything at the same time. So everyone's going to have to do the level 0 stuff and then, you know, level 10 stuff, so on and so forth. You're not just going to skip straight to like the level 300 something stuff if you like grinded forever. People who have grinded forever will have a bit of an advantage still, but it's not as big of an advantage as you would in like a standard game where you can already have all your combat and everything else already done. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, the bone meal. There we go. Oh wait, I meant to put that in mining. I did it again. Oh, I guess we're manually mining. If nothing else, I need the iron, so it kind of works out. If anything, this is actually a rock I shouldn't be skipping. Because iron is actually really important for a lot of our gear. You also get knowledge point from each class separately. So that's extra XP for all the other classes. Well, you get knowledge point from each class separately. Oh yeah, you can dump it into anything. So any skill you never want to go train or to be able to go and do that. Oh, actually, you can't stack them for future chapters, but it's always nice just to be able to go and use that on whatever you don't want to do. Or to be able to skip to the next method a little bit quicker and stuff like that. Have they said what skills will be in Chapter 5? Yes, we already know 4 of them. There will be the standard combat. That's basically in every chapter. There's going to be another gathering one where you're going to gather stuff for making bone meal, for making cement, as well as other herblore-related supplies for alchemy. Beyond that, we know, as far as the more unique ones, the armor-making skill will be in Chapter 5. Currently, in Chapter 3, you can only make 2 things. Weapons and shields. You cannot currently make all the other armor components. So basically, you can currently make in Chapter 3 all the things you can hold in your hand. However, you cannot make anything that you currently wear. So like, you know, our headpiece, our body, gloves, boots, stuff like that. That's all going to be in Chapter 5. Beyond that, there's one other skill. Oh yeah, builder. There's going to be a builder skill. Actually, we can see that right here. Here's the building materials bank. The only thing a bank so far is a little bit cement. But yeah, there's going to be a builder skill. And I believe this is used for AFK activity. But we can see it right there, the builder skill. It says 0 to 500 because I haven't determined what it is yet. But this will be for one of the AFK activities that you do for building. Likely pouring cement or something. But we can see the AFK activity thing right there. There isn't too many materials you can get for Chapter 5 currently. But it is one of the few that you can actually preemptively grind before it comes out. Though it's simply for the AFK activity, so it's not too important to grind. But it is something that can be done. Which is kind of funny because you quite literally grind for it. It's one of those AFK ones where you grind up the thing into bone meal. Which will be used for cement in Chapter 5's builder skill. But yeah, there's not only 4 that's been I cannot speak right now. Those are the only 4 that kind of been hinted at. There could be a 5th, but based on what we currently know, there's only 4 skills in Chapter 5. But it could just be that the other ones is on the down low. And you just haven't really shown it through anything yet. Gosh, why am I so laggy right now? They're literally bouncing around. I've never seen my lag be this bad. Why is today our lag day? I don't understand. Why are we so laggy? There we go. Try hopping worlds? True. Let me go server hop. Gosh, who's on my thing that isn't in my server already? There we go. Not sure if that will help any. But we have now hop servers. Yeah, it tries to auto-group you with friends. So the join server button is sometimes kind of useless. Because like a third of your friends list is already going to be in your same server. Like it's helpful for trying to get to one person. But it's really bad for trying to hop servers because like at least a third of that list is probably already in the same server as me. Or at least a good number of them. Because the game tries to auto-server you with friends, so... You know, a good ratio of them will already be in your server. Yeah, we're rank top 20 again. Yeah, I saw that earlier. It's going to go down the second we go to bed, though. But, yeah, we're top 20 currently. That might be in tomorrow's title, just for fun. Reclaiming top 20. But, yeah, we're just in a constant cycle of being 20 and not 20. Because I'm not really trying to gain ranks, but obviously number keep going up. So we will keep gaining ranks. But then every time we go to bed, it'll keep going down. Because I haven't been losing any sleep on this game yet. Getting a healthy amount of sleep. We're going to grind this game like crazy, but not extra. We'll grind it all day, but we won't grind it to lose sleep. Still been getting like 7, 8, 9 hours most nights. But yeah, apparently switching servers has already helped. Maybe it was just a server that was super laggy for me for some reason. I've never seen that happen before. But it makes sense because my OBS wasn't lagging at all. It was just the server itself. That's weird. I've never seen that happen yet. But yeah, switching servers already fixed it. Like now we're not having it happen at all. That's really weird. Might need some server maintenance. I still have no clue how that system even works, though. It's kind of interesting because it just auto-servers you always, so you don't really know if you're in, like, a good server for your ping or not. I assume it always tries to, but since it's auto-grouping us with friends, it might be not doing that sometimes. I don't know, where do you guys play the game from, by the way? Like, I know my demographics say, like, 50% United States, but I am curious, based on everyone here. Any United States people? Anywhere that isn't United States? Because half of you should be non-United States. Because that could be an issue, too, if it's trying to put me in, like, a Europe server. Or something similar. Because that would definitely make us laggier. Australia. Oh gosh, I was forced to do Australia server. Another Australia, interesting. When I was doing the stream yesterday, I went to an Australian server when we were doing something in Old School RuneScape Leagues. Because I needed to go like collect something in a lower populated world, so Australia world had a lot less people. But then I tried to do one of the hardest pieces of content in the entire game, forgetting I was still in an Australian server. So I not only had to do that content that was absurdly hard, but do it with extra delay. Because I was in an Australian server while being in America. Which was a very bad idea. I did it on accident, obviously. Not deliberately. But yeah, thank you all the Australian people. I mentioned it during one of the other streams. I'm not sure why. But Australia has the highest view duration. Like viewer retention. Of any area of people who catch our brighter shores. So thank you everyone from Australia, as well as everyone who keeps watching, who watch for, or any of you that watch. But there's definitely some of you who are watching like almost the entire stream, and I really, really, really appreciate it. Obviously, definitely not required. And if you're watching after the fact, definitely feel free to jump around. But yeah, I'm not sure why, but some of you from Australia are watching like a huge amount of my stream. Because my viewer retention for Australia is like off the charts for some reason. You guys are absolutely killing it. It's like so high that it's like scary how high it is compared to every other region. I think it's like an extra like 30 to 50% higher than every other region somehow. Like how much higher the retention rate is for Australia specifically on Brighter Shore streams. Like it's like absurdly noticeably higher. It's probably you boosting it. Thank you, Chipmunk. It might be. It's because your stream finishes when we get on, pretty much. So we got a whole stream to watch. Nice. Well, thanks everyone who's been watching as background noise and everything else. It's greatly appreciated. Hey, what time is it right now? Gosh, it's already 11. We've been going for 10.5 hours already. Where did the time go? We've been stuck in the mines almost all day. This wasn't supposed to be a mining-only stream. Actually, what did I make the title of the stream? I don't remember. I think it was 200% knowledge because that happened yesterday. And we're still doing the duel game at the time, so now I just kind of wanted to mention it. What's the other things? Oh, we can move on to the next ore now. Nice, nice. Let me get rid of these 2 iron. I don't know. What is this in the title? I don't remember. We're back because we were doing the other thing for 6 days. 200% knowledge. Tier 4 armor. I pretty much got all that earlier. New emotes. Oh, yeah, we got new emotes. You could join for $2 a month. And, yeah, we got a bunch of new emotes. Some that I commissioned from a friend a while back. Some that were the OG ones from like 8-9 years ago. And some are the new Brighter Shores ones. I had one for each class as well as the silver and gold in case people ever do trading in chat or something. Just to make it a little bit easier. Because now you can put whatever class you're trading for as well as the gold and silver amount that you want. Assuming gold and silver is even traded. I'm not even sure. But yeah, I did those 5 for the Brighter Shores ones. I didn't do a carpentry icon, however. Did not do the carpentry icon. That was because I feel like it would be too niche to really get much use out of. But yeah, thank you everyone who has been joining. It does help out a lot. Carpentry icon would be the new swear word. Yes, instead of doing asterisks, you would use saws. So you would type in F and then saw, or you know, the carpentry icon, and then K. Instead of using asterisks, you use giant saws as the carpentry icon. That'd be so funny. Oh, so they really gotta fix the respawn timers on these. Gosh, that takes like 10 years to respawn. We're standing there for like 10 seconds. It's like, any moment now. It wouldn't be as bad if there was like something to kill in this room or something. But there's like no multi-skilling you can do with it, so you're just standing there. It wouldn't be that bad if there was like an enemy you could kill during that downtime or something. Technically you can if you go to the tentacle, but I don't know, I'm not really properly geared for it. I guess you technically could. In the sense that we can go to this room right over here and go attack a tentacle. I just don't have the gear to take it out right now. Plus I'm already way under my level. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I tried killing it in this gear? Well, for one, he's immune to that, so that's not good. Wow, triple immune, really? Honestly, I could take him out in this gear. I'm pretty sure it's worse than whatever gear I have in my other chapter, though. I just don't think it's worth rotating every single time just to kill him once. We need something like right there to attack. Leagues with faster respawn rates? When could you imagine? I am curious if they ever are going to tweak those drop rates. I'm pretty sure there's a design philosophy as to why they have the delay. But I wonder if they're going to reconsider based on community feedback. Because I feel like there's a reason he's keeping it like that, but I feel like with enough community feedback, he would change it. And I'm pretty sure most people don't like the delay. I don't know, does anyone like the resource delay? I know one reason for it is you don't have to be as sweaty and be like tick perfect and do it like every single like correct movement to have to worry about being back in time. There's enough downtime that everyone's getting the same XP rate regardless of how good you do at it. That's like the main argument for keeping it that way. Is there's so much downtime that everyone's on the same playing field, regardless of how efficiently or inefficiently you're doing it. But I don't think anyone likes waiting there that long. Like, I understand like maybe a second delay or something, but 10 seconds is kind of crazy. Like, I can understand like a 1 second delay to give some people leeway. Like 1 or 2 seconds. But the fact that it's like 10 seconds plus sometimes is so bad. Let's see, I'm going to start a timer for how long I'm just going to stand here doing nothing. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 seconds. 11 seconds of just standing there doing nothing. That definitely needs to change. Like 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 seconds. It's like, okay, a little bit of leeway. 11 seconds? Oh, little overkill. Little overkill. I don't think anyone's doing it that slow. They need an 11-second leeway. Like 3 seconds absolute max. Well, I understand the reason why there's a delay. I just don't understand why it's like 10 seconds long. Like a 1 second delay, that makes sense. 2 seconds, yeah, maybe. 3, pushing it a little, but you know, if you want to really give everyone a fair playing field, sure. But 10 is a little exceedingly overkill. 2 would be a nice in between. It's enough leeway that you can do it however you want and still be like a good XP rate. But you won't be there forever just standing there doing nothing. It could be to control the amount of ore in the game. Oh no, I don't think that would really change it that much. Plus, there's already ore cycles that you can do that kind of go past that. Like when I was doing the 6 basalt into 6, or I guess technically 5 because I had the potion. But you know, when I was doing the 6 basalt into, or technically 18 basalt into the 5 to 6 flint. Like there's ways that you can go around it. By just using other rocks nearby. So it's not really necessarily controlling the amount of ore for the most part. The weird part is these rocks. These rocks have like a weird extra delay compared to most. It's not like it's any better or worse than any other one. But the delay is so long compared to the cycle of any other rock. I don't think there's any rock in this chapter that within its cycle has a longer delay than the andesite. Or andesite, however you say that. Whatever this rock is. Yeah, what's our next objective, by the way? I'm not sure what I'm grinding towards right now. Well, I know I'm grinding towards, but I mean our next objective. 151. Oh gosh, the really bad one. I'm gonna bank some of it, but honestly, I'm probably dropping most of it on the ground. I'll bank like a few hundred. Maybe even just 200 or so. Like a few inventories. Like at least 100. But then, as far as the carbonous ore, I think I'm dropping most of it to the ground again. It is just so bad to bank in the current state of the game. The directions you have are 9 tiles away from a bank, 9 tiles away from a bank, and 10 tiles away. That is every closest bank. Is 9, 9, or 10. It is absurd. It's the only thing in mining that's in like the absolute middle of nowhere. It's like they forgot a storage ref nearby or something. Because every single direction is so far. I just realized we can do full moon silver. I just noticed the name of that. That's pretty funny. We're not going to do that though. Actually, I don't think I have a single knowledge point into mining right now. Like the AFK mining. Alright, what level is this rock? So I'm currently up to level 159 stonemason. But my actual level is nowhere near that. Alright, what are we doing here? Why am I even putting this in? Actually, what am I putting this in? I already did all my bone right AFK for tonight. I already achieved that. I guess we're putting this into hammer mage. I mean, into stonemason. I need 69 to be able to use my next ore. And we're currently mining all the way up to 159 already. So yeah, let's go do that, I guess. Because I need 39 or 69 before I could do the next tier. The funny number. But yeah, I'm just gonna dump into stonemason until we have 69 then. As I can't process any of the ore I have banked or any of the stone I have banked until I get there. I have a ton of high quality ore, but none of it below the range I can currently use. The next one's at 69, which is, I believe, is granite. The tier 2 or tier 2 granite. I was gonna say tier 3, definitely not tier 3. But the tier 2 granite we can use at 69. Oh, so it took such a delay there. This thing's taking forever. This is our 10-second delay. There it goes. This when I use the potion thingy. But yeah, that means tomorrow we'll definitely be able to start doing stonemason again, which is nice. The problem is we're going to hit another wall because I don't have that much banked granite. I definitely have some, but it's not a huge amount. Also, I think I need to finally bite the bullet and just do do merchant already some tomorrow. So we can actually do leatherworker again. Because right now I'm locked out of leatherworker until I get like basically 205 merchant. Not literally 205. I think I need 155 for the next one. But you know, we need to get it higher so we can also do leatherworker higher. Otherwise we're walled off from the really good leather, which we definitely need some of. I am curious what the full process for armor maker is going to be. Like, we generally know what resources we'll likely need. But the actual activity of it could be anything. Like, leatherworker actually really surprised me how much different it was compared to how I thought it would be. Like, it's definitely a pretty average skill. But the way that you do it is definitely way different than I initially thought before it ever came out. But it ultimately just became better carpentry. Also interesting, on the poll, the lowest one is playing our accounts every day, the other two alts. That's interesting, it's actually at 25%. 40% for sometimes, but not every day, and then 35% you just stick with the Cryo Knight. But realistically, when we do the alts, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like twice a week for a short duration. Like the next time we'll be playing them, other than just checking them on them for the AFK stuff, is I need to get them geared for Spider Nest. So I'm going to have to do combat on both of them for like 15 to half an hour, basically until they get a weapon drop, essentially. Like a weapon drop, mostly just a melee weapon. Once they get their first melee weapon that isn't cryo, I think I just take the spider out. That's the only thing I'll need, because I'll be at like level 27, 28, 29 combat by then. So the only thing I'll be missing is a non-cryo melee weapon. Doesn't really matter which, for the most part. And then they'll both go take out the spider quest. So we'll have to kill 4 spiders, 2 on each. Should be pretty straightforward, though. It's mostly a gear check than anything. Who knows? Maybe special attacks will be out by then. No. Could you imagine, though? One of them does have a 4-star weapon, but I think it's like a level 2 4-star. It's not going to get it that far against level 35. I still can't get over how late it is already. Today went by so quick. That's what happens when we go back to full screen Brighter Shores. Now that has my full attention. Time's just flying by instantly. Probably go for a few more trips. Kind of want to do like one other thing before we end on minor. I don't kind of want to end on minor, but honestly, it's quite thematic for this day given how much we've already done. Might as well just keep going. That's the only problem. I get pigeonholed sometimes. Is like, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll do like several different things, and then 10 hours later, oh, I just did 10 hours of mining. What did we do today that wasn't mining? Like, what did we do that wasn't in Mines of Matubin today? I killed the big sea urchins for like 30 minutes to get some tier 4 armor. Is that the whole list? I did some cooking contracts. I think that's it. We did like 2 trips of cooking contracts, and I killed some sea urchins for like 30 minutes to get some tier 4 armor that we're wearing right now. Looks cool though, I do have to say. But I'm pretty sure that's it. That is the total of what we did that wasn't mined in Matubin, unless I'm forgetting something. Wait, did I just forget a rock? Wait, how? How? Luckily that works out because I have to skip one rock anyways. So that's actually not a problem. But, how? You know I'm getting tired if I'm skipping the obvious rock. Like that one granite rock, I'm not sure why my brain always skips over it. But why did I skip this one? Gosh. This one I never naturally skip. Or, you know, accidentally. But it's something about that one granite rock in that other cycle, though. I can't not skip. Like every 5th trip, it just gets skipped somehow, and I don't understand how. Like it's in like my blind spot or something. We got tier 2 gold panning. Has anyone even bothered gold panning? I feel like that would be so pointless. Like, what could it possibly give you that's worth it? I feel like that's the issue with a lot of the mining activity. It gives you so much junk loot you don't really need that you would just trash. Sometimes you just click off it a half a second too early and cancel the action. True. That might be the case. I have done that a couple times. Even this stream, I've already done it like 3 times. Where you like cancel early. Because if you do it based on sound, it's really easy to accidentally do. Because the sound can sometimes play before like the actual hit ends up occurring. Yeah, what was our starting mining level this stream? Because I feel like we've gotten like 20-something mining levels. Let's see. What did we start at this stream? It was before the green rock. Oh gosh. We started at 123, I remember. We've gotten 24 mining levels today. Because I'm definitely finishing out this level. But yeah, I grinded 24 mining levels today. Which means if I did this 2 more times, it would be at 200. Like, guaranteed. If we did at least, like, 8 hours of mining 2 more times. And then use the other 4 hours for anything else that isn't mining. We would be at, 200 mining by this weekend. Hey, there's Glare doing AFK activity. Honestly, that's gonna be me soon. Because I need to go grab dinner. Honestly, I think I'm gonna do... I think we're just gonna go 147. And then call it there. And that'd be like 11 hours then. As I'm starting to get a little hungry. I didn't eat like anything before the stream, so... I need to start doing that a little bit more often. Like actually grabbing lunch. And or breakfast. Because I've basically just been pigging out at like midnight every single night, which is probably not healthy to do like a few hours before bed. But that's been my schedule a lot of Praetor Shore streams. Is eat almost nothing or literally nothing all day. And then just like feast out on whatever I have left still around. Until like 1 a.m. Not sure what I'm going to do for tonight. I need to go food shopping soon. So I'm starting to run out. Not of all food, but you know. Like the options are getting very limited. But I was going to do it on Monday, but if I have time, I might do it on like Saturday morning or something. There it is, 147. 24 levels. Still got another 53 until we actually hit 200 though. Though we technically don't need 200. 200 is actually an arbitrary number. In the sense that we actually only need 180. Well, 197 is kind of nice too. Well, 180 is our most notable item, or notable number. The reason is that's our last piece of tier 4 ore. We'll have full tier 4 ore by then. I guess the only thing that's kind of relevant is if I ever want a 199 rapier, or anything above, you know, 200s once we get there. My rapier specifically, and only the rapier. Well, I guess technically that one range weapon too if it's any good. But my physical range weapon and my best in slot one-hand ice weapon are both under level 199 without iron. Because I need that for a 199 rapier and a 199 throwy physical weapon thing. As otherwise, I believe the rapier is a 194, whatever it was. I could check. Because without 197 mining, the only two weapons that are negatively affected are... The rapier can only be a 192, and a physical throwing blade can only be a 194. This is one level lower than both of those. Is the cap. But then with the better iron, I can start making those, of course. But that's the only thing that 197 mining would help us with. Otherwise, we're pretty much good to go at only, what's it called? At only, 180. Because if we only wanted full tier 4, we only need 180 mining. It's only if rapier or that throwy weapon is really good would we necessarily want to go a little further. But otherwise, 180 is actually enough for our purposes for quite a while. As that would hold us over for quite a long time. Alright, it's going to be our last inventory, I think. But any other questions? Anything you guys want me to go over? Or any other anythings? Otherwise, we will be back tomorrow at the same time. Noon Eastern Standard Time. Give or take a little bit, depending if I sleep in or have something else I need to go do. And maybe I'll actually grab lunch tomorrow. So I might just go out somewhere real quick. I hate buying fast food, but honestly, I'm almost in a mood for it tomorrow. Actually, did McDonald's get the McRib again? I don't think I've ate at McDonald's in like a month or two at this point. The problem is they got rid of like every item I like. They got rid of fruit parfaits. They got rid of like the chicken wrap things, like the ranch chicken wraps. What did they get rid of? There's like one other item. I don't forget what it was. But I feel like every single one of my favorite McDonald's items they don't serve anymore. Like all the stuff, like my top picks. Oh yeah, the strawberry. Actually, I'm not sure if they still do that or not. But those strawberry pastry things, I'm not sure they do anymore. I think they still do the apple pie ones though, but those aren't as good as strawberry ones they had. But yeah, I went 1 year without any fast food. I've been doing that for a couple years now. I didn't do any goal for this year though, but I might again for next year. This year I didn't do any kind of weird objective. But 1 year I went no fast food at all. And another year, no soda at all. So I'm not sure if next year I should do 1 year without something. Try and think of what it could be. Maybe 1 year of no caffeine? Which will also basically be no soda. But even more challenging because there's so many teas that I like that do have caffeine in it. I don't drink coffee though, so coffee will be easy to not do. Yeah, honestly, all fast food is so expensive these days. I'm not sure why. For the longest time, I was getting coupons sent in my mailbox for like Wendy's. I guess they were doing like a local promotion thing. And some of them were almost like literally free items for just like walking in the door. But they stopped doing that, so that was like a year or two ago. I'm not sure why. But I kept in my mail getting like a Wendy's thing that had like a bunch of coupons, but like an absurdly good coupons. Like spend $1, get like a $5, $6, $7 item for free kind of deals. I guess they were just really trying to get people in the door. The Wendy's by me is awful though, so unless I have that coupon, pretty much not going there unless they have some kind of interesting promotional item. Like I did try the Krabby Patty burger and the what's it called? Like the little shake thing that they had, or you know, their frosty thing, the pineapple one or whatever it was. Tastes like basically a mango though, but that wasn't too bad. But unless they have like a really good promotional item, or I have like a coupon for like absurd off, I would never go there. The Wendy's by me is like the worst. Honestly, all fast food places are here. Because all of them are like super minimum wage. Like the average wage here is like $8, $9 an hour. Still has $7.25 minimum. It's not the lowest wage in the entire country, but gosh, it is low. Oh wait, why am I going over here? I meant to go to cement. I was trying to go to my AFK activity for tonight. because I'm about to go grab a bite to eat. But I'm going to divination rather than to cement. Let me go do cement. Because that's the one I'm actually after. I did put the other point on it, right? That'd be a fail if I didn't. Okay, good, I did. Just making sure. That'd be a massive fail, though. It wouldn't be that hard to go grind 15% more knowledge. Yeah, let me go head to the bone meal one. And we'll just have a billion cement in our inventory by the morning. See what our cement stash will be like. Wonder how much the XP drop is for this. Regardless of what it is, it's the best AFK we could do for this at the moment. But let me just go do it. Grab all that. Boom. I'm not sure if I ever showed this on stream, but yeah, this is a little bone grinder thing. Oh, I don't have enough space. Oh, I still have the potion on me. Let me get rid of one. Because I don't want to bank the potion at this point. Let's get rid of one of these. How do I get rid of one? There we go. There's no way I'm going to be doing it for like 22 hours or however long it takes for those. Yeah, he just puts the little bag down. He puts the bones in the top. Grinds the little thing. And then boom, you got a bone meal. And it just does that forever while you sleep. We should get our first time bonus here as well. Any moment now. Actually, it takes a while. Obviously, you don't normally watch them just do the whole process. But there we go. 29 XP. And the profit from the bone meal. As well as the being able to use it down the line. And there we go. Anyways. I think we're going to be calling it there for now. We will be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time. And we'll go from there. What our main objective is, I'm actually not sure yet. Who knows? Maybe he'll do an update tomorrow that will completely change our path. I am in a bit of a mining mood lately, but honestly, I really need to go get Merchant Leather Maker up, so maybe we'll do a little bit of that. I want to try not to do too much mining, 2 streams in a row. But, I don't know, figure something out. There's a lot of things I need to grind. It really just depends on what we want to prioritize or not. But, we'll figure something out, and maybe we'll do an update that will change our path. And we'll go from there. Let's see. Everything is in, yeah, honestly, fast food is so bad these days. Not only is it so expensive, but just so bad for you. But, you know, on occasion, I will still do it. They love doing $5 lunch deals, do they? I've had a couple near me. Most of them are pretty bad value, though. Like, they give you, like, nothing for the $5. Like, they list off a lot of items, but then they give you, like, almost nothing in return. Let's see. Just reading back in chat a little bit. I feel like I missed a few. Just reading back. Food signs turning yoga mats into nuggets, pretty much. Yeah, I don't think we even want to know what's in half the food these days, gosh. That's something I hope they fix in the future. Like, American food specifically, there's, like, so many ingredients that are banned around the entire world, yet it's allowed in the United States. So, because it's one of the only few places you could sell it, they just keep trashing it all to the United States. It's so bad. Because it's illegal in almost the rest of the world, but it's like, hey, United States, anything goes. Obviously, we have some food laws, but our food laws are so outdated. But, yeah, I really hope they adjust that at some point. But, I don't know, we'll find out in the upcoming years. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by. And, yeah, we'll be back noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. If you guys just want to check, stop by, say hi, feel free to do so, or ask any questions. But otherwise, unless there's a patch, yeah, we'll continue at the current grinds. Merchant, leatherworker, mining, smithing, probably the biggest ones. And, yeah, we'll go from there. We'll go through a few other things here and there, depending on what we're going for. Still need to get alchemy up. Honestly, after I get 69 stone makes them, I start putting my knowledge into alchemy. Because I really want to do 62 so I can start doing alchemy again. Because right now it's not really worth doing normal potions. But anyways, guys, catch you guys later. Thanks for stopping by. And hope you all will have a wonderful week. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching. Good night.